This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Master, the princess has been locked up for 3 days. Are you really not going to see her? A soft voice with a hint of worry came from my ear. Lear sat on the chair with a blank look in his eyes. A large number of strange memories in his mind kept pouring into the depths of his consciousness, making him unable to respond. It has been 3 days since he traveled to this world, but he can't completely control this body. The evil thoughts entangled in the broken soul of the original body have been competing with him for control of the body. Slowly lowering his head, he grabbed the long golden hair with both hands. After a violent body tremor, the evil thoughts in his consciousness finally dissipated completely. Master? The little maid walked to Lear, a little worried. Since meeting the princess, her master has become very strange. For example, he often talks to himself in the mirror, dances with a silly smile, or roars fiercely. It's like he is possessed by some evil spirit. I'm fine. After completely integrating the broken soul of his original body, Lear raised his head. He looked at the strange and familiar scene in the early stage, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He actually traveled to the game. Law. This is a virtual reality online game that Lear often played in his previous life. It is a unique law professional as a selling point. You can do almost anything in the game. And he traveled to become an NPC in the game. The heir of the War Knight family, Stuart, the son of the Duke, has the same name as him. The son of the Duke, it sounds good, but this son of the Duke is just a villain boss who will die in the early stage. Although he is the heir of the War Knight family, he is obsessed with magic and becomes a wizard. He wasted his own talent, and finally communicated with the alien gods and became an alien god's lackey. The most famous thing the original body did was that he was discovered by his fiancée princess when he was offering sacrifices to the alien gods. After being controlled by the evil thoughts of the alien gods, he imprisoned the princess, and finally led to the destruction of the family. He traveled through time after the original body imprisoned the princess. Because the original body sacrificed to the alien gods, his soul was invaded by the evil thoughts of the alien gods, so he had to compete with this evil thought for 3 whole days. Fortunately, he won in the end. Master, are you really okay? The little maid still asked worriedly. I'm really fine. I'm just a little mentally ill these days because of practicing magic. Lear smiled slightly and gently stroked the little maid's hair. The girl in front of him was his maid, a child he rescued from the slums. She was beautiful and had long black hair, which was very rare. Almost all of his food, clothing, housing and transportation were taken care of by this little maid. Feeling the warmth of her master's palm, the little maid's eyes narrowed comfortably, and she took 2 steps back with a red face until she saw Lear's smiling eyes. Master, about the princess. The little maid calmed down and said with some worry. Don't worry about this matter, I will take care of it. Lear nodded gently, his eyes became deep. According to the plot development of the game, the fuse of the Stuart family's demise was Lear's imprisonment of the princess. As one of the oldest families in the kingdom, the Stuart family has been the sharpest blade of the royal family since the founding of the country. However, due to the rise of arcane law professionals, the Stuart family gradually declined and was no longer valued by the royal family. Recently, there are even rumors that Lear's engagement with the princess is about to be cancelled, and the princess will be betrothed to the new Duke's son, the son of the Duke of Norton who believes in arcane law. Lear didn't have too many thoughts about this. Anyway, he and the princess had only met a few times, but he didn't expect that the princess would sneak to his door at such a time and run into the original body performing a sacrifice ceremony. Shaking his head slightly, he didn't think about it anymore, stood up and said, let's go see the princess of the Morning Star. After leaving the study, Lear walked towards the underground secret room in his memory, while recalling the princess's information in his mind. Princess of the Morning Star, Milia. If Lear is a boss with little presence in the game, then Milia is the goddess in the minds of players. Both his impeccable appearance and his identity as a disseminator of the law of the Morning Star are extremely attractive to players. Law. This is the core setting of the game. Each player who enters the game will generate his own law affinity. According to different law affinity, he can only choose the game profession born from the corresponding law. For example, his current profession, mage, is derived from the arcane law. To advance a profession, you also need a higher law affinity. And it is extremely difficult to improve the law affinity, which usually requires a large number of tasks of the corresponding law forces. Simply put, it is to improve the prestige of the faction, and a further explanation is the favorability of the gods. Each law represents a god. Milia is such an existence. She alone represents the entire Qinqing law. Some people say that Milia is the reincarnation of the god of Qinqing law. Li'er did not brush the affinity of Qinqing law in his previous life. He was a thorough war faction. As one of the 7 legendary professional players, Li'er's affinity for the war law is as high as 89.9%, and he is only one step away from entering the demigod realm. Blade Waltz is his nickname. Master, we are here. The voice of the little maid called Li'er back to his thoughts. They have arrived in front of the door of the secret room. Li'er paused for a moment, then gently pushed open the iron door. The light illuminated the dark secret room. Princess Milia knelt on the ground. Her hands and feet were shackled, her face was a little pale, and her silver hair became messy. After feeling the light, she slowly raised her head, and her blue eyes looked forward. Li'er also looked at the princess, with bright eyes, white teeth, silver hair and blue pupils. Even though he had seen such beauty many times, it still made him a little distracted. He quickly came to his senses, and his eyes became clear. He didn't have too many other emotions for the princess in front of him. Although Milia was famous in the game, and had the title of Princess Qinqing, he didn't have much contact with this princess in his previous life. Even the original body was not very familiar with this princess. Although there was an engagement, he had only seen her a few times at banquets. The relationship between the two was like a stranger with an engagement. How could there be such a strange interpersonal relationship? Li'er complained in his heart. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these things, recalling the general plot of the follow-up. Because of the original body's negligence, the princess's imprisonment was exposed, and even the communication with the alien gods was exposed. Communicating with the alien gods is an absolute taboo. The Stuart family was questioned by the Golden Church, and the old duke denied the crimes he committed in order to protect him. In the end, the royal family and the Golden Church jointly issued an order to clean up the Stuart family. Players flocked to the scene, and the Stuart family was also destroyed by the 4th disaster of the undead, and was nailed to the pillar of shame of the kingdom. This is the whole process of the Stuart family's destruction. It is not complicated. The source of everything revolves around the princess in front of him. It can be said that as long as the princess is solved, all problems will be alleviated. Li'er looked at Miria, and he thought of a very direct way. As long as the princess of Qinqing is killed and her body is not intact, there is a high probability that his actions will be concealed. The possibility of subsequent plots will also be minimized. He walked in front of the princess and stared at her. After a long time, he finally sighed. Li'er felt that he was barely a good person. To be honest, the princess did nothing wrong, but she just ran into his ceremony. If you can negotiate with the princess and take the initiative to reconcile, that would be the best result. Just as he was thinking about how to start, a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Discover the carrier of Qinqing law source. Make the carrier of law source have a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations, and obtain the corresponding law affinity. Chapter 2. After staring at the words in front of him for more than 10 seconds, Li'er confirmed that he was not hallucinating. Law source carrier? He had never heard of such a thing, but as long as he made the other party have negative emotions, he could gain the corresponding law affinity, which seemed to him like a bug. In the game, every 10% increase in the player's corresponding law affinity will give him an additional attribute bonus. Some players have tried to practice dual cultivation or even multiple cultivation to gain more attributes, but in the end, they all failed. Because when the law affinity reaches 10%, the law affinity can only be further improved by changing jobs. Once you change jobs, other law forces will no longer open the task of improving law affinity to you. At most, you can brush the initial 3 major law affinities to 10%, and then change your major profession. This is an unsolvable dead end, but now the words in front of him indicate that Li'er can become a multi-law professional. Is this my golden finger? Li'er's eyes flickered slightly. It is not difficult to generate negative emotions. Compared with the task of brushing the affinity of law in the previous life, he felt it was quite simple. But he was just about to build a good relationship with the princess when the cheating finger came out. In addition to the text in front of him, he also saw some other buttons. For example, the character attribute panel, skill talent panel, task panel, forum, etc. It seems that he also brought the player's system panel, which is good news. You are finally here. A moving voice came from the front. Princess Milia looked at Li'er with a hint of anger in her eyes. Li'er looked at the girl in front of him again. He was not surprised by the princess's attitude. After all, no one would be in a good mood after being imprisoned for 3 days. He sighed in his heart. How to reconcile in this situation? After thinking for a moment, he pretended to be gentle and apologized. Princess, I'm sorry about these 3 days. Hearing this, Milia became even more angry. If you really feel sorry, let me go immediately. Hearing this, Lier was silent for a while, and shook his head slightly. Princess, you saw some of my secrets. Milia stared at her nominal fiancé, and was not surprised by Lier's rejection. As Lier said, she saw the other party's secret, and it was a secret that could not be discovered. Communicating with the outer gods is an absolute taboo. Once discovered, it will be judged by the thunder of the Golden Church. If she were Lier, she would not let go of the person who saw this secret. Miria was a little upset and a little panicked. She came to the Stewart family mansion alone, and no one knew. If Lier was extreme and killed her directly, no one would know. She rolled her eyes and suddenly pretended to be calm and said, I know you are worried that I will expose your secret. If that's the case, I can promise you that I will not tell anyone about your communication with the alien gods. I can swear to the Golden Law. Miriam's words were firm. Lier looked into the other's eyes and laughed after a long while. Princess, do you think I am a fool? If I remember correctly, you are just an ordinary person. Your affinity with the Golden Law, the law of war, and even the law of arcane is 0. You don't have any affinity with the law, so how can you swear to the Golden Law? Cheating is not a good behavior. Milia's cheeks turned red. Swearing to the law you believe in is a common way of agreement, but she doesn't have any affinity with the law, so swearing is useless. She originally wanted to deceive Lier, but now she was exposed, she was a little angry. Then I swear on the honor of the royal family, as long as you let me go, I will keep the secret for you. Lier was unmoved. You'd better think clearly. What will be the consequences of imprisoning me if it is discovered? Milia tried to use threats to make Lier compromise. After a brief silence, Lier still shook his head. From the moment the princess tried to fool him just now, he knew that the princess would never let her go. Letting such a woman who talks nonsense go is equivalent to putting your fate in the hands of others. If she can deceive you this time, she can use your evidence to threaten you next time. Such a bad woman must be subdued. A dangerous smile appeared on Lier's face. He was just struggling whether to use the golden finger, but now he doesn't have to consider it. Your Highness, if the matter of imprisoning you is discovered, I will not end well, so I think it will be enough to keep you from being discovered. What do you want to do? Milia looked at Lier, whose attitude suddenly changed, and a sense of uneasiness inexplicably emerged in her heart. Do you know what method can make a person never be found? Lier was like a wolf coveting a little sheep. Let a person disappear from this world forever, erase all traces, flesh, clothes, everything will return to nothingness. I can divide your body into small parts, feed it to the beasts raised by the family, or sacrifice it to the gods, burn your clothes, and no one will know. Milia's heart sank, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Looking at Lier's murderous face, the previous momentum was gone. But she still pretended to be calm and said, You must be joking, right? I am your fiancé, how can you? Clang. The sound of metal hitting the floor interrupted Milia's words. Lier stood in a pile of debris not far away, and pulled out a rusty iron axe from the middle. Milia was stunned in place, and then she was completely panicked. What are you going to do? I am the princess of the kingdom. Lier had a sick smile on his face, ignored Milia's words, and walked towards the girl step by step, as if he really wanted to dismember the princess. Of course, all this was just bluffing. He just wanted to test his golden finger. It is not difficult to generate negative emotions. Lier chose the simplest one at the moment. Fear. Anyone would be afraid, especially a girl like Milia, who was 18 years old and would cry bitterly if she was scared casually. Don't come over. If you kill my father, he will not forgive you. Milia finally realized that Lier was not joking. She backed away with horror on her face, until her petite body was pressed against the wall. There is no way to retreat. Seeing this, Lier's expression became ferocious. He strode to Milia and raised the iron axe in his hand. Don't! Bang! With a loud noise, the iron axe hit the ground, only a few centimeters away from Milia's thigh. The whole secret room seemed to tremble in the loud noise, and then the secret room fell into a strange silence. Milia held her head with both hands. Her eyes became dull, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes involuntarily. The whole person seemed to have turned into a sculpture. Am I dead? She shrank in the corner of the wall stupidly, and it took a long time before she could see the iron axe on the ground, which was only a few centimeters away from her thigh. The ground hit by the iron axe was full of cracks, and she also realized that this blow did not hit her. A feeling of surviving a disaster surged in her heart, but she did not feel happy. She saw Lier raise the iron axe again, and the expression on her face became more ferocious. "Ah, what a mistake. I'd never used such a weapon before. I was a little off. I'd be careful next time." Such words made Milia completely collapse, and tears flowed down like they were free. "How could you do this to me? I didn't want to see your secret. I just wanted to see you. I didn't think." While sobbing, Milia spoke incoherently, and the desperate cry of the girl echoed in the secret room. Looking at the frightened look, Lear even felt guilty for a moment. The fear-emotion fluctuation value of the source carrier of the Qinqing law reaches 90%, and you gain 1% affinity with the Qinqing law. Just when Lear felt guilty, a line of text suddenly jumped out in front of him. Lear came back to his senses in an instant, and looked at Milia with a look of surprise. "Is this a charm spell?" He stared at the girl in front of him, and was silent for a long time. "It must be my illusion." He shook his head. How could Milia be an ordinary person now? Throwing down the iron axe in his hand, Lear stopped threatening the other party. Although Milia will awaken the law of the Morning Star in the future, she is only an 18-year-old girl now. How can she continue to develop if she is scared? He is still thinking about maxing out the affinity of the law of the Morning Star. After thinking for a moment, he walked in front of the girl and raised Milia's smooth chin with his hand. "Crying can't solve any problems, my dear princess." Milia's body trembled slightly. "I cannot kill you, but from now on you must stay by my side. As long as my secret is not exposed, I can always support you, but if you want to escape..." Lear did not continue to speak, but just stared into Milia's eyes. Milia was forced to look at Lear, her heart beating violently, and finally she could only nod with tears. The fear-emotion fluctuation value of the carrier of the Qinqing law source material has reached 97%, and you have gained 1% of the Qinqing law affinity. Chapter 3. Ino, go and wash Milia's body, change into clean clothes, and then change to a clean room. From now on, you will watch her and forbid her to leave the room. After leaving the secret room, Lear instructed Ino, who was guarding outside. "Okay, master." Ino nodded, and then seemed to be hesitant to speak. She saw everything that happened in the secret room just now, and she couldn't help asking, "Master, are you really going to kill the princess? What's wrong? Do you think I'm cruel?" Lear turned his head and looked at Ino. "No. Master, whatever you want to do, Ino will support you." The little maid immediately shook her head, indicating her position and her firm attitude. Lear was a little surprised. His behavior just now could be said to be extremely bad, and there was no difference from a real villain. But he didn't see a trace of disgust in Ino's eyes. Recalling the memories in his mind, Lear was soon relieved. In the plot of the game, the little maid is the boss in front of Lear, blocking the player for Lear, and finally died in front of Lear. At that time, Lear had been completely corrupted by the evil thoughts of the outer gods, and his attitude towards Ino became extremely bad, but Ino was always consistent with him. This is a good girl who is wholeheartedly devoted to him. His eyes softened, he gently stroked the little maid's head, and said softly, "Don't worry, although I am not a good person, I will not become a real evil person. I just made a joke with the princess. You go to comfort Milia. You are both girls, and should have a lot in common." Enjoying Lear's touch, Ino nodded gently. "The young master probably wants me to persuade the princess. As long as the princess serves the young master wholeheartedly like me, the young master's secret will not be exposed," Ino thought in his heart. His eyes became firm. After saying goodbye to Lear, the little maid walked straight into the secret room. Looking at Ino's back as she left, Lear didn't know what Ino was thinking, but he felt that the girl was very motivated. He turned and left. On the way back to the study, Lear had decided not to let Milia go until he had maxed out the affinity of the Qinqing law. The golden finger was indeed useful. When the princess's emotions stabilized, he would tease or intimidate the princess from time to time. The princess couldn't be released, so he had to be careful not to let the princess's imprisonment be exposed. Recalling the next plot, it seemed that his mortal enemy, the son of the Duke of Norton, was going to trouble him. The original body was not the opponent of the other party, but Lear didn't care much. The son of the Duke of Norton was named Eric. In the game plot, the king did change the engagement and betroth the princess to the other party, but Eric, the old unlucky man, was assassinated by the followers of the blood cult before he could get the beauty. After Lear was defeated by the player, the blood cult hidden in the kingdom completely surfaced, and Eric died in the revenge of the blood cult. Lear was thinking while walking. When he walked to the hall of the mansion, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside. "Lear, are you there?" A beautiful figure broke into the room. The visitor was a lady in tight clothes, with a knight's rapier on her waist, and a golden ponytail casually thrown behind her. "Sister?" Lear turned his head, and the woman's information appeared in his mind. It was his sister Avian Stewart. "Lear, we must go to our father. The despicable Duke of Norton is not worthy of being called a noble." Avian gnashed her teeth and cursed. Lear was a little confused. "Sister, calm down first. What happened? Don't you know yet? Duke Norton actually asked His Majesty to marry Princess Milia to his son. He clearly knew that the princess and you were engaged. Did His Majesty agree?" Lear was not too surprised and continued to ask. "His Majesty did not agree directly, but asked you and Eric to fight in the Kingdom Arena in a week. The winner can marry the princess," Avian said angrily, with a hint of worry in her tone. She knew Lear's strength. Although she and Eric were both mid-level mages, there was still a gap in strength. Lear frowned at this time. He didn't know much about the plot of this game. He only knew that his engagement with the princess was cancelled in the end. He didn't expect that the winner would be decided by a duel. And the duel would be held a week later? The princess was still imprisoned by him, and hadn't returned to the palace for 3 days. The king couldn't have been unaware of it, but now the king seemed to be completely unaware of the princess's disappearance, and was still preparing to use a duel to decide the princess's fiancé. Something was wrong. He felt a strange breath. "Why aren't you in a hurry at all?" Avian looked at Lear with some regret. She loved her brother very much, but was helpless. Although he was born with a 9% affinity for the law of war, and had amazing talent, he did not choose the knight profession, but chose to become a mage who believed in the law of arcane. Lear's initial affinity for the law of arcane was only 5%, which could only be considered a medium talent, far inferior to his law of war talent. Not only Avian, most people in the kingdom could not understand why Lear became a mage. Although the professionals of the law of arcane are more popular than those of the law of war now, Lear is the heir of the Stuart family of the Duke of War Knights. Lear can understand Avian's anxiety. After all, the strength of the original body is there. But now it's different. Lear shrugged and said leisurely, "There's nothing to worry about. If Eric wants to duel, then let's duel." In his previous life, he was a legendary professional. And the other party was just a mid-level professional. With his professional experience and combat skills as a legendary player, he has plenty of ways to defeat Eric. This is the confidence of a strong man. What he cares more about now is his character attributes. Silently, Lear clicked on the character panel he had not seen yet. As soon as he opened it, he saw a few lines of text jumping out in front of him. "Due to the fusion of souls, your affinity for the law of war has increased to 89.9%. Your affinity for the law of war has reached 80%. You have gained 32 points of strength, 24 points of physique, and 24 points of dexterity. You have gained 5% of the source of the law of blood, and your affinity for the law of blood has increased to 80%. Your affinity for the law of blood has reached 80%. You have gained 40 points of physique, and 40 points of mystery. You have mastered the body of the blood spreader, and successfully reached a contract with the Lord of Blood Source. You have received the attention of the Lord of Blood Source." Chapter 4. Sometimes being noticed by gods is not a good thing, especially when this god doesn't sound like a friendly god. Lear frowned. He had clearly dispelled the evil thoughts of the foreign gods, so why did they still linger? He was a little helpless, and looked at his character attributes. Name, Lear Stewart. Template, Elite Life and Mana plus 100% title, Blood Spreader. Level, 43 Intermediate Experience, 600. Life, 23,400. Mana, 3,000. Attribute points, 0. Profession, Mage/Blood Apostle. God-given profession. Basic attributes, Strength 42, Constitution 74, Dexterity 32, Intelligence 56, Mystic 51. Special attributes, Charisma 10, Luck 8. Law Essence, Blood Law Essence 5%. Law Affinity, War 89.9%, Blood 80%, Arcane 12%, Morning Star 2%. Expertise, Unyielding Will. Skills, Spell Compilation, Arcane Missiles, Resist Ice Ring, Ice Lance. Evaluation, a person who is the focus of the gods, an incredible multi-law professional. No one knows where his future will go. Seeing his own character attributes, Lear was a little surprised. The total of the 5 attributes is over 200. What does this mean? The free attribute points in the game are only given 1 point each time you upgrade. In addition, for every 10% increase in affinity with the law that the player believes in, he will automatically gain a 10-point attribute bonus allocated according to the law. For example, for every 10% increase in affinity with the law of war, he will gain 4 points of strength, 3 points of physique, and 3 points of dexterity. Under normal circumstances, If a player of a single law wants to have more than 200 5-dimensional attributes, he must be a saint above level 100. And Lear is just a level 43 mage. Is this the benefit of multiple laws? Lear suddenly felt that it was not unacceptable to be noticed by the Lord of Blood. 80% affinity brought him 80 attributes, which was really outrageous. However, although the attributes were terrible, it did not mean invincibility. He was a mage, and all spell attack damage was linked to intelligence. 56 intelligence points were just the level of a normal mage with full intelligence points. Although the other attributes looked terrible, they were just a little stronger than ordinary mages, with a thicker blood volume and a faster run. That's all. Lear, are you sure you want to duel with Eric? When Lear checked the panel, Avian's voice sounded again. Lear came back to his senses and looked at Avian. The worry on the other's face made his expression slightly change. This kind of emotion from kinship was the first time he felt it. There was no other thoughts mixed in. It was wholehearted care. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and he was very successful in the game, but he had never experienced such feelings. Most people around him approached him with a purpose. His eyes softened. Sister, you don't have to worry about Eric. My strength has improved recently, and I have learned new spells. I will definitely teach Eric a lesson in a week. Are you serious? Avian was a little skeptical. Looking at Avian, who didn't believe in him very much, Lear knew that such words would not be very convincing before showing his strength. He chuckled, opened his hands, and gave Avian a gentle hug, and then whispered, My dear sister, please believe me this time. Although I was unreliable before, I will also grow up. I promise you in the name of the law of war that I will win. We will definitely win. Lear's tone was full of unparalleled confidence. Avian was stunned and stood there for a long time before she came back to her senses. Feeling the warm touch on her body, she blushed and pushed Lear away. I hope you are really confident. Of course. Then I wait and see. Avian glared at Lear, and then seemed to think of something, and said angrily, Humph, really, you still hug your sister at this age? Didn't your sister like to kiss and hug me the most when we were young? Shut up. Avian blushed and stretched out her hand to teach her brother a lesson. The two siblings played for a while, and then sat on the chair and smiled at each other. At noon, after having lunch with his sister, Lear sent his sister away. After all, Avian was the Knight Commander of the Royal City Guard, and was busy with work. Watching Avian's back as she left, Lear's mood became calm. He was originally a little anxious about the time travel and his current situation, but now he has a sister who loves him. It feels good. After his sister left, he came to the training ground in the mansion alone. The original body usually practiced spells here. He held the staff in his hand and activated the magic power according to the memory in his mind. A cold ice spear slowly formed in front of him. When the magic power condensed to the peak, the ice spear shot out and pierced the wooden man used for training, piercing the wooden man, and at the same time, the thick ice layer also froze the wooden man. Intermediate spell Ice Spear. It has good power and freezing effect. This is the only intermediate spell he knows. It can be seen that the original body's arcane talent is indeed very ordinary. As a mid-level mage, he only learned one mid-level skill. No wonder he was no match for Eric. Lear shook his head slightly, and took out a book from his storage ring. When he opened the book, a few lines of text appeared in his eyes. Mid-level spell, Frost Nova. Learning requirements, Arcane Law Affinity 12%, Intelligence 50, Mystery 10. Do you want to learn? After seeing this line of text, Lear raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is another mid-level spell that the original body took great pains to get after advancing to the mid-level. But because the spell is too complicated, he has not learned it yet. NPC mages in the game need to constantly learn and study to learn spells, and understand the symbols and mysteries of spells. But now it is different. Lear has the template of the game. Now he doesn't need to learn those complicated spell runes at all. Just click where he doesn't know. You have learned the spell Frost Nova. As the text jumps, Frost Nova appears in Lear's skill column. Without hesitation, Lear swung his staff, and the blue arcane light shone. The next second, ice quickly covered the surrounding open space. The wooden men in front were all frozen under the ice. Frost Nova, a powerful control skill that can be used alone or in groups, is one of the necessary skills for mages in the previous life and is very practical. Putting away the staff, Lear nodded with satisfaction. He had learned the spell, but this was not enough. In order to prevent accidents in the fight, he still needed to make some preparations. Early the next morning, Lear changed into a light noble dress and left home. His destination was the library of the Arcane Academy. where there were a large number of books and many elementary spell books. The mage profession under the arcane law is different from other professions. It cannot automatically comprehend spell skills through level promotion, and needs to learn on its own. The library of the academy is the place to learn spells, but there are some very ordinary spells there. No one will put the truly powerful spells in a public place for people to learn. The mage profession has another special feature. There are only 2 spells that are truly inherited by the law: spell compilation and arcane missiles. All other spells are created by other powerful mages through spell compilation. Lier remembered that there were many powerful spells created by players in his previous life. Although Lier has never played a mage, has he never seen pigs run before? With the game panel, Lier felt that he could try to restore those self-created spells. Chapter 5. Not long after, Lier arrived in front of a tall building, and many wizards in wizard robes came in and out. Just as he was about to walk into the door, he heard the discussion of the female wizard apprentices gathered on the side. "Have you heard? Eric will fight with Senior Lier in a week." "Of course I heard. This matter has spread. Eric, that bastard, is really not a gentleman at all." Lier listened quietly, without much expression on his face, but the next words made his face look weird. "That's right. Senior Lier is so pitiful. He is obviously very good. Although he is a little worse than Eric, a 19-year-old intermediate wizard is also among the best in the history of the kingdom. I really don't know why His Majesty agreed to Duke Norton's request. But this is not bad. If Senior Lier and Her Royal Highness's engagement is really cancelled, then do I have a chance? Compared to Eric, I still like Senior Lier more. Although he is a little cold, he is really handsome." Lier couldn't help but tremble. What are these female apprentices talking about? He thought that he would be ridiculed if the news of his fight with Eric spread. After all, someone wanted to steal his fiancée, which was a naked humiliation. But the facts seemed different from what he imagined. He turned his head and looked at himself in the glass. He was blonde and blue-eyed, and he looked really handsome. He was no problem to beat Eric by several streets. He remembered that he also had the title of the most beautiful man in the royal city. Could it be that this is a world that values appearance? Is that Senior Lier? Where is he? The female apprentices gathered around turned their heads, and saw Lier, who was about to enter the academy library. Feeling the admiring, hot, or pitying gazes around him, Lier stopped, turned his head, and smiled back. "It's really Senior Lier." A group of young girls stared at him, making Lier feel unreal. Isn't he a villain? Why does he feel more like a popular protagonist? Is there something wrong with this world? The original body was obviously a cold and silent person in the academy. But why are these girls like this? Lier touched his chin and thought about it. It can only be because of his face. "Senior, are you here to learn magic in the library?" The bold mage apprentice next to him asked. Lier looked at the female apprentice and was about to answer when a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Lier, you still remember to come to the academy." In the library, a girl with long brown curly hair slowly walked out. The girl was very beautiful, wearing glasses, and her dark eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. As the girl kept walking, her dark blue wizard robe swayed, revealing her full chest from time to time. Lier turned his head and saw the girl coming. "Divine." He said the girl's name, but his eyes narrowed. A trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed across his eyes. The girl in front of him was an acquaintance of his in the academy, the daughter of the dean. "Tell me, why did you stand me up? Didn't you agree to be my sparring partner and practice magic together?" The girl stared at Lier with a bad look, as if she would make you pay if you didn't give me a reasonable explanation. Lier thought about it, and realized that it was true. His original body had promised to be a sparring partner for the girl in front of him 3 days ago. "Really? Maybe I forgot." He looked at the girl in front of him, and answered nonchalantly. Divine was stunned for a moment. Lier was actually perfunctory with her. Obviously, Lier always stayed around her in the past, and would agree to any request. Now he stood her up, but he still looked indifferent. She couldn't stand it, and raised her eyebrows. "Lier, what's your attitude?" Lier looked at the angry girl and smiled. "I just forgot something." "Why are you so angry?" "Why should I be angry? You broke the appointment. Obviously you never did this before. Don't you regard me as a friend?" Seeing Lier's attitude, Divine became more excited, and even tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes. She looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Watching Divine show quietly, Lier just felt like vomiting. Why would the original body like such a person? Divine, the daughter of the Dean of the Arcane Academy, has excellent appearance and extremely powerful magic talent. Players will also have connections with each other, when learning spells. Generally, such game characters should be goddess-like in the impression of players, but in the game law, Divine is ranked in the most disgusting game character rankings. The reason is simple: Divine is a top-level green tea. She is a person who is very good at using her appearance to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy, and when she gets enough benefits, she will kick the other party away. Many players in the previous life were cheated by her. The original body was also like this. She was attracted by the other's appearance, and even abandoned the war knight, and chose the mage profession because of the other's instigation. The original body was really obedient to Divine, but she was always hung by Divine, like a dog. She knew that Lear liked her, but she never let Lear hold her hand, and never gave Lear any gifts. Lear remembered that there was another plot later. After the imprisonment of the princess was exposed, her sister went to Divine for help. Avian thought that with Lear's usual attitude towards Divine, the other party should be able to lend a hand, at least let Divine's extraordinary mage father talk for her. But in the end, Divine reported to the Golden Church, causing Avian to be arrested by the Golden Church and executed in public in the name of trial of heresy. Obviously, there is a sister who cherishes herself, but she chose to be a dog of Divine. What a hopeless waste. Thinking of how Divine was concerned about him yesterday, Lear felt a trace of anger inexplicably. "Are you listening to me?" Seeing that Lear had been silent, Divine cried even more excitedly. The apprentices around also noticed the situation of the two, and gathered around. Lear took a deep breath. If it was the old Lear, he would have knelt down and begged for forgiveness, but he was not. "I was listening." "Why didn't you answer me if you were listening?" "You? How do you want me to answer? Beg for forgiveness in a humble manner?" Lear interrupted Divine coldly. "Just because I broke the appointment, you think I don't treat you as a friend? If so, then our friendship is really cheap." With Lear's cold words, the scene became quiet. Divine opened her eyes wide, unable to believe that Lear would actually talk to her like this. Ignoring Divine's attitude, Lear continued, "How did I treat you before? I will try my best to meet any of your requests and obey you. But what about you? You just think that I didn't treat you as a friend because I didn't keep the appointment. Do you know what happened recently? Eric wants to duel with me and humiliate Stuart's dignity. With your status, you should know about this, right? But after knowing this, have you ever thought about me? Have you ever considered my feelings? What will happen to me? Why didn't I keep the appointment? Have you ever thought about the reason? Don't you think you are too selfish? You only consider your own feelings and never consider the situation of others." One sentence after another came out of Lear's mouth, like a string of cannonballs, not giving Divine a chance to speak at all. Divine opened her mouth slightly, and for a moment she didn't know how to refute. When did Lear dare to accuse her like this? Lear is just her liquor, and shouldn't liquors be hard-working and uncomplaining? Chapter 6. There are 3 legendary figures in the Arcane Academy. Divine, the daughter of the dean, and a talented girl, Eric, who is ugly but rich, and Lear, who is handsome but only revolves around Divine. All 3 of them broke through to the level of intermediate wizards at the age of 18, and they are also among the best in the history of the Arcane Academy. Among them, Divine and Eric are both gifted, and only Lear has reached the level of intermediate wizards with more efforts than ordinary people. In order to catch up with Divine's practice progress, when others are playing, Lear is learning spells, and when others are holding banquets, Lear is still learning spells. However, although Lear has the worst talent, he is the most popular among the 3. He is too handsome, and the title of the most beautiful man in the royal city is not in vain. When he first came to the academy, many girls revolved around Lear. Later, because Divine didn't like Lear to be too close to other girls, Lear became aloof. Many female mages in the academy envy Divine. Who doesn't want a handsome man who obeys her? Divine is also proud of this. But now, such pride has been trampled on the ground. So Senior Divine is so excessive? Senior Lear is so pitiful. Looking at the reactions of the people around him, Lear smiled disdainfully in his heart. This is the effect he wants. He was disdainful in his heart, but he still showed a sad expression on the surface. "I really care about you, but now I am very disappointed, Divine." After saying the last sentence, Lear turned and walked into the library, leaving the crowd eating melons, and Divine, who was at a loss. Before entering the library, he looked back at Divine, and the sadness in his eyes made him feel that he could win an Oscar for Best Actor. Isn't it just a green tea? Then let's see who can act better. It wasn't until Lear left her sight that Divine came back to her senses, her face flushed. The whispers around her made her feel like needles piercing her heart. She narrowed her eyes, and glared at the apprentices around her. "What are you doing here? Have you learned the spells well? Do you understand the arcane symbols? It's almost time for class. Why don't you go back to the classroom? The apprentices around her suddenly became silent, scattered like birds and beasts, and disappeared in front of Divine. Lear walked into the library, recalling the location of the spell book. As for Divine, he left her behind. The other party's father is an extraordinary wizard, so he can just scold her, and he can't do anything too outrageous for the time being. Soon he came to the room where the spell book was stored. There are not many bookshelves here, only a few rows, and not many books on the bookshelves. Any spell that can be cast is precious, and only the most common ones can be learned in the library. He walked slowly between the bookshelves and picked up 4 books in total. He learned the spells with a light tap. You learn the apprentice level spell resonance. You learn the elementary spell vacuum. You learn the apprentice level spell interference fluctuation. You learn the elementary spell magic amplification. 4 new spells appeared in Lear's skill column in an instant. In his memory, these spells were what his wizard friend in his previous life used to create his own spells. After learning the spells, Lear did not stop, went downstairs and left the library, and walked straight to the spell training ground. The morning was basically a spell theory class, and the training ground was empty. Lear was about to enter the training ground when he found a figure following him. He glanced at the other person, ignored him, and walked into the training ground alone. Standing in the training ground, Lear took out his staff. He recalled the spell runes constructed by his wizard friend in his previous life. There are 2 ways to create your own spells. The first is to construct a new spell rune, which is an extremely difficult method and requires a deep understanding of the arcane. The second is to decompose and reorganize the existing spell runes. Most self-created spells take the second method. For players, the second method is also the fastest and simplest, just like building blocks. It is so simple to decompose and combine different spell runes, and then turn them into a new symbol. You don't need to thoroughly understand the secrets of spell runes like NPCs, you just need to decompose and combine them. But it is precisely because you don't understand the true secrets of spell runes that the effects of player-created spells are usually very unstable. To get a usable self-created spell depends more on luck. Lear activated his spell compilation skill, and the world in front of him became dim. Strange symbols floated in his eyes. That was all the spell knowledge he learned. Lear first found the spell rune of vacuum spell, and then found the spell rune of interference wave. According to the pattern in memory, the 2 runes were decomposed and combined together. In a corner not far away, Divine looked at Lear holding up the staff, and the blue arcane light enveloped Lear's body, and a powerful arcane wave spread out. Such energy has reached the level of intermediate spells, but there is no other spell effect in front of Lear except the energy fluctuation of arcane. Divine frowned, not knowing what Lear was doing. Her eyes were a little indignant. Just now, after Lear accused her, she thought carefully and felt that Lear was bluffing. She knew better than anyone that Lear liked her. With Lear's love for her, it was impossible for him to point at her and make her look bad in front of everyone. And Eric wanted to steal Lear's fiancée. Lear should be happy. After all, there were many times when she rejected Lear's pursuit because Lear had a princess fiancée. So Lear couldn't be angry with her because of Eric's affairs. In this case, why did Lear blame her? There is only one possibility. Lear was deliberately attracting her attention. He wanted her to blame herself and finally apologize to Lear, so that she would agree to his pursuit. Divine pouted. She admitted that she didn't care much about Lear, but wanted to force herself to apologize in this way. Impossible. Not only would she not apologize, but she would also make Lear apologize to her. Otherwise, she would never talk to Lear again. Lear, who was concentrating on constructing the spell, didn't know what Divine was thinking. If he knew, he would probably spray angrily. A woman with a lower head. He had already completed the construction of the first spell at this time, and a line of text jumped out in front of him. You created a new spell. Please name it Fire Extinguishing Spell. Lear said the name after thinking for a moment. The name of this spell in the previous life was Fire Extinguisher, which, as the name suggests, is a spell that can destroy the fire attribute. Use vacuum magic to create a vacuum environment, and then interfere with the runes of the wave spell. Without air, the flame cannot burn. If it is interfered with again, all intermediate and lower fire spells will be finished. Name completed. Extinguishing. Intermediate spell. Learning requirements: Arcane Law Affinity 12%, Intelligence 30, Mystic 20. Evaluation: a new spell created by an intermediate wizard based on vacuum, which can prevent the release of intermediate and lower fire spells. You created the intermediate spell Extinguishing. Gain 0.5% Arcane Law Affinity, and gain 50,000 experience points. Chapter 7. After completing his first self-created spell, Lear's confidence doubled. Although Eric was stronger than him, he was a wizard who specialized in fire spells. With the fire extinguishing spell, he was already invincible. He activated the spell compilation skill again. This time he chose 2 spells. Since he had chosen them, he naturally had to create them all. He not only had to win the game a week later, but also win beautifully. Arcane Missiles plus Mana Amplification plus Spell Resonance. 2 elementary spells, and 1 apprentice-level spell can construct a shocking spell. Dazzling light gathered on the staff, and the arcane missiles, which were originally the size of a stone, became as huge as a cannonball. The energy fluctuations generated far exceeded the fire extinguishing spell just now, and were close to the category of high-level spells. A smile appeared at the corner of Lear's mouth. With the experience of creating the fire extinguishing spell just now, he became more handy. Circles of arcane ripples rippled in his hands. The spell had reached the critical point, and he fired the shells without hesitation. With a purple tail, the shells popped out instantly, leaving energy ripples in the air, and shot rapidly towards the mithril golem in the center of the training ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the mithril golem in the center was torn into pieces in an instant, and the violent arcane energy spread to the surroundings, and even a big pit appeared on the ground. You created a new spell. Please name the spell. The system prompt text appeared in front of Lier again. Looking at the messy training ground, Lier was very satisfied with the power of this spell. Just as he was about to name the spell, a voice came. Lier, what was that just now? Not far away, Divine came to Lier at a trot, her eyes full of excitement and surprise. Seeing Divine coming, Lier just glanced at her. He saw that she had been peeking, and he also understood what Divine came to do. Although this genius wizard was a green tea, he was keen on studying powerful spells, and was extremely fanatical. Seeing the shells he had just fired, he must have climaxed in his heart. That's my own spell, Lier said with a smile. Self-created spell? Divine exclaimed, with a look of disbelief on her face. Any problem? Lier waved his hand. Divine opened her mouth. The problem is big. This is a self-created spell. It's her dream. She dreams of creating a powerful spell, and naming it after herself. But her father said that creating your own spells belongs to the realm of extraordinary wizards. Unless you reach the extraordinary realm, it is difficult to create even apprentice-level spells. Even if you decompose and reconstruct it through other spells, it is difficult, because if you don't reach the extraordinary realm, it is difficult to understand the true mystery contained in the spell runes. If you can't understand the spell runes, you can't extract the spell runes from the spell. Is this really your own spell? Divine felt a little unwilling. Obviously, Lier has never been as good as her in the academy, but now Lier has done what she dreamed of. Of course, this is my own spell. I named it Divine's Arcane Cannon. What do you think? Lier smiled and nodded. You want to name this spell after me? Divine was stunned, and then her heart trembled. The girl looked at Lier, and she was really moved at this moment. For the first time, she found that Lier had such a shining point besides his perfect appearance. Lier had a gentle smile on his face, and he felt a little funny when he saw Divine's slightly trembling posture because of excitement. He suddenly changed his tone, of course. This is impossible. This is a spell I created myself. Its name should be Lier's Arcane Cannon. Name completed. Lier's Arcane Cannon. Intermediate spell. Learning requirements: Arcane Law Affinity 12%, Intelligence 50, Mystic 40. Evaluation: a new spell created by an intermediate wizard based on arcane missiles. Although it is only an intermediate spell, its power is close to that of a high-level spell. You created the intermediate spell Lier's Arcane Cannon, gained 1% Arcane Law Affinity, and gained 50,000 experience points. The system panel appeared in front of him, and another spell appeared in Lier's skill bar. As Lier successfully named the spell, Divine also reacted, and the passion in her heart seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. Are you kidding me? She asked angrily. This is my spell. It's none of your business what I want to name it. Lier, how could you do this? Tivany couldn't stand it anymore. Her voice became sharp. What's wrong with me? Lier shrugged. I just named my spell after myself. When he said this, he deliberately emphasized the words my spell. Tivany, if you have a spell of your own, you can name it after yourself, and no one will blame you. Tivany's nose was almost crooked with anger. If she had a spell of her own, why would she argue with Lier like this? She gritted her teeth. I don't care. Just now you clearly said that you would name it after me. Since you have said so, you must name this spell after me, and give it to me. You also have to tell me how you created it. Tivany. Lear interrupted her coldly while Tiffany was chattering. Did you make a mistake? He said. I have no obligation to tell you how I created my own spell, nor do I have any obligation to give this spell to you. The tough voice echoed in Tiffany's ears, making Tiffany stunned. Looking at Tiffany, Lear shook his head. Such a self-centered woman always feels that the whole world revolves around herself, which is disgusting. He didn't want to argue with her anymore, so he turned around and left. It was not until Lear left and walked out of the training ground that Divine reacted. After a long silence, she roared with a red face, Lear, you'd better never appear in front of me again. The grievances and anger in her heart kept pouring out. Damn Lear. Just wait. Do you think you can beat Eric by creating a new spell? When you lose the duel in a week, I see if you come to apologize to me. Stamping her feet, Divine looked fiercely in the direction where Lear left, and then turned and left. On the way home, Lear was in a good mood. Not only did he successfully get 2 spells, but he also confronted Divine, the bad woman. When he got home, it was already dark, and the maid Eno had been waiting at the door for a long time. Eno, how is Miria now? Lear handed the outer dress coat to the little maid and asked casually. After taking Lear's clothes, Eno replied, Her Highness is still in the bedroom, but she is still a little unstable. Do you want to go see her? Lear thought for a few seconds and shook his head, maybe in a few days. After taking a bath with Eno's help, Lear returned to his room to sleep. Chapter 8. In the luxurious bedroom, Milia sat in front of the window, hugging a soft silk pillow. She looked at Lear in the practice field outside the window. The arcane fluctuations continued to emanate from the staff in Lear's hand, and various spells shot out, smashing the alchemy puppets in the practice field. The crisp and neat action made Milia feel that even the high-level professionals in the palace were inferior to him. After destroying the last alchemy puppet in the practice field, the maid Eno, who was guarding beside, handed Lear the tea that had been prepared long ago. Lyre also patted the maid's head, and the atmosphere between the two seemed very harmonious. Milia fell into silence. The current Lear was completely different from the Lear in the secret room before. He didn't have that gloomy and terrifying temperament, but was very gentle and sunny. With his handsome appearance, he could be said to be perfect as a fiancé. But when she thought of what Lear had done to her in the secret room, Milia's heart would involuntarily produce fear. After drinking Eno's tea, as if he felt the gaze, Lear looked up and looked not far away, just in time to see Milia holding the curtain and looking at him carefully. He smiled back at the other party. Milia seemed to have seen something horrible, and hurriedly pulled up the curtain and walked into the house. By the way, Eno, how is Milia recently? Lear suddenly asked. Eno was stunned for a moment, and followed Lear's gaze to look at the bedroom where Milia was imprisoned not far away. Her Highness's mood has almost stabilized, and her appetite has become good recently, and she will chat with me. Is that so? A smile appeared on Lear's lips. If that's the case, then he can cut another wave of leaks. Giving the staff in his hand to Eno, Lear walked straight to the 3-story mansion. It had been 3 days since he came back from the Arcane Academy. In these 3 days, he had almost adapted to the profession of mage. To put it bluntly, it was to cast spells at the enemy while ensuring his own safety. Although it felt quite interesting, he still missed the blood and passion of close combat as a war knight. Thinking in his heart, Lear's steps slowly stopped. He suddenly realized a problem. With his current strength, physique, and agility attributes, there was actually no difference from the balanced war knight in his previous life. Although he didn't have the professional skills of a war knight, as long as he had the swordsmanship from his previous life, he could still fight in close combat. As a legendary war knight, though swordsmanship had long been engraved in the depths of his soul, without the skills of a war knight, perhaps he could use spells to assist in swordsmanship. Lear's eyes lit up slightly. Melee mage. This was a good idea, and he immediately wanted to try whether he could still use the swordsmanship he learned in his previous life. Eno, do you have a sword at home? He turned his head suddenly, and asked the little maid following behind him. Sword? Eno was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became a little strange. Master, do you want to practice swordsmanship? But aren't you a mage? Walking on the streets of the royal city, Lear was helpless. As a war knight family, there is not even a sword at home. Is this reasonable? He had to go out and find one, and even went to Milia's room to brush up the affinity of the law. How could a woman be as important as a sword? If he became a melee mage, he would have created a new genre, a genre that was unique to him. After all, other mages would not have extra attribute points added to attributes such as strength, constitution, and dexterity. Soon, Lear came to a blacksmith shop in the royal city according to his memory. The blacksmith shop was located at the junction of the citizen area and the slum area of the royal city, in a very remote corner. There were not many people, and there were several long swords and several large shields placed at the door. Lier remembered that a player in his previous life got an extraordinary level rapier here. The level of equipment in the game is the same as that of professions, from blank to elementary, intermediate, advanced, extraordinary. Extraordinary equipment can be regarded as powerful equipment that can only be obtained in the middle and late stages, and it corresponds to extraordinary level professionals. Walking into the blacksmith shop, the hot breath hits you in the face. The furnace next to it is still burning, and a blacksmith apprentice is constantly hammering the red iron block. A mage. A lazy voice came from not far away. Lier looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an old man with a white beard leaning on a chair, squinting his eyes, and looking at him. "Oh, delicate mage, this is not the place you should come. If you want to buy a decorative long sword, you can turn right at the end of Lit Street. There is a decoration store, where you can find what you need." Lier also looked at the old man in front of him. He clearly felt a trace of power from the law of war on him. This is a professional, and he is not weak. He smiled and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "I'm not here to buy those decorations. I need a real weapon that can kill people." The old man was a little surprised. "Are you sure? You are a mage. The weapons here are not for ordinary people." Before the old man finished speaking, Lier directly picked up a long sword at the door. As if holding a toy, he waved the sword in his hand to make a flower. "You have obtained a specialty. Extraordinary sword expertise. Extraordinary sword expertise. When you use a sword weapon, the attack strength increases by 50% and the attack speed increases by 20%. The system panel appeared in front of Lier. Things engraved in the soul will not disappear just because of a change of body. Like an instinct, the swordsmanship of a legendary war knight bloomed again in Lier. He felt happy and nostalgic in his heart. For a strong man who uses a sword, the sword is his soul. The old man lying on the chair saw this scene, and his eyes became sharp instantly. "Who are you?" "Lier Stewart, a mage." Lier held the long sword in his hand, and replied lightly. "Lier Stewart? Are you the heir of the Stewart family who changed his job to become a mage?" The old man was stunned for a moment. "Yes," Lier replied. After a while, the old man reacted and looked at Lier with strange eyes. "No wonder your swordsmanship is not bad, but you have changed your job to a mage. What do you need a sword for?" "Exercise." Lier made up a reason casually. "Well, it can also be used for self-defense in times of crisis, such as when the magic power is exhausted." The old man curled his lips when he heard it, obviously not believing Lier's nonsense. He waved his hand and pointed to the weapon rack not far away. "Forget it. It's up to you. If you want weapons, go over there and have a look. It's enough for you to exercise and defend yourself." Lier glanced at the weapon rack. Most of them were blank and beginner weapons, and there were no intermediate weapons. He shook his head. "Not these. The weapon I want is the strongest weapon you have here. You should know what I mean." He stared at the old man in front of him with deep meaning in his eyes. The blacksmith shop became quiet, and the blacksmith apprentice beside him also stopped his movements and looked at Lier curiously. The silence lasted for dozens of seconds before the old man laughed and said, "This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. You, a wizard, want the best weapon I have?" Chapter 9. "Boy, I admit that your swordsmanship is not bad, but you are just a mage. Really powerful weapons will only follow powerful warriors. Not a spoiled noble mage." The old man who called himself Jacquin sneered disdainfully. The blacksmith apprentices around him also showed strange expressions. Faced with Jacquin's ridicule, Lier was not angry, but laughed. "How do you know that a spoiled mage will not become a powerful warrior?" Jacquin shook his head, and disdained Lier's words. "What kind of profession is a mage? Just standing in the distance and casting spells is enough, without having to fight like the professions under the law of war, which is the tone that those noble masters like. In addition, mages need to learn profound spell theories and spell runes, which is a profession tailor-made for them in the eyes of those nobles, who think they are superior. Mysterious and elegant, this is the synonym of a mage. It was for these reasons that when the arcane law was introduced to the kingdom of Brayful, it quickly attracted the attention of a large number of nobles. The law of war also gradually declined under the impact of the arcane law. Jacquin looked at Lier, the heir of the Stewart family, who also abandoned the war knight and chose to become a mage. In his opinion, this was a betrayal of the law of war. He would not allow his heirloom to fall into the hands of such a person. Lier tapped the hilt of the sword in his hand with his fingers. He didn't know how the player in his previous life got this extraordinary weapon. But since the other party could get it, it means that this extraordinary weapon has a corresponding task. He raised his head and said to Jakin with consideration, "Since you think I am not worthy of your strongest weapon, do you dare to make a bet with me? I see that you are also a professional, probably at the intermediate level. Let's have a competition. I won't use any spells, just a simple competition of combat skills. If I win, you will give me your best weapon. How about it?" After Lear's voice fell, Jakin was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon his expression became gloomy. "Are you humiliating me? How could it be? I just made a reasonable request. You said that powerful weapons will only follow powerful warriors. Although I am a mage, I think I am also a powerful warrior." Lear shrugged. "Besides, I can't use my mage skills, which should be an advantage for you. A mage who doesn't use spells wants to defeat me." Jakin felt that he was underestimated, and stood up from the chair in an instant, his face flushed. "Yeah, a wizard who doesn't use magic wants to beat you. Do you want to compete? If you feel you are not sure, you can pretend I never said these words." Lear looked at Jakin with a smile, not caring about the other's anger at all. That indifferent attitude obviously made Jakin even more angry. The old man slammed the table and said viciously, "Boy, you asked for this. You will pay the price for your arrogance. So you accepted my invitation to duel? Then if I win, your strongest weapon will belong to me. If you can really defeat me without magic, what's wrong with giving you the Night Rose? So it's called Night Rose? Not a bad name." Lear chuckled with interest. Seeing that Lear had already taken Night Rose into his pocket, Jakin was even more annoyed. "Boy, don't be so arrogant before the fight. I took out Night Rose as a bet. It is a supernatural weapon. What else can you take out?" Lear raised his eyebrows. He had never thought about this question. Using money as a bet? The value of a supernatural weapon is inestimable. With the money he can control now, he can't take out the equivalent coins even if he empties it. He was a little distressed. After thinking for a while, he said, "I will use a promise from the Stewart family as a bet. If you can accept it, then the duel will continue." This is the only bet he can think of that can be comparable to it. As an ancient war knight family, a duke of the kingdom, the promise of the Stewart family can be said to be quite weighty. "Can you represent Stewart? I am my father's only son." Triggering mission, arrogant duel sea level. You sent a duel invitation to Jakin. You defeated a mid-level berserker without using spells. I have to say that such behavior is reckless and arrogant. Mission reward, 50,000 experience points, Night Rose, extraordinary. Failure penalty, a promise from the Stewart family. Sure enough, inheriting the player's panel will naturally trigger the game mission. Looking at the system panel that popped up in front of him, Lear's eyes flickered slightly. He closed the panel and followed Jakin to the backyard of the blacksmith shop. The storefront looks small from the outside, but the backyard is not small, and there are all kinds of weapons on the side. Jakin shouted to Lear, "Pick any weapon over there. We are using weapons of the same quality, so it's fair." Lear nodded slightly, and pulled out a long sword. Primary weapon, increases attack strength by 10 points, and has no other attributes. "Boy, you still have time to regret now, otherwise I will beat you up when the fight starts." Jakin took out a big hammer and looked at him. Lear didn't say anything, just stood quietly. The opponent was a mid-level berserker, a branch profession under the law of war, known for its violent power. Normally, it tends to add points to strength and physique, and its shortcoming is lack of agility. He didn't have any skills other than spells. If he wanted to win the duel without spells, he had to play to his advantage in speed. His eyes became deep, and the long sword in his hand stood in front of him, feeling all the energy fluctuations in his body. Since he could obtain the extraordinary sword skills of his previous life, when he got the long sword, the sword skills that had been deeply rooted in his bones would naturally awaken in his new body. "You have obtained the skill, Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, Legend." A smile appeared on Lear's lips, and his figure disappeared in the next second. Before Jakin, who was standing opposite, could react, Lear came in front of him and chopped him down with the long sword. Frightened by Lear's speed, Jakin quickly raised the hammer to defend. Bang! With a loud bang, Jakin flew backwards, and a completely irresistible force came from the hammer, leaving him completely powerless to defend. Flying backwards to the courtyard wall not far away, he knocked it down. Jakin was still a little confused, and most of his life was gone. His strength attribute was 50 points, but facing Lear's sword was like being hit by a giant beast. Is this the power a wizard should have? Lear stood where Jakin had just stood, his sword still erected in front of him, like an elegant gentleman. Chapter 10. Feeling the power in his body, Lear felt unprecedented comfort. Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, his signature skill in his previous life, is an extremely rare legendary swordsmanship in the game. To learn this skill, you need 80% affinity with the law of war, and the recognition of Queen Salix of Aslan. That was an absolutely powerful queen in the late game. When Lear came into contact with her, the queen was already a legendary peak powerhouse. In order to get the queen's recognition, Lear can be said to have used all his tricks, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he was a dog licker. However, it is different from the original Lear, and he succeeded in licking. For this reason, the name Blade Waltz resounded throughout the log game. The effect of Aslan Royal Swordsmanship is to transform the 3 attributes of strength, constitution, and dexterity. You can only keep the lowest 1 point of the attribute, and then transform the excess attributes of strength and constitution into dexterity, so as to achieve incredible speed. You can also convert all the attributes into power when you are about to attack the target, causing terrifying lethality. Each attribute conversion has a cooling time of only 1 second, which can be said to be extremely amazing. Such a terrifying effect makes Lear invincible in the game. However, although the effect is powerful, its consumption is also huge. The sword technique consumes 1% of the maximum magic value per second, and all magic recovery effects during this period will be invalid. In other words, Lear can only last for 100 seconds at most. 100 seconds of real manliness. Jacquin, lying in the rubble of the courtyard wall, finally woke up and slowly climbed up. He looked at Lear standing not far away and doubted his life. Are you really a mage? Of course. Lear chuckled, and magic surged, and an ice arrow appeared in his empty left hand. Jacquin opened his mouth. He could not be wrong about the fluctuation of arcane magic. This was a mage. But a mage didn't use magic to confuse himself? This must be the law of war playing a joke on him. Although he didn't know how Lear defeated him, failure was failure, and there was no doubt about it. Jacquin took out his heirloom from the backyard with a dark face. Opening the black box, a rapier appeared in front of Lear. The whole rapier exuded a sharp breath, and the hilt seemed to be wrapped in a rose, inlaid with black gems, and the sword body was dark black and purple, which looked very mysterious and gorgeous. Name: Night Rose. Category: Rapier. Grade: Extraordinary. Attributes: Attack Strength plus 80, Attack Speed plus 30%. Features: Rose Thorn, attack with additional dark erosion, can easily pierce the target's defense. Special skill: Night Rose, a rose that indulges in the night, cannot appear in the world, and cannot be sensed. Requirement: War Law Affinity 30%. Looking at the attribute panel of the rapier in front of him, Lear raised his eyebrows. Based on his experience of countless swords in his previous life, this rapier is also quite excellent, basically enough to be used in the middle and late stages of the game. This is the best weapon I have here, passed down by my father. I hope you can treat it well. Jacquin looked at the rapier in the box with some reluctance, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Lear nodded, picked up the rapier directly, and said seriously, "Then I thank you for your gift. You have completed the mission Arrogant Duel. You have gained 50,000 experience points, Night Rose. Extraordinary." The system prompt appeared in front of him. Glancing at the panel, Lear remained calm, and then said, "I will not take your sword for nothing. If you have any difficulties, you can come to Stewart House to find me. I will try my best to help you overcome the difficulties. The duel just now was not meant to provoke you, but to prove to you that I am qualified to wear this sword." Jacquin smiled embarrassedly, coughed twice, and did not respond to Lear's words, but asked, "I heard that you will have a duel with the son of the Duke of Norton in a week." "Yes." Lear raised his head. "I will go to see it. Don't let Night Rose be ashamed," Jacquin said seriously. Lear was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and answered seriously, "Of course not. I swear in the name of the law of war." Lear did not stay in the blacksmith shop for too long, and left quickly. He didn't ask about the origins of Night Rose and the old blacksmith. He just came to get the sword, and was not interested in anything else. After returning home from the blacksmith shop, he couldn't wait to practice sword. It felt like he had returned to his previous life. He was still the war knight, but many skills were gone. Only the sword skills that were deeply engraved in his soul remained. The effect of the extraordinary sword mastery was overwritten, and turned into the legendary rapier mastery. Increased attack strength by 80%, and attack speed by 100%. In his previous life, he used a rapier, and his understanding of the rapier was much deeper than that of ordinary swords. There were also some other sword skills that appeared in the skill column, which were transitional sword skills, before he learned the Aslan Royal Sword. In this way, Lear spent another 3 days in swordplay rehabilitation. Practice field. Ino's eyes were full of stars as she watched Lear holding a rapier and attacking the alchemical puppet. She had witnessed Lear's superb swordplay in the past few days, which could be described as precise and elegant. She liked the current Lear more than the previous Lear, who chanted spells with a staff. Lear was accustomed to the little maid's admiration. He held the night rose and pierced the alchemical puppet in front of him into a sieve in an instant. The legendary rapier expertise and the attack speed bonus of the night rose made Lear's current attack speed reach an appalling level. With the special skill of the night rose, Lear, a general high-level professional, had the confidence to confront it head-on, not to mention if he used the royal swordsmanship of Aslan. The special skill of the night rose was to turn the blade into an invisible blade, as if it did not exist. It was a bit like the Wind King barrier of the Night King animation that Lear had seen in his previous life, but it was even stronger. The Wind King barrier could still vaguely see the airflow in the high-speed attack state, but his night rose was completely invisible, without a trace. Master, where did you learn your swordsmanship? It feels better than Miss Avian. Ino asked with a puzzled look on his face. She had been staying with Lear since Lear brought her back from the slums, and she had never seen Lear practice swordsmanship. It was just that she brought a sword back 3 days ago, and it turned out like this. It was really incredible. Ino, do you need to learn my swordsmanship? I learned it automatically when I held the sword. Lear laughed at Ino and pretended to be stiff. He put away the night rose, and saw the girl by the window on the 3rd floor from the corner of his eye. Miria was secretly looking at him again. He smiled, and was so busy practicing swordsmanship that he almost forgot about the princess. Tomorrow is the duel with Eric. It's just right to go see Milia before the duel and brush up the affinity of the law. It's time to calm down after such a long time. It's time to cut the leaks. He raised his head and looked at the girl on the 3rd floor with a dangerous smile on his lips. After seeing the smile on Lear's face, Milia was like a frightened little rabbit. She instantly moved away from the window and quickly closed the curtains. Milia sat on the soft big bed in the room, looking a little nervous. Since she was caught peeping at Lear practicing magic last time, she was a little afraid that Lear would find her again, but 3 days have passed and there has been no movement. What exactly does Lear want to do? Is he really just imprisoning himself here? Chapter 11. While Milia was daydreaming, the lock of the door, that was originally tightly closed, made a click sound. Milia looked up. It should be time for Ino to bring her food. Although she was imprisoned here, except that she could not go out, she lived a pretty good life every day. She stood up and walked to the door, intending to talk to Ino about Lear, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw the terrifying face. Lear held the dinner tray in his hand, and looked down at Milia with a gentle smile on his face. Long time no see, my dear princess. It seemed as if time had stopped in the room. Milia stood there blankly. After a long time, she showed a panic expression and screamed. The girl retreated in a panic, ran directly to the bed, and wrapped her body with a soft quilt, looking at Lear at the door tremblingly. Seeing Milia's actions, Lear raised his eyebrows, put the plate on the table by the window, opened the curtains, and said with a hurt tone, "Your attitude really makes me sad. I asked Ino to serve you well these days. Shouldn't you say thank you to me?" Milia listened to Lear's words and bit her lip. What is this? She is obviously a prisoner and a victim, but she has to thank the perpetrator. Seeing that Milia didn't speak, Lear shrugged, sat on the chair, and started to enjoy lunch. There was a lot of food on the plate, enough for 2 people. He stuffed the beef into his mouth, swallowed it, and looked at Milia. "Don't you want to come and eat a little? This is for 2 people. If I finish it later, you can only eat what I leave." Milia remained unmoved. Her stomach growled unconsciously as she smelled the aroma of the gravy. In the quiet room, the sound was particularly clear. The girl's face suddenly turned red. Lear tilted his head and glanced at Milia, but didn't say much. "You should know that His Majesty asked me and Eric to duel tomorrow to decide your fiancé." Milia listened quietly. She knew about this, and she ran out to see Lear because of this. Between Eric and Lear, she still liked Lear more. After all, the difference in their appearance was too big. In her eyes, Eric was just a greasy little fat man, but Lear was different. So when she learned that the son of the Duke of Norton had ideas about her engagement, she wanted to tell Lear, but she didn't expect to see Lear performing the ceremony and was arrested. She couldn't help but feel a little wronged. She came here for Lear's sake. When she met Lear at the banquet before, he seemed very cold, but behaved very gentlemanly. Was that all fake? Lear felt a little strange when he saw Miria being wronged and angry, but he didn't think much about it. He stuffed the last piece of beef into his mouth, leaving no piece for Miria. It wasn't intentional, but because of the recent sword practice, his appetite increased. Let Ino prepare another portion for Miria later. He shook his head, and put down the fork in his hand. Looking at Miria again, the girl also saw that Li'er had finished his dinner, with a hint of grievance in his eyes. The gentle sunlight shone in from the window, illuminating Milia's long silver hair. The long hair that became soft seemed to be shining in the sun, setting off Milia's increasingly beautiful beauty, making people unable to help but take a second look. Li'er also looked at Milia, his eyes from top to bottom, and finally saw the exposed white neck. An inexplicable impulse suddenly appeared in his heart, making him want to take a bite on it. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and a faint red light appeared in Li'er's eyes. Noticing Li'er's gaze, Milia lowered her head and looked at her body, then seemed to think of something, and leaned against the head of the bed in panic. "What do you want to do?" What responded to him was Li'er's strong masculine scent. Grabbing Milia's hand and pressing Milia against the head of the bed, Li'er greedily felt the subtle fragrance. Milia was frightened and her face flushed, and it took several seconds for her to react. "What do you want to do? Let me go, you can't." Before Milia finished speaking, Li'er bit the other's neck. Milia's eyes widened. A slight stinging sensation came from her ears, and her face instantly became as red as a flaming apple. She could feel Li'er biting her skin and licking the blood from her wound. Although it didn't hurt, the shyness of a young girl made her want to faint directly. Li'er kept sucking the girl's blood, as if tasting a rare delicacy, and it lasted for more than 10 seconds. Milia finally couldn't stand it anymore. She used all her strength to push Li'er down on the bed. "What are you doing?" Milia shouted in shame and anger. Li'er blinked his eyes, looking at Miria's flushed face, a little at a loss. What was he doing? Just now, as if driven by some kind of power, he bit Miria's neck skin without hesitation. The emotional fluctuation value of the source of the law of the morning star exceeds 90%, and you have gained 3% affinity with the law of the morning star. The system panel popped up in front of him, and Li'er simply took a look and turned it off. His eyes fell on Miria again. The girl was glaring at her at this time. Her red cheeks, messy clothes, and a trace of blood on her neck gave her a kind of charm that could attract people to commit crimes. "You are my fiancé. It should be normal for a couple to do something like this." Li'er pretended to answer, as if it was natural. Miria bit her lip. She thought Li'er would give some kind of explanation, but she didn't expect it to be such a shameless and vulgar remark. "I'm not your fiancé yet. You haven't beaten Eric yet," Miria said angrily. "Do you want to marry Eric?" Li'er suddenly asked. "Who wants to marry that fat pig?" Milia immediately retorted. Li'er laughed. "Since you don't want to marry Eric, you can only marry me. In this case, I should be able to kiss you. You? Besides, you are my prisoner now. No matter what I do to you, you can't refuse." Li'er didn't give Milia a chance to speak and continued. Milia gritted her teeth, holding the quilt tightly with both hands, and tears overflowed from the corners of her angry eyes. How could there be such a rogue? She thought that as long as she was obedient, Li'er would not make it difficult for her. After all, she was a princess, but it was less than a week, and Li'er dared to treat her like this. If she stayed for a long time, she didn't dare to think about what would happen in the future. Milia couldn't help but think of the picture book she saw in the palace, the story of a down-and-out noble daughter who was bought by the evil duke and finally became a maid. Isn't my current situation similar? Her face became even more rosy. Chapter 12. Milia felt that the gentleman Li'er at the banquet must have been a disguise. This is Li'er's true appearance now. Li'er looked at Milia, who had wrapped herself up in the quilt again, and especially wrapped her neck in the quilt, leaving only a red head like an apple. He chuckled and shook his head. Although Milia was really attractive now, Li'er couldn't really do anything to hurt the girl. Beasts are worse than beasts, and Li'er chose morality and reason. "Since you said you are not my fiancé yet, I will let you go temporarily today." Li'er smiled and said, "I am a gentleman. Although you are my prisoner now, I can meet your requirements." "But..." Li'er paused and looked at Milia with a meaningful look. "If I win the duel with Eric tomorrow, you will really be my fiancé. At that time, no matter what I do to you, you can no longer refuse." Li'er's voice was very soft, and Milia's body wrapped in the quilt trembled slightly. She blushed and was a little at a loss. Li'er did not say anything else, turned around and left the room. Ino was standing outside the room, and when he saw Li'er coming out, his face turned red. "Ino, prepare another lunch for Milia." Li'er did not notice the strangeness of the little maid and ordered. "Okay, master." Ino nodded, but stood there, but did not leave. After a while, he mustered up the courage to say, "Master, actually. Well, if you want, Ito can also do it." The maid blushed and stared at Lear, and anyone could see the shyness in her eyes. Lear was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Ito must have seen what he had just done to Milia. Lear was a little embarrassed, and he remembered that he had closed the door. He coughed lightly. "Ino, you are still too young now." "Ino is not young anymore. Ino is already 18 years old." The maid pouted and retorted. "You are already 18 years old?" Lear was a little surprised. The maid looked so petite that she didn't look like an 18-year-old girl. Legal lowly. Such a word appeared in his mind. "That's it." The maid nodded vigorously. Lear had no choice but to look at the maid's burning eyes and finally said, "Let's talk about it next time." He hurriedly fled. Looking at Lear, who left in a hurry, Ino stomped her feet, a little frustrated. She lowered her head and looked at her body, which was obviously quite plump. Lear didn't know what the maid was thinking. After he left, he returned to his study. He had something more important to confirm. He closed the door and opened his character panel. Lear gathered his thoughts and set his eyes on the God-given profession of Blood Apostle in his profession column. Generally, players can only have one profession. This God-given profession was born after the Lord of Blood Source paid attention to it. Lear also took the time to study this profession, but he didn't gain anything. He didn't gain any new professional abilities, nor did he feel anything wrong, so he put this profession behind him. Until today. What happened in Milia's room made him feel very wrong. The impulse of being attracted by blood made him very uncomfortable. This must be the influence of the Lord of Blood. What exactly is this profession? Lear frowned. At this moment, the system panel suddenly jumped. Triggering task. The Majesty of Blood, sea level. As a disseminator of blood, no one can offend your majesty. If you win the duel tomorrow, you will get the gift of blood. Task reward, 50,000 experience points, Blood Apostle skills. Blood ceremony. At the same time, the Duke of Norton's mansion. Tiffany sat on the chair and looked at the gloomy fat man opposite. "Eric, I told you last time that Lear created a new spell, which is very powerful. Do you have any countermeasures?" Tiffany looked at Eric with some disdain. "Tavini, don't worry. I asked my father for the Song of Fire this time, and I will definitely beat Lear to the ground." Eric's gloomy eyes were filled with excitement. "Song of Fire? Is it your father's extraordinary staff?" Tavini said with some surprise. "That's right. Even if Lear really created a spell, so what? In front of the extraordinary staff, everything can only be burned to ashes." Eric did not hide his disdain for Lear, and there was a hint of jealousy in his tone. Why is Lear a handsome nobleman, while he can only be rich Eric? Everyone in the Arcane Academy called him that. After 10 years in the kingdom of Brayful, he followed his father's will and wanted to integrate into the kingdom's aristocratic class all the time. But no matter how hard he tried, he was just rich Eric. He took a lot of money to please those nobles, but in the end, it was just like this. Even though his father became the new duke, and he became the son of the duke, the situation did not change. On the other hand, Lear was obviously not as good as himself in all the arcane tests, but he was the most popular man in the academy, just because Lear had a good appearance. So he asked his father to interfere with Lear's marriage. He wanted to let everyone know that appearance and temperament alone are not nobles. Power and wealth are everything. Night fell deep in the palace. King Roser Brayful looked up at the moonlight outside the window, with a hint of determination in his eyes. "Roser, are you really going to marry Milia to Eric?" A beautiful woman with silver hair and blue eyes stood in the moonlight and said faintly, "I have no other choice, dear. Milia's husband must be able to protect her. One day, Chinching will awaken. I belong to the Golden Law, and Chinching is not accepted by gold." The king sighed slightly and looked at his queen. "So you set your sights on the Arcane Law?" "Yes, unlike the Golden Law, the Arcane Law has a strong tolerance, and the morning star will bloom under the glory of the Arcane. Why not choose war?" Rosser was silent for a few seconds. "I originally chose Lear, but Lear chose the Arcane, and the Arcane will not really accept him. But I don't think so." The silver-haired queen walked to Rosser and looked at the starry sky. "The morning star will reveal the trajectory of fate. Fate has been changed." "Philia." Rosser was a little surprised. "Rosser, Milia is my daughter. I will not let my daughter marry a nouveau riche." The queen glanced at her husband, shook her head and turned away. Looking at the queen's back as she left, Rosser was a little helpless. If Philia really opposed marrying Milia to Eric, then he could only make tomorrow's duel bet invalid. Although it would damage the dignity of the royal family, who made him a henpecked husband, well, let's use Miria's disappearance as an excuse. Anyway, Miria is not in the palace now, so this is reasonable. Miria should be at Lear's house now. I hope that boy will not bully Miria, otherwise Lear will suffer. In fact, Rosser knew it as early as the first day of Miria's disappearance, and also knew that Miria was locked up in Stuart's mansion. It was the queen who predicted Miria's situation and said that Miria was not in danger, and asked Rosser not to care, otherwise Rosser would have come to kill her with a sword. I really don't know why the queen is so partial to the boy from the Stuart family. Is it because he is handsome? Rosser's expression became a little subtle. As the king of a country, he actually felt a little jealous. Chapter 13. Lear didn't know that the king was jealous of him. He had brought Eno to the morning market in the royal city. Walking on the streets of the royal city, Lear recalled last night's dream in his mind. Last night, he had a good dream, dreaming that he tied up Milia and trained her hard. Finally woke up from his sleep, he felt that such a perverted dream must not be his real idea. This is the curse of the Lord of Blood. It must be like this. Master? Eno asked doubtfully, sensing Lear's abnormality. Lear came back to his senses, shook his head to extinguish the strange thoughts in his mind, and then said with some guilt, "It's okay, let's go." Then he took Eno forward. Today's morning market is more lively than ever. There are many dealers in both rows of the street who are betting, surrounded by people. Place your bets. Place your bets. The duel between the heir of Stuart and the heir of the Duke of Norton will be held today. Who will be favored by Her Royal Highness the Princess? I think the Duke of Norton's family has a higher chance of winning. Master Eric's magic attainments are very powerful, and of course his wealth is amazing enough. I also think that if Master Lear was a war knight, this duel might still be a little suspenseful, but Master Lear is a wizard. The discussion continued. This is very common in the morning market. Next to the morning market is the Kingdom Arena. Famous professionals or adventurers will duel in the arena. The dealer bets on the victory or defeat of both sides. Some people will make a lot of money, but some people will lose everything. This noble young master, do you want to place a bet? A greasy voice came from the side. Following the sound, I saw a fat middle-aged man with a small mustache. The middle-aged man looked at the man and woman in front of him with a smile. The man was wearing a silk noble dress, and the woman was dressed like a maid. Both of them looked very outstanding. They looked young, about 18 years old. Young nobles of this age are usually impulsive and face-conscious. In short, they are fat sheep. The middle-aged man was secretly happy, his eyes shining. Lear tilted his head and looked at the fat man in front of him with interest. I didn't expect to meet a famous game character here. Jim Girardi, a famous liar in the game. Lear remembered that when he first entered the game, many newbies were cheated by him and lost their pants. Jim likes to make duel bets. In the duels where he is the banker, the strength gap between the two sides is generally very large, and you can tell who will win in a glance. Such a bet can be said to be a sure win, but Jim will cooperate with the powerful professional and deliberately lose in order to cheat money. Many duelists in the arena have connections with Jim. After all, as long as they pretend, they can get money. So why not? As for reputation, just fight back next time. This noble young master, do you want to try? This duel between the Duke of Stuart and the heir of the Duke of Norton is rare. Jim coaxed. What is the bet ratio? Lear asked. Master Eric wins 1.5. Master Lear wins 10. Seeing Lear's intention, Jim said hurriedly. It seems that everyone is not optimistic about Lear. The odds are so high. Lear said to himself. Hearing this, Jim's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He came to Lear and whispered, in fact, if you want to bet on Lear, you can win. Looking at the other party's funny appearance, Lear felt funny in his heart, but still pretended to be puzzled. Betting on Lear? Do you think I'm a fool? Lear will never win this duel. That's not necessarily true. In fact, I still have some connections with the Stuart family. I heard that for this duel, the Duke of Stuart prepared a super-level weapon for Lear. A super-level weapon is enough for Master Lear to win the game. Jim said it as if it were true, with a serious and solemn expression. Lear showed a strange look. If he didn't know that the other party was a liar, he might really think that the other party had a connection with his family. He did get a super-level weapon not long ago. After thinking for a moment, Lear pretended to be attracted and asked, Are you telling the truth? Absolutely true. Seeing Lear take the bait, Jim was overjoyed, but on the surface he answered seriously. In that case, I believe you once. Lear seemed to be really persuaded and took out a bag from the storage space. Seeing this, Eno on the side wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by Lear's eyes. Here are 1,000 gold coins, all bet on Lear to win. Lear handed the bag of money to Jim. Jim, who originally thought he had cheated another fool, fell into a stagnation after hearing the amount of gold coins. The hand that wanted to take the bag of gold coins also stopped in the air. 1,000 gold coins? How many people did he have to cheat to make so much? He thought that 10 gold coins would be the best he could get. After all, in the royal city, an ordinary family only earns about 1 gold coin a year. Even if they were nobles, they were generous enough to take out 10 gold coins for betting. But this 1,000? What kind of noble is he who can take out 1,000 gold coins at once? Is the other party really a fool and believes what he said? Jim raised his head tremblingly and looked at Lear, only to see the handsome young man in front of him looking at him with a smile on his face. It was obviously a gentle smile, but it made him feel a little cold. Lear was also waiting for Jim's choice. He actually admired Jim as a liar. He was able to cooperate with the duelists in the arena without being cheated, and he cheated many nobles, but survived until now. He was a capable person. If such a person could be taken back under his command, it would be very useful when the players come in the future. After a long silence, Jim smiled unpleasantly and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. Young master, don't place the bet. Oh. Why? Aren't you the banker for people to place bets? Lear smiled jokingly. Looking at Lear's smile, Jim was basically sure that Lear knew that what he had just said was a lie, and the other party was just laughing at him. Why did the other party want to play tricks on him? Could it be that the nobles who had been deceived before came to seek revenge? Jim's forehead was covered with sweat, but he remained calm. He hadn't done anything yet. At most, he just deceived a noble. Cheating a noble is not a big deal, nor a small deal. It depends on whether the noble is willing to forgive. Jim was able to cheat so many people and survive. He knelt on the ground and said humbly, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cheated you. Just treat what I said as the barking of a wild dog. Please forgive me." Jim lowered his head and was a little nervous. For an ordinary citizen like him, dignity is far less important than life. He understood the thoughts of those nobles. In the public eye, he was so humble that the people around him would think that he was oppressed by the nobles, and the nobles would often let him go for the sake of face. After all, they had to maintain elegance. The most important point is that he did cheat Lear, but Lear was not fooled and had no substantial losses. "You are very smart." Lear looked at Jim kneeling on the ground. The eyes around him would not affect his judgment at all. He knew Jim's intention, which also proved that Jim was indeed a smart person. Giving the other party gold coins was just a test. If Jim accepted it, it would not be worth it for him to recruit him. You can cheat the nobles who bet 10 gold coins, and then hide for a while after you get the money. But the nobles who can bet 1,000 gold coins at once, their family power is completely incomparable to ordinary nobles. Cheating such nobles will definitely end in misery. Lear nodded in approval and said, "I forgive your rudeness. Would you consider working for me?" Jim was stunned for a moment. He raised his head in disbelief, not knowing what the noble young master in front of him meant. Lear chuckled and said jokingly, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lear Stewart." Chapter 14. What is it like to cheat someone and end up cheating the real boss? Jim got up from the ground, smiling but looking uglier than crying. Thinking of what he had just said about Lear, his cheeks became hot. "Master Lear, Jim stuttered and wanted to say something. "No need to say anything. If you are interested, you can find me at Stewart's house after the duel." Lear waved his hand to interrupt Jim's words. He looked at a fat man with red hair, wearing a crimson robe, and holding a staff inlaid with bright red rubies in his hand. He walked slowly towards him. The red dress was very eye-catching, but Lear's eyes twitched slightly. The robe and the staff were obviously powerful equipment. They looked gorgeous alone, but they looked very strange when worn on Eric. It was like the nouveau riche in his previous life, with rings on his hands, and a big gold chain on his chest. Eric stopped. His eyes were as gloomy as a venomous snake. How could the air of Stewart mix with these inferior civilians? The discussion on both sides of the street slowly stopped. Eric's words belittled these civilians. Some people showed angry expressions, but did not dare to say anything more. After all, he is the son of the Duke, not someone they can mess with. Listening to Eric's sarcastic words, the little maid on the side had raised her eyebrows, obviously angry. Before being adopted by Lear, she was a poor person in the slums, not even a civilian. If civilians are inferior, then what about her? Lear felt Eno's emotions, held the little maid's hand, motioned her to be quiet, and then smiled and replied, "They are not inferior. The people of any kingdom are precious wealth, because their efforts will make the kingdom strong. The kingdom's economy and taxes are created by them. We nobles enjoy the fruits of their labor, and should respect them. As Lear finished speaking, the atmosphere around him changed significantly. Lear could feel the gazes of the common people on him. When he first came to the morning market, there was jealousy, vigilance, and even disgust in the eyes of these people, but now it has changed, becoming kind and unbelievable. They couldn't believe that this was what a noble would say, but it had to be said that such words were enough to change the attitude of these common people towards Lear. Eric was speechless by Lear's words, and felt like a clown. The eyes of those who supported Lear around him made him jealous. Why is it always like this? When he was in the academy before, the female mages also looked at Lear with this kind of eyes. He couldn't accept it. Just when he wanted to say something, a hearty laugh broke the calm. "Ha ha, well said." A royal guard came from not far away and opened the way. Lear saw his sister Avian standing at the front of the team. In the middle of the road, King Rosser and Queen Philia came slowly. "Lear, you are right. Every civilian is a valuable asset of the kingdom. Thank you for your contribution to the kingdom. The kingdom of Brayful is strong because of you." Walking in front of Lear, Rosser glanced at the civilians around him. The civilians around him heard this and cheered after a short silence. "Long live the king! Long live the king!" The cheers were like a tsunami. Lear watched this scene and smiled. As a king, Rosser Brayfield was a very competent and wise ruler. Since he came to power, he has reduced taxes and levies, and many civilians in the kingdom think Rosser is a saint. If possible, Lear did not want to be on the opposite side of the king, but the other's daughter was now imprisoned at home by her. He was a little helpless, and suddenly felt a gaze. Looking up, Queen Philia was looking at him with a gentle smile on her face. After seeing Lear raise his head, she nodded to Lear. Lear did not understand what the queen meant. He had almost no intersection with the queen. The crowd was still cheering, and the king entered the kingdom arena under the protection of the royal guards. Eric has completely become a background board. No one cares about this upstart. Feeling ignored, Eric's face became more gloomy. He glared at Lear and said fiercely, "I hope you can still laugh in the arena later." Lear shrugged and ignored him. He turned back to Jim, who was still standing there, and said, "What I said just now still counts. If you want, come to Stewart House to find me." After that, Lear also walked into the kingdom arena. The little maid Eno followed Lear, with a glittering look in her eyes. She thought Lear just now was super handsome. The kingdom arena is very large. Not only civilians will have fun here, but also many nobles like it. In addition to the huge open-air arena in the middle, there are also many small arenas inside. Lear and Eric's duel was in the largest open-air arena. A group of nobles followed the king and queen. Lear and Eric were in front of the team, and there was a bit of tit-for-tat momentum. Of course, it was Eric's one-sided. Soon they arrived at the VIP stand, and the king and queen sat down. "Lear, I'm sorry to let you duel with Eric so suddenly." Rosser looked apologetic. "Milia is my most precious daughter. I must find a husband who can protect her." The nobles around him had different expressions, and Rosser's words obviously did not look favorably on Lear. Eric was a little proud, and looked at Lear provocatively. Lear raised his eyebrows, but he didn't care about these people. But did the king really not know that Milia was missing or had another conspiracy? He was a little confused about this duel. "I know this is unfair to Stewart. I will compensate you and Albert, and I will give you a new territory regardless of whether you win or lose this duel," Rosser continued. When this came out, the nobles who were originally gloating were stunned. "I thought Lear's engagement was going to fall through, but now he's going to compensate me with a territory? A princess in exchange for a territory is a reward upgrade, isn't it? What's a princess? At most she's a beautiful woman, but a territory is a real benefit. How many years has it been since the kingdom has granted a territory? The last time a territory was granted was 7 years ago, when it was given to the Earl of Norton, now the Duke of Norton, and it was still a very small territory. Your Majesty, there must be a huge contribution to grant a territory. This has always been the rule." Someone stood up to object. Rosser looked up at the person who stood up, his eyes full of anger. "I am the King of Brayfield. When did I need others to interfere with my granting of a territory belonging to the royal family?" The person who stood up was instantly silent, and could only retreat in panic in the face of Rosser's gaze. Rosser is the king, and even more so a supernatural golden judge. How can these nobles, who are not even beginners, question him? Lear smiled, "Then thank you for your reward, your Majesty." He did not expect that Rosser would be willing to compensate him with a territory. He might really think that he would lose the princess, so he exchanged for compensation. Maybe his father Albert was also involved. Lear remembered that in the game, the current Duke of Stewart Albert and King Rosser had a good relationship. Chapter 15. The king's reward changed the atmosphere of the duel. The air was filled with jealousy, and even the Duke of Norton, who provoked this incident, looked a little ugly. Lear turned a blind eye and left the VIP stand. Next was his duel with Eric. When he arrived at the open-air arena, Eric had been ready for a long time. He was wearing a high-level robe, holding an extraordinary staff, and armed himself to the teeth with various powerful equipment. In contrast, Lear was only wearing a light noble dress and an ordinary mid-level staff. Compared with Eric, Lear didn't look like he was here for a duel at all, but more like a gentleman attending a banquet. Looking at the fully armed Eric, Lear had a blank expression on his face, but felt a little strange in his heart. Generally speaking, the other party shouldn't be so well prepared. Before in the academy, the original Lear had never been Eric's opponent. With Eric's character, he shouldn't pay so much attention to the person who had always been stepped on by him. Someone must have said something to Eric. Lear turned his head and looked at Tivany in the VIP stand. Only she saw the spell he created. In the stand, Tivany noticed Lear's gaze and glared at Lear provocatively. Lear shook his head. Lear, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Eric had already walked to the opposite side of Lear. He did not hide his malice. Today I will trample you under my feet in front of everyone. As soon as these words came out, before Lear responded, the nobles in the VIP seats showed strange expressions. This was a duel, and it was in front of the king. Eric's words were too rude. It didn't sound like what a nobleman should say at all, but more like what those adventurers or mercenaries would say. Lear shrugged. To be honest, he didn't understand why Eric had been targeting him all the time. In the original body's memory, there was clearly no hatred between the two sides, but Eric always came to trouble him. Is being handsome also a sin? He looked at the referee on the side. Can the duel begin? The referee was stunned for a moment, looked at Lear with a strange look, and then nodded. The duel begins. Lear, you dare to ignore me. Eric looked at Lear, who didn't take him seriously at all, and roared. Lear turned his head and smiled casually. How could I ignore you? I respect any opponent. Eric was so angry that his teeth itched. Since entering the arena, Lear's indifferent attitude made him feel insulted. I know what you were planning. Tivany told me. You created a new spell. Do you think you can beat me with a spell you created yourself? Eric said with a gloomy face. As expected, it was Tivany who said that. Lear raised his eyebrows. Tivany asked me to pay attention to you. I didn't care at first, but I borrowed my father's extraordinary staff and high-level wizard robes to be on the safe side. No matter what kind of spell you create, you won't have a chance. Eric continued. Has anyone told you that you talk too much nonsense? Lear was a little speechless. Are you scared? Eric said coldly. Lear was helpless. Can't this person communicate properly? He raised the staff in his hand and shot an ice arrow. Seeing Lear's silence, Eric, who was proud of himself, saw the ice arrow suddenly shot at him, and panicked, and quickly activated the magic shield of the high-level wizard robe. The ice arrow hit the shield, turned into ice chips, and scattered all over the ground. You dare to sneak attack me, Eric said angrily. Now it's a duel, Lear said casually, and the next second the intermediate spell Ice Lance was also condensed in the air and shot towards Eric at a high speed. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Eric anymore. Wouldn't it be nice to finish the fight quickly and go back to bully the little princess? Eric had stabilized at this time, and when he saw the flying Ice Lance, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. The Ice Lance shot at the magic shield, causing the shield to tremble, but it still did not break the shield. Don't waste your energy. This is the magic shield that comes with the high-level wizard robe, which can resist all mid-level spell attacks. Looking at this scene, Lear remained calm. The magic shield is very strong, but no matter what kind of shield it is, there is an upper limit to the damage it can absorb. The ice spear attack just now has dimmed Eric's magic shield a little. You have already attacked. It's my turn next. Eric stayed in the shield, and raised the fiery red extraordinary staff in his hand with a proud face. Extraordinary Staff Flame Song. Lear has an impression. He remembers that this extraordinary staff can increase the power of fire spells and reduce magic consumption. It also comes with a special spell that can be released according to the level of the holder, the Firestorm. The hot flame energy gathered in Eric's hands, and the nobles watching the battle showed excited expressions one by one. Although they are nobles, there are not many professionals among them, and even fewer nobles who can reach the level of mid-level professionals. Such a battle is an eye-opener for ordinary nobles. Avian and Eno in the crowd both looked worried when they saw this situation, while Davini was a little gloating. Lear watched the slowly forming firestorm, and his expression did not change. If the spells of the extraordinary staff were released by an extraordinary wizard, they would be enough to destroy an army, but Eric was only a mid-level wizard. So this firestorm was a mid-level spell close to the high-level level. It was indeed very powerful, but Lear was not afraid of any mid-level fire spell. He raised the staff, and arcane ripples slowly formed, and circles of arcane energy rippled like water waves. Eric didn't notice Lear's actions at all. He was concentrating on building the firestorm. Finally, he laughed and shouted, "Lear, let me show you the true power of fire." The raging flames turned into a storm, and swept towards Lear. Lear watched it all calmly, without even hiding. The next second, the flames engulfed everything around. The nobles watching the battle looked at each other. They didn't understand why Lear stood there motionless. This was just a duel, not a matter of life and death. If Lear died, it would be a big deal. The Stewart family would definitely not let the Norton family go. Avian and Eno in the crowd were completely panicked at this time. After a short stagnation, they wanted to go down to rescue. At this moment, the flames in the arena began to extinguish at a speed visible to the naked eye. A figure appeared in the center of the flames, and his surroundings seemed to have become a vacuum zone, completely isolating the flames from the outside. The dark blue arcane light shone, and Lear slowly walked out of the flames. With every step he took, the flames retreated as if in fear. "Your flames seem to have no effect on me." Lear took a breath calmly. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, but he felt a little embarrassed. He only thought that the fire extinguishing technique could break the fire spell, but he forgot that he couldn't breathe in a vacuum environment. He almost became the first professional in history to be suffocated to death by his own spell. Chapter 16. Lear's safe and sound appearance made the nobles in the VIP seats stare wide-eyed. Although they didn't know what level of spell Eric released, they could clearly feel the scorching breath even in the audience. The ground burned by the flames also turned black, and some places were cracked, which was enough to prove the power of this spell. But Lear walked out directly as if nothing had happened. "How is it possible? How can you withstand my firestorm?" Eric couldn't believe what he saw. "Maybe your flame is too weak." Lear smiled and didn't intend to explain. He waved the staff ice arrow and ice spear to continue attacking Eric. The magic shield gradually dimmed under the attack of the ice spell. After more than 10 seconds, Eric came back to his senses from disbelief. His face was grim. "I know, it must be the defensive props you prepared in advance. You can block one of my attacks. I don't believe you can block all of them." Eric waved his staff again, and the fireball and firebird spells shot towards Lear. The two sides officially started to exchange spells. The battle between mages is so boring, defending and dodging the enemy's spells while casting their own spells until one side's magic power is exhausted or one side makes a mistake and is defeated. Eric has a magic shield of a high-level wizard robe, completely ignoring Lear's attacks, while Lear walked back and forth in the venue. With light steps, all attacks were dodged by Lear lightly. At this moment, the arena seemed to have become a dance floor, and Lear was the only dancer. Eric was furious because he had not been able to attack Lear. "I wonder how long you can hide. When your magic power runs out, I will still be the winner." Ignoring Eric's howling, Lear looked at the increasingly dim magic shield. Under the continuous attack, the magic shield was about to reach its limit. "It's time to end this farce." As the instigator of this duel, Eric was completely unable to arouse Lear's interest. It felt like playing house with a little kid. He couldn't use the swordsmanship he prepared. Lear shook his head, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and violent arcane fluctuations were released instantly. In an instant, the terrifying ice froze the entire arena. Intermediate spell, Frost Nova. Eric was instantly sealed in the ice layer with his magic shield. The magic shield can protect Eric from spell damage, but the freezing of Frost Nova can freeze the magic shield as well. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations, and Duke Norton in the VIP seat felt a little uneasy. The next second, Lear's actions confirmed his thoughts. An energy wave that was more terrifying than the firestorm that Eric had just cast gathered in Lear's hands, and dark purple arcane shells quickly formed, and circles of arcane ripples spread out. The violent energy blew Lear's golden hair into a flutter. For a moment, Lear felt that the mage was not so boring. At least when blasting a powerful spell, the feeling of wreaking havoc on everything would make people addicted. Without hesitation, the arcane cannon blasted directly out, and a roar sounded, and many people covered their ears. Eric was still trapped in the ice, looking at the flying cannon with a look of fear on his face. Just when the cannon was about to hit him, Duke Norton appeared in the center of the venue in time, and quickly released a magic shield. Boom! The violent arcane energy raised a lot of dust, and Lear withdrew from the explosion range in advance. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the arena was in a mess. Duke Norton stood in front of Eric. His black dress was a little messy, and Eric collapsed on the ground, his face pale. "My Lord Duke, it's not good for you to forcibly interfere in the duel between Eric and me." Lear stood not far away, and said with a smile, "If I didn't intervene, Eric would probably be dead now." Vicente Norton stared at Lear. The power of the spell just now was close to the high level, and the magic shield on Eric's body was almost consumed. If he was really hit, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. "Your Excellency the Duke is joking. I have controlled him well. Eric will not die. He will just stay in bed for half a month at most." Lear did not care about the Duke of Norton's emotions at all. "You are looking for death." Duke Norton was furious, and arcane energy surged. "Enough." A majestic voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the argument between the two. King Rosser stood up from his seat in the VIP stand, and he looked at Lear and Duke Norton with sharp eyes. "Vicente, I have approved Eric's request for a duel, but you should not interfere with this fair duel." Duke Norton took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Eric is my only son. Lear is also Albert's only son, but who could save Eric when he cast the firestorm just now?" Duke Norton opened his mouth, but he was powerless to refute King Rosser's words. In the final analysis, Eric was not strong enough. Lear could withstand the firestorm, but Eric could not withstand the arcane cannon. After speaking to Duke Norton, Rosser looked at Lear again. "Lear, you too, today is just a duel, not a life-and-death battle. You shouldn't use such powerful spells." Lear smiled, and could not deny it. After speaking to Duke Norton, he said that both sides were hit, the king's checks and balances. Stuart and Norton are both dukes of the kingdom. If they really fight each other because of this, it will not be a good thing for the entire kingdom. The arena fell into a brief silence, and the nobles had different expressions. Anyone could see that the duel had been decided, but the result was unexpected. "Okay, that's it. Lear won the duel today. Vicente, you should have no objection," the king said faintly. "No," Duke Norton replied with a gloomy face. "In this case, the engagement between Milia and Lear remains unchanged." The king announced the final result. "No, I don't accept it." A sudden voice sounded at this time. Everyone looked at the source of the sound in surprise. Eric got up from the ground, his face flushed. "How could I lose to Lear? Lear must have cheated. How could he use such a powerful spell?" "Eric!" "Shut up!" Duke Norton shouted. Although he didn't know where Lear learned the spell, it didn't matter, and the king had already announced the result of the duel. To question it now would be a provocation to the majesty of the royal family. The king's expression gradually became cold, and the nobles around him also looked like they were watching a good show. But Eric seemed to have seen nothing. He looked at Lear with a ferocious face. "I won't lose. How could I lose to you, a hypocritical waste?" he roared, and under the gaze of everyone, he took out a bottle of potion from the storage space. The potion contained a liquid like ink. In the audience, seeing Eric take out the potion, Divine's eyebrows slowly drooped, as if she was a little guilty, but soon raised her head again. Eric opened the mouth of the potion bottle, and swallowed all the black potion directly. The violent arcane energy instantly enveloped Eric's whole body. Eric's skin was covered with dark lines, and even began to crack. In this terrifying energy, Eric's aura rose step by step, and finally after a sound like breaking glass, he broke through. He came to the category of high-level magicians. With a new look, Eric stood in the center of the arena. Is this a fight against the boss? There is also a second stage. Looking at this scene, Lear was stunned. Chapter 17. Potential Breakthrough Potion. When Eric took out the potion, Lear recognized it. It was recognized by the players in the previous life as the most deceptive magic potion. The effect is very simple. It can upgrade one level in 30 minutes, from intermediate level to advanced level, and from advanced level to extraordinary level. It can be capped at the extraordinary level at most. The effect is very powerful, but the side effects are also extremely terrifying. After the effect of the potion ends, the user will drop 20 levels directly, that is, drop one level. Using 20 levels in exchange for half an hour of level upgrade, hurting the enemy by 1,000 and losing 10,000 yourself. For players, if they die, they will drop one level, but if they use the potion and survive, they will drop 20 levels instead. Such a potion is completely meaningless. In a duel, Eric actually used such a potion, and completely disregarded the king's face. What kind of deep hatred is there? Lear couldn't understand it, and he subconsciously glanced at Divine in the audience. The way to obtain the potential breakthrough potion in the game is Divine's task reward. Divine will issue a task, and the reward is an unknown extraordinary item. Where have the new players seen extraordinary items? Naturally, they flock to it. After exhausting the family's wealth to get the reward, what they get is a bottle of potion. If it is like this, it is nothing, but the negative effect of the potion obtained from Divine is unknown, and it was not until the first player used the potion that the negative effect appeared. The player who used the potion collapsed at the time. Later, the player speculated that Divine made the potion, but did not know the negative effect, and used the player as a guinea pig. As for now, Eric has become the first guinea pig. As expected, she is a bad woman. Lear looked at Eric again, with a trace of pity in his eyes. Eric! What are you doing? Feeling the sudden increase in power in his son, Duke Norton was not happy, but a little surprised and angry. Any sudden power comes at a price, and the bottle of black potion made him feel very dangerous. Eric ignored Duke Norton's questioning. Now he only had Lear in his eyes. His red eyes did not look like a rational wizard, but more like a crazy berserker. Lear! I will never lose to you! He roared, raised his staff, and condensed the firestorm again. After being upgraded to a high level, the power and scale of the firestorm were magnified several times, and the entire open-air arena felt an extremely hot breath. The nobles in the VIP seats no longer looked like they were watching a show, but instead showed panic. King Rosser's expression was gloomy, and Eric's recklessness made him angry. Moreover, the opponent actually wanted to use a large-scale high-level spell in the arena. If such a strong spell is released at will, it will cause heavy losses to the Kingdom Arena, especially since Eric broke through to the high level in a special way. Without the corresponding accumulation, he could not fully control the high-level spell. There were nobles and civilians in the kingdom all around, and a disaster would happen if he was not careful. Only he and Duke Norton could stop Eric on the scene. Just when the king was about to stop Eric, Lear moved in the arena. Under the eyes of the crowd, Lear took out the black and purple knight rose. The staff had long been thrown back into the storage ring by Lear, and he held the rapier. Just like the former blade waltz, his eyes became deep, and he instantly activated the Aslan royal swordsmanship from the queen. The figure disappeared in an instant, and Eric, who was casting the spell, was shocked. Although he fell into a state of rage, his basic mage instinct still existed. He quickly put on a magic shield for himself. The magic shield condensed by the strength of a high-level mage is enough to resist a mid-level professional. But the next second, the cold darkness easily pierced the magic shield. It was the armor-breaking effect of the Night Rose. Lyre had come to Eric, and the dark thorn sword pierced directly into the gem of the Song of Fire like a venomous snake. The terrifying piercing force caused cracks in the fiery red gem. Before Eric could react, the huge impact force made his body fly backwards uncontrollably, and the Song of Fire also flew out. The firestorm condensed and the air collapsed directly, turning into a flame wave that dyed the sky red. The scorching waves of fire made the audience below exclaim. In the crowd, a white-bearded old man stared at Lear in the center of the flames. Even if he looked again, he could not see how Lear's speed increased to such a shocking level. And the power was obviously wrong. Jaquin recalled the huge power he felt in the blacksmith shop, and felt it was even more magical. King Rosser also stared at Lear at this moment. Even he could not ignore the speed just now. As a professional of extraordinary level, he felt it more deeply than everyone else. Ignoring all the gazes projected at him, Lear knew that his actions just now were a little incredible. He did not intend to expose his swordsmanship. It is better to have a hidden trump card than nothing. But Eric had no moral integrity, so he could only fight. But to be honest, he still held back, otherwise he could have killed the other party with one sword. Duke Norton had already hurried to the side of Eric, who had fallen to the ground. Eric's aura dropped rapidly, and soon fell to the level of a beginner mage. Not only that, Eric's body also had multiple fractures. Even if he was treated by the prayers of the Golden Church, he would have to lie in bed for at least 10 days and a half months. Feeling the changes in Eric's body, Duke Norton was furious. What did you do to Eric? A roar made the originally noisy arena quiet. Lear put away the Night Rose and replied with a smile. I stopped Eric from casting an uncontrollable high-level spell and prevented a disaster. Is there anything wrong with the Duke? Lear's words almost made Duke Norton angry, and he attacked Lear directly. Duke Norton took a deep breath. He could only suppress it temporarily in the presence of the king. Lear, you know I'm not asking this question. Why did Eric's magic power level drop so much? Shouldn't the Duke ask Eric himself about this? What potion did he drink to break through to a high level? This matter has nothing to do with me. Lear shrugged with an innocent expression. Duke Norton gritted his teeth, but he could do nothing. Eric drank the potion in public, and everyone saw it. Okay, stop arguing. The king walked down from the VIP stand and glanced at Eric, who was held in the arms of Duke Norton. Vicente, Lear was not at fault in this duel. You should explain why Eric used banned potions in the duel, and even used high-level spells. The duel between nobles is forbidden to use any potion that can enhance strength. You can arm yourself to the teeth with equipment, but you can't use potions. This is the rule. Duke Norton's expression was a little ugly. If he really knew, he would not let Eric use it. From a mid-level mage to a beginner, a potion with such side effects is meaningless no matter how strong the effect is. I will investigate it and make compensation. Duke Norton felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. The king nodded, without too much blame, and looked at Lier. Liar, you really surprised me today. Lier smiled. Of course, he knew what the king was surprised about. He had changed too much. Did you use some kind of swordsmanship just now? The king couldn't help asking. Yes. Lier nodded. The king was silent for a while. A mage used swordsmanship, and he couldn't imagine what was going on. Aren't you a mage? The king couldn't help asking. I have been favored by war. Lier said immediately. The king was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lier meant. You can think that I have won the favor of the law of war. Now I can use not only magic, but also the power of the law of war. Lier explained with a smile. The king's eyes widened slightly when he heard this, and even Duke Norton showed an incredible expression. This is impossible. No one can control the two laws at the same time. Duke Norton subconsciously refuted, and even the hand holding Eric was excitedly loosened. Eric fell to the ground, unconscious. Lear shrugged, not intending to explain. Chapter 18. The duel between the two Duke's heirs ended in a strange atmosphere. Duke Norton carried Eric, and left the scene with a gloomy face, and the other nobles also had their own thoughts. In their view, the duel between Lear and Eric was a game between the emerging nobles and the old nobles. Duke Norton has been resisting Stuart for many years. If Lear loses this duel, it may mean the gradual decline of the old nobles. But in the end, Lear won. Does Stuart have plans to return to the capital? You know, the Stuart family has always been stationed at the border of the kingdom, and the Real Foundation is in the Pharaoh Fortress on the border. There is only one Duke's mansion in the capital, and there are no other family resources. If the Stuart family really wants to restore the family's glory in the capital, it will definitely be a big deal. Lear didn't know what those nobles thought, but those eyes really made him feel cold behind his back. It is said that the nobles in the upper class of the kingdom have a very decadent life, and many of them even have special hobbies. His body trembled involuntarily, and he decided to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. The king also left the arena surrounded by guards. In the carriage, he still had an expression of disbelief on his face. Philia, do you believe that Lear has obtained the power of arcane and war at the same time? Why not? The silver-haired beauty blinked. But Rosser opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At least just now in the arena, Lear did something that a wizard could not do. These things are not important. Have you decided which territory to reward Lear? The queen suddenly asked with a smile. Ross was stunned for a moment, then his face turned ugly. Not only will I marry Milia to that brat Lear, I will also reward him with the territory. You said this in front of so many nobles. Do you want to go back on your word? Who knew Lear could actually win? Ross was a little helpless. Originally, the territory was rewarded to appease the Stuart family. After all, forcibly changing the marriage contract is a shame for any noble. But the result was beyond his expectations. Lear won. In short, you better pick a territory quickly. Lear is now Milia's husband, and is considered a family of ours. You can't just pick a desolate territory for Lear perfunctorily. The queen warned. You're speaking for Lear before he marries Milia? Ross was a little dissatisfied. Are you jealous? The queen leaned close to the king and stroked the king's cheek. My dear, don't worry. Although you are not as young as Lear, nor as handsome as Lear, you are my lover, my only lover. 2 days later. In the study, Lear took the latest newspaper from the capital. Now the newspapers are almost all about the duel between him and Eric. Duel law professional? The ancient Stuart shows his edge. The son of the Duke of Norton used contraband in the duel, and was questioned by His Majesty the King. Lear looked at these headlines and raised his eyebrows. Although the technology of the game world of law is not as advanced as in the previous life, the speed of news spread is still quite fast. Master, almost everyone outside is talking about you now. In the past 2 days, many nobles also hope to visit you. Do you want to accept it? The maid Ino stood behind Lear, kneading Lear's shoulders, and said excitedly, Lear is her young master, and she will be happy as long as Lear gains honor. Ino, it's just a victory in a duel, there's no need to make a big fuss, those nobles can just refuse it. Lear shook his head helplessly. Yesterday, Ino kept praising him, and in the evening, Avian also came and tortured Lear severely, asking a lot of questions, and he finally managed to fool him. He didn't want to go through what happened yesterday again from those nobles. Sighing, he put down the newspaper in his hand, his eyes flickered slightly, and opened his system panel. After defeating Eric, he received a task completion upgrade, gained 50,000 experience points, and the skills of the Blood Apostle. Blood Ceremony, Blood Apostle exclusive skill, communicate blood essence, awaken blood law affinity for any target, and can transfer to blood law profession to become a believer of blood. Currently can teach blood law profession, blood hunter, blood knight. Note, as the holder of blood law essence, you can control and restrict other blood law professionals within a certain limit to ensure the loyalty of law believers. A special skill, without any auxiliary effect or attack effect. The only benefit is that this skill can be used to develop a group of loyal subordinates. When seeing this skill, Lear was very distressed. This is obviously intended for him to promote blood law. But in the early stage of the game, when the forbidden wall has not been opened, except for war, gold and arcane, all other laws will be regarded as heresy. War and arcane are on the sidelines, and the Golden Church will do its best to clean up the sects of heretical laws. This is also a large expansion pack in the early stage of the game. Various heretical sects rise up and fight against the Golden Church. Only the surviving sects are qualified to preach their own laws. In Lear's impression, the blood law did not survive to the end, and the so-called Lord of Blood was only mentioned in the background board of the game. If you really want to say it, Lear does not want to intervene in the fight between laws. But just when Lear thought about it, the system panel in front of him suddenly jumped again, triggering serial tasks. Revival of blood, S level only. First ring. You have inherited the blood law, you should bear the corresponding responsibility. Let the blood law revive in the new era, and develop a believer of the blood law within 3 days. Task reward, 50,000 experience points, primary blood apostle professional skills. Failure penalty, curse of the Lord of Blood. Task time limit, 3 days. Lear's expression became stiff. It seems that the Lord of Blood source does not want him to just take the benefits and do nothing. Lear still needs to pay attention to the curse of a law god. He sighed. If that's the case, he could only work. Who should he use to develop a believer? Lear's eyes fell on Ino's little hand. He brought Ino back from the slums. He also tried to awaken the initial law for Ino, but Ino did not have any affinity for the law. Like Miria, they were all forsaken by God. This is normal. Most people in the world do not have affinity for the law. Professionals are a minority after all, and powerful professionals are even rarer. Generally, mid-level professionals are already considered strong. Maybe we can consider awakening the blood law for Ino. Lear thought about it, but soon he thought of another candidate, Milia, the imprisoned princess. Originally, he imprisoned her because he was afraid that Milia would reveal her secret. If Milia became a blood law professional like himself, wouldn't the problem be solved? We are all heretics, so you can still go out and talk nonsense, and with a blood law source, he can control Milia to a certain extent, which can be said to minimize the risk of secret exposure. Standing up from the chair suddenly, Lear became more and more excited. The princess problem that has been bothering him for a long time can now be solved. Ino was startled by Lear's behavior and asked carefully, Master? Let's go and see Milia. Lear said with a smile. Ino's cheek suddenly turned red. Are you going to do it to the princess? Do you want me to do it with the princess? Do you need Ino to prepare? The little maid grabbed the hem of the maid's skirt with both hands, becoming a little shy and awkward. Lear was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. He said with a dark face, Ino, what are you thinking about? I just went to see Milia. Ah? Ino was also stunned. Is that all? The little maid's tone became lost, and she drooped suddenly, and the whole person became weak. Lear's eyes twitched slightly. Why didn't he realize that Ino had such a personality before? Chapter 19. On the soft bed, Milia tossed and turned, feeling a little depressed. Ever since Lear and Eric returned from the duel, she has been restless every day, and last night, she was so distracted that she went to bed very late. She still remembered what Lear said. Before, she could use the fact that the engagement between the two parties had not been finalized as an excuse to blame Lear's behavior, but now it was no longer possible. She truly became Lear's fiancée. In the kingdom, women's status was not high. Even princesses had to listen to men after getting married. As long as Lear didn't really abuse her, she couldn't resist whatever Lear wanted to do to her, and even the king couldn't blame her. Milia's cheeks were red, as if she was thinking of something quite shameful. Lear, that bastard. Dirty! Shameless. Even if you give me, I will never give in. She angrily slapped the pillow, treating it as some annoying guy. My dear princess, it's not good to say bad things about people behind their backs. A playful voice suddenly sounded from the side. Milia was startled and turned her head quickly, and saw Lear sitting on the table in front of the window, drinking tea leisurely. The maid Ino stood aside with a smile on her face, as if she thought the princess's behavior just now was a little cute. Why are you in my room? Milia was like a frightened little rabbit, and she quickly shrank on the bed, and covered herself with a quilt. This is my home, of course I can come whenever I want, and I never said that this room is yours, you are just a prisoner, understand? Lear said slowly. Milia gritted her teeth, and tried not to get angry. She knew her current situation, and it would be of no benefit for her to go against Lear. Without caring about Milia's attitude, Lear picked up the newspaper on the table. You also saw the news in the newspaper, and you should know that I won the duel. Milia blushed and remained silent. So now you are my wife. Although the wedding has not yet taken place, you already belong to me completely. Lear continued, looking up and down at Milia's exquisite beauty. Unable to bear Lear's aggressive gaze, Milia mustered up the courage. What do you want? What? Lear raised his eyebrows and ordered Ino to the side. Ino, you go out first. Master, do you really not need Ino to come with you? The little maid blinked. I've said it's not what you think. Lear was helpless. In the end, the little maid walked out of the room with reluctance and closed the door of the bedroom. Only Lear and Milia were left in the room. Milia's body trembled slightly. A man and a woman were alone in the same room. She seemed to have encountered what she would encounter next. She said sadly, I can give myself to you, but can you be nicer to me in the future? Although I saw your secret, I am also your wife. Lear walked to Milia and gently stroked the girl's soft long hair. It must be said that Milia is very pitiful now. The strange restlessness in his body rose again. The blood seemed to be boiling. Lowering his head, Lear gently sniffed the fragrance of Milia's body. This time he remained rational. You did see my secret, but I won't hurt you again, as long as we have the same secret. His magnetic voice sounded in Milia's ears. Grabbing Milia's hand, he held Milia in his arms like before, and gently bit Milia's lips. Milia felt her lips were bitten. The slight tingling made Milia's body numb slightly, and there was a faint taste of blood in her mouth. Lear's body exuded a mysterious ritual red light. Blood granting ceremony. Simply put, it is to grant one's own special blood to others, so as to help the other party awaken the blood law. Lear also bit his lips, and the blood of the two mixed in his mouth. An ambiguous atmosphere quietly spread in the bedroom. In front of Stuart's mansion, a beautiful silver-haired woman with a veil knocked on the closed door alone. The door opened, and the pretty maid looked at the woman in front of her in confusion. Excuse me, who are you? The silver-haired beauty took off her veil, revealing her delicate and charming face. Your Highness? The maid covered her mouth and exclaimed. The queen stretched out her finger and pressed on the maid's lips, interrupting her words, and then showed a gentle smile. Can I come in? Ino stood at the door of the bedroom, his ears pressed tightly against the door, listening to the occasional humming from the bedroom, his cheeks flushed. Master, really? Obviously Ino doesn't care about being with Her Highness the Princess at all. The little maid stamped her feet, and said unwillingly. Suddenly, she saw a figure appear at the end of the corridor, from the corner of her eyes. Ino frowned. It was forbidden to approach the room where Milia was imprisoned. She had clearly told the servants in the mansion long ago. Who dared to be so bold and ignore the rules? She looked at it carefully, but her mouth opened involuntarily. She had seen that silver hair and luxurious temperament not long ago. Queen Philia. Why did Her Majesty come here? Ino panicked in an instant. Lear was still bullying the princess in the room. If the queen found out, the entire Stuart family would be ruined. Should I knock the queen unconscious and lock her up? Ino had a very rebellious idea in his mind. I remember you. Are you Lear's maid? Queen Philia walked up to Ino and looked at the girl in front of her. Ino replied tremblingly, Yes, Your Majesty. Well, she looks good. You must help me take good care of Milia in the future. The queen smiled gently at Ino. Before Ino could react, he saw the queen reaching out to hold the door handle of the room. The little maid was anxious and hurriedly stopped her. Your Majesty, you can't go in. But it was too late. The door was opened and everything in the room was visible. At this moment, Milia was limp in Lear's arms with disheveled clothes, her cheeks flushed, and she seemed to have no strength. Lear hugged Milia's soft body, a little puzzled. He had fed Milia a lot of blood, and he almost lost control and took Milia directly, but he never received the prompt that the blood-giving ceremony was completed. Could this skill be fake? Just when Lear was puzzled, the door of the room suddenly opened and a beautiful silver-haired woman appeared at the door. Philia looked at the situation in the room and saw Lear and Miria being intimate, and a hint of an ambiguous smile appeared on her face. I seem to disturb your good things? My excellent son-in-law. But it's broad daylight, and you're touching my daughter. It's not good. The queen walked in with a playful smile, looking down at the confused two people. Lear was stunned in place, wondering if he had hallucinations. Why did the queen appear in his own house? Chapter 20. Mother! The moment she saw Philia, Milia suddenly woke up from the ambiguous atmosphere. Feeling her naked body, she blushed and wrapped herself up like a dumpling. It felt like she had done something bad and was caught. But she quickly realized that she was imprisoned and forced. Now that the mother has found this place, doesn't it mean that she doesn't have to be imprisoned by Lear anymore? Her attitude changed immediately. She jumped off the bed wrapped in a quilt and threw herself into Philia's arms. Mother, are you finally here to save me? You don't know how hateful Lear is. He has been locking me up here and bullying me. As if she had found a savior, Milia stared at Lear and recounted his many crimes. Lear was numb. At this time, the upgrade of the system panel was also delayed. Due to the special nature of the target, the effect of the blood ceremony is invalid. Looking at the text in front of him, Lear wanted to swear on the spot. How come the skills given by a law god are so useless? Can't you even deal with Milia, a forsaken person? Although Lear almost guessed the reason, Milia will awaken the law of Chinching in the future, and is not an ordinary forsaken person. But in this situation, he has already stepped half a foot into the abyss. If he successfully transforms Milia into a blood believer, he can control her and fool her. But what should he do now? Lear was sweating profusely. How did the queen find this place? Okay, Milia, you are Lear's fiancée, and husbands and wives should tolerate each other. Philia stroked her daughter's long hair and said softly. Milia was stunned for a moment. She had been imprisoned by Lear for more than 10 days, and she still had to tolerate him. Are you really my biological mother? She thought that her description was not clear enough, so she told Lear about her imprisonment and persecution. Except for the rituals of the foreign gods, Milia did not keep anything back. Looking at Milia's narration, Lear was a little surprised that the other party did not tell him about his communication with the foreign gods. Is it for his sake? King Rosser is a pure believer of the Golden Church. If Milia told the queen about the foreign gods, and the queen passed it on to the king, the things in the game plot would probably be staged in advance. The Golden Church is the most exclusive of the 3 major laws, and it does not tolerate heresy at all. As if she felt Lear's gaze, Milia's cheeks blushed slightly. She didn't know why she didn't tell Lear everything, but she did it subconsciously. The queen listened to Milia's words without any change in expression. Finally she smiled. Milia, in fact, your father and I have known that you were locked up by Lear for a long time. When these words came out, Lear was shocked. Not only Lear, but Milia also opened her mouth wide. During the 10 days of being imprisoned by Lear, she also wondered why her father and mother did not come to rescue her. She thought that her father and mother did not know, but now they clearly knew why they had not come to rescue her. Isn't she their most beloved daughter? Do you know why? Milia's eyes were slightly red, and a feeling of grievance surged in her heart. Milia, it's not that we don't come to rescue you. I will tell you some things later. In fact, you are safer staying here with Lear than staying in the palace. The queen rubbed Milia's head distressfully. Safe? Lear almost killed me, Milia retorted with red eyes. The queen looked at Lear and shook her head. He didn't mean to kill you, he just wanted to scare you. I don't think Lear wanted to kill you from the beginning. Milia rubbed her eyes, a little unbelieving. Lear stood up from the bed and tidied his clothes. Milia, I really didn't mean to kill you, but for some reasons, I can't let you go. There was a hint of apology in his tone, and he bowed his head when he should. The words of the queen made Lear feel very strange. The other party had known that Milia was imprisoned for a long time, but was indifferent. There was a secret that he didn't know. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that from the words of the queen, it could be seen that the other party did not intend to pursue the matter of imprisoning Milia. Now all he had to do was to keep the matter of the outer god from being exposed. Then he had to appease Milia. After all, Milia was the only one who knew about this and might tell it. Lear, although I don't know why you imprisoned Milia, I can let this matter go. Now I want to talk to Milia alone. Can you please go out for a while? Lear's body trembled when he heard this. He was worried about letting Milia and her daughter be alone, but he had no reason to refuse. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and pray that Milia would not tell the matter of the outer god. Outside the room, Ino and Lear stood together. The little maid's cheeks were still a little red. She also saw the situation inside, when the queen broke into the room just now. Master, if the queen knows your secret, do you want us to arrest the queen as well? The maid suddenly suggested. Lear's eyes twitched slightly. As expected of a maid who had always been by his side, his thoughts were the same as Ino's. But Lear shook his head. Such thoughts could only be thought of. The queen knew about Milia, and the king knew it too. If the queen was also arrested, the king might come to kill him tomorrow. It was really unreasonable to arrest someone's daughter and his wife. After waiting anxiously for about an hour, the door of the room was opened. Lear quickly looked inside the room. Milia's mood had stabilized, and the queen was sitting by the bed. There was nothing unusual about the two of them. Your Highness, have you finished talking? Lear walked into the room awkwardly. Seeing Lear coming, Milia snorted and turned her head away. The queen smiled and said, Yes, Lear, Milia will still live with you in the future. Rose and I will not ask about your affairs, but I hope you can treat her well. She is my daughter and your wife. Lear blinked, wondering if he had heard wrongly. The imprisoned princess was discovered, and the queen not only did not intend to take Milia away, but also continued to let her live here? Are you sure you are her biological mother? Lear looked at Milia on the side. The girl's cheeks were red, but she did not refute. What did the queen say to Milia? Lear could not understand. Your Majesty, do you really want to leave Milia here? What's wrong? Milia is your wife. Isn't it natural for her to live here? Or do you think Milia is not qualified to be the hostess here? The queen's tone suddenly turned cold. Of course not. If Milia is willing to stay, I am of course welcome. Lear immediately expressed his attitude. Women's attitudes really change faster than turning a book. That's it, I will come to see Milia in the future. If I know that Milia has been wronged here, I will not forgive you. The queen hit Lear, and then seemed to think of something, and said, By the way, don't let others know that Milia is here with you. Rosser and I will announce that Milia is missing at the right time. After saying this, the queen stood up, patted Lear on the shoulder and turned away. Lear was left with a puzzled look. What kind of play is this? It's obviously his daughter. Why did she make her disappear? It feels like entrusting an orphan to someone else. Lear fell into deep thought. Chapter 21. There is not much background information about Princess Milia of the Morning Star in the game. Lear doesn't know much either. He only knows that his engagement was changed to Eric, and after Milia was rescued, she never appeared in the player's sight again. Later, Milia appeared as the Princess of the Morning Star in the Kingdom of Kasha, southeast of the Kingdom of Briefil. That is the base camp of the Arcane Law, which is the plot later. As for what happened to Milia before that, no one knows. After sending the queen out of the mansion, and coming to a secluded garden, the queen suddenly stopped. The silver-haired beauty turned around, and stared at Lear, with the same blue eyes as Milia. Actually, I'm very curious. She said quietly, in the fate I saw, you lost to Eric and lost Milia. But now the fate has changed. Lear stood in front of the queen, and was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then his expression became a little strange. Something happened to you, although I don't know what it is, but since your fate has been changed, I hope you can protect Milia well in the future. The queen said, After all, Milia and you are the same kind of people. We are both heretics, and are not accepted by gold. Looking at Lear dimly, after saying the last sentence, the queen turned and left before Lear could react. Watching the queen's figure disappear, Lear was silent for a long time. What does the queen mean? We are all heretics. Milia will awaken the law of the Morning Star in the future, which can indeed be said to be a heresy. The queen is Milia's mother. If both of them are believers in the law of the Morning Star, there is nothing wrong with saying this. But the queen's words obviously did not just refer to herself and Miria. Lear could clearly feel that the word we also included him. Did the queen know that she had communicated with the alien gods? Lear's expression was uncertain, and he remembered a legal profession under the law of Qinqing in his previous life. Astrologer, this profession has the ability to predict the future. He sighed helplessly. If the queen really knew his secret, he could only hope that the queen would not tell others. Although he felt that the queen would not tell the secret with her attitude just now. After all, they are all heretics, this is what the queen said herself. Back to Miria's bedroom, the girl was curled up in bed at this time, still so beautiful. But her temperament was different from before. No longer had that obvious timid feeling, but Lear could still feel that the other person's body trembled slightly when he walked into the room. "What did you say to Her Majesty the Queen just now?" Lear couldn't help asking. Milia raised her head, a little nervous, but thinking of her mother's attitude just now, she seemed to have found the courage. "I won't tell you." "Are you sure?" Lear leaned forward and gently lifted the girl's chin. What do you want to do?" "My mother asked you to treat me well." Milia became nervous. "Yes, Her Majesty the Queen asked me to treat you well, but you are my wife, and such behavior between husband and wife should be very normal." Lear leaned closer. "The shy emotion fluctuation value of the source carrier of the Qinqing law has reached 93%, and you have gained 1% of the affinity of the Qinqing law." The system panel popped up, and when the blood-giving ceremony was just performed, Lear's affinity of the Qinqing law has reached 10%, which can be said to be very fast. "Your affinity with the law of the morning star has reached 10%. You gain intelligence +3, mystery +7 instantly." Lear felt his mind was much clearer. He smiled. Although he could no longer bully Miria as recklessly as before due to the Queen's restriction, it seemed good to gain affinity with the law of the morning star in this way. Or it was more exciting. Looking at Miria's shy appearance, Lear felt it was not bad to have such a little wife. "One day I will make you tell me willingly," he said, then put on his coat and turned away. Arcane Academy, Dean's office. Duke Norton looked at Divine standing beside him with an angry face. "Erwin, shouldn't you explain it? Why did Tiffany give Eric such a potion? Eric's potential has been completely overdrawn. His level has also dropped to the level of a beginner mage." The man sitting in the dean's seat adjusted his glasses, put down the newspaper in his hand, and said lightly, "Pay attention to your identity, Vicente. Don't forget who brought you here, and who supported you to become a duke." Duke Norton's momentum stagnated, but his anger was nowhere to be released because of this man named Erwin. "Vicente, I'm sorry for Eric's experience. The potential breakthrough potion was indeed given to him by Tiffany, but it was only used for Eric to save his life in a critical moment. Isn't it Eric's own problem to use the potion in a duel? Tiffany didn't force Eric to use the potion. It was Eric who made the choice," Erwin said lightly, and Divine pretended to be aggrieved. 3 days ago, when Eric used the potion in the arena, she knew it was bad. Although she gave Eric the potion, she also planned to let Eric drink the potion and beat Lear if something unexpected happened in the duel. But it was indeed as her father Erwin said, Eric drank the potion. It was his own choice. At most, she did not tell him that the side effects of the potion would be so great. But then again, Divine did not expect the sequelae of the potential breakthrough potion to be so serious. Duke Norton gritted his teeth, unable to refute Erwin's words, and the other party's identity made him unable to question anything, so he could only leave the dean's office angrily. Until Duke Norton left, Divine regained her disdainful expression. "Huh, really? After using the potion? He was defeated by Lear, and he still has the face to blame me." Erwin picked up the newspaper on the table again, and did not express his opinion on his daughter's complaint. He suddenly asked, "Tavini, did Lear really defeat Eric with swordsmanship?" "Yes, father. I really don't know how Lear did it. He never told me." "It's too much," Tavini answered angrily. "By the way, there are 2 spells of Lear, which he created himself. One can be immune to the middle-level firestorm, and the other is an arcane cannon with powerful destructive power. He didn't tell me about these." Listening to Tavini's words, Erwin showed a hint of interest on his face. He was silent for a while, and asked, "I heard that you and Lear had some conflicts recently." "It's not that I had a conflict with him. He didn't abide by the agreement between us, and loudly accused me." Tavini thought of Lear's public accusation before, and she got angry again. Erwin shrugged helplessly. She knew exactly what kind of character her daughter was. He had doted on Tavini since she was a child, which made Tavini develop a self-centered personality, which was not good, but Erwin didn't think about correcting anything. As an extraordinary wizard, he felt that his daughter could be willful, which was the confidence brought by strength. But this time, Erwin decided to let his daughter suffer a little. "Tavini, go and apologize to Lear." "What?" Tavini was stunned for a moment, and her tone became high. "I said, you go and apologize to Lear." "Why?" Before Erwin finished speaking, Tavini excitedly retorted, with a hint of grievance in her tone. "Tavini, I've seen Lear's attitude towards you. He has always cared about you, but you don't care much about him. You have to know that love is mutual. Only when you respect others, others will respect you." Erwin's tone became a little serious. Tavini stood there blankly. It was the first time she felt her father talking to her so seriously, and the anger in her heart was diluted a lot. She remembered what Lear had accused her of before, and felt so wronged. After a long silence, Tavini said with red eyes, "Even father, you say this to me." Tavini. Erwin opened his mouth, looking at his daughter's aggrieved look, wondering if he was really a little too much. Without waiting for Erwin to speak, Tavini turned around and ran out with tears. Father, I hate you. Looking at Tavini's back running away, Erwin sighed helplessly. He knew his daughter, and such a little temper would get better after a while. He didn't care, and his eyes fell on the newspaper in his hand again. Arcane and War, a dual law professional. It's incredible. If I can study it, can I break through the shackles of the extraordinary and reach the sanctuary? Erwin muttered to himself, with a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 22. The sky gradually darkened under the cover of darkness, but the morning star lit up in the darkness, embellishing the starry sky with a beautiful picture. After dinner, Lear called Eno to his bedroom. Milia's blood-giving ceremony failed, and now he could only choose other targets. As a matter of course, the little maid was targeted by him. After all, she was someone close to him, and he felt more at ease to turn Eno into a believer of blood. Eno followed Lear and walked on the corridor on the 3rd floor, with a shy and excited expression. What could Lear do by calling her to the bedroom late at night? Eno had been waiting for this day for a long time. After all, the personal maids of nobles often had the responsibility of warming the bed for their masters. A young and beautiful woman like Eno would have been eaten up long ago in other noble families. But Lear had never touched her. Eno once thought that Lear despised her lowly background, and she was sad for a while. Lear didn't know what the maid was thinking, and the two of them had already come to the bedroom. Closing the door, Lear looked at Eno. Although the maid's beauty was not as good as the princess, she was still a beauty. He coughed lightly, walked to Eno, and gently stroked the maid's hair. The maid's body trembled slightly, closed her eyes shyly, and her cheeks became rosy. Eno, do you want to become a professional? Lear's voice sounded in the maid's ears. Huh? Eno, who was originally ready to be favored by Lear, became obviously stiff when she heard this. She slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of unconfidence in her eyes. Master, did you call me here just to say this? What's the problem? Lear frowned. The maid felt bad after getting the response. She was ashamed of her dirty thoughts. Seeing Eno's increasingly red face, Lear quickly reacted and understood the maid's thoughts. He knew Eno's feelings for him after traveling through time for so many days. He called Eno to the room alone in the middle of the night. It was self-evident what the other party would think. He only wanted to find a quiet place to perform the blood ceremony, but completely forgot about it. Lear was a little embarrassed. What should he do now? Follow Eno's thoughts and transform into an evil noble who bullies the maid? But Milia is in the next room. After a long silence, Lear finally decided to complete the blood ceremony first. Well, Eno, I have a way for you to awaken the law and become a professional. Do you want to become a professional? Lear said softly, pretending to be nothing. Eno also calmed down at this moment, with a hint of shyness in his eyes. As long as the young master wants, Eno can do it. The little maid nodded seriously. Even if the law I awakened you to comes from an alien god? If it is discovered, it will be punished by the Golden Church. I don't care. Eno interrupted Lear, looked at Lear, and said firmly, as long as the young master wants me to do it, Eno will not refuse. Lear was moved by Eno's attitude. Who doesn't want such a little maid who trusts him completely? He smiled, stretched out his hand and hugged Eno in his arms. Since you said so, there is no chance to regret it. Without waiting for Eno's answer, he lowered his head and bit the maid's lips. Eno's eyes widened, and soon his body softened, and the bright red ritual light lit up in the room. Late at night, Milia buried her whole body in the quilt, and the panting sound from the next room made her teeth itch with anger. She didn't need to think about what such a sound was doing at night. She also knew who lived in the bedroom next door, and there were only her and Lear on the 3rd floor. Vile. Shameless. Pervert. Milia kept cursing, and she was a little annoyed in her heart. She was obviously Lear's fiancée, and Lear treated her like that, but he went to find another woman at night. For a moment, Milia was a little unconfident about her appearance. The panting sound continued until the early morning before it stopped. Milia stared with dark circles under her eyes, and couldn't fall asleep. The next day, Lear woke up with satisfaction. Eno lay in his arms, with a beautiful smile on his face. He finally couldn't resist the temptation. After completing the blood-giving ceremony, he ate the little maid clean. Holding the little maid's soft body, he opened the system panel. You completed the first stage of the task of blood revival. You gained 50,000 experience points, the basic blood apostle skills of blood resonance and life-binding shackles. You taught a blood hunter of the blood law. You gained the blood hunter professional skill of blood mark. The second stage of blood revival, Find other blood sect believers in the royal city. Task reward, 50,000 experience points, blood prison face. Failure penalty, curse of the Lord of Blood. Task time limit, 30 days. The reward skill icon appeared in the skill column, and the detailed information of the skill also appeared in Li'er's mind. I have to say that the skills given by the Lord of Blood source are pretty good. Blood resonance can give Li'er the power to control blood for a short period of time, and even allow him to forcibly control the blood in the bodies of professionals with lower levels than himself. As for the life binding shackles, a binding skill that can continuously devour the target's physical strength. There is also the blood mark of the blood hunter. After spreading the profession of the blood law, the blood apostle can obtain some abilities of other blood law professions. The blood mark means that you can mark the target and sense the target's position. The farther the distance, the more blurred the perception, and it can increase the damage to the marked target. Li'er is looking forward to what kind of ability the blood apostle profession will have when it is upgraded to the later stage. When he was checking the skills, Ino in his sleep made a whimper, and the little maid slowly opened her eyes, saw Li'er's face, and shyly shrank into Li'er's arms. Okay, I'm getting up now. Do you want to rest for a while? I let other maids do today's work. Li'er patted Ino's smooth back. No, I just work on my own. Ino raised his head with shyness in his eyes. Is it okay? Li'er asked with concern. He had bullied the little maid severely last night, and stopped only when she begged for mercy. It's okay. I feel much stronger and more powerful. Ino shook his head. Li'er looked at the state of the little maid. She didn't seem to be showing off. Was this the power of the blood law? He didn't say anything more. Ino helped Li'er put on his clothes, and changed his clothes himself. The two walked out of the bedroom together. As soon as he walked out of the door, Li'er saw Milia walking over with a haggard face not far from the corridor. When she saw Li'er and Ino, Milia blushed and glared at Li'er fiercely. Dirty. After that, Milia hurried back to the room. Li'er and Ino stood there. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and the two looked at each other, feeling like they were caught cheating. It is normal for upper-class nobles to have multiple women, and under normal circumstances, the legitimate wife will not care, but you can't mess around in front of the legitimate wife. This is a very humiliating thing. Of course, there are also some noble ladies who like this kind of tune, and will take the initiative to help their men find women, even multiple people. And Milia is obviously not such a person. Li'er shook his head, and found time to communicate with Milia. After all, the other party is his fiancée. In the next few days, Li'er was free and began to reorganize the servants in the Duke's mansion. Milia stayed in the Duke's mansion, but she was no longer a prisoner. The Queen just didn't want Milia to be discovered by others. So Milia couldn't leave. But Milia couldn't stay in the bedroom all the time, so Li'er told the servants in the mansion. All the unimportant servants were dismissed, leaving only the maids, who could meet the daily cleaning needs of the Duke's mansion. And all these people were converted into blood law believers, so that he could control the loyalty of these maids. Of course, this time the conversion of believers was not the same as that of Ino. He just blended his blood into the maids' food, and then used the blood ritual skills on the maids, and finally let Ino lead them. Li'er did not grant these maids the law profession, but simply helped them awaken the blood law and improve their physical fitness. These things were done without the maids' knowledge. Chapter 23. The evening in the royal city of Brayful was a little chilly. The sun disappeared into the clouds. Weary workers could be seen walking hurriedly on the streets after work. Li'er sat on a bench, wearing a coat and a tall hat, and covered his face with newspapers. He was looking for other blood cult believers hidden in the royal city. It had been 5 days since the second ring of the mission was triggered. He had almost visited the entire royal city, but he still had no clue about the other blood cult believers hidden in the royal city. There are many places where players are born in the game. Except for the only Rhodes Empire that has no birthplace, the 3 kingdoms under it have many cities where players are born. In his previous life, Li'er was not a player of the Brayful kingdom, so he didn't know much about the situation in the royal city of Brayful. He sighed helplessly as his eyes swept through the crowd on the street. If the pagan believers were so easy to find, they would have been wiped out by the Golden Church long ago. He was just a newly appointed pagan leader, and the believers didn't come to him, but he was asked to dig it himself. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? He stood up and prepared to go home to eat, and come out to see at night. At night, the activities of pagans are more frequent. This is basic common sense. Just as he closed the newspaper, and was about to leave, a luxurious carriage slowly drove over not far away. The carriage was engraved with the golden tree emblem of the Golden Church. When passing by Li'er saw a cold face behind the slightly raised curtain. Discover the Golden Law Source Carrier. make the law source carrier produce a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations, and obtain the corresponding law affinity. Looking at the system panel that suddenly popped up in front of him, Lier fell into silence. This was the second person he saw who could activate the golden finger. The previous one was Miria, who carried the law of Morning Star. And he also knew this person. The saint of the Golden Church, Ophelia Adrian. The carriage of the Golden Church moved forward slowly, and everyone along the way tactfully avoided it. Ophelia looked at the information in her hand, and a curious expression appeared on her face. Mori, do you think there is really someone in this world who can get the favor of the two major laws at the same time? The young man in armor on the other side was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said, Your Highness, the saint is talking about the heir of the Stuart family. Ophelia nodded. If it is the law of arcane and war, it may be possible, but the believers of the golden law will never believe in a second law again. The young man called Mori said seriously, as if he was guaranteeing his loyalty. Afanina chuckled and did not comment on Mori's words. She looked out the window. A tall building was located in a clean neighborhood without any dirt. This is the Golden Church branch of the Brayful Royal City. Led by the guards, the group slowly walked into the cathedral. Not far away, Lier looked at the scene and raised his eyebrows. When he saw Afanina, his first thought was to catch her like he did to Miria and lock her up at home. This is the second source carrier that can improve the affinity of the law. Although it is the golden law that he doesn't like very much, he can also get 100 extra attribute points by maxing out the affinity of the golden law. It was like getting 100 levels for free. But Lier quickly put this idea out. Afanina was different from Miria. She was a real strong person who had reached a high level. He could not defeat her. Moreover, once the Golden Saint disappeared, the Golden Church would definitely investigate thoroughly. At that time, his situation would be very dangerous. Unless there was some kind of item that could isolate the power of the law. Lier touched his chin for a long time, and suddenly slapped himself. What was he thinking about? Why did he want to arrest people at every turn? It was like a pervert who was following him. And it wasn't long before Miria's matter was resolved, and he caught another time bomb? Isn't this a waste of life? Don't let the golden finger make you lose your mind. Lier calmed down, stopped thinking about it, and didn't stay in the Golden Cathedral any longer. He went home directly. When he got home, Ino had already prepared dinner, and Miria had dinner with him. During this period, his relationship with Milia eased a lot, and Milia's attitude towards him became more ambiguous. After all, they were still engaged. Ino also became close friends with Milia, and the relationship between girls warmed up quickly. After dinner, Lier was about to leave the living room. When he was about to leave, Milia suddenly asked with a slightly red cheek, Have you been busy recently? Are you concerned about me? Lier smiled. Milia's face became even redder, and she glared at Lier. He walked to Milia and kissed the little princess' cheek gently while she was not on guard. Such an action naturally caused Milia's shyness, and the affinity of Chinching Law increased again. Looking at Milia, although she looked shy, she didn't have much resistance. This was a good development. The girl was gradually adapting to the identity of a wife. I will take time to accompany you these days. Lier patted Milia's little head. He knew that Milia was a little lonely in the Duke's mansion. Although she was accompanied by Ino, she could only walk around the Duke's mansion. I really don't know what the Queen said to her to make Milia willing to stay here all the time. Who wants you to accompany me? Milia said stubbornly. Lier didn't pierce the girl's self-esteem. He smiled and turned away with his coat. After walking out of the door, I will look for the traces of the blood believers again tonight. It will be 5 consecutive days. According to the rule of working 5 days and resting 2 days, I should rest for a few days. I can't still work 996 after traveling through time. There is no human rights. The royal city under the night is not as prosperous as during the day, but you can still see some shops with lights on, mostly bars or places like street girls. For 5 days, Lier focused on observing the slums and the citizen area, and did not search the noble area. There are many professionals in the noble area, as well as members of the law sect. If you are not extremely bold, it is hard to imagine that there will be heretical sects hiding in the noble area. Of course, this is not absolute. If there are nobles who take the initiative to communicate with the outer gods, it is not necessarily the case. For example, himself. With a self-deprecating smile, Lier walked forward into the night, and unknowingly, he came to the place where he saw Afanina during the day. The lights were still on in the Golden Cathedral. Why did Afanina come to the Golden Church branch in Brayfield? He thought about it, and remembered that he had seen it in the background information on the official website before, that the saint came to Brayfield to eradicate heresy. Lee's eyes widened immediately. After all this time, they are here to mess with me? He was a little speechless, looking at the brightly lit cathedral. After thinking for a moment, he slowly touched it. Since he already knew that Saint Ophelina was here to eradicate paganism, it was important to know both himself and the enemy. And if the other party found the hidden believers of the blood cult, he could also complete the task of the Lord of Blood Source. As for what would happen to the believers of the blood cult after Ophelina found them, Lier could only hope that those believers could be stronger and not be killed by the saint. Otherwise, except for the maids in the mansion, who had no fighting ability, he would really be a commander without troops. After choosing a remote fence, Lier turned over and entered the interior of the cathedral. The backyard of the church was very dark, with only sporadic oil lamps hanging on the wall, and no one was seen. At this time, the nuns and believers had already rested. Lier walked along the wall. He remembered that he had been to the Golden Church once. The distinguished guests were arranged in the guest rooms on the west side. He walked along the road and suddenly heard a voice coming from a small room not far away. "Father, why do you want to take off your pants?" This was a childish boy's voice. "Child, this is necessary for the sacred gift of gold." Another voice sounded. Lier was stunned. Chapter 24. Lier knew that the upper-class nobles had a decadent private life, but he didn't expect that even the priests of the Golden Church had such unique tastes. In his previous life, he had heard that the priests and bishops of the Golden Church liked little boys, but he just thought it was a joke at that time. After all, the Golden Church is sacred and solemn in the public's impression. But the facts are often far from the surface. Lier felt that his eyes were hit by a critical blow after just one look. He opened the door neatly, walked behind the priest, and a magic shock knocked the priest and the little boy unconscious. Since he saw it, he couldn't just pretend that nothing happened. As for how to deal with the priest and the little boy, it was his kindness to give the saint a hint before leaving. He was not a saint, and he didn't think he could save anyone. Lier shook his head and turned to the VIP guest room on the west side. In the VIP guest room, Ophelia sat on the bed in a dress, holding the information from the day. It contained Lier's detailed information. In addition to eradicating the heretical sects that had fled from the Rhodes Empire, she had another mission when she came to Brayful, which was to contact the heir of Stuart. During the day, Maury said that believers of the Golden Law would not believe in the Second Law, which was correct, but not just gold. The same was true for arcane and war. No one had ever been able to gain the favor of two laws at the same time. After all, there was a god behind each law, and no god would be willing to share his believers. What an interesting person. Let's get to know him after we clear out the heretics of the corrupt sect. Ophelia smiled slightly. Putting down the information in her hand, just as she was about to take a break, she suddenly heard a sound of a branch breaking outside the window. "Who is it?" Ophelina frowned instantly. She quickly walked to the window, and her female intuition told her that something was wrong. Outside the window, Lier looked at the broken branches under his feet, and the whole person was a little unwell. Looking at Ophelina looking down from the second-floor window, he felt even worse. "Second floor, so far away, you can hear it. Who are you?" Ophelina's right hand lit up, illuminating the situation below. "I saw a figure wearing a black coat and a tall hat sneaking against the wall." Lier sighed. Since he was discovered, he could only run away. He quickly took out the Night Rose from the storage ring, activated the Night Rose's special skills, and turned the blade into invisible. As long as he started Aslan Royal Swordsmanship to transform the attribute into dexterity, he was going to leave, confident that Ophelina could not stop him. "Are you a heretic from the corrupted sect?" Seeing that the shadow had not spoken, Ophelia became even more suspicious. She had not publicized her arrival in Brayfield, and she had not revealed her identity when she entered the city during the day. Who would eavesdrop in the middle of the night? It could only be the corrupt heretic who escaped from the Empire. "Damn heretic, I haven't come to find you yet, and you dare to come to my door?" Ophelia raised her eyebrows. Lier below was stunned after hearing Ophelia's words. Corrupted sect? Not the blood sect? He instantly realized that he had made a mistake, and they were not here to cause trouble for him at all. An embarrassed expression appeared on his face under the tall hat, and Lier turned around and was about to run. "Don't even think about running." Ophelina snorted coldly, and an invisible light wave locked Lier's body. Instantly, Lier felt his body become heavy. One of the signature skills of the prayer, confession, greatly weakens the target's basic attributes. Lier glanced at his character panel, and all attributes dropped by at least 50%. I almost forgot that the prayer of the Golden Church also has such an impotent skill. The class suppression of high-level professionals is simply irresistible to ordinary mid-level professionals. Lear was a little panicked. He directly activated the Aslan Royal Swordsman, maxed out his agility, and instantly ran a long way. Seeing this, Ophelina jumped down from the window, swinging the iron scepter, and chased after him without thinking. The two were one in front and one behind, and the distance was not pulled apart much. The attribute weakening of confession is still too serious. Lear gritted his teeth and looked at Ophelina, who was chasing him relentlessly, feeling anxious. Saint Ophelina also has another title, being called the Daughter of the Golden Law. Although she is a prayer of the auxiliary system, she also has the skills of the judge of the combat system. She can fight and heal, and can be called all-round. With his current strength, he is no match for her. Even if he wants to escape, he must have enough mana. Aslan Royal Swordsmanship can only last for 100 seconds, which is not enough time. Moreover, he is now under the attack of impotence. Just when Lear was at a loss, he suddenly remembered the eye-catching room he had just seen, and his eyes lit up. Your Highness, I am not the corrupt pagan you want to eliminate. If you chase me again, I guarantee that you will see the scene of hell. Lear turned around and shouted to Ophelina. Humph! Do you think I will listen to your nonsense? Damn heretic, you should go to hell. Ophelia didn't take Lear's words to heart at all. A mid-level professional, not worth mentioning. Lear curled his lips. You asked for it. He ran directly to the priest's room, and broke the wooden door when he came to the door. Seeing this scene, Ophelia smiled at the back. This pagan must have panicked and ran into the room. Isn't this courting death? Immediately she chased him in. As soon as she entered the room, Ophelia smelled a strange smell. In the middle of the room, a little boy and the priest fell on the bed in dishevel. At this time, the priest seemed to be awakened, and opened his eyes in a daze. Strange, how could I fall asleep? He glanced at the boy who seemed to be asleep on the bed, and didn't feel anything unusual. Maybe he was a little tired. The priest nodded, ready to continue his hobby, and his face showed an evil smile again. Child, the gift of gold has not ended yet. How can you fall asleep? He stretched out his hand to tear off the boy's clothes. At this moment, Lear patted the priest's shoulder. This priest, are you going to do something that blasphemes the golden law in front of us? The priest was startled and jumped off the bed directly. He turned around and saw Ophelia, who was full of disbelief, and a man who was wrapped tightly. Saint! Saint! After a long while, the priest reacted and said tremblingly. Ophelia came back to her senses, her cheeks turned red, and she didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. This is the Cathedral of the Golden Law. How could anyone dare to do such a thing? How is it? Is this a scene that only exists in hell? Lear laughed, and without waiting for Ophelia to answer, he converted all his attributes into power, and the night rose directly pierced the wall, and made a big hole, and then ran out quickly. Ophelia looked at Lear, who was running away, and then looked at the disheveled priest, and the trembling boy, and finally gritted her teeth, and swung the scepter to hit the priest hard. How can a believer of gold have a scum like you? You actually did such a filthy thing in the sacred golden cathedral, you blasphemer, who deserves to go to hell. Die! Die! She kept venting her anger in her heart, and the shame made her no longer care about Lear, who was running away. The shrill scream soon attracted other people in the cathedral. The golden bishop and the guard Mori were the first to arrive at the scene, and they were a little dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. The golden bishop looked at the priest, who was no longer in human form, and felt infinite sorrow in his heart. He had clearly told the saint to stay for a few days, and try to restrain herself, so why did she still commit the crime against the wind? Bishop Gas, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. After venting her anger, Ophelia turned her head, and looked at the bishop beside her. Your Highness, I really don't know about Father Colin. You know, I am a loyal believer of gold and I will never allow such blasphemous things. Bishop Gas immediately distanced himself from the matter. Ophelia gritted her teeth. It's better this way. Lear didn't know what happened in the Golden Cathedral. He had already escaped from the church and came to an empty alley. A prompt on the system panel popped up in front of him. The Golden Law source material carrier is angry, and the shame emotion fluctuation value reaches 94%. You have gained 2% of the Golden Law affinity. This can also gain Law affinity? Lear never thought that he just led Ophelia to the priest's room, and the real mental damage to Ophelia should be the priest. So even emotional fluctuations caused indirectly can fulfill the Golden Finger's target. If so, there is a lot of room for manipulation. Chapter 25. Back at the Duke's mansion, Lear's magic power was running out. The feeling of emptiness brought by the exhaustion of magic power made him tired, and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, he was awakened by a scream. Turning his head in a daze, he felt a soft and gentle thing break away from his arms. When he opened his eyes, he saw Miria's blushing face. Lear woke up instantly, looked around, and then smiled. "Good morning, my princess. Why are you in my bed?" Miria grabbed the quilt, and the whole person looked like a beauty in a painting. Lear shrugged. He could guess the reason. Maybe he went to the wrong room when he came back last night. Who made their bedrooms next to each other? It should be normal for an unmarried couple to sleep in the same bed. He smiled, stretched out his hand to pull Miria into his arms, feeling the softness of the girl's body. "What are you going to do, you? Be good?" Lear grabbed Milia's struggling hand. "Let me hold you for a while." Hearing this, Milia was stunned for a moment, and it was the same overbearing tone as before. When she was locked up, Lear never cared about her feelings and forced her to do all kinds of shameful things. But now, with the same overbearing tone, she couldn't resist it. During the days she stayed in the Duke's mansion, Ino told her a lot about Lear, and she got to know Lear better. Anyway, her body had been seen all over, and she was just about to take the last step. Fortunately, she began to accept the identity of the steward mistress. And Lear was very powerful and handsome. At least in appearance, he was perfect as a husband. Milia gave up struggling and her body slowly relaxed. Feeling the changes in Milia's body, Lear's mouth corners slightly raised, and he lowered his head to rub the girl's long hair. Facts have proved that it is not difficult to capture a girl. Even if he had done something too much to Milia, as long as he changed his attitude, it would be easy to fall in love with her over time. Of course, the premise of all this is that you are strong enough and handsome enough. If it were in the previous life, it would be rich and handsome, and such a man would attract attention wherever he went. The two stayed in the room for a long time until the bedroom door was knocked. "Your Highness, your breakfast." Ino pushed open the door and saw the two people in an ambiguous position on the bed, and stayed where he was. Soon, the little maid reacted, her cheeks flushed, and then she quickly turned around and closed the door with a snap. While Lear and the little princess were cultivating their feelings, Ophelia did not sleep all night. The image of the priest and the little boy hugging each other kept echoing in her mind, and she tossed and turned in bed. "Your Highness, I have found out the details of Father Colin." According to the confession of the child, Father Colin spent a silver coin to buy him from his parents. "We also found other little boys in Father Colin's home. Those little boys said that the priest would take someone to the cathedral every week for a gift." Maury came to Ophelia and read the information in his hand. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a person among the believers of the Golden Rule. "It's fine if you took the little boy home, but you are still doing evil in the sacred Golden Cathedral, and you change one every week. If this isn't blasphemy, what is it? It's even more disgusting than those pagans." "That means that dirty priest does this once a week?" Ophelina's tone became more and more angry. "Yes, Saint." Maury nodded silently. He could feel that Ophelina was a volcano that was about to erupt. "Saint, I really don't know about this." Bishop Gass, who was standing by, saw that the situation was not good and quickly stood up to clarify. Ophelina turned her head and stared at the bishop in front of her. It took a long time before she suppressed her anger. She was really disappointed with the bishop in front of her. Not only did a blasphemer like Father Colin appear in the sacred cathedral, but he didn't even notice the intrusion of pagans. This was a serious dereliction of duty. "I hope you really don't know. If you and that priest are both blasphemers, I will purify you like I purified the priest," Ophelina said coldly. The bishop's expression became a little stiff, and he could only nod awkwardly. "Then let's do this. You go contact the royal family of Briefhill. I've already told you the purpose of my coming here this time. The corrupt sect has fled here. King Briefhill is also a believer of the golden law of the Holy See. This time, the cleanup mission requires the cooperation of the royal family." Ophelia waved her hand and sent the bishop away. The bishop responded and retreated with a sense of relief. Watching the bishop's back as he left, Ophelia had already labeled the bishop incompetent in her heart. If the bishop could not show her convincing achievements in the next cleanup of the corrupt sect, she would need to consider whether she should transfer a new bishop from the Holy See of the Empire. In the morning, he cultivated his relationship with Milia, and in the afternoon, he stayed in the study for half a day. In the evening, Lear went out again. He didn't want to work, but the affinity of the Golden Rule he got last night gave him an inspiration. Maybe he could get the affinity of the Golden Rule of Ophelia while sitting at home. Ding-ling-ling. The bell on the door made a crisp sound. Lear pushed open the door of the newspaper and walked in. "Excuse me, can I publish an article here?" Lear asked in a deep voice when he walked to the front desk of the newspaper. The staff of the newspaper raised his head, and looked at the person in front of him with a strange expression. Although the climate of the royal city is about to enter winter, the dress of the person in front of him is still a bit too much. He wore a coat, a tall hat, a scarf, and even a pair of sunglasses on his eyes, which made it impossible to see his appearance. "Excuse me, can I publish an article here?" Seeing that the staff of the newspaper kept looking at him without speaking, Lear repeated it again. The newspaper staff reacted and stood up from their seats. "Sir, of course you can publish the article. But if you want to publish the article in our daily morning newspaper, you must review it. You can show me the article first." Lear nodded and took out a stack of papers from his storage ring, which he had prepared long ago. Seeing Lear take out papers out of thin air, the staff's attitude changed. Those who can use storage props are either rich or noble, usually nobles or professionals, and they are not ordinary nobles and professionals. He respectfully took the paper handed by Lear, and when he saw the title of the article, he couldn't help but be stunned. The title is, "The Secrets Ophanina Has to Tell." Turn to the next page. The story of the heretic nun Ophanina and the little boy. The staff flipped through all the articles, and they were all stories about a heretic nun named Ophanina, who was from a corrupt sect. What nuns like little boys? Nuns like to torture civilians with various criminal laws, etc. This is the result of Lear's busy afternoon. "How is it? Can it be published?" Lear asked. "Sir, it can be published, but I'm afraid we can't give you too much royalties." The staff looked at it carefully. The writing style of these articles is not bad. If they are placed in the novel section, someone should like them. Moreover, they are stories that expose heretical sects, and political correctness is very important. Well, and there are too many articles here. I'm afraid we can only pick out a few of them," the staff said again. Lear shook his head, and took out 5 gold coins from his storage ring. "I pay you 5 gold coins. I don't need your royalties. I hope these articles can spread throughout the city within 3 days." The clerk was a little dumbfounded. It was the first time he heard that publishing articles did not require royalties, but had to pay for them himself. And 5 gold coins? The newspaper's annual income is only this amount. "Sir, are you serious?" The clerk took off his glasses and asked tremblingly. "Of course, if you can spread these articles throughout the city within 3 days, these 5 gold coins will be yours." Lear nodded. "Please be sure to give this task to us." The clerk excitedly shook Lear's hand. Chapter 26. The Golden Saint is not well known in Brayful. Except for the high-ranking members of the law sect and some great nobles, almost no one knows the name of the saint. It is only known that there is a saint at the headquarters of the Golden Church in the Rhodes Empire. That is why Lear dared to go to the newspaper office, with the evil novel featuring Ophanina as the protagonist. He was already looking forward to her reaction the next time he saw Ophanina. It was already late when he got home. After dinner, Lear sneaked into Milia's room. Although Milia was a little shy, she could only let Lear hold her like a doll. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Lear was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. Letting go of Milia, he walked to the door in a daze and opened it. When he saw the figure at the door, he woke up instantly. "Sister?" Seeing Avian, Lear subconsciously blocked the door and blocked Milia's face. "It's already this time, and you're still sleeping?" Avian didn't notice Lear's abnormality and said unhappily. Outside the window, the sun was shining directly down. It was already noon. Lear raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to sleep until this time. He glanced at Miria, who was still in bed. When holding the little princess, she always slept soundly. Avian also looked inside the room and saw the girl wrapped in a quilt on the bed, with only her white little feet exposed. She frowned and said, "You have to restrain yourself. You have already made an engagement with Her Royal Highness the Princess. If your private life is so messy, if the princess hates you in the future, it will be a loss of Stuart's face." Facing his sister's lecture, Lear shrugged his shoulders. From Avian's angle, he couldn't see Miria's face. If Avian knew that the person lying on the bed was the princess, she would probably doubt her life. Nodding, Lear echoed Avian and said with a smile, "Yes, I know, dear sister. So what do you want to see me for?" Avian's cheeks turned red when Lear called her, and she glared at Lear and took out a letter from her arms. "What is this?" "This is the invitation that Her Majesty the Queen asked me to give you personally." "Invitation?" Lear took the letter from Avian's hand. "Yes, His Majesty the King plans to hold a banquet in 3 days, inviting many nobles, and you have to go too." Avian nodded. "Banquet? Is there something going on?" Lear asked as he opened the letter. The letter was just an ordinary banquet invitation, and Lear didn't see anything unusual. "I heard that a big shot from the Golden Church has come. It seems that something big is going on. Anyway, you should prepare yourself. I will go with you in 3 days, Avian explained. Big shot from the Golden Church. Lear smiled. It seemed to be the saint. I know. I will go. Is that it? If there is nothing else, sister, do you want to stay for lunch before leaving? Lear closed the letter. Forget it. I still have work to do. I will come to you next time. Avian shook her head. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Avian left. When Avian's back disappeared from sight, Lear closed the bedroom door again. Milia had woken up and looked at Lear with a slightly red cheek. What happened? In 2 days, His Majesty will hold a banquet and invite me to attend. Lear waved the letter in his hand and was about to show it to Milia, but suddenly found that the handwriting on the letter disappeared. Instead, a new line of text appeared. Hide Milia, Lear's eyes fixed. What's wrong? Milia asked with her head tilted. Nothing, just a banquet, maybe he wants to issue some new decree. Lear put the letter in his hand away calmly and smiled slightly. Time always passes quickly without knowing it, and 2 days have passed. In the study, Lear looked at the newspapers sent by the newspaper office and nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that the newspaper office is still very fast. In less than 3 days, the collection of stories about Ophelia he wrote has spread throughout the royal city. When he went shopping in the morning, he heard pedestrians on the roadside talking about the story of the heretic nun named Ophelia. This nun is really abominable. Milia lay on the table, feeling a little indignant. Yes, nuns like this should go to hell, Lear echoed. Milia turned her head and felt that Lear's tone was a little strange, but she didn't say much. Are you going to the party tonight? Milia suddenly asked. Yes, but don't worry, I will be back soon. Lear put down the newspaper in his hand. Milia bit her lip and nodded, but her expression was a little lost. Lear looked at the girl's appearance, and he knew why the girl was lost. It was obviously a party hosted by her father, but she couldn't attend it. She couldn't go out with her husband, and could only stay at home alone, like a bird in a cage. The code on the Queen's invitation 2 days ago was probably that she was afraid that Milia's Morning Star law would be discovered by the bigwigs of the Golden Church. But is it necessary to be so cautious? Milia hasn't even awakened yet. If she is really discovered, it would be him, the head of the blood cult, who is in greater danger. After comforting Milia for a while, Lear changed himself into a formal banquet dress. Then I go out. He said goodbye to Milia. Under the gaze of the girl, he slowly walked out of the door. Avian had been waiting in the hall for a long time. When she saw Lear, her eyes lit up. You are worthy of being my brother. Today you will make all men jealous. Sister, you have said this many times. Lear waved his hand. I'm telling the truth, Avian snorted. Lear looked at the mirror on the side. The man in the mirror was tall and handsome. What Avian said was indeed correct. He shrugged and took Avian's hand. When Lear and Avian arrived at the palace, there were already many carriages with noble family crests parked at the door. They entered the banquet hall, and as soon as they walked in, they saw a girl in a dress pushing a wheelchair passing by. Eric was in the wheelchair. Seeing Lear, Eric's already gloomy face became even gloomier. Lear smiled at Eric. Are you laughing at me? Eric glared at Lear. Of course not, I never laugh at a patient. Eric's eyes turned red with anger, but he couldn't refute it. He could only direct his anger at the girl behind him. What are you still standing there for? Push me away, you cheap woman. The insults echoed in the hall, and many nobles passing by frowned, and Lear also frowned. He looked at the girl, who was quite beautiful and dressed in a dress, and seemed to have some impression of her. Adele Norton, a name appeared in his mind. This is Eric's sister. How can you say that about your sister? Before Lear could speak, Avian on the side angrily accused. What does it have to do with you what I want to do with a woman born by a lowly servant? Eric did not hide his disgust for the girl. The girl stood quietly in place, her expression did not change, nodded to Avian as if to thank her, and then looked at Lear again. The two looked at each other, and inexplicably, a kind of intimacy rose in Lear's heart. At this moment, the system panel suddenly popped up. You have completed the second ring of the task of the revival of blood, and found the blood believers in the royal city. You have gained 50,000 experience points, the prisoner face of blood. Chapter 27. Adele Norton is 18 years old this year. She was born in the Duke's house, and is Eric Norton's sister. Her mother was a maid in the Norton mansion. She was favored by the Duke of Norton in the early years, and gave birth to her, but she died of dystocia. She is beautiful and inherited her mother's genes. She has long brown curly hair, which is completely different from Eric. Adele's childhood was not good. She had a fat pig brother, who always bullied her, and a fat mistress, who was very mean to her. Because her affinity with arcane law was very low, it was difficult for her to make achievements on the path of a mage. Her father, the Duke of Norton, did not treat her well. He planned to send her out as a tool for marriage after she came of age. Last night, the Duke of Norton found Adele and asked her to attend a banquet. She couldn't refuse. The Duke of Norton always took her to banquets among nobles, but this was not a father's love for his daughter. He just wanted to find her a good husband who could get enough benefits. At this moment, Adele looked at Lear standing on the other side. On the surface, there was no change, but she was a little excited in her heart. This was not the first time she saw Lear. She had seen Lear at many banquets before. He was still so handsome, but the cold temperament seemed to have changed a little, becoming more elegant. This attracted her very much. She was attracted to Lear from the first time she saw him. But Lear was the heir of the Stuart family, and he did not have a good relationship with the Norton family, and could even be said to be hostile. She had imagined whether her father would reconcile with the Stuart family, and it would not be unacceptable if she was given to Lear as a lover as a gift. Adele's cheeks flushed slightly when she thought of this, but she soon calmed down. She shook her head in self-mockery. How could it be? The duel in the Kingdom Arena made the Norton family lose face. How could his father be willing to reconcile with Stuart? And Lear also had the princess. Although Adele didn't know the princess very well, no girl wanted to share her husband with others, even if it was a lover. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Eric urged angrily again. Adele woke up from her fantasy, became expressionless again, and turned and left while pushing Eric's wheelchair. Looking at Adele's departing back, Lear's eyes became deep. He didn't expect to meet a believer of blood here, and it was Eric's sister. It was a bit incredible. No wonder he searched for so long in the citizen area and the slums and found nothing. It turned out that it was really the outer god that the nobles communicated with themselves. However, there was one thing that was a little strange to Lear. He only saw one blood believer, but the mission was completed. Could it be that Adele was the only blood believer in the royal city? How long do you want to see? Avian stepped forward and patted Lear on the shoulder. You are not interested in the daughter of the Duke of Norton, are you? How could that be? I just feel that she is a little pitiful. Lear shrugged. She is indeed a little pitiful. I heard that she is not well received in the Duke of Norton's mansion. Avian looked at Adele's back with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. As women, even if they are on opposite sides, they still have a feeling of mutual appreciation. The two did not say anything more about Adele's affairs, and walked into the depths of the banquet hall. Holding Avian's arm, Lear took the time to check the previous task reward in the storage ring. Name: Blood Prisoner Mask. Category: Law Relic. Introduction. The Blood Prisoner Mask contains the original power of the blood law. Wearing it on your body can block all external perceptions, and can be transformed into any accessories. You can create a new identity composed of the blood law, which is limited to the blood law profession. This is a mask, or a helmet is more vivid, like the horned demon heads in the legend. Lear controlled it in his mind, and the original prisoner mask turned into a ring. It does have the ability to transform. As for blocking external perception, Lear thinks it probably means that no one will be able to detect its own information. There is also the ability to create a new identity. Similar to creating a new character in a game, Lear thought in his heart. He followed Avian calmly, took the blood prisoner mask that turned into a ring out of the storage ring, and then put it on another finger. The two had come to the center of the hall. The banquet had not started yet. Just as Lear was about to sit down and study the new equipment, a waiter came up to Lear. Excuse me, Mr. Lear Stewart? Lear looked up and looked at the waiter with some doubt. What can I do for you? Her Majesty the Queen wants to see you. The waiter replied. Queen? Lear was stunned for a moment. On the side, Avian turned her head and looked at Lear after hearing the waiter's words. As if to ask if he had caused any trouble again, Lear reacted and guessed that it might be about the secret code in the letter. He stood up and said to the waiter, Take me there. Following the waiter, they came to a compartment soon. He walked into the room, and the waiter stayed outside and closed the door. In the room, Queen Philia was sitting on a chair. Seeing Lear, she sighed, You shouldn't have come here. Bewildered by the Queen's words, Lear asked in confusion, Why? Do you know who the banquet is for today? The Golden Church? It's the Golden Saint. The Queen corrected Lear. Is there any difference? The Golden Saint has the ability to detect heresy. Lear was stunned. The Saint has the ability to detect heresy? He really didn't know that. The Golden Saint has the power to detect the heretical laws of the outer gods. The queen shook her head and continued, when I wrote the invitation letter to you, I didn't know that the Golden Saint was coming. I thought it was just an ordinary Golden Church bishop, so I only asked you to hide Miria and didn't tell you. Lear fell silent. If the Golden Saint could really detect the heretical laws, then he would be in danger now. After all, he has many kinds of heretical laws on him, not only blood but also star. And the queen's words also show that the other party really knows that he has communicated with the outer gods. It was just a guess before, but now it can be confirmed. Do you know that I have communicated with the outer gods? Lear asked directly. Of course, I knew it when you dueled with Eric. The queen smiled. The heretical law on you is so strong that it seems to overflow. Lear's expression was a little ugly, but he thought of another question. He suddenly said, Queen, you and Milia should also be believers of the heretical law, right? Hearing this, the queen was a little surprised. Milia told you what I said to her? No, I guessed. Lear laughed, Your Highness. Since we are all heretics, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the saint? Seemingly understanding Lear's thoughts, the queen shook her head. We are different. I only have the affinity of the law, but you and Milia have the source of the law. For me, as long as the Golden Saint does not take the initiative to explore me, she will not find out. As the queen spoke, her tone suddenly slowed down, and she frowned. Wait, why did the heretical law aura on you disappear? What do you mean? Lear asked, puzzled. I can't feel the heretical law aura that originally emanated from you now. What did you do? The queen stared at Lear tightly, as if she had discovered something incredible. Lear was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the bloody prisoner face on his hand. Chapter 28. After staying in the compartment for more than 10 minutes, Lear was driven out by the queen. The queen wanted to know why the heretical law aura on him disappeared, but Lear didn't say it, which made the queen very unhappy. Looking at the closed compartment door, thinking of the queen's frustrated look just now, Lear was in a good mood. It turns out that the dignified queen can also be angry, just like when Miria is angry, but more mature and more charming. Looking down at the blood prison mask on his hand, the shielding perception attached by the blood prison mask can actually cover up the law aura emanating from his body, so he doesn't have to worry about the saint. I really have to thank the Lord of Blood for his gift. Lear praised in his heart. Returning to the banquet, he was about to return to Avian, but found that the atmosphere on the scene was a little subtle. At the dining table not far away, a girl sat on the ground, holding her left arm with her right hand. Her forehead was a little red and swollen, and there were scattered glass fragments on the ground. It was Adele. What happened? Lear walked to Avian and asked. You're back. Seeing Lear, Avian's eyes lit up, and she became angry again when she heard Lear's question. Just now, Earl Bauer's son wanted to touch Adele, and when he was rejected, he even hit her. Lear turned his head, and looked in Adele's direction again. A noble young man with pockmarks on his face was looking down at Adele, with a lustful light in his eyes. Adele, I have asked my father to propose to the Duke of Norton. You can't escape. You will have to marry me soon, the young man said. Lear had an impression of this man. He was Eric's follower, named Fedor Bauer. Eric sat in a wheelchair nearby, watching the scene coldly, not caring at all about Fedor's behavior towards his sister. The nobles around him stopped talking, and looked at the scene with different expressions. The banquet had not started yet. Those who came here in advance were all young noble descendants, and the nobles with real titles would arrive later. Some young nobles despised Fedor's behavior, and some were in the mood to watch the show, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Lear frowned. This was Eric's family affair, and he shouldn't care about it, but Adele was a believer of blood and was also his subordinate. How could he just watch her being humiliated? Fedor walked towards Adele step by step, greedily looking at the girl's exposed skin. He stretched out his hand, and even planned to rip Adele's clothes off in such an occasion. The male nobles around were all excited. On the surface, these nobles were very gentlemanly, but no one knew how corrupt their lives were in private. Many nobles had special exhibitionism. They had no intention of stopping Fedor's behavior. Avian raised her eyebrows when she saw this scene. These nobles didn't care, but she couldn't bear to see such a scene. Just when she was about to stop Fedor, Lyra walked forward. A strong hand grabbed Fedor's arm that was stretched out to Adele. Before Fedor could react, he felt dizzy and flew out. I really despise your behavior. It seems that Count Bauer has never taught you how to respect others. A cold voice sounded in the hall, and the originally somewhat anxious atmosphere seemed to be suddenly poured with a basin of cold water. Everyone fell silent. Everyone looked at Lear standing in front of Adele, and they all knew him. This is the most famous person in the royal city in recent times, and he is also the legendary duel law professional, the heir of Stuart. Which bastard is it? Fedor, who was thrown out, was immediately furious. When he wanted to see who it was, he saw Lear's cold eyes. Lear, what are you doing? Eric on the side reacted and scolded. What? Lear smiled. I just helped you do what you should do. You don't need to thank me. After all, I injured you in the duel not long ago, so you couldn't help your sister, he said again, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Lear's words caused some of the nobles who were watching to laugh. They knew that Adele was Eric's sister, and had witnessed the previous duel. Listening to the laughter around him, Eric gnashed his teeth. Fedor climbed up from a distance, came to Eric, and looked at Lear with some fear. Ignoring the two clowns, Lear reached out and helped Adele up. Looking at the girl who had remained calm until now, he frowned. Don't you care at all when others humiliate you like this? He knew very well that the girl in front of him was a believer of blood, and it should not be difficult to deal with Fedor, who was not even a professional. But the girl just endured it silently. Adele was silent. This was the first time she was so close to Lear. When she heard what he said, her eyes trembled slightly. Of course she cared, but what could she do? She had power, but it came from the heretical law, which was not tolerated by gold. If she took action, she would probably be judged by the Golden Church, so she had been enduring it. But it had already reached her limit. If Fedor really pushed her too far, she would be doomed to fail. Fortunately, Lear stood up like a hero. Seeing that Adele didn't speak, Lear raised his eyebrows. Thinking of the other party's identity, as a blood believer, he seemed to understand why the other party had been swallowing his anger. Adele must be very troubled. She was not welcomed by the Norton family, and had heretical laws. She could only hide herself from being discovered and was bullied. Then one day she couldn't bear it anymore, exposed the power of blood, and was judged by the sacred Golden Church. This was her ending. Lear had never heard of this character in the game in his previous life. Maybe she was purified by the Golden Saint at this banquet? This is the sadness of the heretical law professionals, like a rat that cannot see the light. Sighing, Lear leaned close to Adele and whispered in the girl's ear, Let's talk after the banquet. I know you have the power of blood. Adele's body stiffened immediately, and her expression became nervous when she heard Lear's words. Don't worry, I won't tell this secret to anyone else, Lear added. Adele looked at Lear's calm face, and her mind was full of random thoughts. Why did Lear know my secret? What did he mean by this? Was he threatening me to do something bad? The girl's heart was beating wildly. Lear had already walked away. The nobles around him withdrew their eyes from watching the show. They pretended to be solemn. The great nobles began to enter the venue one after another, including the Duke of Norton, the Earl of Bower, the Dean of the Arcane Academy, Elvin Bain, and his daughter, Tivany Bain. Adele's affairs were not seen by these great nobles. Fedor hid far away, and Eric was also tactful, and did not entangle with Lear anymore, but just glared at Adele fiercely. At the back of the hall, King Rosser led the queen out, and beside them stood a beautiful woman with golden hair and golden eyes, and behind them were the bishops of the Golden Church. All the nobles were attracted by this woman, who was a world apart from the female companions beside them. Who is this woman who can stand with the king and queen and is so beautiful? The nobles whispered. The king came to the center of the hall, glanced at the nobles around him, signaled for silence, and then said loudly, Thank you all for coming to this banquet. This time, I asked you to come here mainly to introduce a lady to you. The king looked at the blonde woman beside him. The woman nodded, walked forward, and said to the nobles around her, I am the saint of the Golden Church, Ophanina Adrian. The saint of the Golden Church? Everyone was shocked. Ophanina Adrian? Wait, why does this name sound so familiar? Ophanina smiled at the nobles, very beautiful and holy, but many of the nobles below showed strange expressions. Chapter 29. Ophanina looked at the nobles below. As a high-level professional, her perception was very strong. She keenly felt that the nobles looked at her with a wrong look. There were some obscene looks among them, but she didn't care. She knew what kind of attraction she had to men, which was normal, but obscene looks only accounted for a small part, and more of it was an indescribable feeling. Ophanina, isn't this the name of that heretic nun? A voice suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw Fedor looking at the saint in astonishment. Lear almost laughed out loud when he heard this shout. There are really idiots who are not afraid of death. Normal people should understand that this is a slander against the saint of the church after hearing the name Ophanina and thinking of the story collection he wrote. But Fedor is obviously not normal, or not a smart person. The banquet hall fell silent. Ophanina was also somewhat stunned. She was a saint of the church. How could she be related to a heretic nun? Mori, who was standing behind Afanina, was immediately angry. The saint had always been sacred in his heart. Now someone put the saint and the heretic together. How could he tolerate this? He immediately shouted, "Damn blasphemer, you actually slandered the great saint." Fedor was startled by the shout. He didn't understand why the other party had such a big reaction. Many nobles who knew the situation showed strange smiles. King Rosser walked to Fedor and asked in a deep voice, "Child, what are you talking about? Sir Afanina is a saint of the church. If you slander the saint and discredit the golden church, the gold will judge you." King Rosser's voice was very serious. Count Bauer and the crowd came over in fear. "Your Majesty, Fedor must have said something wrong. How could Her Highness the Saint be a heretic? It is not a simple matter to slander the saint and discredit the golden church. If things go wrong, it will be on the trial list of the church, and then the entire Bauer family will be implicated." "Rebellious son. What are you talking about? Why don't you apologize to Her Highness the Saint?" Count Bauer said sternly. Fedor finally reacted and realized the seriousness of the matter. He knelt down in a panic. "My lady saint, I was talking nonsense just now. You are a saint. Everything is my fault. Please forgive me." Afanina looked at Fedor, who was kneeling down, and frowned. She did not comment on Fedor's words. She was more interested in why Fedor said that she was a heretic nun. "Tell me, why do you say I'm a heretic nun?" Fedor raised his head, hesitating whether to speak out. He always felt that if he told the truth, something bad would happen. "I want to hear the truth. If you lie to me, I will judge you on behalf of the golden law." As if seeing Fedor's hesitation, Afanina said coldly. Fedor gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, I read the story about the heretic nun Afanina in the newspaper." "Newspaper?" "Yes." Fedor simply took out the newspaper with the heretic nun from the storage ring and handed it to Afanina. Afanina was a little puzzled, took the newspaper, and the title that came into her eyes was, "The Story of the Heretic Nun Afanina," and the little boy Afanina narrowed her eyes and looked down a little bit. The banquet hall became silent, no one dared to speak, and a strong sense of oppression enveloped everyone's heart. It took a long time for Afanina to finish reading the article. Her hands holding the newspaper trembled slightly. This article actually portrayed her as a heretic nun who liked to abuse little boys, and it was very explicit, with bondage, wax stripping, and all kinds of pornographic plots that she had never even heard of. She turned to the next page. The evil fetish of the perverted nun Afanina. The secret that Afanina and the 7 little boys had to tell. Looking at these titles, she could already imagine how disgusting the text was before she even read the content. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shame and anger in her heart, and pretended to be calm. Where did this newspaper come from? Fedor saw that Afanina had no expression on her face, and thought that the saint had let him go. He got up from the ground and said, "This is the daily morning newspaper of the royal city. It is available every morning, and can be bought in the entire royal city. And the story of the heretic nun has been published for 3 issues, and there are several articles in each issue of the newspaper." Hearing Fedor's words, Afanina's body trembled slightly. Such a newspaper can be bought everywhere in the royal city? And it has been published for 3 issues? There are several stories in each issue? Doesn't it mean that the reputation of her heretic nun has spread throughout the royal city? Which damn pagan dared to slander her like this? Afanina felt angry and wronged. Lier stood in the crowd, looking at the saint in the center with amusement. The golden finger prompts kept jumping in front of his eyes. In just a short while, his affinity with the golden law increased by 0.8%. The amplitude of each jump was not too much, which showed that Ophelia's psychological quality was still good. "Your Highness, is it you who is written here? Do you really like little boys?" Perhaps because his brain is not very good, Fedor asked curiously when he saw Afanina was silent. All the nobles who had read Afanina's story collection looked at Fedor, as if he was a fool. Does this man want to die? This sentence was like a fire line that ignited the explosive barrel. Afanina was so angry that she trembled all over. The terrifying golden magic directly blasted Fedor away. "How could I do such a shameless thing?" Afanina roared in grief and anger, and there were even some tears in her eyes. "My reputation was ruined like this. Don't let me know which bastard did it, otherwise, she must let the other party taste the taste of being tied up and dripping wax in the article." The emotional fluctuation value of shame, anger, and grievance of the golden law source material carrier reached 97%, and you gained 3% of the golden law affinity. The golden finger popped out again, and this time it was directly increased by 3%. Lier was slightly shocked. It seemed that this saint was really broken. Looking at Ophelina with tears in her eyes, he did not soften his heart. This saint was the pioneer who would lead the Golden Church to destroy the Stuart family in the future. The old Duke Stuart died in her hands. The door turned several times in the air, and finally fell hard on the wall of the hall, vomiting blood and fainting. Count Bauer did not dare to see Fedor's injuries. He now regretted why he did not shoot Fedor on the wall. Such an outspoken bastard was born. The atmosphere of the banquet became a little subtle. Ophelina could no longer stay, and left the hall directly. The king was a little embarrassed when he saw this. He also saw the content in the newspaper, which was indeed a little unbearable to look at. He coughed lightly, and suddenly said seriously, "Well, Her Excellency the Saint is feeling unwell, and has left early. Let me explain the key points of today's banquet. The heretical sect of corruption has infiltrated the royal city. Her Excellency the Saint came here to eradicate the corruption sect. I hope you can use the power of your family to pay attention to the recent situation in the royal city. You will be needed to help when necessary. The corruption sect is a heretical sect, and is not tolerated by the Golden Law. I hope you can pay attention to it." Chapter 30. At banquets in the aristocratic circle, the main theme is always fun and socializing. After the king finished talking about the main point of this banquet, the real entertainment began. Female nobles will find men who are attracted to each other. If they get along well, the two will spend a wonderful night together, even if both parties have their own families. There are also more open banquet leaders, who will turn the dinner into a large-scale decadent party. Those who want to participate will stay, and those who don't want to participate will leave early. However, today's banquet will obviously not develop into that. After all, it is hosted by the king. Looking at the beautiful figures around him, Lear is a little embarrassed at this time. As a recent celebrity, he is naturally very popular. In addition, he just rescued Adele, which made him favored by many women. There are already beautiful ladies, who have hinted that they are willing to spend a wonderful night with him. Avian was staring at him, looking at Lear as if to say, "If you dare to mess around, don't blame me for being rude." Lear shook his head and his eyes fell on Adele, who was alone not far away. There was no one around the girl, as if she was isolated. He raised his eyebrows, and a bright red light flashed in his eyes. "Wait for me outside the banquet hall, don't attract other people's attention." Adele was eating the food at the dinner party boredly, and suddenly a voice sounded in her heart. She was startled, raised her head, and saw Lear nodding at her not far away. The young master of the Stuart family could actually speak directly to her heart. Adele was shocked by Lear's mystery. After thinking for a few seconds, she put down the wine glass in her hand, and left the banquet hall quietly. As a blood disseminator, Lear can control and restrict other blood law believers, and it is not difficult to speak in the other's heart, just like a god sending down an oracle. Seeing Adele leave, he drank the wine in the glass and stood up. "I'm going to the bathroom," he said to Avian. Avian was a little suspicious when she heard it, and she was relieved when she saw that no woman followed him. She didn't want her handsome brother to be infected with these indecent women. When he came to the hall, at the end of the corridor, Lear saw Adele's figure, and walked over directly. "Thank you for saving me just now, Mr. Lear." Seeing Lear coming, Adele smiled and grabbed the hem of her skirt nervously. Lear smiled. "No need to thank me, I just don't like Fedor." The two of them only said 2 sentences, and then they fell silent. Adele didn't know what to say. "Why do you know that you have the power of blood?" Lear looked at the bewildered girl and felt that she was a little cute. He broke the silence. "Would it be convenient for you to go to the compartment with me to talk? What we are going to say cannot be heard by others, right?" Adele blinked. Go to the compartment? Just the two of them? She knew what the compartments in the banquet hall were used for. That was a place for passionate men and women to release their love. Did Lear know her secret, and wanted to threaten her to do something bad in the compartment? Adele's cheeks turned slightly red. "Let's go. Let's have a good chat about blood." Lear didn't notice Adele's abnormality, and said another sentence, walking towards an empty compartment. Adele came to her senses, hesitated for a few seconds, and followed him obediently. Arriving in the compartment, Lear locked the door. Adele sat on the sofa, feeling a little uneasy. If Lear really had evil thoughts about her, she didn't know what to do. She had admired Lear and thought about being his lover, but she was still a little shy to actually do it. After all, she was still a girl. "Don't be too nervous. I won't do anything excessive to you. I just want to ask you some questions." Lear sat down on another sofa, pondered for a while, and began to interrogate. "How did you communicate with the blood law?" A quarter of an hour later, Adele told Lear everything without hiding anything. She had only been a believer of blood for 3 years. She found the ritual of the blood law in the family's collection of books, and accidentally communicated with the Lord of the Blood Source. Not long ago, her level had just broken through to the level of the primary blood hunter. Lier thought silently. Through his own perception of Adele's blood law essence, he knew that she was not lying. You mean, you became a believer of blood by accident? Then do you know that there are other blood believers in the royal city? Lier asked. Adele shook her head. I have been staying at home, I have not been out much, and I have not come into contact with professionals outside. In other words, in the royal city, apart from himself and the maid at home, Adele is probably the only believer of the blood law. No wonder the second ring of the task was completed in a short time. Lier was a little speechless. In this way, the Lord of the Blood Source was a little too shabby. The great outer god didn't even have many believers. The compartment fell into a brief silence. Seeing Lier remain silent, Adele could not help but ask, well, I have told you all these things, how are you going to deal with me? Will you hand me over to the Golden Church? Why should I hand you over to the Golden Church? Lier raised his head and asked back. I have the law of heresy, which is not tolerated by the Golden Church. Adele replied with some sadness. So? What does it have to do with me whether the Golden Church can tolerate it? Lier smiled. He could understand how terrified the girl in front of him was in contact with the blood law for 3 years. He gently stroked the girl's hair. I am not a believer of gold. There is no need to abide by the golden law, and... Lier paused for a moment. Originally, he planned to tell Adele that he also had the blood law and let the other party become his subordinate, but after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. After all, he didn't know Adele very well, and the other party was the daughter of the Duke of Norton. Although the blood law essence can restrain other blood believers, it is not completely safe after all. The fewer people know his secret, the safer he is. And what? Adele asked when she heard Lier talking halfway. And, I think you are quite cute. It would be a waste to give you to the Golden Church. Lier cleverly made up a reason. Adele was stunned for a moment, and her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Any girl would be happy to be praised by the person she admires. After being shy for a while, she whispered, Then, are you going to let me go? Lier turned his head and looked at the timid girl. He smiled, of course. No. When the two came out of the compartment, Adele was relieved and a little disappointed. She was relieved because Lier did not make things difficult for her. He just asked her to go undercover in the Duke of Norton's mansion to get information. And disappointed was also because Lier did not make things difficult for her. Not only did Lier not do anything bad to her, he didn't even touch her. Isn't she attractive? Adele was a little indignant for no reason, and her cheeks turned red. Lier didn't know what the girl was thinking. His view of Adele was very simple. A beginner blood professional, and a delicate girl who had not fought much, could not play a big role even if she was a subordinate. It's better to let her stay. Continue the character of the pitiful and unpopular Eric's sister. You can also find out about the actions of the Duke of Norton. The two came out of the compartment and prepared to return to the banquet hall. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Adele, what are you doing? Why are you with Lier? Eric looked at the two people coming out of the compartment with a look of shock and anger, and his sister's face was still abnormally flushed. What is she doing? My enemy took down my sister. Chapter 31. Lier, how dare you attack Adele? Eric, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was furious, and the waiter who was pushing the wheelchair also had an embarrassed expression on his face. The waiter also knew Lier and Eric, the sons of the great nobles, who had just dueled for the princess's engagement. One wanted to snatch the other's princess fiancée, and the other attacked the other's sister. He could only say that the noble young masters really knew how to play. Looking at the pretty beauty next to Lier, the waiter showed an envious look. He could only dream of having close contact with such a noble beauty. The noise in the corridor attracted the attention of many nobles in the banquet hall. Duke Norton recognized that it was the voice of his son. He frowned, said excuse me to the noble next to him, and walked towards the direction of the sound. At this time, many nobles were already gathered there. When Duke Norton came over, some nobles made way, and Duke Norton saw Lier and Eric confronting each other. What surprised him was that his daughter Adele was standing behind Lier, and her behavior was somewhat intimate. Lier, do you really want to humiliate me? Eric gritted his teeth. He thought that he had wanted to snatch Lier's engagement before, so Lier attacked Adele to retaliate against him. It's just that he didn't win the duel, but looking at Adele's shy appearance, his sister must have been bullied by Lier. Although he didn't like his sister very much, it was still a shame. Eric, don't slander me. I just had a friendly exchange with Adele. We are both nobles, and this should be a normal behavior. Lier saw what Eric was thinking, and put his arm around Adele's shoulders with a sly smile. Adele also followed suit, not because she liked it, but because Lear had the upper hand over her. That's right. That's it. Do you think I'm an idiot? Eric was so angry that he trembled all over. Just when he was about to argue, Duke Norton came over. Enough. Duke Norton scolded, looking at Eric with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Since the last duel, Eric's emotions have been easily out of control. He has been in a daze all day long and has lost the bearing that the heir of the Norton family should have. Eric's mage level has also dropped a lot, and his talent has become much worse. Recently, Duke Norton has begun to consider whether to create another small account. Eric's account is basically useless. Facing his father's scolding, Eric was stunned for a moment, and wanted to say something, but saw the sharp eyes of Duke Norton. After stopping Eric from arguing, Duke Norton looked at Lear and Adele. Adele, aren't you coming back yet? He said expressionlessly with no emotion. Adele bit her lip, and could only walk to Duke Norton obediently. Stuart boy, shouldn't you explain to me? Duke Norton stopped Adele behind him and continued, What did you do to my daughter? My Lord Duke, I just had a friendly exchange with your daughter. I really didn't do anything. Lear shrugged. The nobles around him all showed funny expressions. No one believed what Lear said. Facing such a beautiful girl, how could nothing happen when the two of them were alone in the compartment? Avian in the crowd gnashed her teeth. She repeatedly stressed that Lear should not mess around. Now he even messed around with the daughter of Duke Norton. It was really outrageous. Everyone looked at the reaction of Duke Norton. Their daughter was harmed by the son of their mortal enemy. Although the customs of the kingdom are very open, this is too open. Duke Norton was silent for a long time. He did not get angry as everyone imagined, but said lightly, I hope what you said is true. After that, Duke Norton actually led Adele and Eric away directly. Everyone looked at each other. This was completely different from what they imagined. Lear also frowned. The banquet ended in a strange atmosphere. Lear was caught by Avian and interrogated. Duke Norton and his son and daughter sat in the carriage. The atmosphere was a bit dull. After a long while, he suddenly said to Adele, Adele, what do you think of Lear? Adele was stunned for a moment. Father, you don't have to consider the relationship between me and the Duke of Stuart, just based on your own thoughts. What do you think of Lear? Duke Norton waved his hand and continued to ask. This time, not only Adele, but also Eric noticed something wrong. Father, you don't want to. Eric seemed to have thought of something and spoke quickly. Shut up. Duke Norton interrupted Eric before he finished speaking. He glared at Eric, then looked at Adele again. His eyes became gentle. It's okay, Adele, just say what you think in your heart. Adele hesitated for a moment, then expressed her opinion of Lear. I think Mr. Lear is very gentle and handsome. Hearing this, Eric suddenly raised his head and stared at Adele. His sister actually said this about his enemy? Compared with Eric's reaction, Duke Norton was much calmer, and he seemed to have expected it. After a smile, Duke Norton asked again, Then do you like Lear? Father, haven't you betrothed Adele to Fedor? Eric finally couldn't help but interrupted. Fedor? That waste who blasphemed the Golden Saint is worthy of my daughter. Duke Norton snorted coldly. You didn't say that when you accepted Earl Bauer's gift yesterday. Eric couldn't help but complain in his heart. Duke Norton looked at Adele again. When he saw Adele and Lear together today, he had an idea in his mind. He looked at his daughter seriously. Adele, you go to be Lear's lover. What? Adele's eyes widened. She couldn't imagine that this was what her father said. Eric on the side was also stunned. You go to be Lear's lover. Duke Norton repeated it again. Adele was stunned for a long time before she reacted, but Lear and the princess are engaged. So what if there is an engagement? Which noble doesn't have a few lovers? Duke Norton said disdainfully. Adele opened her mouth, unable to refute. Even her father, Duke Norton himself, had many lovers. You don't have to feel wronged. I heard a secret at the banquet just now. Princess Miria has disappeared, and is now unknown whether she is alive or dead. The king concealed this matter. I am afraid that even the boy from the Stuart family does not know it. So now is your chance to seduce Lear. Use your beauty to charm him, and make him fall in love with you. If you really like Lear, this is your only chance. Use your ability to firmly grasp Lear in your hands. What can the princess do? Duke Norton looked at Adele deeply, and he finally told her his purpose. Adele listened to her father's words. On the surface, she did not react, but she felt very strange in her heart. Lear asked her to be an undercover in the Norton family, and now her father asked her to seduce Lear? Chapter 32. Late at night, Lear was lying on the bed, and Milia was beside him with her back to him. like a bullied young wife. When he came back, I don't know if it was because she smelled a feminine scent on him that made Millia a little upset. In Millia's words, she had been waiting for Lear at home for so long, but Lear was fooling around with other women outside. It was too much. Lear was helpless about Millia's anger, but he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he thought that Millia was quite cute, at least she really cared about him. Gently turning sideways, Lear hugged Millia forcefully. The little princess struggled for a while, but when she saw that she couldn't break free, she gave up, but still turned her back to Lear. Lear didn't mind, and quietly hugged Millia, looking at the blood prisoner face that turned into a ring in his hand. The system panel appeared in front of him. Please create a new identity. Name. Occupation. It was not the same as what Lear had imagined. He thought that the blood prisoner mask's new identity would allow him to customize a new character, but in the end, he could only edit the name and occupation, and nothing else. There was no face-shaping function, which felt a bit useless. He entered the name, Munger. This was a game character he liked very much in his previous life. As for the occupation, he could only choose the occupation of the blood law, so he filled in the blood apostle. After Lear completed the creation of the new identity, the blood prisoner mask in his hand actually lit up a bright red light. In his eyes, the prisoner mask returned to the appearance of a demon's head, and was directly put on his head. The entire prisoner mask fits perfectly, as if it was originally his head, but it did not hinder his perception. New identity has been generated. When the blood prisoner mask is currently worn, the displayed identity is switched to Munger, the profession is fixed to blood apostle, and the original identity is automatically hidden and cannot be detected. Feeling the prisoner mask on his face, Lear roughly understood this ability, which is to create a new identity. When others detect it, Lear's identity can no longer be detected, and others can only see his new identity of Munger. And if you want to activate this identity, you must wear the prisoner mask on your head. For NPCs, wearing the prisoner mask may not make much difference to their identity, but in the future, players will be able to detect the information of NPCs. With a new identity, he can play two roles by himself. Take off the mask and activate the shielding perception function of the prisoner mask, and players will not be able to detect his information. He is the righteous heir of Stuart. Put on the mask, cancel the shielding function of the prisoner mask, and the player will find the leader of the heretic sect. Munger. You can do bad things openly. Lear nodded, and was very satisfied with the effect of the blood prisoner mask. Just as he was feeling the wonder of the blood prisoner mask, Millia, who was in his arms, turned over as if she was a little uncomfortable. The little princess opened her eyes hazily, and saw the devil's head with bloodshot eyes in front of her. Ah! A scream broke the tranquility of the night. Millia looked at the monster holding her with horror. What kind of monster is this? Where is Lear? She struggled to break free from the monster's embrace, jumped off the bed, and looked around the room. Apart from the monster on the bed, she didn't see any other figures. You? What on earth are you? What did you do to Lear? Millia asked tremblingly. The first thing she thought of was not escaping, but where Lear had gone. Could it be that this monster had given Lear? She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lear was a little surprised. He took off the prison mask on his head and said with a smile, "So you are so worried about me? It seems that I am still very important in your heart." Millia was stunned. Looking at Lear on the bed, she didn't react for a while. After a long while, she blushed and gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard. Who would worry about you?" The next day, Lear woke up alone in his bedroom. He was driven out by Millia last night. He felt that he was innocent, and it was not him who wanted to scare Millia. However, last night's events did yield some gains. His affinity with the law of the Morning Star, which had been stagnant, increased by 3% and now reached 15%. He discovered that this affinity was getting harder and harder to increase. As his relationship with Miria became closer, ordinary affectionate actions no longer caused the little princess to be shy. Maybe we should take it a step further, he was thinking, and at this moment, the door of the room was knocked. "Master, are you there?" It was Eno's voice. "Come in," Lear said while putting on his clothes. Eno pushed open the door and walked in. "Master, this is the letter I received today from the Pharaoh Fortress." Listening to the maid's words, Lear was stunned for a moment. Fortress of Pharaoh? Isn't that his hometown? Taking the letter from Eno, Lear opened it directly. After reading the words on the letter line by line, his expression was a little serious. This was a letter from his father, Albert Stuart, praising Lear for winning the duel with Eric, and that his father was about to come to the capital to see him. Lear felt a little overwhelmed. His father was coming to see him. How to explain the matter of Miria? If his father knew that he believed in heretical laws, would he draw his sword and cut him? There is another important point. He is no longer the original Lear. Will his cheap father discover this secret? The other party is a war knight of extraordinary level. If he starts fighting, Lear has no confidence to escape. It's really troublesome. He scratched his head. It seems that it's time to search for some useful things, at least to ensure his own safety. Ino, get ready, let's go out for a walk together. Lear instructed the little maid. After breakfast, the two of them went out under Milia's angry eyes. Lear took Ino to the direction of the slums. Although he didn't know much about the plot of the Brayful Royal City, he still knew some of the powerful items and props. After all, players always pay attention to some powerful props and equipment when playing games. The two soon came to the dirty and messy slums. The roads here were muddy, and the ground was wet after the rain. The pedestrians around were all dressed very shabby. Lear and Ino, who were dressed in exquisite clothes, looked out of place here. As the two walked towards the inside of the slum, Lear suddenly saw a figure when he turned the corner. The golden saint in white robes led several golden believers to inspect the situation in the slums. When both sides saw each other, they were stunned for a moment. But soon Ophelia reacted. She held the metal scepter, smiled, and walked directly towards Lear. I didn't expect to meet Stuart's heir here. Ophelia stretched out her hand to Lear. Lear also stretched out his hand and shook it politely. Your Highness, the Saint, do you know me? Of course, I have read your information. I wanted to get to know you at King Rosser's banquet before. Ophelia smiled kindly. Is that so? It's a pity that something unpleasant happened at that banquet. Lear pretended to be surprised, and then showed a harmless expression. In fact, I have also read the story collection of the heretic nun Ophelina. I didn't expect that it was a conspiracy to discredit Her Highness the Saint. Have you found the heretic who wrote those blasphemous words, Your Highness the Saint? Lear asked. Listening to Lear's words, Ophelina's smile became stiff. It was really a pot that was not open. She had tried hard to forget the content of the story collection she had read, but now it was brought up again. The scene in the story came to her mind, and a resentment rose from Ophelina's heart involuntarily. The emotional fluctuation value of the Golden Law Source Material Carrier resentment reached 70%, and you gained 0.5% Golden Law affinity. Chapter 33. Ophelina was a little annoyed, but she still had to maintain the elegance of a saint. She looked at the man in front of her, who looked harmless, sunny and handsome. He should not be exposing her shortcomings on purpose. What's wrong? Saint? Lear blinked innocently. No. Nothing. Ophelina forced a smile. Of course, we will find the heretic who blasphemed the saint. On the side, Mori, who was watching Lear and Ophelina flirting, couldn't help but speak out. Who is this? Lear tilted his head. My name is Mori. I am the guard of Saint, and my father is Pound, one of the high priests of the church. Mori said proudly. So you are the guard of Saint, huh? You must be the kind of daddy's boy who listens to your father very much. You even bring him when you introduce yourself. Lear nodded thoughtfully. Puff. Ophelia on the side couldn't help laughing. This was the first time she heard the term daddy's boy, and it was easy to understand. Mori was stunned for a moment, and when he saw his crush by Yuedwang laughing secretly, his cheeks flushed. You? What's wrong? Lear looked at Mori. I want to duel with you, Mori said angrily. Ah? Why? Did I do something to displease you? Lear shrugged. You? Mori wanted to say, but after thinking about it, he didn't know what to say. Okay, that's enough. At this time, Ophelia restrained the smile on her face and scolded Mori. Mr. Lear is a great noble in the kingdom. Mori, don't be rude. Mori gritted his teeth, looked at Ophelia's eyes, and could only swallow his anger. Lear, what are you doing in the slums? Ophelia looked at Lear with interest. From the conversation between him and Mori just now, this man was obviously not simple. He probably mentioned the heretic nun to her on purpose. What a man with bad taste. But she didn't feel too disgusted. Of course, I came to find the corrupt sect that His Majesty mentioned. There are heretic sects that have infiltrated the royal city. As a noble of the kingdom, of course, I should contribute. Lear casually found a reason, and his tone was very formal. Ophelia smiled. She didn't believe Lear's words, but she didn't say much. The three were talking, and on the other side of the street, a ragged woman appeared. She was holding her child, and stumbled towards Ophelia. Mori's eyes widened when he saw the scene. How dare someone bump into the saint in the street? He immediately stood up, blocked in front of Ophelina, and drew his sword. How dare a mere lowly person bump into Her Highness the Saint? Mori felt that he was a knight guarding the saint, and the saint would see his heroic figure. He finally stood out from so many competitors, and got the qualification to accompany the saint. He wanted to let the saint know how good he was, and he was worthy of the saint, Mori thought, and glanced at Li'er. Li'er had embarrassed him just now, and now he would let Her Highness the saint know how good he was, but what greeted him was Ophelina's unhappy look. Mori, what are you doing? Hurry, put away your sword. Mori was stunned for a moment. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Li'er had already walked to the woman, bent down and asked, Madam, what can I do for you? The woman, who was originally frightened by Mori's sword and dared not speak, felt relieved after seeing the handsome Li'er. Young master, please, and the saint lady must save my child, the woman cried. Li'er then saw the child in the woman's arms. The child's face was gray-green, and there were some cracks on the surface of the skin. Li'er even smelled a hint of rot. This is corruption. Ophelia walked to the woman, and saw the child's appearance with a gloomy face. Corruption? Li'er turned his head. Yes, this is a method used by the pagans of the corruption sect. They will spread the corruption disease in the city. The infected people will continue to be devoured of their vitality, and eventually become evil undead. Ophelina explained, I didn't expect them to act so quickly, and have already dropped the germs in the slums. Li'er frowned. This was the first time he heard of the corruption disease. As for the corruption sect, he had not heard of it during the public beta. Can the corruption disease be cured? Li'er asked. Yes. Ophelina nodded, but her expression was still not very optimistic. Corruption disease can be cured, but it is very difficult. Only the God-given blessing used by high-level prayers can remove the corruption disease. High-level prayers? Li'er was a little incredible. High-level professions are already absolutely strong. For example, Duke Norton is a high-level mage and high-level prayers. As far as Li'er knows, the only high-level prayers in the royal city are the bishop of the Golden Cathedral and Ophelina in front of him. And this is not the point. The God-given blessing of the high-level prayer is a single-target skill with a high consumption. It can clear all abnormal states of the target, restore all injuries and health, and has a long cooldown time. Ophelia and the Golden Bishop can cure the corruption disease, but what should be done if more people are infected with the corruption disease? Your Highness, please save my child. I am willing to give everything. As if she heard that it was difficult to cure the child's disease, the woman knelt in front of Ophelia and knocked her forehead on the ground. Get up quickly, I will cure your child. Eliminating heresy is the mission of the Golden Church. Ophelia helped the woman up. As she said that, she raised the scepter. Hold your child, she said. Hearing this, the woman immediately held the child in front of her chest. A burst of sacred golden light emanated from the scepter in Ophelia's hand, covering the child in the woman's arms. Li'er and Mori watched this scene from the side. The former was expressionless, while the latter was somewhat fanatical. For Mori, this was his belief. This was the golden saint he admired. Under the power of the golden law, the corruption on the child was constantly being cleared, and it seemed that the cure would be completed soon. But the next second, the woman sitting on the ground showed a strange smile on her face, and she threw the child in her hand directly towards Ophelia. Li'er reacted immediately, and reflexively put on a magic shield for himself. But Ophelia was not so lucky. The child in the air exuded a dark mist and exploded directly. The thick black mist spread all around, and Ophelia was directly blown away by the explosion, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She was flying in the air, and the heretical magic power generated by the explosion made her suffer the backlash of the law of God's blessing, and the blood in her heart surged, and she lost her ability to move for a while. Fortunately, Li'er was quick to catch Ophelia and landed on the ground. Haha, damn the Golden Church, one day the corrupt law will come, and this city will become a hotbed of corruption. The woman on the ground roared like crazy, her skin kept falling off, and finally turned into a terrifying undead appearance. The poor people who were watching saw this, and after a short daze, they fled in fear. Mori also reacted at this time. He thought of Ophelia, who had just been blown away. He turned his head, and saw that the saint was lying in Li'er's arms with a ruddy face. Li'er, what are you doing to Her Highness the Saint? Mori rushed to Li'er in anger. Li'er ignored Mori's questioning, he took out the night rose, and the next second his figure came to the woman, who had turned into an undead, and the dark rapier directly pierced the undead's head and burst it. Chapter 34 You killed the corrupted undead. You gained 400 experience points. Ophelina hugged Li'er tightly. It felt like a gust of wind passed by, and the undead woman was already dead. She looked at the handsome face close at hand. There was no panic on that face. All actions were so neat and tidy. On the other hand, looking at his own guards. At this time, Mori also reacted. He watched Lear holding Ophelina and killing the undead with a knife, and he was jealous and wanted to go crazy. This should have been his job as a guard. Now the limelight has been taken away. And Lear is still holding the body of the saint. He didn't even touch Ophelina's hand. Lear, let go of the saint. Mori roared with red eyes. Lear ignored Mori's anger. His eyes were sharp, and when Ophelina was backlashed by the golden law and could no longer move, an idea came to his mind. Just kidnap Ophelia now, and take her home to imprison her, just like how he imprisoned Miria at the beginning. There are 4 Golden Church believers in front of him, including Mori, 2 mid-level professionals, and 2 beginner professionals. With his ability, it is no problem to kill these 4 people. Moreover, the poor people around have all run away, and the black fog produced by the explosion just now has low visibility. He has a chance to take Ophelia away without letting anyone know. Okay, Mori, it was Lear who saved me just now. If it weren't for him, I might have been injured. Ophelia suddenly spoke up, as if she had recovered some strength, and rubbed against Lear's arms. Seeing this scene, Mori was angry and jealous, but he could do nothing about it. Are you okay? Lear lowered his head and asked with a smile. I'm almost recovered. I was just accidentally attacked. My golden law is special. The law will recover after a while, Ophelia said with a slightly red cheek. Lear nodded. His expression did not change. He gave up the plan to kidnap Ophelia in his heart. The risk was too great, and even if he could kidnap Ophelia, the follow-up treatment would be a problem. Ophelia is a professional with high-level strength, completely different from a delicate little white flower like Milia. Mori, tell His Majesty the King that the corrupt sect has appeared in the slums. Let him immediately send professional guards to double the martial law. Once the poor infected with the corrupt disease are found, they must be isolated first. Ophelia instructed Mori on the side. Mori nodded. He also understood the seriousness of the matter, but he did not leave. He stood there hesitantly. What about you, the saint? Ophelina smiled, looked at Lear, and winked playfully. Mr. Lear should be able to send me back to the Golden Church safely, right? Lear was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Of course, it's my honor. It seems that the matter of looting powerful items and props will have to be postponed for a while. He sighed in his heart. Mori could not disobey Ophelina's order, so he could only go to the king unwillingly, but he still left the remaining 3 golden cultists and asked them to follow Lear to protect the saint. And he repeatedly told him to keep an eye on Lear. Everyone left the slums together. Not long after they left, a crow flapped its wings on the eaves and flew into the depths of the prosperous royal city. The road to escort Ophelina back to the Golden Cathedral was peaceful, and Lear only acted as a guard. After sending Ophelina to the church, he declined the other party's invitation to have lunch in the church, and took Eno directly home. Norton Duke's mansion. On the trees outside the villa, a big crow was looking at a room in the villa. In the sky, another smaller crow flew down and landed next to the big crow. How is the matter going? The big crow actually spoke human words. My lord, I met the golden saint of the church. I wasted a mother body, but I also caused the saint to suffer serious injuries. The little crow replied. Didn't I say that everything is mainly to spread corruption? Don't be impulsive when you meet people from the Golden Church. The big crow's tone was a little serious. The little crow was silent. After a long while he said, My brother died in the hands of the saint. The big crow did not speak again. He glanced at the little crow and finally seemed a little helpless. Forget it, it's a loss of a mother, but the plan still needs to go on. I hope you won't let me down again this time. I understand. The little crow responded, and then flapped its wings and left. Until the little crow left, the big crow's eyes gradually became indifferent. Brother? It's ridiculous. The believers of the corrupt law only need to believe in corruption, and everything else should be abandoned. If you are not still useful. The crow shook its head, then flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill of the room in front. In the room, Duke Norton sat on a chair with an irritated expression. Since Eric lost the duel last time, rumors began to circulate among the nobles that Duke Stewart was preparing to return to the capital. They said that Lear's brilliant performance was the first step. If this is true, it would not be a good thing for the entire Norton family. Stewart is the oldest family in the kingdom. It is stationed in the border fortress of Pharaoh. Since the founding of the country, it has been fighting with the previous king everywhere. The territory it owns is incredibly large. Most of the areas bordering the kingdom of Nox in the west of Brayfield belong to the command of Stewart, which occupies almost 1/5 of the territory of the entire kingdom of Brayfield. It can be said to be a country within a country. The current Duke's steward is also very powerful. He is one of the few extraordinary professionals in the kingdom. He believes in the law of war. The current king can win the battle for the throne because of Stuart's help. After Rosser ascended the throne, the current Duke of Stuart, Albert, returned to the border fortress of Faro and no longer interfered in the affairs of the royal city. When Duke Norton came to Breffel, he did a lot of things to belittle Stuart in order to vigorously develop the arcane law and enhance the family's strength. As long as he could suppress Stuart, he would get great attention. Those civilians were used to hearing the legend of Stuart, and suddenly a family stronger than Stuart appeared, and they would naturally be attracted. Duke Norton therefore recruited a lot of talents, and finally defeated the Stuart Guards, who stayed in the royal city with the mage corps he formed, and became completely famous. The arcane law began to be taken seriously, and Duke Norton also won the favor of the king. From then on, he began to rise rapidly, and now he has become the Duke of the kingdom, with a high position and power. It can be said that everything he has now is obtained by stepping on the Stuart family. But he knew very well that his family's strength was completely incomparable to that of the Stuart family. The guards he defeated were just the elite of the Stuart family. The real Stuart was entrenched in the western border, a terrifying behemoth, a sleeping lion. Chapter 35. Just as Duke Norton was thinking, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Duke Norton raised his head, a little unhappy. He always hated people disturbing him when he was thinking about problems. He looked up and saw a bloated woman pushing Eric in a wheelchair, followed by Adele. As soon as she entered the door, the woman showed a crying face. She cried to Duke Norton, "How can you be a father, you bastard? Why did you ignore the little beast from the Stuart family who insulted my son at the banquet? You even want Adele, that little bitch, to be Lear's lover?" Duke Norton listened to the woman's crying, and his originally irritable mood became even more irritable. "Vicente! Speak!" In the room, the bloated lady was still crying, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Eric and Adele were both standing by, the former with a gloomy face and the latter expressionless. Duke Norton frowned and looked at the fat woman in front of him. That was his wife, who looked ordinary, even ugly. In order to develop quickly in the early years, he married this woman, and relied on the help of her father, the Marquis, to gain a foothold in the kingdom. Valerie, the incident at the banquet was just a misunderstanding. Lear did not. Duke Norton sighed helplessly, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a sharp shout. "Misunderstanding? Vicente, do you know what you are talking about? That little bastard is laughing at my son, and he is still showing off the duel. Obviously, my Eric was so seriously injured, and the little bastard was gloating." As Valerie spoke, she hugged Eric and wiped tears with her right hand. Duke Norton was even more annoyed by Valerie's crying and said coldly, "Do you know why Lear laughed at Eric? Your baby son watched Adele being humiliated in public, and was indifferent. Adele is his sister and my daughter. It's my shame to be humiliated in public." Faced with her husband's anger, Valerie was stunned for a moment. She didn't think Eric was wrong at all. Instead, she cursed. So what if Adele, this little bitch, is humiliated? She is just a bitch's child. She cried even louder, "You are so mean to me for a bitch's child. Have you forgotten who helped you gain a foothold in the kingdom? It was my father. You promised my father to treat me well. It's like this again." Every time she cries like this, or she talks about her father's assistance in the early years, Duke Norton is tired of hearing it. As Valerie cried, his expression gradually became indifferent. Since marrying Valerie, he has never treated her badly, and gave Valerie the dignity that a duchess should have. Even when Valerie poisoned Adele's mother, he did not say a word. He has always been accommodating Valerie because Eric is her son. Although Eric is ordinary in other aspects, Eric's talent for arcane law is very strong, and Duke Norton has always cultivated Eric as his heir. But now, Eric is useless. Standing up from his chair, Duke Norton walked in front of Valerie. Valerie looked up, thinking that her husband would apologize as usual. But Duke Norton just reached out and patted her shoulder gently. Valerie was a little confused, but soon she felt sleepy and fell asleep on Eric's shoulder. "Eric, your mother is a little tired. You and the maid can take her downstairs to rest." Duke Norton glanced at Eric, and then called the two maids outside the door. Eric was stunned for a moment, and seeing his father's indifferent eyes, he seemed to understand something. He was silent for several seconds and nodded. The two maids, one holding Valerie and the other pushing Eric's wheelchair, gradually left the room. When the two left, Duke Norton looked at Adele on the other side. "Adele, my daughter, what do you think about what I said yesterday?" Adele witnessed Duke Norton's behavior, heard his words, and remembered what her father said last night. "Father, Will Lear really accept me as his lover? Adele asked. She was not opposed to being Lear's lover, which was better than being married to those nobles she didn't know. Of course. My dear daughter, you must have confidence in your charm. Duke Norton nodded immediately. Adele inherited her mother's beauty, and was born beautiful. Then I. Give it a try. Adele nodded. After getting the answer, Duke Norton showed a satisfied expression. Very good. In this case, I will allow you to leave the house at any time in the future, and you can also ask the butler for a certain amount of money. Well, Eric will not bully you anymore in the future, and Valerie is the same. Duke Norton said what he thought was a preferential treatment, then coughed lightly. One more thing. When you arrive at the Duke of North Short's mansion, I hope you can secretly inquire about the current Duke of Stuart. Eric didn't know what Duke Norton and Adele said. After sending his mother back to the bedroom, he came to his room in a daze. He locked himself in the room alone. From his father's words just now, he knew that he was abandoned by his father. His expression gradually became ferocious. Why? A roar sounded in the room, as if venting anger. He gasped, and the hatred in his heart seemed to overflow. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. It seems that you need some help? Eric was startled and looked up, and saw a crow flying in from the gap in the window, and then stopped in front of him. Crow? Eric was stunned. Could it be that the voice just now was said by this crow? He felt that he must be crazy. Yes, I'm a crow, but I prefer people to call me Delicky. The crow opened its mouth, and made a clear human voice. Eric's eyes widened. It turned out that he was not crazy? A crow could actually speak? What on earth are you? He wanted to stay away from the crow in a panic. A crow that can speak, can it be an ordinary thing? I said, I'm a crow, you can call me Delicky. The crow ignored Eric's panic, and said to himself, I heard the conversation between you and your father. Your father seems to be very disappointed in you. I can help you. The crow said slowly, like a devil tempting people to fall, I can help you become stronger than your father, and I can also help you defeat the man named Lear. How about it? Do you want to try? Chapter 36. The room was filled with a decaying atmosphere. The magic of the heretical law continued to pour into Eric's body. His skin gradually turned pale, and even his originally fiery red hair was stained with a gray filter. In the end, Eric chose to accept the power of the corrupt law under the temptation of the crow Dritch. When the last magic of the corrupt law poured into Eric's body, the crow made a satisfied cry. Since he fled to the royal city of Brayful, he has been selecting people who can help him bring down the true body of corruption. He has set his sights on Eric. His ugly appearance is in line with the style of the corrupt sect, and his status is prominent. He is the son of a duke. It is more convenient for the son of a great noble to do some things. From now on, you will be our corrupt believer, the new plague warlock. The crow vibrated its wings. Eric opened his eyes, and he felt that his body was full of strength. His body, which was originally depleted by the potion, regained its vitality. The power of the arcane law completely disappeared from his body, and now only corruption remained. His level also returned to the intermediate level, the intermediate plague warlock. Eric was a little disappointed. When he chose to accept the corrupt law, he was still thinking whether he would keep the arcane law and become a dual law professional like Lear, but it was obvious that he thought too much. How did Lear do it? Don't be dazed, feel the new power, I gave you power, you have to do things for me. The crow chattered. I accepted your power, but you promised that you could let me defeat Lear. Eric looked at the crow. The crow shook its wings in disdain. Of course, I will never deceive corrupt believers. Plague warlocks can gain power by spreading the plague. After every person infected with the corruption is transformed into an undead, his life energy will be transmitted to the plague warlock. As long as you continue to spread the corruption, you will soon reach a high level. Will you be unable to defeat a mid-level mage by then? Need to spread the corruption? Eric was startled. Flipping through the information he got after changing his job to the plague warlock in his mind. His expression became a little ugly. This way of spreading the plague and devouring the lives of others to increase strength is really too evil. You think it's evil? The crow sneered. There is no power that can be obtained for nothing in this world. Everything has a price. From the moment you choose to accept corruption, you should be prepared. And this is the only way you can defeat Lear. Eric was silent for several seconds, and his expression became ferocious. As long as I defeat Lear, I can do anything. Very good, I admire you. Then go and spread corruption. You will fall in love with the power of corruption. The crow cackled. Oh, by the way, don't use the power of corruption in front of the people of the Golden Church, especially the Golden Saint, otherwise, I can't save you. The crow added. Golden Saint. Eric thought of the woman he saw at the banquet that day, and he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Is it really your corrupt sect that slandered the Golden Saint in the newspaper?" "What?" The crow was stunned. "It's the story of the heretic nun Ophelina of the corrupt sect, who likes little boys," Eric said. The crow was stunned. He knew Ophelina was the name of the saint, but what the hell was this heretic nun Ophelina of the corrupt sect? 10 minutes later. "Which damn bastard dared to insult our corrupt sect like this?" The crow looked at the newspaper on the table, and kept cursing in his beak. His body was trembling slightly because of anger, and even some feathers stood up. Delicky was very angry. Someone dared to publish such an article in the newspaper. It was unbearable to slander the Golden Saint, and say that the saint was a heretic nun of their corrupt sect. Is the disgusting smell of the Golden Saint worthy of being a nun of the corrupt sect? Delisai, is it necessary to be so angry? Eric was a little confused. Didn't you write the article that slandered the Golden Saint? Who told you that we wrote it? Crow Delicky refuted on the spot. Everyone thinks so. Who else but your corrupt sect would call the Golden Saint a corrupt nun? Eric said, as a matter of course. Derek's eyes turned red. Not only did he call the saint a corrupt nun, but he also let their corrupt sect take the blame. It's really against the heavenly gang. It has always been their paganism that discredits others. When did someone dare to frame their corrupt sect? You really didn't write this? Seeing Derek's reaction, Eric also had some doubts. Of course not. I swear in the name of the corrupt law, Derek roared. Eric shrugged his shoulders, picked up the newspaper on the table, and looked at the content. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since others can slander you, can I also smear others? He slammed the table. What are you talking about? Derek finally recovered from his anger, and looked at Eric, who was startled and felt a little irritated. Eric smiled, showing a sinister smile. He took out a pen and paper, and started writing directly on the notebook. Rit Street, Daily Morning Newspaper. The staff of the newspaper lay weakly on the table. Since the story of the heretic nun Ophelina was published last time, their newspaper has become deserted, and few people dare to come to them to submit articles. The staff was a little helpless. Who knew that Ophelina was the name of the saint? If he knew, he would not publish those articles. Just when the staff thought that today was still a day when no one cared, the door of the newspaper was pushed open, and the bell on the door made a jingling sound. He suddenly raised his head from his seat, and saw a man wrapped in a coat. His scarf and sunglasses were almost exactly the same as the man who spent 5 gold coins to discredit the Golden Saint. But the body shape was a little wrong. The man in front of him whose face could not be seen was a fat man, with a crow standing on his shoulder. Excuse me, can I publish an article here? The fat man walked to the front of the newspaper staff and whispered. Hearing this, the staff's expression changed. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? After a pause of a few seconds, the staff showed a professional smile. Sure, sir, what kind of article do you want to publish? The fat man took out the article he had just written from the storage props and handed it to the clerk. The clerk took it carefully and glanced at the title. The Unknown Secret of the Stewart Family. The corner of the clerk's eyes twitched slightly. It seemed that he had seen such a title somewhere not long ago. He turned to the next page. Imprisoning the Princess? The Evil Deeds of Lear Stewart. The clerk wiped the sweat that appeared on his forehead involuntarily. He opened all the articles, all of which were smearing the Stewart family, especially Lear Stewart. What Lear communicated with the heretical gods and gained the power of the double law, and Lear imprisoned and humiliated the princess. But wasn't the princess Lear's fiancée? Why was she imprisoned? Sir, we can't publish these articles. You know, Lear Stewart is a great nobleman in the kingdom. Smearing him will cause trouble. The clerk put down the article tremblingly. Why not? Didn't you smear the Golden Saint before? The fat man said with some dissatisfaction. Sir, that was our mistake before. We didn't know the name of the saint. I pay 5 gold coins. The fat man didn't want to listen to the staff's explanation and took out the money directly. Come again? The staff felt that he was going crazy. Although the last time the saint was slandered, the saint didn't make things difficult for them. They really earned 5 gold coins. Now it's coming again. The staff is sure that he is tempted, but that Lear Stewart is the heir of the Stewart family. The newspaper fell into silence. After a long time, just when the fat man was a little impatient, the staff showed an ugly smile. Sir, we can publish these articles, but it costs more money. Chapter 37. What's the point of doing all this? Imprisoning the princess? They were originally engaged. Delic came out of the newspaper office and chattered. He had also observed Lear, but later gave up because of his appearance. He was too handsome, not in line with the style of a corrupt believer. Delic, you don't know, the princess is missing. Eric had a smug smile on his face. This matter was concealed by His Majesty the King. I only knew about it because my father told me. Lear must not know. What if someone goes to His Majesty the King to verify it after the article is published, and finally finds out that the princess is missing? Will anyone believe the content of the article? By then, not only will Lear's fiancée be missing, but he will also be suspected of imprisoning his fiancée. Eric kept talking, smiling, as if he had seen Lear's expression at that time. Delic shook his feathers. Even if he is suspected, what can he do? We can find out whether the princess is imprisoned by searching. It has no effect on Lear at all. The smile on Eric's face slowly faded, and he nodded, maybe, but as long as Lear can have a hard time, that's enough. This is just an appetizer. When I break through to the high level, I will personally step on him. In the early morning, Lear climbed out of bed, Eno huddled in the quilt, and the little maid was exhausted last night. The life of the nobles is always so decadent and luxurious, and Lear has already liked this feeling. After putting on his clothes, covering Eno with a quilt, and walking out of the room, he saw Milia again. The little princess's cheeks were red, but this time she didn't glare at Lear again. Milia was not ready to give herself to Lear completely. Although she was almost eaten by Lear when she was imprisoned before, the situation was different now. She was Lear's fiancée, and was no longer a prisoner. Lear would respect some of her ideas, and she was very happy. So he turned a blind eye to the matter between Lear and Eno. Men always have times when they can't hold back. At least she still likes Eno. It's better to let Eno take care of Lear's physiological needs than for Lear to find a woman outside. My dear princess, how can you bear to drive your husband to the maid's room late at night? Lear walked to Milia with a smile, and hugged the girl in his arms. Milia blushed and felt that she was a little too much. After a while, she whispered, Lear, can you give me some more time? Lear smiled and kissed Milia's cheek, then I wait a little longer. It has been a while since he crossed into the game. At first, he still thought it was a game, but as time went by, he felt more and more that this was a real world. The game cabin in the previous life might just be a medium to communicate with the other world. Isn't this the setting in many novels? So his attitude towards NPCs, such as Milia and Eno, has changed. He really likes Milia, a cute and easy-to-believe princess. After spending some time with Milia, Lear came to the living room. The maid in the mansion just told him that there was a guest. When he walked into the living room, he saw a familiar face. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and walked over. The person who came was Jim, the liar he met before the duel in the Kingdom Arena. He had said before that he was willing to recruit the other party, but there was no movement for so many days, and he thought Jim had no intention of helping him. You can come here. It seems that you have made a decision. Lear walked to Jim and sat down. Yes, Master Lear, it is my honor to work for you. Jim knelt down and said flatteringly. Lear smiled. He was not surprised by Jim's behavior. Working for the Stuart family was not a shameful thing, but an honorable thing, for most civilians in the kingdom. Stuart's reputation has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if he was belittled many times by Duke Norton, as long as the lion was still entrenched on the border, no one dared to underestimate Stuart's power. Very good, since you have made a choice, you must accept my test. I will not easily accept the loyalty of an ordinary person. Lear took out a gold coin from the storage ring, and put it on the table. Help me find someone. Her name should be Anna, a girl about 10 years old. Find her, and tell me her news. Don't disturb her life. This gold coin is the reward. Jim looked at the gold coins on the table, and swallowed his saliva. As expected of a nobleman, he made a year's income for an ordinary family. He used to cheat people, and if he was lucky, he could only get 5 or 6 gold coins a year, and he had to hide for a while if he cheated a noble. Now he can get a gold coin as long as he finds someone. I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Jim nodded immediately, and decided to follow Lear. Take this gold coin. Lear pushed the gold coin in front of Jim. Jim was stunned for a moment. His mission hadn't started yet, so he was given money directly? This is the advance payment for you. Jim was silent for a while, looking at the gold coins on the table, and said after a while, Aren't you afraid that I will take the money and run away? Why should I be afraid? Lear laughed. It's just a gold coin. If you take it, I will just lose a gold coin, but you will lose the opportunity to become a part of Stuart. Having said that, Lear didn't say anything else. A red light flashed in his silent eyes, and an illusory blood mark merged into Jim's body. The skill from the blood hunter can track the marked person. Marking Jim is not because I am reluctant to give up this gold coin, but I just want to try the effect of the skill. Okay, you go down, you only have 1 week. Lear waved his hand, motioning Jim to leave. After Jim left, Lear also dressed and prepared to go out. The person Jim was looking for was related to a mission. He had only read the text strategy for this mission, and the specific NPC location was not clear. So he gave the mission to Jim, wanting to test his ability. The mission reward was a law relic that could seal the law ability, which was very good. With this, he could consider taking action against the saint. If he caught the saint and sealed her ability, he could. Pa! Lear slapped himself. Why did he always want to tie the saint home? He was obviously not the kind of pervert who liked to imprison girls and play shame play. Yesterday in the slums, he also thought about tying up Ophelia. Fortunately, his reason overcame his thoughts in the end. I always feel something is wrong. Could it be that the golden finger can still affect his thoughts on those law source carriers? Chapter 38. It was already afternoon when Lear walked out of the house. As soon as he walked out of the house, a carriage drove towards his villa. There was a flame-like family emblem carved on the carriage. That was the family emblem of the Norton family. The carriage stopped in front of the gate, and a girl got off the car. It was Adele. Lear raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he couldn't leave again. In the living room, Eno looked at the two people sitting opposite each other with some surprise. One was the heir of Stuart, and the other was the daughter of the Duke of Norton. They should have an incompatible relationship, but they sat together. She smelled a hint of adultery. Why are you here? Does the Duke of Norton know? Lear asked after taking a sip of the black tea brewed by Eno. You asked me to inquire about my father's situation before, so I came. Adele said in a low voice, a little embarrassed. Eno's ears moved, as if he heard some incredible secret. His young master could make the daughter of the Duke of Norton listen to him. So you found out about your father's recent actions? Lear was a little surprised. Adele's actions were quite quick. But Adele's next sentence stunned him. Father. He hopes I can be your lover. Lear was stunned, and Eno beside him also covered his mouth. Do you know what you are talking about? Lear frowned. I know. Adele nodded. Lear shook his head. This looked like a conspiracy of the Duke of Norton. Your father. Well, why does the Duke of Norton want you to be my lover? He hopes that I can find out about the Duke of Stuart. Adele did not hide anything, and directly told the Duke of Norton's instructions. Lear stared at the other party. Under the perception of the blood law source, Adele did not lie. Sending his daughter to him just to find out about his father? What does Duke Norton want to do? He walked to Adele, and stared at the nervous girl. Duke Norton's intention is not known for the time being, but he unexpectedly feels that Adele does not seem to be opposed to being his lover. Lear did not feel the girl's resistance at all. He raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to lift the girl's chin, and leaned down. Your father asked you to be my lover. What do you think? Adele's cheeks were rosy, looking at Lear's face, without speaking. The two were very close, and Lear could smell the fragrant aroma on Adele's body. The other party did not resist at all, and through the perception of the blood law source, there was even some desire. Lear believed that he could tear Adele's clothes as long as he wanted, and then enjoy that beautiful body. That would really confirm his reputation of attacking Eric's sister. He greedily sniffed the smell of Adele's body. After he became a blood spreader, he was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. When he was intimate with Eno, he would unconsciously suck the blood of the little maid, and he also had this desire when he was with Miria. The blood of a pure girl must be particularly sweet. The Adele in front of him was a pure girl. He immediately grabbed Adele's hand and bit her neck. Since the other party has delivered it to the door, it is not a bad idea to have a taste. Adele was pressed against the sofa, feeling the faint tingling sensation in her neck, feeling a little shy and a little excited. Eno looked at this scene, her face became ruddy, and her pair of white thighs kept crossing. The little maid touched her neck, as if thinking of what Lear had done to her last night. The act of sucking blood lasted for a minute, and Lear let go of Adele's hand. Adele collapsed on the sofa, thinking about what would happen next, but she did not regret it. But after a long time, Lear did not turn into a beast as she imagined. Lear sat on the sofa on the other side, hugged Eno in his arms, and smelled the girl's scent. Adele panted and looked at Lear. Why stop in this situation? Shouldn't he tear her clothes to pieces, and then possess her fiercely? Is he not as good as a maid? The girl suddenly felt a little resentful. Lear smiled. He vaguely sensed Adele's thoughts. She was really willing to be his lover. Was it because of the Duke of Norton? Or was it because he was too handsome? Lear was a little confused. He remembered that except for the banquet, he had no intersection with Eric's sister. He looked at Adele, and said tentatively, You should love yourself more. If you choose to commit yourself to me because of the Duke of Norton, then you don't have to. It's not because of my father, Adele retorted immediately. The girl's eyes were shy, but very serious. I like you. You may not know that I was attracted to you when I first saw you. Every time my father took me to a banquet, I would pay attention to you. And this is the first time I have done such an intimate thing with a man. I am clean, Adele said again, as if she was afraid that Lear would think she was a dissolute woman. Lear was stunned for a moment, and in the perception of the blood law source, these were all true. A daughter of an enemy, who had little intersection with him, actually liked him. And it was love at first sight? Did he have such great charm? Could it be that he also had succubus blood? Lear was silent, and didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing that Lear had been silent, Adele felt a little anxious, so she simply came directly to Lear, hugged Lear's neck, and kissed Lear on the lips. You were very tough when you bit me just now. Why are you indifferent now? She panted and looked straight into Lear's eyes. Have you always been so bold? Lear raised his eyebrows. If he didn't take action against such a little white sheep, who took the initiative to come to his door, he would be underestimated. Don't you like it? Adele licked her lips. The beautiful look made Lear's blood boil. With a cry of surprise, he picked up the girl and said, You have no chance to regret it. Then he carried Adele to the bedroom. The battle lasted until the night. In the middle, even Ina was pulled in, and the war was finally calmed down. Until both of them fell asleep, Lear put on his clothes and took a look at the next room. Miria probably didn't know that he had learned to be smart now. He would cast a soundproof spell before doing things. Looking at the two people on the bed, he had never experienced the hugs in his previous life, but he experienced it after crossing. He shook his head, and when he was ready to get up, the task panel suddenly popped up in front of him. The third ring of the revival of blood. Corruption has spread the faith in the royal city. As a spreader of blood, how can you indulge in pleasure and remain indifferent? Task goal: improve the spread of blood law and let more people know about blood law. Current progress: 1%. Task reward: 200,000 experience points, blood vortex. Failure penalty: curse of the Lord of Blood. Task time limit: 30 days. Chapter 39. Liar almost forgot that there was a revival mission. He hadn't come to the third ring since he completed the second ring last time. He thought that the Lord of Blood had given him a holiday. After taking a look at the content on the task panel, Liar was a little speechless. Improve the spread of the blood law. If he remembered correctly, the blood law was a heretical law. Now the Golden Saint was cleaning up the corrupt law believers in the royal city. If he wanted to share some pressure with the corrupt sect, he could try it. He sighed helplessly. When he knew that Adele was the only blood believer in the entire royal city besides him, he felt that the Lord of Blood was a little out of tune. But the mission still had to be done. How to improve the spread of the blood law, he began to think. Performing a blood-granting ceremony to directly convert the other party into a believer is the most direct way. But under the current alert of the Golden Church, it is difficult for blood believers created in this way to survive. He couldn't bring the converted blood believers back home. If he left them outside, they would be lambs to be slaughtered unless he was smart. Is there any other way? His eyes fell on the bloody face that turned into a ring on his finger, and his eyes gradually lit up. The Brayful royal city was a little deserted under the night sky. Because of the corrupt sect, many citizens would go home and close the door at night. That was a heretical sect. It was said that it would spread an incurable disease. Several people had died in the slums. On the dark street, a girl was walking home with a backpack. She was a student of the Arcane Academy, but she was not a noble, just a child of an ordinary citizen. After she awakened the arcane law, her father decided to send her to the Arcane Academy, even though it would cost a lot of money. Today, she forgot the time because of studying spells, so she left the academy very late. The girl looked at the dim road, feeling a little nervous. She had heard about the slums, and the heretical sects were really scary. But it was in the slums, far away from her home, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Just as the girl was thinking, she heard a sound of flapping wings. She looked up, and saw a crow standing on a branch staring at her. Its dark green eyes looked particularly scary at night. She glanced at the crow, and then withdrew her gaze in fear, and walked forward carefully, but as she walked, the crow's eyes were also moving. The girl couldn't stand it anymore, so she stopped and said innocently, Mr. Crow, I'm going home. Can you stop staring at me? Hearing this, the crow was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the target would talk to it before he made a move. Could it be that his brain was not working well? It fluttered its wings and grinned, that won't do. I finally found such an excellent mother like you. Mother? The girl was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds, her eyes widened. The crow actually spoke? In her unbelievable eyes, the feathers on the crow's body trembled, and finally turned into a human figure. A foul smell came to her face. The person in front of her was wearing a black robe, and his exposed arms were wrapped with dirty bandages. Even his head was wrapped up, revealing only one eye. There were maggots crawling on that eye. Ah! A piercing scream sounded in the dark night. In the alley not far away, a demon-like person was wandering in the dark. The bright red eyes, the ferocious face, and the terrifying horns were Lear wearing the blood prisoner mask. He thought of a way to complete the task and planned to try it out in the middle of the night. To increase the spread of the blood law, all you have to do is make the blood law known to people. It doesn't matter if it's a good reputation or a bad reputation. He just needs to find some wandering villains and gangsters at night, show the power of blood, punish them, and then leave the name of the blood law. He came a few times a day, and after a lot of times, those gangsters spread it by word of mouth, and it became an urban legend in the royal city. The stories are all written like this, such as the heretic demon in the middle of the night. Maybe it will be written in the newspaper. As for whether someone will join his blood cult after his reputation is ruined, it doesn't matter at all. Normal NPCs will never join a cult unless they are desperate. Those who really want to spread the faith of blood have to wait for players to come. He walked on the street for a while, but didn't see anyone. Just when he was about to go somewhere else, a scream suddenly came from not far away. Listening to the scream not far away, Lear smiled under his prisoner mask. Isn't this coming to life? On the dim street, the terrifying bandaged man walked towards the girl step by step. The girl had collapsed on the ground, and she was so scared that she couldn't speak. Don't be afraid, don't be sad. You will become the nutrient rewarded by the corrupt true spirit. It's your honor. The bandaged man looked at the girl. The best way to spread the corruption disease is to infect a mother body and cultivate the bacteria in the other party's body. When the corruption bacteria reach the limit, the mother body explodes, and a large number of corruption bacteria will spread. Before in the slums, the mother body was not fully mature, but he couldn't help but detonate it, so the effect was not good. A fully mature mother body can cover the entire slum. You, what kind of monster are you? Don't come over. The girl finally reacted and got up from the ground and planned to escape. Without even taking the backpack, she ran in the opposite direction, but as she ran, a figure appeared in front of her. She was delighted and shouted, "Sir, please save me, there is a..." As she spoke, she ran towards the black shadow, but when she saw the face of the black shadow clearly, her voice stopped abruptly. This was a man in a black robe, who was similar to the bandaged man behind him, but he didn't have such a disgusting stench, but the face of the black robe man was like a legendary devil. His eyes flashed with ferocious red light, his head had twisted horns, and his face had blood-red lines. The girl stopped and collapsed on the ground again. It was fine if there was one monster, but there was another one. Just when the girl was a little desperate, the demon monster in front of her suddenly made a gentle voice. "Beautiful lady, you seem to need some help." "Ah?" The girl was stunned for a moment, and raised her head. She had already thought of being captured by the monster and performing an evil ritual, but why was the monster in front of her different? "Do you need help?" Lear stretched out his hand. Unlike the ferocious look on his head, his hand was white like a woman's. "Mr. Monster, won't you eat me?" "Why should I eat you?" "The book in the college library says that monsters from heretical sects appear at night and like to eat people." Lear was silent. "What kind of book is this?" He coughed lightly. "Not all heretics are bad people." "But, Mr. Monster..." "I'm not a monster, I'm the Apostle of Blood. I also have a name. You can call me Munger." Chapter 40. The girl paused for a moment. Listening to the words of the monster in front of her, she suddenly found that she was not so scared. The man in front of her had a hideous face, but gave her a very gentle feeling. "Well, monster, Mr. Munger, are you really not going to eat me?" "I don't eat people. In fact, I was once a human, but I was cursed by blood, and the law of blood made me become like this. If you want to lift the curse, you must atone your sins, so I will appear at night to help those in need." Lear was talking nonsense, making up jokes that even he himself found ridiculous. But the girl listened very seriously, and even looked a little sympathetic. This kind of naive girl is really easy to deceive, and Lear looked at the other party calmly. While the two were talking, the bandaged man had already come to their side. Lear raised his head, and the breath exuded by the other party was exactly the same as the corrupt power in the slums before. "I didn't expect to run into corrupt believers doing things just by going out. Is this the guidance of fate? That's my prey." The bandaged man stared at the devil in front of him with his exposed one eye. He felt a kind of law power that he had never felt before. Another heretical law? The girl was startled by the voice of the bandaged man and quickly hid behind Lear's big body. She didn't even notice that she had already trusted the monster named Munder in front of her. "Mr. Munder, if helping me can help you remove the curse, please save me. He wants to take me away." The girl looked at the bandaged man timidly and begged in a low voice. Triggering task. Girl's request, sea level. The poor girl asks you for help. Please help her escape the capture of corrupt believers. Task reward. 50,000 experience points, intermediate blood apostle skills. Failure penalty. None. Lear raised his eyebrows. There was still a task, and the reward was the intermediate blood apostle skills. Since he got the basic blood apostle skills last time, he has not seen other blood apostle skills. Pagan believers, hand this girl to me. We are all heretics. There is no need to fight each other, the bandaged man said coldly. Lear smiled, and the eyes of the blood prisoner flashed a trace of red light. The night rose appeared in his hand, and directly entered the invisible state. Don't compare me with the dirty corruption. I am an apostle of blood, and I don't care about you sewer bugs. You said I am a bug? The bandaged man's eyes twitched, and the whole person became angry. You are the apostle of blood. Blood will also be corrupted. Everything in this world will decay. The world will eventually bow down to the power of corruption. Such a great law. You actually said I am a stink bug? The bandaged man was a little crazy, and Lear couldn't understand it. The smell of corruption is the real eternity, you damn blood believer, since you dare to blaspheme corruption. Then become the nourishment for the coming of the corrupt true spirit. The bandaged man suddenly opened his robe. Under the robe, countless dirty mosquitoes and flies flew out, covering the sky like a black cloud. Looking at this scene, Lear frowned. He had never seen such a disgusting way of attack even in his previous life. He picked up the girl and dodged the mosquitoes and flies in a flash. The heretic in front of him was close to the high-level level in terms of magic power, and was a good opponent. He put the girl down. You stay here. I deal with this corrupt believer. After saying that, he walked towards the bandaged man. Since he obtained the skills of the blood apostle, he has not used them yet, just in time to practice with this corrupt believer. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and the resonance of blood allowed him to have the power to control blood for a short time. These mosquitoes and flies in the air are not magic creations condensed by magic power, but real creatures. Although they are different from humans, they also have blood. The light red ripples rippled from his body, and the buzzing mosquitoes and flies suddenly stopped. The next second, it seemed like rain in the air, and drops of dirty liquid flowed down strangely. It was not red, but dirty yellow. It was easy for Lear to control the blood in these weak mosquitoes and flies. The bandaged man widened his eyes when he saw this scene. What did you do to my children? Children? Lear frowned. The corrupt believers were more twisted than he imagined. The mosquitoes and flies that lost their blood also lost their lives. Falling from the air one by one, the bandaged man's eyes were bloodshot. You damn blood believer. I will turn you into nutrients for my children. He roared, and the dead black fog emerged from his body, covering the bodies of mosquitoes and flies on the ground. The next moment, the black fog gradually condensed and turned into a giant more than 5 meters tall. The whole body was connected by bandages and black rotten flesh, still one-eyed, and covered with maggots, which looked uncomfortable. However, although it was disgusting and ugly, the giant's magic power level has reached a higher level. Watching this scene, Lear had a new understanding of the corrupt law. Although it was disgusting, it had to be said that it was still very powerful. Just like the black cloud of mosquitoes and flies just now, it was obviously carrying toxins and diseases, and ordinary law professionals could not get close at all. The mage might be better, as he could use fire. And now this rotten giant has given the bandaged man a powerful close-range ability. It can be far or near, and it can be ranked among the many professions that Lear has seen in his previous life. The rotten giant smashed towards Lear with an unbearable stench. Lear turned sideways and dodged. The night rose pierced the body of the rotten giant, and the sword body felt a damping feeling, as if it was pierced on a piece of rubber. Piercing and slashing damage reduction? In just a moment, he judged the characteristics of the rotten giant. The expression under the prisoner's face became a little gloomy. Such a characteristic can be said to be a nightmare for melee professionals who use light weapons. After a blow, the carrion giant smashed its arm again, and smashed it on the ground, smashing the marble floor into pieces. Lear dodged to a nearby place. The place where the carrion giant was pierced just now had healed, and even the blood bar was restored. It actually has a strong recovery ability. It's a bit tricky. For such an opponent, the mage should be able to deal with fire, but Lear knows ice spells, which can only freeze the opponent at most. Even if it is an arcane cannon, it is only a momentary impact force, and it is difficult to completely defeat the giant's body. Is he going to run away with the girl? Lear's eyes became deep. Running away is not his habit. Such a giant state will definitely not last too long, and since piercing is ineffective, use brute force. A bright red chain appeared in Lear's hand, the Blood Apostle's skill life-binding shackles. The chain was directly wrapped around the giant, and by the way, Lear also hung a blood mark on the giant to increase damage. The next second, all the attributes were added to the strength, and he dragged the giant and threw it directly into the night sky. The demon grabbed the chain, bound the giant, drew a semicircle in the air, and smashed the giant hard on the ground. The violent impact shook the trees not far away. The bandaged man inside the giant was dizzy. Is this the power that a mid-level professional can have? The life-binding shackles were consuming the giant's vitality while binding the giant. Lear's face under the prisoner mask showed a smile. Just when he was about to come again, a holy sword fell from the sky. Chapter 41. Lear looked at the holy sword condensed by the golden law in astonishment. Why did the judge skill, the sword of punishment, the skill of the golden law combat profession appear here? He looked in the direction of the source of the holy sword. The golden Saint Ophelia, the guard Mori, and several other members of the golden sect were watching them covetously. Finally I caught them. Corrupted heretics. Ophelia stared at the two heretics not far away. When she was attacked in the slums before, she had expected that the corrupt believers would act again, so she would send people to patrol everywhere in the royal city every night. I didn't expect to encounter them when I was patrolling today. She saw the girl hiding behind a tree, and guessed that this was the new mother body found by the corrupt sect. Ophelia walked up to the girl and comforted her. Little sister, don't worry, it's all right. Let us clean up these corrupt pagans. The girl was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute, Mr. Munder is not. She wanted to say something, but Ophelia and a group of believers of the Golden Law had already surrounded Lear and the bandaged man. Lear felt very fucked up. He was not a corrupt believer. The rotten giant tied by the life-binding shackles actually broke free at this moment. He looked at the golden church staff around him, and his eyes were full of anger at Lear. You actually contacted the golden church? We are all pagans. Do you think the golden church will spare you? The bandaged man roared. Lear's face under the mask twitched slightly. He was obviously a victim too. Ophelina was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she looked at Lear. Seeing Lear's hideous head, and the strange aura emanating from his body, her expression became a little solemn. Aren't you a corrupt believer? Lear did not answer. Since the golden church had come, the girl's safety was naturally fine, and he had to run away quickly. But before he ran away, Ophelina seemed to feel something, and her beautiful eyes stared at him. You are the bastard at night. Ophelina remembered. She felt that the weapon in Lear's hand was the same as the one who lured her to the priest's room in the Golden Cathedral. You damn heretic, did you publish the story in the newspaper? Ophelina questioned. After seeing the story about liking a little boy, she had doubts. She ran into the priest playing with a little boy a few days ago, and then the newspaper published an article about her liking a little boy. She would never believe it was a coincidence. Madam, did you recognize the wrong person? Lear was sweating. I recognize the wrong person. You will know when I catch you. Ophelia stared at Lear, her eyes never leaving. She even ignored the real corruption sect believer next to her. The bandaged man saw that he was ignored, took out a small blue bottle from his arms, and drank the liquid inside. Lear's eyes widened when he saw the bandaged man's action. He recognized the small bottle, which was the game prop he planned to get in the slums not long ago. How could it appear in the hands of the corruption sect believer? The small bottle is a very powerful prop, and Lear still remembers its properties. Name: Blue Secret Dewdrop Bottle. Category: Law Relic. Introduction: a dewdrop bottle that gathers powerful magic, which can produce 1 drop of blue secret dew every day. Effect: after taking the blue secret dewdrop, all your skills and spells will not be consumed for the next 60 seconds, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. It is a law relic just like the blood prisoner mask rewarded in the previous task. Law relics are another kind of props in the game after equipment, and the effects are all strange and extremely rare. In the previous life, the blue secret dewdrop bottle belonged to a strange wizard. For this prop, the wizard learned a lot of spells with short cooling time and could be cast instantly. After drinking the blue secret dewdrop, he could be called a machine gun turret within 60 seconds. Lear's eyes turned, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He said to the bandaged man beside him, "Friend, you see, We are all pagans. Do you want to join forces? Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't escape. The bandaged man put the dewdrop bottle into his arms, and snorted disdainfully, no need. After taking the blue secret dewdrop, he can use the rotten giant again, and he may fight the golden saint. The bandaged man roared, and the corrupt black fog appeared again. When the black fog dissipated, a 5-meter-tall giant appeared in front of everyone. Lear was a little worried. The bandaged man could not communicate. With his current ability, how could he get the blue secret dewdrop bottle under the siege of the golden saint? Just when he was silent, the system panel appeared in front of him. You completed the mission girl's request. You gained 50,000 experience points. The intermediate blood apostle skill bloodthirst, blood incarnation. New skill information appeared in Lear's mind, and he looked at the rotten giant rushing towards the golden saint. His eyes became deep. Golden saint, you killed my brother. Today I will make you pay. The carrion giant roared, and the violent power rushed forward. Lear shook his head, thinking that the believers of this corrupt sect were a bit brainless. Just now, even he could touch the carrion giant, let alone the golden saint. The other party is the daughter of the golden law, with the dual skills of prayer and judge. I saw an invisible ripple out, and the carrion giant was repelled, and fell to the ground and hesitated for several seconds. The rest of the golden believers also launched attacks one by one. Feeling that he was forgotten, Lear stood in place, watching the people of the golden church like fighting a boss. In the crowd, the golden saint resisted the carrion giant, while observing Lear on the other side. She gritted her teeth. Although the carrion giant was not her opponent, it kept pestering her like a fly, making her unable to divide her energy to deal with the heretic on the other side. We must not let that bastard get away. Afanina hated Lear on the other side even more. She raised her scepter, and the sacred golden law shone. High-level skill, golden fury. High-level skill, light storm. Suddenly, the whole sky seemed to be illuminated. The light storm enveloped the carrion giant, and the purifying power of the golden law continued to erode the body of the carrion giant. In the light, the carrion giant gradually turned into ash, and the bandaged man fell out of it. Lear watched quietly, and saw the blue secret dewdrop bottle fly from the bandaged man's arms to the ground. In an instant, he activated the Aslan royal swordsmanship, increased his speed to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye he came to the side of the blue secret dewdrop bottle, and reached out to grab the bottle in his hand. Humph! You dared to steal the spoils of our golden church instead of running away. Ophelia looked at the heretic in front of her, with some curiosity in her hatred. That was not the power of corruption. There were other heretical sects in the royal city besides the corrupt sect. She threw a confession at him. Lear felt the feeling of overindulgence again. But this time he was not in a hurry. He looked up and smiled at Ophelia. My dear saint, please forgive me for writing those blasphemous articles. I thought that the priest liked little boys, and the saint should be the same. The light voice echoed in the night. Ophelia thought that the heretic in front of her could say something good, but she didn't expect that he was still teasing and mocking her. You deserve to die. A holy sword condensed directly in the air, and pierced straight into the heretic's chest. Lear was indifferent. He finally left Ophelia with a laugh. We will meet again. After saying that, his body turned into blood mist and disappeared. Blood avatar. Consume 50% of your maximum health points. You can build an avatar condensed by blood, with 50% of your own abilities, lasting for 3 hours. You can transfer the positions of the avatar and your real body during the duration, and it can only be used once during the duration of the avatar. Chapter 42 Blood Law Spreading Degree Improved. Current Spreading Degree 4%. When Lear returned to the Duke's mansion, the sky had already lit up a bit. He was a little haggard. The huge consumption of magic power, and the loss of 50% of his maximum health at once made him feel as if his body was hollowed out. He returned to his bedroom. Eno and Adele had woken up. The two were talking, as if they were whispering between girls. Lear hugged Eno, and bit Eno's neck before the little maid could react. Blood flowed into his body along with the wound, and the feeling of weakness on his body was rapidly fading. Eno, on the other hand, was completely limp, and could only let Lear hold him. Feeling the recovery of his body, Lear opened his mouth, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. A lot of things happened tonight, and he was almost caught by Ophelia, but the gains were also huge. The spread of the blood law was improved, and the blue secret dewdrop bottle, and the intermediate blood apostle skill were obtained. Blood incarnation and blood thirst. Relying on the blood incarnation, he escaped from Ophelia without anyone noticing. As for blood thirst, this is a skill that surprised Lear. By sucking blood and devouring the magic power in the target's body, he can quickly recover his own state, and there is also a very low probability of obtaining the target's talents and skills through the target's blood. This effect can only be triggered once for the same target, but it is powerful enough. Master. Ino's weak voice suddenly came to his ears. Lear came back to his senses from his thoughts. The little maid had a ruddy face, but she looked a little depressed. He showed a trace of apology. Sorry, Ino, I was a little inconsiderate. Bloodthirst can devour magic power through blood. Magic power is the core power of professionals. When magic power is exhausted, even if it does not cause substantial damage to the body, the whole person will feel powerless. You should have a good rest today. I will leave the affairs of the mansion to other maids. Lear stroked Ino's hair, and then looked at Adele beside him. Adele, well, you are my woman now, but I hope you can continue to stay in the Duke of Norton's mansion. Didn't the Duke of Norton ask you to inquire about my father's news? Just tell him that my father will come to the royal city in the near future. Wait for the Duke of Norton to make other moves, and then tell me. Is that all? Adele nodded. She knew that although Lear accepted her, she could not be just a vase. She must reflect her own value in order to be valued by Lear. That's all. Lear nodded. The Duke of Norton's mansion. Eric walked into the living room and saw his father. He frowned and asked, Father, has Adele not come back for a day? Duke Norton looked up and was a little surprised that Eric could stand up, and there was a crow standing on his shoulder. He did not ask about these things, but warned, I have given Adele a task. From now on, you should not interfere with what Adele wants to do, and you are not allowed to bully her again. Do you understand? Eric was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little gloomy when he remembered what his father had said to Adele before. He left the living room alone. When he walked out of the sight of Duke Norton, the crow on his shoulder suddenly flapped its wings. What's wrong? Eric felt that Delic's mood became a little angry. Colin is dead, Delic said in a cold tone. Colin? It's another one of my men. I asked him to disrupt the order of the slums and spread corruption. I didn't expect that he would be discovered by the Golden Church so soon. What an incompetent waste. The crow cursed. Since Colin is dead, his mission will be completed by you, Eric. After scolding Colin, Delic looked at Eric. Eric's expression became ugly. He suddenly felt that joining the paganism might not be a wise decision. Lear sat on a bench in the park wearing sunglasses and holding a cup of black tea. The battle last night did not cause much damage, but many people saw the storm of light that enveloped the citizen area. The citizens were discussing the topic of the storm of light, saying that it was the sacred golden law that was eliminating heresy. As Lear was listening, he suddenly heard someone mention his name. Have you heard that Master Lear of the Stuart family has imprisoned the princess? Poof! The tea sprayed out of his mouth, and Lear was shocked. What the hell? The citizens on the other side did not notice Lear's situation and continued. The newspapers all reported that the princess was missing and was imprisoned by the master of the Stuart family. And the master of the Stuart family communicated with the pagan gods, so he gained the power of the double law. Is it true? The worker standing opposite widened his eyes. Listening to the two people's words, Lear stood up from the bench silently, went to the newsstand, and bought a recent newspaper. The title that caught his eye was, Imprisoning the Princess? Lear Stuart's Evil Behavior. With a slight twitch in the corner of his eye, he put the newspaper away and went straight home. Which bastard would actually follow his example and publish such a small article in the newspaper? And who leaked the fact that Milia was imprisoned in her own home? First of all, Lear excluded Ino. He believed in the loyalty of the little maid. As for the other maids in the mansion, they were all slaves and grew up in the Duke's mansion. Although they had seen Milia, they didn't know that Milia was the princess. In that case, who leaked the secret? Lear thought of the king and queen. The next day, Lear received a notice and went to the palace. The king summoned. Before he left, he did not tell Milia about what was in the newspaper, so as not to cause panic to the little princess. Walking on the road, rumors about him had spread in the royal city, and some nobles also noticed something was wrong. Princess Milia seemed to have not appeared in front of the public for a long time. Even at the last banquet, Milia did not appear. When he arrived at the gate of the palace, the guard saw Lear and showed a strange expression on his face. He said, Master Lear, His Majesty is waiting for you. Lear raised his eyebrows, nodded to the guard, and then entered the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, before he walked far, on the other side, Ophelia came over with Maury. Ophelia's face was a little haggard, and it seemed that she had not slept well. When Maury saw Lear, he showed a stern expression and walked in front of Lear. It turns out that you can become a dual law professional because of the pagan gods you communicated with, and cruelly imprison the princess. He shouted loudly as soon as he came up. Lear's expression did not change when he heard this. He looked at Mori as if he was looking at a fool. I remember that the Golden Law is known as the perfect law. The followers of the Golden Law should be balanced in all aspects. But the Golden Law does not seem to favor your IQ. Chapter 43. What did you say? Mori said angrily. You said that the pagan gods I communicated with had dual laws. Do you think that either arcane or war is pagan? Lear said slowly, and you said that I imprisoned the princess. Her Royal Highness was originally my fiancée. I could marry her to Stuart openly. Why did I imprison her? Mori opened his mouth and was speechless. Afanina watched from the side. She shook her head. Mori, Mr. Lear can't be what the newspaper said. That should be slander, just like the articles that slandered me. She remembered the rumors that she was framed, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for Lear. Both of them were victims. Lear glanced at Mori and said nothing. The three of them walked towards the palace hall together. When they arrived at the hall, there were already many nobles present. They looked at Lear with strange eyes. Lear stepped forward and asked before Ross could speak, Your Majesty, is Miria really missing? His expression was a little gloomy, more like questioning. Ross was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lear with deep eyes. Miria is indeed missing. Miria is missing. Why don't you show any reaction? I didn't even see you send soldiers to search. Lear's voice suddenly became louder, and his expression was angry. The nobles around looked at each other. Lear dared to speak to the king in such an attitude, which could be said to be disrespectful. Faced with Lear's repeated questioning, Ross's expression was a little ugly. Seeing Lear's abnormal appearance, he roughly guessed what the other party wanted to do. Lear probably wanted to show his anger and worry about Miria with this attitude. How could it be possible that he had such real anger and the newspaper said that Lear imprisoned the princess? This way, he could get away with it and clear the suspicion that Lear actually imprisoned Miria. Looking at Lear's angry expression that was not fake at all, Rosser admitted that this method was very clever. But did my king not want to save face? He really wanted to expose Lear's hypocrisy directly, but he gave up in the end. After all, his daughter was still in the hands of the other party. Swallowing his dissatisfaction, Rose said in a deep voice, It's not that I didn't show it. Milia has always been a very independent child. She often goes out to play with guards. I give her a lot of freedom, and let her enter and leave the palace freely. Sometimes she goes to some remote places, and has close to high-level guards to protect her. I am not worried, but this time, she didn't come back, and I realized something was wrong. He explained, but such an explanation seemed very stiff, and the expressions of the nobles present became strange. The king has always been very fond of Princess Milia, but now it seems that it may be all pretended. Feeling the strange eyes of the nobles, Rose was very annoyed, but he could only remain rational. Hearing Rose's words, Lear smiled secretly. Sure enough, as he thought, the king could only cooperate with him. Milia is the holder of the heresy law. From the attitude of the queen, Rose also knew that as long as the king did not want his daughter to be tried by the Golden Church, he could only help Lear conceal it. I just wonder if the king knows that he is also a heretic. Lear suddenly thought of a question. He pretended to think, as if he agreed with Rose's explanation, and sighed, Your Majesty, Milia is my fiancée. She is missing. I am very worried. Please forgive my rudeness. I want to know, do you have any clues about Milia's disappearance? Rose's expression eased when he heard this. He looked at Ophelina on the side, and said in a speculative tone, Milia left before the saint came. She may have encountered corrupt believers. I have ordered the royal guards to search. Your Majesty, are you saying that Princess Milia may have been kidnapped by the corrupt sect? Ophelina on the side asked hurriedly. Yes, Saint, Rose replied. Ophelina didn't know that the king and Lear were just acting. When she heard that Milia might have been captured by the corrupt sect, her expression became a little ugly. She knew that the corrupt sect would capture pure girls as the mother of the corrupt disease. If so, Princess Miria would be in danger. Ophelina subconsciously glanced at Lear, and seeing his worried expression, she decided not to tell Lear the news, lest Lear be even more sad. The fiancé she won in the duel not long ago is gone, which is very depressing. She looked up at the king. If it was done by the corrupt sect, our Golden Church will do its best to help search for the princess's whereabouts. As she said that, she also glanced at Lear. This was the only thing she could do. Thank you, Saint. Rosser nodded. The princess's matter has basically been determined, and the nobles who came to understand the situation began to leave. They looked at Lear with some pity. What would happen if he was caught by the pagans? Many sources have written that the princess may not be able to come back. They also have a new view of King Rosser. The previous attitude of doting on the princess may be fake. He said that he gave the princess a lot of freedom, but didn't he care? Ophanina sighed, and patted Lear on the shoulder before leaving, as if to comfort him. When everyone left, only Lear and Rosser were left. The atmosphere became dull. After a while, Rose said with a fake smile, "Stinky boy, do you know how much impact yourself will have on the dignity of the royal family?" Lear smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, this is also forced. You know what will happen once Milia's affair in my house is confirmed? The Golden Church will find Milia, and you don't want your daughter to be taken away by the Golden Church, right?" Rose stared. "Then you can't tease me like this. After those nobles leave, they will definitely say that my attitude towards Milia before was all fake." Lear shrugged and said seriously, "Your Majesty, sometimes, some sacrifices are necessary." Rose shook his head helplessly. At this time, Queen Philia came out from the back of the hall, and smiled at the two people who were bickering. "You two are really good at acting. Those nobles and saints were deceived by you." Rose looked at his queen. Milia was their child. He really loved Milia, and was even willing to go against his heart, and cheat the golden saint with Lear. Lear couldn't stand the king and queen exchanging glances, and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any clues about who published the content in the newspaper?" Rosser raised his head. "I asked the soldiers to ask the Daily Morning News, and it was also a man who covered his face. He spent 10 gold coins, and asked the newspaper to publish those articles. It should be the same person as last time, probably a member of the corrupt sect. I just don't know why they are targeting you." Listening to the king's words, Lear's expression was a little weird. It was indeed him who discredited the saint before, but discrediting himself? Chapter 44. A week has passed unnoticed. Ophanina has been very anxious recently. She had purified the corrupt believer before, but the spread of the corruption in the royal city was not only not suppressed, but even faster. Almost 1/3 of the people in the slums have been infected with the disease, and the number is still rising. The whole slum is in a panic. The Golden Church and the royal family have blocked the slums and strengthened the night patrol mission. The search mission for Princess Milia is also underway. The church has announced that it was the corrupt sect that kidnapped the princess, clearing Lear of suspicion. In this week, in addition to the spread of the corruption, there is another trouble in the royal city. It is the guy who escaped that day and called himself the Blood Apostle. The Blood Apostle appears every night, and even the newspapers have begun to publish the deeds of the Blood Apostle. Demons appear at night. Why does the Blood Demon punish villains? Is he righteous or evil? The Blood Demon's conspiracy. Such reports kept appearing in the newspapers. The girl she saved was interviewed and said that Mr. Munger, the Blood Apostle, was a good person. Ophanina couldn't understand why a pagan would punish villains every night. This must be a conspiracy. She believed it, and it was the Blood Apostle who slandered her in the newspaper. Such a heretic should go to hell. Ophanina clenched the newspaper in her hand angrily. After a long time, she left the cathedral in an irritable mood. She didn't relax much this week. It was not good to bury her head in work all the time. She needed a break. She came to the street alone. It was raining outside, and the road seemed a little deserted. Many citizens were hiding at home because of the threat of paganism. She walked forward aimlessly with an umbrella, and unknowingly came to a mansion. The name of Steward was written on the doorplate. Ophelia was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, she knocked on Steward's door. In the house, Lear held a bottle of white powder in his hand. He just got it from the black market in the royal city. It is called a drug that can knock you out with one drop. As long as you are not a professional at the extraordinary level, even a high-level professional will fall asleep after drinking a drink mixed with one drop. He got this thing to kidnap Ophelia. Ever since he escaped from Ophelia that night, and then awakened a new Blood Apostle skill, he had this idea in his mind again. Bloodthirst can devour the target's magic power by sucking blood. Once the magic power is exhausted, the professional will fall into a state of weakness and skills cannot be used. Although the physical strength is still there, it is enough to knock the opponent unconscious. Maybe there is no need to wait for Jim to seal the props of the law ability. Now we can start to imprison Ophelina. Lear thought, although he knew that such behavior was perverted and Ophelina didn't even have any hatred with him, but such thoughts lingered. Maybe this is the side effect of the golden finger? Those law source carriers will attract him and be irresistible. Since it is irresistible, let it go. He smiled indifferently and put the drug into the storage ring. Master, there is a lady named Ophelina outside looking for you. Eno's shout suddenly came from outside the house. The smile on Lear's face paused. Ophelia? Sitting in the living room, Ophelia looked around curiously. They were all very ordinary decorations. As the mansion of the Stuart family, it was not as luxurious as she imagined. Compared with other noble mansions she had seen, it was much more simple. While she was observing, footsteps came from outside the house. Lear walked into the hall, and saw Ophelia sitting on the sofa. When he received the notice from Eno, he was still a little bit unbelievable that Ophelia would take the initiative to find him, and it seemed that she was alone. He had been thinking about how to coax Ophelia over. "Welcome, Your Highness the Saint." Lear stepped forward with a gentle smile. "Just call me Ophelia, Mr. Lear. Don't be so unfamiliar." Ophelia stood up and smiled slightly. After all, the two had fought together, and Lear had saved her in the slums, so she still had a good impression of Lear. Lear nodded. "Then I will call you Miss Ophanina. Well, since you are here in Stuart, please let me entertain you. I will ask the cook to prepare dinner, and I will let you taste the specialties of Brayfield." Ophanina looked at Lear, who was like a gentleman, and smiled politely. "Then I am sorry to bother you." "No, I am not bothering you at all. It is my honor." Lear smiled. His smile was kind, and had a different meaning. "There is still some time before dinner. Why don't I take you on a tour, and we can talk while walking?" Lear suggested to Ophanina. "Of course." Ophelia agreed happily. The two walked out of the living room together, and came to the garden at the back. "Miss Ophelia, what do you want to do with me?" Lear asked casually. Ophelia showed a hint of embarrassment. To be honest, she didn't know why she knocked on the door of Stuart's house. She just wanted to come out to relax. When she came here, she thought of Lear's experience and wanted to get to know Lear. Ophelia was silent for a while, and made up a reason temporarily. "Mr. Lear, you should have heard about what the heretic sect has done in the royal city recently. In fact, I came here today to get your help." Hearing this, Lear raised his eyebrows. He certainly knew that the royal city had become chaotic recently. He would go out every night to do good things. Now the spread of the blood law has reached 30%, and it won't take long to complete the task. Coupled with the rapid spread of corruption, the Golden Church and the royal family became very busy, and even his sister rarely came to see him. After learning that the princess was kidnapped, Avian was more anxious than him, and vowed to help Lear rescue the princess, which made Lear feel guilty. "Miss Ophanina, I am willing to help with the heretical sect, but you know, my fiancée was kidnapped by the corrupt sect, and I will only search for Milia's whereabouts first." Lear pretended to be sad and said. Ophanina played with her hair, and listened to Lear's answer, and suddenly her mood became heavy. The corrupt sect kidnapped Milia. Based on her understanding of the corrupt sect, it has been so long that she has probably been harmed, but Lear still wants to rescue the princess. Such Lear is a bit too pitiful. She looked at Lear and finally decided not to break Lear's hope, which was too cruel. Just when Ophelia felt that Lear was very pitiful, Lear suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Miss Ophelia, why didn't I see your guard today? Now the pagans are rampant outside, you should pay more attention to your safety." Ophelia was stunned for a moment. Is Lear concerned about her safety? She was a little surprised, but still said proudly, "Mr. Lear, don't worry about my safety. I am the saint of the church. Those heretics are not my opponents. I was just a little irritated by work, so I came out alone to relax. Those guys in the church don't know." Ophelia blinked playfully. Lear smiled when he heard it. "Is that so? Then I feel relieved." Chapter 45. Dinner time started soon. The maids placed the food on the table, and Lear and Ophanina sat down. The two ate and talked at the same time, looking like the host and the guests were having a good time. Eno stood aside, with a subtle look on her face, watching Ophanina eating steak in small bites. She saw that Lear had put a lot of white powder in it. It all melted into the soup, colorless and tasteless. Ophanina elegantly put a piece of steak into her mouth. She was very satisfied with Lear's hospitality. The Stuart air in front of her always gave people a gentle feeling, and was very comfortable to get along with. She thought to herself, and suddenly felt a little weak. Ophanina frowned, put down her fork, and stroked her forehead. "Miss Ophanina, is the food not to your taste?" As if noticing Ophanina's abnormality, Lear asked with concern. Ophanina raised her head with an apologetic look on her face. "No, Mr. Lear, I am very satisfied with your hospitality, but I have been busy with work recently, and I am a little tired. Excuse me, I will go to the bathroom." As she said that, Ophanina stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Watching Ophanina leave, Lear had no expression. After taking it for such a long time without any reaction, he almost thought that he had taken the wrong medicine. But fortunately, it seems that the effect of the medicine has begun to take effect. After eating the last piece of steak, Lear took the napkin to wipe his mouth, and then followed. Ophanina walked in the corridor, and the feeling of weakness in her body became stronger and stronger. She walked quickly to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face, trying to make herself more awake. She looked up at herself in the mirror, her face turning pale. Have you been so tired recently? She still didn't connect what happened to her with Lear. While she was thinking, the bathroom door behind her was pushed open, and a beautiful girl with silver hair walked in. Milia looked at the blonde beauty in the mirror, and Ophelia also looked at Milia, and the two women looked at each other. The atmosphere fell into silence instantly. Ophelina turned her head sharply. She knew the girl in front of her. Wasn't she the princess kidnapped by the corrupt sect? Why was she here? Milia also widened her eyes. A beautiful woman she had never seen before appeared in her house. She was not much worse than her in appearance, but her figure was much better than hers. Could she be Lear's lover? Her mood instantly became a little angry and aggrieved. No wonder Lear hadn't come to her these few nights. He also said that paganism was rampant in the royal city recently, and he had a lot of work. It turned out that he was lying to her. Are you Princess Milia? Ophelina forced herself to cheer up. Aren't you kidnapped by the corrupt sect? Hearing the words of the woman in front of her, Milia was stunned for a moment. Who was kidnapped by the corrupt sect? Wasn't it Lear who kidnapped her? Just as the two women stared at each other, Lear appeared behind Milia. He smiled and looked at Ophelina. Miss Ophelina, you are a little tired. You should have a good rest, he said. Ophelina wanted to say something, but she felt dizzy and fainted. Lear walked forward and held Ophelina in his arms. Seeing this scene, the little princess also noticed something was wrong and looked at Lear angrily. Lear, won't you explain it to me? Milia, she is Ophelina, the saint of the Golden Church. The saint of the Golden Church? Milia was startled and her expression changed. She remembered that her mother said that she must not be discovered by the Golden Saint. Her Majesty the Queen has told me about your affairs. We are all holders of the heretical law. Once we are discovered by the Golden Saint, we will definitely be judged by the Golden Church, so I can only take the initiative. Lear said seriously. Did Mother tell you about my affairs? Milia was a little surprised. She didn't know these things. This is also to protect your safety. After all, you are my fiancé. Lear nodded. Milia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she continued to ask, then how do you plan to deal with this saint? Of course, imprison her. Lear smiled, looking at Milia with a half smile, just like what I did to you before. Listening to Lear's words, Milia remembered what Lear had done to her before, and slapped Lear in annoyance. Don't say it. Lear shrugged, and under Milia's gaze, he bit Ophelia's neck. What are you doing? Milia's eyes widened. How dare her husband be intimate with another woman in front of her? Milia, I just sucked some blood. Lear opened his mouth. Why? Milia was a little angry. Lear patiently introduced his abilities to Milia, and the girl's face eased a lot after listening to it, but after a while, she thought of a problem. Doesn't that mean you have to suck the blood of the saint once in a while? That's about right. Lear nodded. If Jim could find the prop that sealed the power of the law, he wouldn't have to do this. But the agreed time of a week had passed, and Jim didn't come back to find him. Maybe he had taken the money and ran away. Milia became more and more irritable. She found it hard to accept that her husband might have such intimate actions with the saint every day. Milia, you have to believe me. No matter what I do to Ophelina, I like you the most. Lear answered seriously. Milia stared at Lear for a long time, and finally snorted and turned away. In the dark basement, Ophelina woke up faintly. She felt very uncomfortable with the physical weakness and mental depression. She looked around. The bright red shackles tied her to the chair. It was a way of binding she had never seen before, which made her figure very seductive. The bright red shackles were still eroding her newly recovered strength, making it difficult for her to move. The magic power in her body was also exhausted somehow. Ophelina took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and recalled the scene before she fell into a coma. The last thing she saw was Lear's handsome face. Miss Ophelina, you're awake. A voice came from the side. Ophelina turned her head, and saw Lear sitting on a chair, looking at her unscrupulously. Lear, you. Even if she was stupid, Ophelina understood what was going on. She was kidnapped by Lear. Thinking of the previous dinner, she felt something wrong after eating it. There was no doubt that she was drugged. She was completely unvigilant, and was deceived by Lear's harmless appearance. What do you want to do? Why did you kidnap me? Ophelina couldn't understand. Lear had saved her in the slums before. Lear smiled, the ring on his finger shone slightly, and the bloody prisoner mask was put on his head, turning into a devil. Of course, I was afraid of being punished by the saint. That night, you pierced my chest without hesitation, which was very scary. Chapter 46. Afanina's eyes slowly widened, and when she saw the prison mask on Lear's head, she finally understood the reason. "Are you the damn blood apostle?" She gritted her teeth and said. She remembered seeing Princess Milia before. The one before was a princess? She was also imprisoned by you. It turned out that what the newspaper said was true. She actually thought Lear was pitiful and a gentle gentleman. Afanina was ashamed of her stupidity, and her face turned red. It seems that Her Highness the Saint has understood. Lear took off the prison mask and revealed his handsome face again. "What are you going to do to me?" Afanina stared at Lear. The other party was a pagan, and they were incompatible. Since Lear kidnapped her, he would definitely not just tie her up. While thinking about the strategy to break the situation, she secretly recovered her magic power. Although she had no physical strength, as long as her magic power was restored, she would always have a chance to escape. She was a high-level professional, and it was easy for her to deal with Lear, a mid-level pagan. Lear looked at Afanina with a smile. Of course, the other party's small movements could not be hidden from his eyes. He walked to the side of the saint and looked down at her. In Afanina's panicked eyes, he leaned down, gently sniffed the fragrance of the girl, and then bit it directly. "What are you doing? If you dare to insult me, Gold will definitely judge you." Afanina finally couldn't stand it anymore. She struggled. She felt a tingling sensation in her neck, and then the trace of magic power that she had accumulated with great difficulty was instantly swallowed up. The Golden Law Source Material Carrier shame, anger, and humiliation emotional fluctuation value has reached 99%, and you have gained 3% Golden Law Affinity. The gold finger panel appeared in front of Lear, and his eyes lit up slightly. Sure enough, imprisoning the Law Source Material Carrier would increase the Law Affinity faster. Ophelia panted heavily, feeling the masculine breath close at hand, wishing she could cut Lear into pieces. It was true that one could only know a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. The steward heir, who always behaved as a gentle gentleman outside, was actually a pervert inside. Why didn't she discover Lear's true nature earlier? She didn't even dare to think about what Lear would do to her in the future. After sucking for more than 10 seconds, Lear opened his mouth, and the taste of the saint was very good. The taste of blood was not much worse than that of Miria. Both of them were pure girls. Lear. Ophelia's thighs trembled slightly as she sat on the chair. "Your Highness, don't worry, I won't kill you. I am a believer in blood, and your blood makes me very satisfied." Lear licked his lips, and Ophelia was extremely ashamed and angry. There was still a trace of bright red liquid on his lips, which was her blood. It turns out that Lear kidnapped her for blood. He is the apostle of blood, so it makes sense. But even so, Ophelia felt like ants were crawling all over her body. "You treat me like this, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Golden Church?" Ophelia suppressed her shame and anger for a while, and said with gritted teeth, "Who will find out?" Lear smiled. "Your Highness, you said yesterday that you came out alone, and the guys in the church didn't know. And it was a rainy day yesterday. You came with an umbrella, and there were almost no pedestrians on the road." At this point, Lear reached out and held Ophelia's chin. "Don't worry, I will blame your disappearance on the corrupt sect, and no one will find out." Afanina raised her head and tried to break free from Lear's hand, but it was just a futile effort. "I will come to see you every day, Your Highness. You will not be lonely." After saying the last sentence, Lear rubbed Afanina's cheek and left the basement. After knocking Afanina unconscious, Lear observed her for a night. When the magic power is exhausted, the recovery speed of the professional's magic power is very slow. It will take at least 1 day for Afanina to recover to the point where she can break free from the shackles. He only needs to come and suck once a day to keep Afanina in a state of magic exhaustion. Lear raised his eyebrows and took out a golden necklace from his arms. This is Afanina's storage item, and the scepter and various items are in it. The scepter is an extraordinary level equipment, very powerful, but it can only be seen but not used. When he returned to the living room, Lear saw Milia again. The little princess seemed to be waiting for him, and came over when she saw Lear. "What's wrong, my princess?" Lear embraced Milia in his arms. Milia blushed, and whispered after a while, "Come to my room tonight." She mustered up the courage to come to Lear, and the appearance of the saint made her feel a little crisis. She was imprisoned by Lear at the beginning, and now she also likes Lear. The saint's appearance is not worse than hers, and her figure is better. She doesn't believe that Lear can resist. "Are you ready?" Lear was stunned for a moment, and asked with some joy. "No." Milia blushed. "Just give you a little reward, anyway, you have to come tonight." After saying that, without any explanation, Milia ran away directly. At night, Lear came to Milia's room with excitement. The little princess had been sitting on the bed waiting for a long time. Seeing Lear coming in, she turned her face away shyly. "My reward, are you ready?" Lear picked up Milia directly, and rubbed the girl's soft long hair. "I'm sorry, Lear, my mother told me not to give myself to you before I awaken the law of the morning star, so I," Milia said in a low voice. Lear realized that Milia had been saying that she was not ready because of the queen. He was a little depressed. If this was the reason, wouldn't it mean that he couldn't eat the little princess now? As if she saw Lear's depression, Milia took the initiative to hug Lear and kissed him. The two kissed for a long time until their breathing became a little rapid, and Milia let go of her mouth. "Lear, I can't serve you like a wife now, but my mother said that if you want, I can use my mouth." Her voice was extremely weak, as if she had used up all her courage. Lear's eyes widened when he heard this. It was hard to imagine that a pure and innocent girl like Milia would say such a thing. This feeling of tarnishing a little white flower made Lear's blood boil. "You said it." Lear stared at Milia. Milia nodded with a blushing face and leaned over Lear's chest. "This is the first time I do this. If I don't do it well, you are not allowed to say it to me," the girl snorted. After a while, a burst of lascivious music came from the room. Chapter 47. Ophanina is missing. The Golden Church soon noticed something was wrong. "What are you doing, you bunch of idiots? It's been 3 days. You haven't found the whereabouts of Her Highness the Saint. You haven't even found a clue?" In the Golden Cathedral, Mori angrily scolded the believers around him, and the Golden Bishop also stood aside with an ugly face. "Ophanina has disappeared for 3 days. 3 days ago, when Mori returned to the Golden Cathedral, he found that Ophanina was missing. At first, he didn't care too much, thinking that the saint was going to deal with something, but as time went by, Ophanina never showed up. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The saint disappeared. Where did she go? Was she kidnapped by the pagans? At this time, Mori was extremely panicked, and he could only use rage to cover up his true emotions. The status of the saint in the church is comparable to that of the Pope to a certain extent, and even the Pope must respect the saint. Through his father's connections, he was selected through rounds of screening to obtain the task of guarding the saint. Although he was a guard, he was just helping the saint. Now the saint is missing, and he, the guard, is completely unaware of it. If the news is sent back to the Vatican headquarters, I'm afraid his father won't be able to protect him. Bishop Gas, I think you also know what the consequences will be if the saint lady has any mishaps?" Mori took a deep breath, his expression turned cold. "Mobilize all the forces of the Golden Cathedral, and we must find the saint lady," he continued, staring at Bishop Gas. The Golden Bishop was stunned for a moment. "What should we do with the infected people in the slums? That group of untouchables is worthless. What if they all die? Besides, this is the royal city of Brayful. The affairs of the slums should be handled by the king." Mori responded coldly, "What we need to do is to eliminate the corrupt sects and the blood apostle. The disappearance of the saint lady must be related to them." The Golden Bishop was silent. Mori's words were cruel, but they were true. Most of those poor people did not have the affinity of awakening laws. For the Golden Church, their only value was to embody the mercy of gold. When they were needed, they would be merciful, and when they were not needed, they could be discarded like garbage. That's all. During these 3 days, Lear didn't go anywhere. Every day he walked through the basement and Miria's room. The little princess became more and more bold, and even dared to seduce him. Ophanina still had an expression that said you were going to hell. Every time Lear sucked blood, he would be insulted, but this feeling was actually not bad. The beautiful girl insulted you in a fit of rage, calling you perverted and shameless, but she could do nothing about it, and had to be bullied by you. Come on, be good. You didn't want to eat when Eno fed you before, but now I'm feeding you myself. Lyre sat in front of Ophelia with a bowl of seafood porridge, rubbing the spoon back and forth on the girl's lips with his right hand. Ophelia closed her lips tightly, and her face was much paler than 3 days ago. During these 3 days, Lear came to suck her blood every day and touched her body randomly. She had never been insulted like this before. She would rather starve to death than be insulted by the heretical church. "Are you sure you don't want to eat?" Lear looked at Ophelia. The saint's will was more determined than he thought. Ophelia tilted her head and showed her answer with her actions. Lear shook his head, scooped a mouthful of seafood porridge into his mouth, then hugged Ophelia and kissed her directly. Ophelia's eyes widened. She felt Lear pry open her lips and pass the food into her mouth. For a moment, she even forgot to resist. Was she kissed by force? Ophelia thought that Lear might forcefully possess her, But when this moment really came, she still felt a little panic in her heart. Golden rule source material carrier shame, panic, humiliation emotional fluctuation value reaches 99%. You gain 3% golden rule affinity. Your golden rule affinity reaches 10%. You gain strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, dexterity plus 2, intelligence plus 2, mystery plus 2. The system panel popped up, and Lear took a look and closed it. You? Let go. Ophelia struggled, her tone a little weak. Lear opened his mouth and stared at the saint in front of him with an aggressive look. I need a living saint. If you don't cooperate, I will taste the saint before you die, and then throw your body to the gangsters in the slums. You know, what kind of fetishes do those people have? They don't care whether people are dead or alive. By then, everyone will know that the saint of the Holy See has even been defiled. He threatened cruelly. Ophelina was different from Miria. She was not even afraid of death, but there were always things in this world that were more terrible than death. He had to use some powerful tricks to make Ophelina obedient. Ophelina panted heavily, listening to Lear's words. She couldn't imagine that someone could think of such a vicious threat. I give you one last chance. Do you want to eat it or not? Lear scooped up a spoonful of seafood porridge again and sent it to Ophelina's mouth. Ophelina looked at Lear with a trace of humiliation in her eyes. Even if she was reluctant in her heart, she could only open her mouth and eat the food. Seeing this scene, Lear nodded with satisfaction and fed Ophelina the porridge in the bowl little by little. Isn't that good? This is the first time I feed a woman. I haven't even fed Milia before. Your diet and personal needs will still be arranged by Eno in the future. Don't let me feed you again. He chuckled, then slowly leaned down and bit Ophelina's white neck, sucking the saint's delicious blood until he felt the magic power in Ophelina's body was exhausted, and then he let go. Standing up, taking a last look at Ophelina, Lear turned and left. When he came to the living room from the basement, he saw Avian. Eno stood aside and prepared tea for Avian. Seeing Lear appear, Avian showed a trace of apology on her face. Sorry, Lear, I have asked the knights to search for Princess Milia's whereabouts, but still found nothing. Sister, don't blame yourself. Her Royal Highness is my fiancée. It is my responsibility to find her and rescue her. Lear walked to Avian, looked at her haggard face, and sighed. Sister, you should take a good rest. A lot of things have happened in the Royal City recently. Although you are the leader of the Royal City Knights, you can't take care of everything in your hands. I also want to relax, but there are not enough people. Avian shook her head. Not enough people? What happened recently? Lear asked in surprise. The saint of the Golden Church is missing. The Golden Church no longer cares about the affairs of the slums. Now they are searching for the whereabouts of the saint all day long. Avian said little by little, and Davini is also missing. She is the daughter of the Dean of the Arcane Academy. These days, Mr. Irwin has asked His Majesty the King to help him more than once. Well, by the way, recently in the West District of the Citizen District, there are citizens who reported that they saw someone resurrected from the dead. How can a dead person be resurrected? Avian complained again. Davini is missing too? There doesn't seem to be such a plot in the game. Lear was a little surprised and wanted to ask about the specific situation, but when he heard the last sentence, he was shocked. Sister, you said someone came back from the dead? Yes, you don't believe such nonsense. Avian glanced at Lear. Lear smiled awkwardly, of course not. On the surface, he was smiling, but his heart was not at peace. Come back from the dead, is it a player? Calculating the time. It seems that the game beta test is during this period. Chapter 48. Late at night. In the gloomy alley in the west of Brayful Royal City, two figures in ordinary cloth slowly emerged from thin air. Does this game have to be so cruel? I just said that this blood apostle sounded cool, and he came up and killed me with a sword? This Golden Church is too domineering. The girl with the ID Li Huan Huan on her head cursed without caring about her image. Haha, our Valkyrie has also had this day. She was killed by NPCs before she even went out of the door after the internal test today. Don't laugh. The big black man next door was also killed because he complained that the name of the Golden Church was too vulgar. It seems that in the game, the Golden Church is searching for heretical sects in the Royal City during this period, so anyone who has a little connection with it will be judged. Isn't this too extreme? The Valkyrie just mentioned the blood apostle. The audience in the live broadcast room was talking crazily, and Li Huanhuan was still a little angry when looking at the barrage. This game called Law is a next-generation virtual online game that was recently launched, claiming to be 100% realistic. Today, the game released the quota for internal testing. As a Valkyrie anchor known for her strong technical ability in the gaming circle, she naturally got the quota and entered the game as soon as possible. She was really shocked when she first entered the game. The degree of reality was really like reality. Later, she learned about the situation of the world through the game system introduction, and also learned about what happened in the city recently through the newspaper. When she saw the portrait of the Blood Apostle in the newspaper, she was attracted. Such a hideous and terrifying appearance, how handsome! She blurted out the words directly, and then the patrolling members of the Golden Church heard them. After some interrogation, these believers of the church actually wanted to arrest her? How could she bear it? And then, they were killed. I just mentioned it, and they came to arrest people without knowing the truth. And killed me? This Golden Church sounds high-sounding, but it might be a corrupt evil force inside. Okay, Sister Juan, it's just a game NPC. There's no need to be so angry. We can find him to take revenge later, right? On the other side, the girl with a bun head, who was resurrected together, comforted her. I just can't get angry, Yao Yao. There is no freedom of speech at all, and that NPC is looking at me with a squinting face. Li Huanhuan still pouted. The girl named Yao Yao shook her head helplessly. Okay, wait until the day before the internal test ends. I will accompany you to take revenge on that NPC. We only have 1 month for the internal test, so we should seize the time to expand our advantage. Li Huanhuan nodded and said to the audience in the live broadcast room fiercely, Family, you guys watch. When my level is raised, I will definitely cut that rogue NPC into pieces before the internal test ends. Otherwise, I will not be called Valkyrie. Valkyrie, don't say harsh words. Look behind you. The rogue NPC is here. Valkyrie, you are going to suffer again. I thought the audience in the live broadcast room would cheer for me, but a series of barrages made Li Huanhuan a little confused. When she turned her head, she saw the NPC who killed her with a sword again. Is your game like this? NPCs catch players? The number of times a player can be resurrected every day after death is limited. And he ran to the resurrection point she placed. NPCs will block the resurrection point. You are indeed a heretic. You have mastered this forbidden power of resurrection from the dead. Mori stared at the girl in front of him. An hour ago, when he killed the other party, he found that the other party's body was disappearing little by little. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Only heretics could have such magical power. He had a hunch that the girl in front of him was not dead, and then he arranged for the believers of the Golden Church to check nearby. Didn't he find it? Uncle, did you recognize the wrong person? She is just an ordinary girl. How could she be a heretic? Li Huanhuan reacted and said coquettishly. In the game, players can be resurrected 5 times a day. As the level increases, the number of resurrections will increase with each level increase. Li Huanhuan doesn't want to use all her resurrections today on this NPC. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed at this scene. Unfollowed, my Valkyrie will never give in to others. That's not what you said just now. Do you think Valkyrie is cute like this? My heart is moved. Looking at the rolling comments, Li Huanhuan could already imagine her current scene being edited into a short video website, and then being ridiculed by everyone. She gritted her teeth and resisted the urge to fight directly. Mori was stunned when he heard the words of the heretic girl in front of him. She actually called him uncle? He was only 23 years old, although he might not look as handsome as the heir of the Stewart family, but uncle? Mori's face flushed red. You called me uncle? What's wrong? Li Huanhuan hadn't reacted yet. In her eyes, the gangster in front of her must be at least 30 years old. She was only 19 years old. Isn't it normal to call him uncle? You damn heretic, tie her up! Mori roared angrily. Ah? Li Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, several gold believers tied her up, and Yao Yao beside her didn't escape either. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again because of this scene. Li Huanhuan is very sad and angry now. She, the Valkyrie in the gaming world, has become a prisoner. She put down her self-esteem and acted like a spoiled child, but this gangster still tied her up rudely. Not a gentleman at all. On the street at night, she and Yao Yao were locked in an iron cage, and the carriage moved slowly forward. Sister Huanhuan, what should we do now? Yao Yao asked with a sad face. This behavior of being paraded in the streets in a cage made her feel like a monkey being played with. There is no way, Yao Yao. I have implicated you. I can only see what they are going to do to us. If it doesn't work, I can only commit suicide, and then resurrect again and change the resurrection point to another place. Li Huanhuan was also dejected. She looked at the constant barrage in the live broadcast room. These bastards would just say sarcastic words. Just when she was angry, an invisible ripple fell from the sky in the night sky. The horse in front let out a wail, and fell to the ground instantly. Blood flowed out with the horse's head, and a smell of blood also spread. The golden cultists guarding the carriage reacted one by one, and quickly took out their weapons, and looked up into the sky. On a tall building not far away, a figure in a black robe stood on a pointed house, with a hideous face like a demon, hideous horns on his forehead, and a pair of breathtaking bright red eyes. The moonlight floated behind the black shadow, illuminating his figure, like a demon under the moonlight. Chapter 49. The demon in the night sky leaped down. His body fell on the marble floor, leaving cracks. Under the gaze of everyone, he casually pulled out the invisible blade stuck on the horse. It's really shameful. I didn't expect that the Golden Church would arrest civilians indiscriminately like a cult. I saw your priest imprisoning a little boy before. It seems that your so-called perfect golden law is just a filthy law in the name of perfection. The demon said calmly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Under the bloody prisoner's face, Lear quietly looked at the people in front of him, and his eyes inadvertently glanced over the IDs above the heads of two players. They were all famous figures in their previous lives, especially Li Huanhuan, who was a legendary professional like him, and was called a Valkyrie. At this time, Mori reacted and his face turned red. You damn heretic are also qualified to evaluate the golden law. Liar chuckled, and a disdainful voice came out of his ferocious head. You always regard other laws as heresy. But what is the difference between what you are doing now, and the heresy you have abandoned? Mori gnashed his teeth at what Liar said. He knew that his order to the golden cultists to arrest suspicious people in the royal city, in the past few days, had caused many protests from the royal city residents. But he had no choice. He had to find the golden saint, which was related to his future. Sir, are you a blood apostle? When the two were communicating, Li Huanhuan in the iron cage suddenly asked. The girl stared at the monster in front of her. His face was hideous, but he exuded a noble and majestic temperament, which was completely different from Mori, who was furious. Li Huanhuan liked this type of role very much. She liked such scary and hideous, but charming characters since she was a child. Unlike ordinary girls, her hobbies were very peculiar. Compared with ordinary handsome men, this kind of appearance was her favorite. Can it be said to be a heteromorphosis? She blinked her eyes, and quietly threw a detection spell to Lier. Name, Munder. Occupation, blood apostle. Level, ? Favorability, normal. Danger, extremely deadly. Evaluation, the preacher of the blood law of the old times, the chosen one favored by the gods. The information detected was not much, but it was enough to make Li Huanhuan and the audience in the live broadcast room excited. The word chosen one in the evaluation immediately filled Lier's arrogance. Valkyrie, hurry up and hug your thighs. This is definitely an important NPC in the game. Is it a villain? It doesn't look like a good person. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, and Lier looked at Li Huanhuan. Beautiful lady, it is not polite to casually explore other people's privacy, he said casually, revealing an elegant temperament in his words, and even the blame did not make Li Huanhuan feel harsh. Li Huanhuan was stunned. She actually felt the gentleman's temperament on the hideous face in front of her. Lier smiled secretly under the mask, and he pretended to be mysterious and said, You are very special, beautiful lady, I don't feel fear from you. Don't you feel scared when you look at my face? How could that be? I think it's cool, Li Huanhuan said subconsciously. Cool? It means domineering, Li Huanhuan explained, with a strange color in his eyes. Lier pondered. In his previous life, he heard that the Valkyrie had a strange hobby, and liked some strange things. Now it seems that this is true. Do you think I don't exist? When the two sides talked, Mori shouted. The way the two people talked as if no one was around made him furious. One is a prisoner, and the other is a heretic. They actually ignored him, the royal guard knight of the Golden Church. Mori raised the long sword in his hand, and the sacred light gathered on the sword body. At the same time, a sacred halo was also blessed on his body. Strength blessing plus holy law blade. The signature combo of the royal guard knight. He raised the glowing long sword and stabbed directly at the blood apostle. Lier glanced at it, and the invisible knight rose pierced Mori's hands holding the sword. The intense pain made Mori scream, and the long sword flew out of his hand, and flew into the ground beside him, sticking straight into the ground. Too weak, this kind of guard knight, who came out of the greenhouse of the church, has not experienced much fighting, and has little combat experience. Lier can even kill Mori with swordsmanship alone. He waved his hand, and cut open the iron cage that imprisoned Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao. You guys go quickly, the golden law is already dirty. Don't get caught next time. Looking at the broken iron cage, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao looked at each other. This rumored heretic blood apostle is actually helping others? The newspaper said that the blood apostle would appear at night to help those in need. Li Huanhuan didn't believe it at first, but when she experienced it herself, she had to believe it. Why would a heretic do such good deeds? Mr. Blood Apostle, why do you want to save us? Li Huanhuan asked the doubts in his heart. Why? Li Er chuckled. Other Golden Church members had already gathered around him. While dealing with them, he said, I just want to prove one thing. Not all heretical laws are evil. The Golden Church considers all heretical laws evil, which is just a despicable means to maintain its own beliefs. Liar said righteously, as if he was more righteous than the Golden Church. He knew that Li Huanhuan, as a streamer, was probably broadcasting live now, and more players had not entered the game. He had to establish the idea that the Golden Church was not a good thing for these players. The world of law is not black and white, the laws of heresy are not all evil, and the Golden Church is not truly sacred. As long as players have an understanding of the power of heretical laws, when the game is publicly tested and various heretical sects appear, there will always be players who will choose to become believers of heresy. Then we can fight against the power of the Golden Church. Looking at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao, who were lost in thought, Li Er said nothing more. It was time for him to show his strength. Since he wanted players to join, he had to show his strength. The crimson chain appeared out of thin air and directly entangled Mori, who had already climbed up from the ground and was planning to attack from behind. Mori was bound in place, his physical strength was quickly devoured, and he fell to the ground without a sound. As for the rest of the Golden Church, Li Er just showed a look. The Golden Church, who were rushing towards him, fell to the ground one by one, their faces turned livid. These beginners could not reach Li Er's blood resonance at all. It was just a simple way to stop the blood in their bodies from flowing for a while, and they collapsed directly to the ground. If it was longer, these Golden Church members would probably die directly. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. It was too weird, they didn't even understand how Li Er made his move. One look and everyone falls down. Chapter 50. Li Huanhuan had previously investigated Mori's information. Although she could not find much information, the danger level was fatal. It was only one level lower than Li Er's extremely fatal. It seemed that there was not much difference, but in fact. Li Huanhuan looked at Mori, who was chained to the ground like a dead pig, with a trace of disgust in his eyes. This is the professional of the Golden Law? Too shameless. Is this blood apostle too strong? This ability can also be mastered by us players? Why do I feel that the heretical law is much stronger than the orthodox law? There were all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. Li Huanhuan also looked at the blood apostle in the center of the venue. The figure under the moonlight was a little cold. Yao Yao, why don't we become believers of blood? Li Huanhuan suddenly said to her best friend beside her. Sister Huanhuan, are you serious? Blood is the law of heresy. There was a prompt when we entered the game. Once we join the heresy, we will be wanted by the Golden Church if we are found out. Yao Yao on the side hesitated. Yao Yao, we are playing a game. How can we be restricted by the game? Li Huanhuan didn't care, and you should have heard what Mr. Munger said just now. I don't think this Golden Church is a good thing. He arrested us directly. The girl became more and more angry as she thought about it, looking at the blood apostle not far away. The blood law sounds very domineering, and the gold is as tacky as a nouveau riche. She thought about it, and pulled Yao Yao to the blood apostle directly. Mr. Blood Apostle, can we join your blood cult? Just call me Munger. Do you want to become a believer of blood? Li Er heard this, and looked at Li Huanhuan in surprise. Yes, I hope to become a believer of blood. Li Huanhuan nodded. To play games, one must naturally pursue a strong profession. As for the wanted list of the Golden Church, just come. What is she afraid of as a player? Liar did not respond to Li Huanhuan's request immediately. He knew that the Valkyrie might be attracted by the power of the law of blood. In the previous life, the Valkyrie was a berserker of the law of war, and now she had to change her appearance. I am also willing to become a believer of blood. Yao Yao on the other side also said helplessly. Good sisters naturally have to go to the end together. Liar pondered for a moment, and shook his head. You must have seen my power, and wanted to join the blood sect. It is human nature to pursue power. I admire your awareness. I can awaken the affinity of the blood law for you, but if you want to obtain the real blood law profession, it depends on your value. As he said, Li Er stretched out his hand. His white and slender palm made Li Huanhuan feel disillusioned. She looked up at Li Er's hideous head, and felt a little more pleasing to the eye. In Li Er's palm, 2 drops of bright red blood condensed, and floated in front of the two women. "If you are willing to become believers of blood, then take it," Lier said. Li Huanhuan did not hesitate, and directly opened his mouth to swallow the blood drop into his mouth, and Yao Yao did the same. As the two women swallowed the blood, a bright red light flashed in Lier's eyes. The red light of the blood-giving ceremony shone on the two women. Li Huanhuan only felt a warm touch enveloping her whole body. "You have accepted the blood ceremony of the blood apostle, and you have awakened the affinity of the blood law. The current affinity is 10%. Your blood law affinity reaches 10%. You get 5 points of physical fitness and 5 points of mystery," the system panel prompted in front of Li Huanhuan. When she saw the text on the panel clearly, her eyes widened. Directly added 10 attribute points? Doesn't this mean that she got level 10 for free? Yao Yao on the side was at a loss. Her awakened blood law affinity was only 8%. Lier felt the abnormality of Li Huanhuan, and his face showed surprise under the prison mask. The blood law affinity awakened by the blood ceremony is awakened according to each person's talent. I didn't expect Li Huanhuan to be full. So she is worthy of being the future Valkyrie? You have 10% blood law affinity just after awakening. You are very good. Lier praised. Are we now believers of blood? Li Huanhuan asked hurriedly. What do you need us to do? She was very anxious. The internal test was not long. The official news was that the professions, skills, and interpersonal relationships obtained in the internal test would be retained, and the rest of the data would be cleared. It is best to obtain the profession of blood law now. Who knows if the NPC of Blood Apostle will still be here after the public test? I will find you when I need you. You can move freely now. Seeing Li Huanhuan's anxious look, Lier decided to give up first. It would be too cheap to directly give Li Huanhuan the professional power of blood law. Things that are easily obtained often have no sense of belonging. They must feel that the blood law profession is hard one. He remembered that the internal test lasted for a month. Lier had a hunch that the corruption sect must have had some premeditation in spreading the corruption disease for such a long time, and perhaps something big would happen soon. And last time, Ivian mentioned that Davini was missing. Her father was a supernatural master. It involved a supernatural professional. The royal city was getting more and more chaotic. Lier thought to himself, and Li Huanhuan had no choice but to nod in disappointment. One night passed quickly. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao went offline, and Lier also left. The next morning, many citizens stopped to watch the battle scene. Mori was awakened by the cold, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the citizens of the royal city with strange expressions. Some women pointed at him, and some looked angry. Mori felt a little puzzled, and he suddenly felt a little cold in his lower body. He lowered his head, and found that he was hanging on the street lamp, and naked. His short male symbol was visible at a glance. In just a moment, his cheeks flushed red. He began to struggle desperately. After finally recovering a little strength, the rope on his body was torn apart, and he fell from the street lamp. The onlookers around hurriedly dispersed. They all knew Mori, who had been doing a lot of things in the royal city recently and arresting people at will, but because of his identity, they dared not speak out. Is this retribution now? The gloating eyes were cast from all around, and Mori remembered what happened last night. He was immediately filled with blood and almost fainted. At this time, a group of gold believers came over on the road not far away, led by a middle-aged man wearing a high priest robe, and the whole person had a kind of momentum of anger without being intimidating. Mori raised his head, and finally calmed down. When he saw the middle-aged man, he panicked again. Mori, you'd better give me an explanation. The middle-aged man stared at Mori, who was in an ugly state. If it weren't for Rosser sending the message, I wouldn't even know that Her Highness the Saint was missing. And your current state, you have brought shame to our Pound family. Father is not like that. I was framed. Mori hurriedly explained, but the middle-aged man obviously didn't want to listen to his nonsense. He waved his hand, and several golden cultists surrounded him, and lifted Mori up. When we return to the Golden Cathedral, I will listen to your explanation carefully. Chapter 51. Yuar Pound is the High Priest of the Golden Church and a supernatural-level Royal Guard Knight. He is one of the most powerful people under the Pope and the Saint. As an ambitious person in the Church, he always wants to climb to the throne of the Pope. Letting his son Mori become the guard of the Saint is one of his plans. If Mori can get the favor of the Saint, the Pound family will also get the support of the Saint. In the election of the next Pope, he has a great chance of winning. But the plan is good, but the reality is cruel. After he received Rose's letter, he rushed over from the headquarters of the church without stopping. Mori, you disappoint me. Yuar looked at his son. Not only did he fail to hook up with the Saint, he even lost her. Although Yuar knew that Mori could not stop the person who could kidnap the saint without knowing it, but although the fact was like this, others did not think so. They would only think that it was Mori's fault. Why are you still alive when the saint is missing? Yuar was a little irritated, thinking that his son did not report the disappearance of the saint to the Vatican headquarters immediately after discovering it, and seemed to want to conceal it. He wanted to slap Mori to death. Now, he doesn't have to think about competing for the position of Pope. If the saint really makes a mistake, I'm afraid he will be punished. The old Pope will definitely not miss the opportunity to suppress him. Father. Needless to say, I will let Rosser order those nobles to take out people to clean up the corrupt sects and the blood apostles, and search for the whereabouts of Her Highness the Saint. Wuer waved his hand impatiently. You better pray that Her Highness the Saint is safe and sound. 2 days later, it was another rainy day. The royal city became more depressing than usual. Lyre and Avian took a carriage to the palace. When he got off the carriage, he saw a familiar figure. The dean of the Arcane Academy, Erwin, walked towards the palace with a haggard face. Divine had been missing for a week. He had asked the royal family and the Norton family to search with all their strength, but there was still no clue. When he saw Lear, Erwin showed an ugly smile on his face. Long time no see, Lear. He nodded. Lyre walked forward. Although he didn't like Divine very much, he didn't have any bad feelings towards Erwin. This extraordinary level of great wizard has a good reputation among the player community. Uncle Erwin. Lear showed his respect. Have you also been summoned by His Majesty the King? Erwin asked. Yes, the royal city is in such a mess now, even the saint is missing. Lear nodded, then asked inconspicuously, I heard the Divine is missing too. Elvin sighed, did you know about this too? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Divine go out alone. The royal city has become so chaotic, but I have no sense of crisis at all. Uncle Elvin, don't you have any clues? Lear asked. Elvin thought for a few seconds and shook his head. Divine disappeared too suddenly. Maybe it has something to do with the disappearance of the princess and the saint. Lear didn't comment on this. He was responsible for the disappearance of the princess and the saint, but Divine had nothing to do with him. The two chatted for a while and walked into the palace. Many nobles had gathered in the meeting hall. After more than 10 minutes, King Rosser came out with a middle-aged man. The man was wearing a white robe with gold lace. Behind him stood Mori and the believers of the Golden Church. Thank you all for coming to this meeting. I believe many people know the content of this meeting. The king said straight to the point. Recently, many believers of heretical sects have appeared in the royal city to make trouble, kidnapping my daughter, the daughter of the dean of the Arcane Academy, and even Her Highness the Saint. Many civilians have also died under the plague they spread. I need the help of professionals from all families. Rosser looked at everyone present. These nobles have privately trained some professionals. For heresy, the ordinary soldiers of the royal city army have no way to deal with it. Once infected with corruption, the soldier corps is no different from the poor in the slums. Only professionals can resist corruption. The professionals trained by the royal family have been sent out, but they are only enough to maintain the order of the royal city now. Let me tell you, Rosser. The middle-aged man standing behind Rosser interrupted the king. My name is Yuar Pound, the head of the Golden Church Guards and the High Priest. The middle-aged man glanced at the whole audience. The disappearance of Her Highness the Saint has made the Pope very angry. I need your cooperation to eliminate the heretical sects as soon as possible and find Her Highness the Saint. The man's tone was very serious, and many people present frowned. Even King Rosser showed an unhappy expression. Looking at the arrogant man in the center, Lier raised his eyebrows. The high priests of the Golden Church are all extraordinary professionals, and should not be underestimated. Seeing that no one spoke, Wuer continued to say arrogantly, the way you searched for heretics in the past was too inefficient. If you want to quickly clear the heretics in the royal city, you have to let those heretics come to you on their own initiative. King Ross frowned and asked in a deep voice, Sir Wuer, those heretics are not fools. Why would they come to you on their own initiative? Rosser, you say that because you don't know the purpose of the corruption sect spreading the plague. Wuer looked at the king and shook his head. They fled here from the empire. When they were in the empire, they also spread the corruption disease. There was only one purpose, to sacrifice a large number of undead to awaken the corrupt law spirit of the heresy. The true spirit of the corrupt law? Ross repeated the word. Yes, that is the god of the heretic law, who has survived from the old times. Wuer said slowly. Everyone was shocked by Wuer's words. The purpose of the corruption sect was to make the gods appear in the world. In the crowd, only Lyre's expression did not change much. He had guessed before that many heretical sects had done such things during the public beta of the game in the previous life. The strength of the heretical law gods handed down from the old times was uneven. The weakest true spirit was only at the extraordinary level. As for the corruption, since it was eliminated by the saint during the internal beta, it means that its strength will not exceed the extraordinary level. After all, the saint is only a high level, and the high priest in front of him is only an extraordinary professional. However, even the extraordinary level of gods and true spirits are two concepts, and the gap between the two is huge. What are you going to do to attract the believers of the heresy? The king asked. Wu showed a ferocious expression on his face when he heard it. It's very simple. Just purify all the people infected with the corruption disease. Without the undead transformed by the corruption disease, what can they use as sacrifices? Chapter 52. The entire meeting hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Wu standing in the center, as if they were looking at a madman. How many people in the slums are infected with corruption now? At least tens of thousands of people. How many tens of thousands of people can be purified at once? Liar's expression also became a little ugly, but he was speechless. Currently, he only knew that high-level prayers could cure the poor infected with corruption, but the only high-level prayer in the royal city was the Golden Bishop. And the cooling time of the skill of God's blessing is also very long. In other words, those poor infected with corruption have already taken half a step towards death. It's just a matter of time. Sir Wu, do you know what you are talking about? King Rosser was furious. There are tens of thousands of poor people infected in the slums. So what? Wu glanced at the king expressionlessly. Didn't Her Highness the Saint tell you? To cure the corruption disease, you must have a high-level prayer. Do you think you can save so many people? Instead of letting them die in pain, it is better for us to purify them directly, and there is still a chance to lead out the corrupt sect members. Being able to attract corrupt believers with death is their final value, and the golden law will bless them. As Wu said, no one interrupted. Perhaps killing those infected with the corruption disease was the right choice, but no one wanted to bear the stigma of massacre. You have triggered the decision task corruption A level. The followers of the law of corruption want to summon the corruption spirit in the royal city, and the high priest of gold is ready to purify the entire slum. What should you choose? Task option 1. Help the Golden Church purify the slum and thwart the conspiracy of the corruption sect. Task reward, 1 million experience points, 10% affinity with the law of gold, true silver holy sword. Task option 2. Stop the Golden Church from purifying the slum and assist the corruption sect in awakening the corruption spirit. Task reward, 1 million experience points, 10% affinity with the law of corruption, corrupted scepter. Task option 3. You are an apostle of blood. Why do you obey gold or corruption? Maybe you can try to become a savior? Task reward, 1 million experience points, Blood King's long coat. Note: the gods are watching you. Your choice will have different consequences. Please consider carefully. The task panel suddenly popped up in front of Lear's eyes. Looking at the information on the panel, he fell into deep thought. Decision tasks are very common in games. They are usually tasks that have a significant impact on the plot. Players can choose different task routes, compete with each other, and finally leave the only winner. Lear was not surprised that the task was triggered, but what did this attention mean? Is the god paying attention to him? Which god? The Lord of Blood? Lear felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. He shook his head, and didn't intend to make a decision immediately. He was just a weak, pitiful and helpless mid-level professional. As the leader of a pagan, he didn't even have many subordinates to use. Such a big thing would naturally be let by the headstrong one. He would make a decision after seeing the subsequent development. So, who of you is willing to complete this glorious task? In the center of the hall, Wu's eyes swept over the crowd. In the crowd, Lear raised his head and looked at the high priest in the field with some disdain. Proposing such a decision that will definitely bear the infamy, but wanting others to do it, is really a whore and a saint. He said directly, "Sorry, we, the Stewart family, will not get involved in this matter." Lear's voice broke the silence, and everyone looked up. Yule's eagle-like eyes were fixed on Lear. "Do you want to reject my proposal?" "Yes, Your Excellency the High Priest." Lear nodded indifferently. Yule narrowed his eyes. "I know you, you are Albert's son and Stuart's heir, but with these, do you have the courage to disobey me?" A strong momentum rushed towards Lear, and the nobles around him dispersed. Feeling the pressure on his body, Lear just raised his eyebrows. His physique has reached 76 points. Generally, only high-level professionals, who had all strength points, have such attributes. They are even stronger than many extraordinary professionals. This pressure has no effect on him at all. He looked at the strong Wu and laughed. "Sir Wu, what you said is not quite right." "Disobey you?" Even if you are the high priest of the Golden Church, it seems that you don't have the power to command me. Our Stuart family has always been a believer in war. Even though I am a mage, I have never believed in the Golden Law. Or do you think that the Golden Law is above war and arcane? Can you command believers of war and arcane at will? As soon as these words came out, the hall became silent again, and even Wu's face changed. He just wanted to use his strength to make Lear surrender. If Lear agreed to it, and determined that the Golden Law was above war and arcane, it would be a complete provocation. Although the Golden Law is indeed stronger than war and arcane in terms of dissemination and the power of believers, facts are facts, and it is different to admit it in person. That's not what I meant. You are nobles of the kingdom. There are heretics in the royal city. Don't you nobles have an obligation to contribute? Wu quickly changed his words. You are right. We are nobles of the kingdom. We should contribute to the safety of the royal city, but not in this way. Liar shook his head. Purifying the slums is your suggestion, the high priest. Since you think this is a glorious task, wouldn't it be better for the Golden Church to do it? Eliminating heretics is also the mission of the Golden Church. As for what you said about finding Her Highness the Saint. Li paused for a moment and looked at Mori, who was standing aside. I heard that your son Mori was the guard of Her Highness the Saint. Her Highness the Saint was missing, but he knew nothing about it. This is a great dereliction of duty. In that case, why not give this task to him? It is both glorious and can atone for not being able to protect the saint. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? The nobles looked at Mori, who had been silent behind Wu, and then they knew Mori's identity. They looked at Wu with some contempt. Did the high priest make this suggestion because he wanted to find the saint quickly? To make up for his son's negligence? Mori, who was silent on the side, was watching his father show his prowess, but how come the atmosphere changed in an instant? When he heard Li'er's words, his face changed suddenly. His father told him about this proposal last night, and planned to find a noble to take the blame. Why did it boomerang on his head now? Wu was also a little bit in a dilemma at this moment. His son had made a mistake. If he was blamed again, wouldn't he be completely ruined? He looked at Li'er, who was smiling not far away. On the surface, he was thinking, but in his heart, he was furious. I think everyone thinks my proposal is good? What do you think, Your Excellency the High Priest? Li'er glanced at the nobles around him, and said with a smile. Chapter 53. Yu had a gloomy face, and did not respond to Li'er's question. Instead, he looked at the other nobles. It seems that you all have some opinions on my proposal, but it doesn't matter. If you have any opinions, just put them aside for the time being. The Golden Church will not force believers of other sects to follow orders, and of course, it will not interfere excessively in the internal affairs of the kingdom. His expression instantly became righteous, and Li'er felt a little shameless. As expected, to become the high priest of the Golden Church, you need not only strength, but also a tough face. Mori behind Wu breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Li'er with some resentment. King Rosser coughed twice. Well, if that's the case, let's leave it at that for today. We discuss the infected people in the slums later. Everyone should send out the professionals in your family to participate in the patrol mission in the royal city. This time the heretic sect is coming aggressively. I hope you can unite against the enemy. The king gave Wu a way out, and the nobles around him also agreed. They lived in the royal city, and could contribute to the order of the royal city, but massacring the people in the slums? That they were not willing to do. Yu also nodded, looking at Li'er with deep eyes. This is the first time I've seen you, the heir of Stuart, who has mastered the double law. You are smarter than your father. Thank you for the compliment. Li'er smiled. Yu snorted, stopped talking nonsense with Li'er, and led Mori out of the hall. Yu's expression became ugly only after he led Mori to the empty garden. Father, why don't we force those nobles to purify the slums? Even if Li'er refuses, do those ordinary nobles dare to disobey us? Mori followed behind and asked anxiously. Don't you know that the three orthodox sects have an agreement not to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom's nobles? Wu looked at Mori, then thought of Li'er, and said with some regret. But we were like this before, and no noble dared to resist us. Mori was puzzled. If it was a normal situation, there would be no problem, but now Her Highness the Saint is missing, and the Pope has not known about this. I came here alone after receiving Rose's secret letter. Otherwise, why do you think I came alone? Wu shook his head and became irritable again. Those nobles don't know the importance of the saint to the church. If the matter gets out of hand and spreads to the Pope, I'm afraid the church's judges will come over, and you will have to be arrested and put in the dungeon. Mori listened and realized the seriousness of the matter. I concealed the news of the saint's disappearance from you. I'm afraid the Pope has known about my leaving the Vatican. This matter can't be concealed for long. You'd better pray that we can find the saint. If we can't find her, you will have to purify the slums to lure out the heretics. If you are lucky, you can find Her Highness the Saint. As long as Her Highness the Saint is still alive, I can take care of everything for you. If Her Highness the Saint has any mishaps. At this point, Wu didn't continue talking. Mori was heartbroken. He had begun to regret why he took on the task of protecting the saint. The meeting ended in a strange atmosphere. Lear and Erwin left the palace together. Looking at Erwin with a sad face, Lear asked, "Uncle Erwin, what do you think of High Priest Wu's proposal?" "Too cruel. Even if those poor people will eventually die, it is immoral to forcefully control the fate of others. But, if the pagans are really attracted when purifying those infected, maybe you can know the whereabouts of Divine and save Divine." Elvin was stunned for a moment. He didn't think of this question. When he heard Uar's proposal, he was just crazy about Uar's idea. His face showed a struggle. After a long time he sighed, "I can't break my moral bottom line. I still refuse the proposal of High Priest Uar." Lear raised his eyebrows. Elvin's answer was beyond his expectations. "You are a kind person," he praised. "We are the same, aren't we? Her Royal Highness the Princess also disappeared, and earlier, but you also refused the proposal of High Priest Uar." Elvin smiled. Lear shrugged and didn't comment. He is completely different from Erwin. The princess was locked up in his house, so he naturally didn't care, but Divine was really missing. "I will keep an eye on Divine's whereabouts for you." Erwin was stunned for a moment, "Then I thank you in advance." "Divine, and you seem to have had some disagreements before. If Divine can come back alive, I will ask her to apologize to you." After saying that, Erwin patted Lear on the shoulder and turned to get into the carriage. Watching the carriage slowly leave, Lear also got into his own carriage. Perhaps he could use the power of those players. They have the ability to explore, and they have a greater chance of finding hidden heretics. However, there was one thing that puzzled Lear. He remembered that there seemed to be no plot of Divine being kidnapped during the game's internal testing in his previous life, and it was not mentioned during the public testing. What is going on now? The next day, Lear took a carriage to the slums. When he helped Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao awaken the affinity of the blood law, he put a blood mark on the two women, so that he could find them quickly. Earlier, he also put a blood mark on Jim, but the mark disappeared not long ago, and Jim did not come back to find him. There was something wrong with this, but Lear did not have time to worry about a liar. The carriage stopped in front of the slums, and Lear saw the professionals sent by the nobles. The slums were blocked, and the professionals would not be infected by the corruption disease, only ordinary people would. Just as he was about to enter the slums, he heard a quarrel. "Why are you stopping us from going out? We just came to the slums for a stroll. We are good citizens of the royal city. We are not infected with the disease of corruption at all." Li Huanhuan looked at the soldier who was blocking her and said angrily. Since she accepted the recruitment of the blood apostle Munder, she planned to walk around the royal city, inquire about the news, and demonstrate her value, so that she could be rewarded when she saw the blood apostle next time. She heard that the disease of corruption had broken out in the slums, and that heretics of the corrupt sect had appeared. So she came. But who would have thought that she would not be allowed to leave today after entering yesterday? "Sorry, ma'am. This is an order issued jointly by His Majesty the King and the Golden Church. Everyone who enters the slums will be isolated," the professional soldier explained patiently. "Why?" The soldier smiled and did not answer the question. The news that the high priest was going to purify the entire slum had spread among the nobles. Although it had not reached the ears of ordinary citizens due to the king's repeated instructions, they also knew that the people in the slums probably would not live long. Even if they were not purified by the Golden Church, they would die at the hands of the corruption disease. Even if there were people who did not have symptoms of the corruption disease now, who knew if they were infected but had not yet developed the disease. Chapter 54. Are you going to let us leave or not? Li Huanhuan couldn't stand it any longer. She was always blunt, otherwise how could she be called a Valkyrie? "Madam, please don't make it difficult for me." The soldier waved his hands. "What happened here?" A gentle voice suddenly came from not far away. Learn, wearing a tall hat, walked over slowly. He was wearing a clean casual dress, with a noble and elegant temperament. In the filthy slums, he was like a holy lotus. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao behind her were stunned for a moment, and the barrage in the live broadcast room also floated up. Damn, this NPC is even more handsome than me? This temperament and aura, at first glance, he is a great noble in the kingdom. Valkyrie, quickly investigate. I want to know all the information about this NPC. Li Huanhuan saw the floating barrage, reacted, and said with some disdain, Have you never seen a handsome guy? What's so good about this? I have never seen such a handsome guy, mainly with natural temperament. The ones in real life are all greasy men who pretend to be pretentious. Quickly investigate, I will brush the plane for you. Li Huanhuan was helpless. She couldn't understand. She still thought that the blood apostle Munger who saw it in person was cooler. She threw a detection spell at the handsome guy in front of her. Name, ? Occupation, ? Level, ? Favorability, normal. Danger, extremely deadly. Evaluation, this is a noble and extremely powerful noble. If it is not necessary, I suggest you don't anger him, but your behavior of snooping into other people's privacy has been discovered. Li Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and the bullet screen in the live broadcast room also froze for a moment. Another extremely fatal one, and why are there only ? And the last comment, Li Huanhuan felt that she seemed to be in trouble. My favorability towards you has decreased, and it is currently indifferent. As it turned out, she really got into trouble. Looking at the system panel that popped up, Li Huanhuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Which bastard asked her to investigate? The last time she investigated the blood apostle, she was discovered, and this time she was also discovered. Could it be that the player's investigation skills will be discovered? It is very rude to casually pry into other people's privacy, ma'am. Lier looked at Li Huanhuan and said calmly. Li Huanhuan was a little embarrassed. This sentence was a bit familiar. She should have thought that the investigation skills would be detected. This gentleman. Leave them to me. I feel that they are a little suspicious. Lier interrupted Li Huanhuan and said to the professional soldier beside him. No problem. Mr. Lier. The soldier didn't dare to stop him. He had heard about the previous meeting. The young master in front of him was a man who dared to confront the high priest of the Golden Church. Lier smiled and looked at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao again. Come with me, two beautiful ladies. Let's talk about what happened just now. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao looked at each other, and the live broadcast room also started to discuss. Don't be scared, Valkyrie, follow up. This is all ? It's a powerful NPC. Damn, this pretty boy won't fall in love with Valkyrie and Yao Yao? Don't say it's really possible. I heard that the private lives of Western nobles are very decadent. No, the NPCs in this game will be interested in players? Li Huanhuan gritted his teeth, ignored the barrage, and followed Yao Yao. It's just an NPC. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, if you die, you can be resurrected. The three of them, one in front and two behind, got on Liar's carriage. Liar and the coachman said hello, and the carriage started moving again. In the carriage, the two women stared at Liar closely. The nobleman in front of them did have a temperament and appearance far beyond that of ordinary people. Li Huanhuan had to admit that this was the most handsome man she had ever seen. Liar didn't say anything, but glanced out the window. The carriage drove towards the empty park woodland. He closed the curtains and looked at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao again. You shouldn't be ordinary people, he said. Sir, what are you talking about? We are just ordinary good citizens. Li Huanhuan answered stubbornly. Before, she was caught by the Golden Church just for saying a good word about the blood apostle. Now she doesn't want to be caught again. After so many days in the game, she has almost understood that the forces in this game are very sensitive to abnormal powers. They call people with abnormal powers heretics. Some players on the forum have cried, and were caught by the Golden Church because they exposed the matter of resurrection from the dead. Looking at Li Huanhuan's appearance, as a former player, Lier could guess what Li Huanhuan was thinking. All the players who entered the game at the beginning of the previous life were like this. They tried their best to hide themselves. Even if they joined the three orthodox sects, as long as they exposed their ability to resurrect from the dead, they would be arrested as heretics. There were also many people who were caught by the strong because they used the detection technique casually. This was a common thing. This situation was not alleviated until 10 days after the public beta. The three major sects called players with the ability to resurrect as aliens, and no longer arrested them. Instead, they spread the power of the law to them, as if they had suddenly reached a consensus. Lier smiled and said in a deep voice, Ordinary citizens do not have the ability to detect other people's information. Detect other people's information? What are you talking about, sir? Why don't I understand? Li Huanhuan blinked, pretending to be pitiful and pretending to be stupid. Seeing Li Huanhuan's poor acting skills, Lier couldn't help laughing. Has anyone told you that your acting is very poor? Is he being laughed at by an NPC? After a short silence, Li Huanhuan's cheeks flushed slightly. The Valkyrie in the gaming world was actually laughed at by an NPC. Are the NPCs in this game so smart? The bullet screen in the live broadcast room rolled wildly, and Li Huanhuan gritted his teeth. Yes. Even if I detected your information, so what? Kill me if you have the ability. Li Huanhuan broke his defense, completely abandoned himself, and no longer hid. For Li Huanhuan's anger, Li Er turned a blind eye and still acted like a gentleman. You want to provoke me to kill you? And then resurrect? This sentence was like a basin of ice water poured on Li Huanhuan's head, extinguishing the anger in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, and said after a while, How do you know I will be resurrected? She began to doubt. Is the man in front of her really an NPC? Is it possible that he is a GM pretending? Of course, I know you can be resurrected, because I have received the revelation of the gods. The immortal aliens are about to come, and the world will be reshaped in the tide of the times. Liar's expression suddenly became serious, and his tone became solemn. In Li Huanhuan's eyes, the NPC in front of him was shrouded in a layer of mystery. The game has not been publicly tested yet, and there are NPCs who know that the player is about to come, or they've received the revelation of the gods. Is this the template of the protagonist of the game? Chapter 55. Looking at Li Huanhuan's shocked look, Li Er smiled secretly in his heart. This is the effect he wants, to make up some seemingly cool words to plant a sense of mystery in the players' hearts. When the game is publicly tested, attract players to work for him, and then take out some rare rewards, he can control this group of players. He remembered that many players in his previous life created their own spells, so he could learn them when he had time and then pass them on to the players. There are also many sword skills he knows. These sword skills are special skills, and different from the professional skills obtained by players. They often need to improve the favorability of NPCs before they can be taught. Li Er knows a lot. In addition to the sword skills limited by the law of war, there are also sword skills common to all professions, and the effect is not bad. These things are enough to fool these new players. As for his other identity, the Blood Apostle, that is to recruit some players to do bad things. There are always some things that cannot be put on the surface. After a long time, Li Huanhuan came back to her senses. She asked carefully, Sir, so you got the oracle? Yes, the gods told me that a group of immortal aliens are about to come, and they also have the ability to detect other people's information at will. Li Er nodded. Then what do you want me to do by telling me all this? Li Huanhuan asked again. Liar pondered for a moment, then said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Er Stewart. I don't know if you have heard of my name. My fiancée, Princess Milia, may have been kidnapped by the heretics of the corrupt sect. I got the oracle. The aliens are immortal, and can detect other people's information. Can I ask you to help me search for traces of corrupt heretics in the royal city? His expression was filled with sadness, and everything was revealed with true feelings. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao were both somewhat moved. They were both women, and they quickly got involved. He must love his fiancée very much. Li Huanhuan thought to herself, and a task prompt appeared in front of her. You triggered the task. Corrupted heretics hidden in the royal city, D-level. Lear's fiancée may have been kidnapped by corrupt believers. He is very anxious and hopes you can help him find traces of corrupt believers. Task target, find corrupt believers in the royal city. Task reward, 10,000 experience points, 1 gold coin. Open Lear Stewart's character store. Looking at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao staring silently at the blank space in front of them, Lear knew that the task he had posted had appeared. It seems that he can post tasks to players. As for rewards, the system will provide experience points, and he needs to add others by himself. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao saw the task and accepted it without hesitation. Mr. Li Er, since you found us through the oracle, we will definitely help you. This is the choice of fate. Li Huanhuan looked at the last word in the reward column. Experience points and gold coins are not important. Anyway, they can't be brought to the public beta, but this character store is different. Even if the internal beta is over, the store will be open to her in the public beta. The data cleared in the internal beta is only the character level and the props obtained. And more importantly, I have the support of Li Er, the NPC who can obtain the oracle. Then I will wait for good news from the two of you. If you can provide reliable information, you can come to Stewart Mansion to find me, and I will give you a generous reward. Li Er nodded. Oh, by the way, what are the names of the two ladies? I'm Li Huanhuan. My name is Yao Yao. Yeah, a very unique name. Li Er smiled as if he was thinking. The three chatted for a while, and then Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao got off the carriage. Watching the carriage slowly go away, Li Huanhuan still felt a sense of dream. Family? Don't you think the AI of the NPC in this game is a little too real? If I didn't know it was just a game, I would even think it was a real person. Li Huanhuan complained, and the live broadcast room was also talking about it. Just when Li Huanhuan was planning to go to other places in the royal city to see if she could find the so-called corrupt believers, a reward message attracted her attention. Dahe sent a plain. Big brother, help me. I know the clues of the corrupt believers in your mission. Li Huanhuan showed a strange expression on his face, and said jokingly, Hey, isn't this Dahe? I remember that you were caught? Haven't you escaped yet? In a dark secret room, a black-haired young man looked at Li Huanhuan's ridicule in the live broadcast room, and his face showed an angry expression, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. Sister Huanhuan, don't say it, I was caught because of bad luck, but I also found out the information. The NPC who caught me is a plague warlock. Do you think that the plague warlock is a profession that spreads plagues? Then is the corruption in the royal city spread by them? Then is he a corrupt believer? I have been tied up by this plague warlock for more than a day, and I can't even commit suicide. I can tell you the news for free. Just save me, or kill me if you can't. Dahe was typing helplessly in Li Huanhuan's live broadcast room. He had to bow his head, because he needed help. Like Li Huanhuan, he was an internal test player, and a well-known anchor. However, he did not have the powerful skills of Li Huanhuan. He was a plot study party. He had participated in the game internal test, but he was hunted by the believers of the Golden Church just because he said that the name of the Golden Church was a bit vulgar. Later, he was killed accidentally. When he was resurrected, he happened to be seen by a plague warlock with a black robe covering his face, and then he was tragic. He was tied up by the plague warlock and locked in a small dark room for more than a day. He couldn't even commit suicide. On the other side, Li Huanhuan saw the message sent by Dahe, and his attitude that was originally intended to laugh instantly changed. Are you sure that the person who arrested you is a corrupt believer? I don't know, but the profession is a plague warlock. Dahe typed a reply. Tell me the location. I tell you the location. Can you share the task with me? Dahe replied greedily. He watched the whole process of Li Huanhuan accepting the task. With his years of understanding of the plot of virtual games, this NPC named Li Er must be an extremely important NPC, and he might be the child of destiny in the game. This thigh must be held tightly. Didn't you tell me for free that as long as you rescued you, it would be fine? Li Huanhuan said with some dissatisfaction. That being said, Valkyrie, you can't just take advantage of me, right? Dahe replied shamelessly. Li Huanhuan was annoyed, and felt that Dahe was shameless, but she could do nothing about it. She thought for a while and said, I don't know if the task can be shared, but if I want to save you, I can only ask Li Er, the NPC, for help. I can talk to the NPC, but whether you can get the benefits depends on you. That's it. Dahe in the secret room smiled happily. Chapter 56. In a dark compartment somewhere. Have you figured out anything? What's the matter with his ability to come back from the dead? Eric looked at the young man tied to the chair, his eyes burning. Don't argue. Coming back from the dead is a miracle. How can it be cracked so easily? This human situation is very strange. He has no law power at all, more like an ordinary person. But how can an ordinary person have the ability to come back from the dead? Crow Drake circled in the room. Dahe looked at the two people in front of him. His mouth was tied with bandages, and he couldn't speak at all. It has been 2 days since he was kidnapped. Yesterday, he told Li Huanhuan all the information. He had seen Li Huanhuan rushing here with NPCs through the live broadcast. Since yesterday, your emotions have become very stable. Why? Crow landed on Dahe's shoulder, a little puzzled. He remembered that after he caught this person who could come back from the dead, the other party kept shouting, so he sealed the other party's mouth with a bandage. But even so, this person is still struggling, and even when he untied the bandages last night, he said that they were corrupt believers. His and Eric's identities were known by an ordinary person, but they had no idea how they were exposed. Dahe listened to Crow's questioning without saying anything. Not far away, Eric opened the door of the secret room and said to Crow anxiously, Oh no, I saw Erwin. Who? Crow was a little puzzled. Tiffany's father, a great wizard of extraordinary level. Eric answered in a panic. Extraordinary great mage. Crow was stunned for a moment, then looked to the other side. On the same chair, a girl was tied there, with a pale face and messy hair. Dahe also looked through the open door of the secret room and saw the imprisoned girl. He subconsciously threw out a probe. Name, Divine. Occupation, Mage. Level, ? Favorability, Indifferent. Danger, Extremely deadly. Current status, Near death, Corruption blight. Evaluation, The kidnapped genius mage is about to die, and maybe she will become a sacrifice to awaken the corrupt true spirit. Has our kidnapping of Divine been exposed? Eric said anxiously. Through the window, he saw Lier and Elvin, the bishop of the Golden Church, and two women he didn't know all came to the Duke of Norton's mansion. Impossible. No one saw us when we took action, Crow said subconsciously. But Divine's father has come. He is a super wizard. Can you stop his mental power from detecting Divine? The Crow was silent. The super wizard was not someone he could contend with. He looked at the girl tied to the chair and said after a while, "Let's leave here." "What do you mean?" "I can't contend with a super professional, so we have to escape," the Crow said quietly. "Escape?" Eric looked at the Crow in disbelief. "That's right. When you accept the power of the corrupt law, you should understand that you are now a heretic." The Crow said, as a matter of course, if you are not exposed, you are still the son of the noble Duke, but if you are exposed, you will only become a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. Her father has come. Obviously, the matter has been exposed. Eric was stunned. Although he had prepared himself in advance, it was still difficult for him to accept that he had to abandon his noble identity and become a heretic who could only hide from now on. After a long time, he had to face the facts. Looking at Divine, he said unwillingly, "Then do you want to take Divine with you? This is the mother body we cultivated with great difficulty. You want to take his daughter away in front of the extraordinary wizard? With your current strength?" The Crow looked at a fool. As it said, it looked at the girl tied to the chair again, and its eyes became cruel. "We can't take her away, so let's perform the ritual to detonate her in advance. It can't be wasted after cultivating for so long. Let's leave here and cultivate other mother bodies." Lier brought Elvin, Golden Bishop Gas, and Li Huan to the Duke of Norton's mansion, and followed the butler through the garden to the hall. He didn't expect the player's efficiency to be so high. The task was released yesterday, and there were clues before a day. Li Huan brought the news that the name of the plague warlock was Eric Norton, which surprised Lier. "Lier, are you sure there are clues of corrupt believers in the Duke of Norton's mansion?" Elvin asked suspiciously. When Lier brought two strangers to him, he thought Lier was joking and just wanted to discredit the Duke of Norton. But when Lier found the Golden Bishop and brought him to the Duke of Norton's mansion, he realized that Lier might be serious. "Whether it is true or not, we will know it soon," Lier said calmly. He glanced at Li Huan and Yao Yao behind him. "You provided the information. I trust you, so I called Dean Irwin and Bishop Gold. If what you said is fake news..." He didn't continue. "Of course it's true. Mr. Lier, I swear to God." Li Huan nodded confidently. She had already known Dahe's location by adding friends. "The corrupt believer is here." She wanted to continue to say something, but the message bar flashed. Clicking on the photo sent by Dahe, it was a haggard girl with the girl's message next to it. This is the time for her to show off. Seize the opportunity to improve Lier's favorability, she immediately said with a serious face. "My companions have found out the exact news. Miss Divine is locked in the compartment of the villa next door. The corrupt believers are planning to perform a ritual to detonate the corrupt disease in Miss Divine." As soon as these words came out, except for Lier, the faces of the others changed. At this moment, a voice came from outside the living room. "Where did this little girl dare to frame my Norton family?" Duke Norton walked over quickly, with a somewhat gloomy expression. When he heard that Lier led a group of people to visit him, he felt that Lier had bad intentions, and now it seems to be true. Slandering is such a despicable means. Irwin listened to Li Huan's words, and completely ignored Duke Norton, who came over. He asked seriously, "Ms. Li Huan, are you sure that what you said is true?" "I promise." Li Huan patted her chest. "Dean Irwin, you won't believe the nonsense of this little girl, right?" Duke Norton said in a deep voice. Irwin raised his head, and his eyes became sharp. "Tiffany has been missing for a long time. He will not miss any clues. I will know if it is true after searching." Irwin left the living room in a flash. The others looked at each other, and followed him out. When Irwin appeared again, he had already arrived above the villa not far away. The terrifying mental power swept across the entire villa. When he sensed the situation inside the villa, his expression instantly became ferocious. "Damn heretic, stop it!" This roar startled everyone who had just walked out of the living room, and then Duke Norton's expression became ugly. Could it be that the corrupt believers were really hiding in his own home? The Golden Archbishop's expression also became serious and rushed over. The terrifying arcane energy gathered above the villa. The anger of the extraordinary wizard was chilling. A dark purple ripple swept past, and directly lifted the roof of the villa. The entire villa was destroyed, revealing the situation inside. In the innermost corner of the villa, Divine was tied to a chair, and Eric was beside her, half kneeling on the ground. There was a strange ritual array painted on the ground. At this time, the Golden Archbishop and Duke Norton also came out and saw the same scene. Chapter 57. In the ruins of the villa, Eric slowly turned his head and looked at everyone with a wicked smile. I didn't expect you to find me. Eric? Duke Norton widened his eyes. He never thought that his son would become a heretic. The decaying magic circle on the ground and the kidnapped Tiffany, he didn't know anything about them. The expression of the Golden Bishop Gas beside him also became serious. These days, the High Priest Commander of UR, the Golden Church, was working at full capacity to search for clues of heresy. He just accepted Lear's invitation with the idea of trying his luck, but he didn't expect to find something. Duke Norton, what's going on? You'd better explain it. Bishop Gas said in a deep voice. I don't know this. Duke Norton explained hurriedly. Of course you don't know. Eric made a resentful voice. Since you gave up on me and planned to have another child, you have not paid attention to my affairs. You think I have become a waste. How can you find that I have accepted the corrupt law? Duke Norton was silent on the spot. He did give up Eric, but that was also because of Eric's incompetence. If Eric could defeat Lear in a duel, how could he give up on him? Eric! You are my son, you should not be exposed to heretical laws. Duke Norton took a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, he could only draw a clear line with Eric. Originally, even if he gave up Eric, he could give Eric a life of wealth and honor, but now it is not necessary. From the moment you gave up on me, I am no longer your son. Heretical laws? As long as it can make me stronger, what about heresy? Let go of my daughter. Erwin, who was standing aside, looked at the dying Divine, and his anger ignited everything. Has his daughter been suffering like this these days? He wanted to tear Eric into pieces. Dean Erwin, why are you so angry? Shouldn't I be angry? It was the potion that Divine gave me that turned me into a waste. Eric roared madly, and the ritual array on the ground emitted a more dazzling light. Divine's breath became weaker and weaker, as if she would die in the next moment. No, stop! Erwin's eyes were bloodshot. Kneel down and beg me. Do you care about Divine? Then beg me, maybe I will spare her life. Eric manipulated the corruption disease unscrupulously. Oh, by the way, there is also Lear, let him kneel down together. Eric looked at Lear with a hideous face. Lear, who had been eating melons, had a slight twitch in his eyes. How did it come to him? Everyone looked at Erwin and Lear. Lear felt that he had suffered an undeserved disaster. Erwin turned his head. Tiffany was his only child. After his wife passed away, Tiffany was everything to her. He was willing to give everything for Tiffany. He looked at Lear with pleading eyes, but Lear shook his head. Dean Erwin, why do you have to give in to this waste? Lear looked at Eric. Has anyone told you that villains die because they talk too much? As he said this, the Dark Knight Rose appeared in his hand, and the next second, the figure disappeared. When Lear appeared again, he had come to Eric. The Knight Rose pierced Eric's chest directly, neatly, and then kicked Eric away with one foot. He picked up Tiffany and left the place in a flash. Everything happened in a flash. When they returned to Erwin, no one had reacted yet. Li Huanhuan and Yao looked at this scene, a little stunned, and the live broadcast room was silent for a while. I remember Mr. Lier said he was a mage? Li Huanhuan said uncertainly. Yes, a mage. Yao Yao nodded absent-mindedly. You call this a mage? Bishop Gas, please heal Divine. Lier said to the stunned Golden Bishop. At this time, everyone reacted, and Erwin looked at Divine, who returned to his side and cried with joy. Bishop Gas immediately waved his scepter and cast a heaven-sent blessing. Divine, who was originally dying, recovered quickly. Lier handed Divine to Erwin. Divine in the previous life had a bad personality, and he also hated it. If possible, maybe dying here would be a good choice. But he felt that he should respect Erwin. This extraordinary wizard deserves respect, and it is not bad to make friends with an extraordinary wizard. Taking Divine from Lear, Erwin said gratefully, I heard that you have obtained the power of the law of war, and became a professional of the dual law, but this power still shocked me. Lear smiled, it's just an ordinary sword skill. Anyway, it was you who saved Divine. I will repay you after dealing with Eric's affairs. Erwin said solemnly, looking at Eric, who fell to the ground not far away. Eric was no longer moving, and the ceremony was interrupted. Eric. Duke Norton sighed, his son was dead after all. Don't sigh, Duke. Eric is not dead yet. Lear suddenly said. What did you say? Duke Norton turned his head sharply. Lear walked to the body of Eric, which had decayed in a very short time. When he killed Eric just now, he got a system prompt. You killed Eric's rotten meat doll. This is just Eric's doll, not Eric. Lear turned the body over, revealing a bloody face. That was not Eric's face. The rotten meat doll, the rotten meat giant, and the two encounters with corrupt believers surprised Lear. The profession of corrupt law is not simple. After releasing the God-given blessing, the Golden Bishop also walked to Eric's body, and saw the rotten face, and showed a disgusted expression. Duke Norton, Eric is your son. He joined a heretical sect, and even kidnapped Dean Irwin's daughter. Now he has escaped. I think you should be prepared. Lord UR will ask you in detail. After all, he is your son. Duke Norton's face turned ugly when he heard this. And the whereabouts of Milia and Her Highness the Saint must be related to Eric. We only found Divine here. Milia and Her Highness the Saint must be imprisoned somewhere else. Lear echoed, pretending to be melancholy. Irwin also came over with the awakened Divine. Divine's face was still a little pale. After being imprisoned for so many days, her mental state was still greatly affected. Lear, I believe Her Highness the Princess must still be alive. Irwin patted Lear on the shoulder. I hope so. Lear nodded. Chapter 58. Lear took Li Huanhuan and others away, and returned to the Steward Mansion. It can be predicted that the Duke of Norton will have a hard time in the future. The High Priest of UR will probably not let the Duke of Norton go, even if the other party does not know that Eric has joined the paganism. Mr. Lear, do we complete our mission? In the living room, Li Huanhuan asked carefully. When leaving the Duke of Norton's mansion, she saw Lear's melancholy expression. They did find the whereabouts of the heretic believers, but there was no trace of the princess. If they did not find the princess, it would be meaningless to Lear. At least she thought so. Of course, I won't break my promise. Lear didn't break his promise, as Li Huanhuan imagined. He nodded, took out 2 gold coins from his pocket, and handed them to the 2 people, and then said, in addition, I am a dual law professional of war and arcane. You can buy some of my sword skills and spells from me if you need them. You completed the task of corrupted heretics hidden in the royal city, D level. You received 10,000 bonus experience points, 1 gold coin, and opened the character store of Lear's Steward Li Huanhuan, and Yao Yao immediately saw the store icon appear above Lear's head. The two chose to click it without hesitation. Basic spells, Thrust Arrow. Intermediate spells, Extinguishing. Intermediate spells, Frost Nova. Intermediate spells, Lear's Arcane Cannon. Advanced Swordsmanship, Steel Soul Swordsmanship. Superb Swordsmanship, Nightingale Swordsmanship. Legendary Swordsmanship, Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. The rows of spells and swordsmanship dazzled Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao, especially the legendary swordsmanship at the bottom. Legendary swordsmanship? Aren't legendary skills the highest level skills in the game? They appeared during the internal test. Before Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao could check, their live broadcast room had already exploded. Superb swordsmanship? Legendary swordsmanship? What kind of NPC is this? So awesome? I joined the Golden Church and changed my job to a praying man, but I only got an apprentice-level healing skill. What the hell is this? If I had known, I would have been born in the royal city of Brayful. Dahe, who was resurrected from the resurrection point, also saw Lear's store list, and his eyes turned red. Just now in the Duke of Norton's mansion, he was crushed to death by the villa that was washed away by the shock wave before he could react, and he didn't see Lear at all. He sent a message to Li Huanhuan frantically. Brother Huanhuan, Lord Valkyrie, you promised to say good things about me to Lear. No response. I provided the location of the corrupt believers. You can't regret it. Still no response. Speak. Dahe went crazy. At this time, Li Huanhuan had been blinded by the legendary swordsmanship, and she numbly clicked on the skill introduction. Legendary swordsmanship, Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. Introduction. Swordsmanship from the legendary Queen Salix, only recognized knights will be granted. Effect. You can convert and stack the strength, constitution, and dexterity attribute points at will to achieve the pinnacle of a single attribute. Each attribute conversion has a 1-second cooldown time. The swordsmanship consumes 1% of the maximum magic value per second, and the magic cannot be restored during this period. Learning requirements. War Law Affinity 80%, Mysterious Attribute 50. Purchase requirements. Lear Stewart Favorability 90, Life and Death Friendship, 1 million gold coins, any legendary item *1 note. Swordsmanship skills are special skills, and you need to thoroughly master the essence of swordsmanship to fully exert its effect. The skill effect of the legendary swordsmanship is shocking, but the sky-high learning and purchasing needs also calmed down the fiery Li Huanhuan, and also restricted the law. She has accepted the recruitment of the Blood Apostle Munger, and awakened the affinity of the blood law. She is planning to switch to the blood law profession. It seems that this legendary swordsmanship is destined to be out of her reach. Li Huanhuan has no idea, but it does not mean that the audience in the live broadcast room has no idea. When they saw the effect of the swordsmanship, a large number of people rushed straight to the steward mansion when they were preparing for the public beta. Even if she cannot get the approval of Lear's steward, she can start as a lackey. An NPC who can use the legendary swordsmanship now. What will happen in the future is unimaginable. Feeling the emotional changes of the two women, Lear laughed in his heart. He deliberately put the Aslan Royal swordsmanship on it just to attract players. No one can afford it anyway if he puts it at a sky-high price. Even if someone really gets the gold coins and legendary items in the end, he can adjust the favorability at will. My swordsmanship and spells require you to change your job to the arcane law profession or the war law profession before you can learn them. You can come after you change your job, Li Er said pretentiously. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao had calmed down from their shock. Yao Yao looked at Li Er with a fiery look. He was handsome, mysterious, and powerful, which was just in line with her XP. As for Li Huanhuan, she was a little absent-minded. She liked the Blood Apostle Munger more, but the legendary swordsmanship made her a little shaken. She felt that she had betrayed Mr. Munger. Thinking in her heart, she slapped herself. What betrayal? This is just a game. I have only met Mr. Munger once. Why would I think so? She felt that she was too immersed in the play. Li Huanhuan's slap startled Yao Yao and Li Er, and they looked at her with strange eyes. Li Huanhuan's cheeks flushed after she reacted, and she quickly said, "If it's okay, Yao Yao, and I will leave first." She dragged Yao Yao out and ran away, and Li Er just looked at the backs of the two women silently. At that moment just now, he actually found that the blood law essence he possessed also had a certain effect on the players, who awakened the affinity of the blood law. In other words, if the player chose to believe in the blood law, he could influence the player's thoughts to a certain extent. The game law is a bit scary when you think about it carefully. Li Er fell into deep thought. On the other side, in the corner of the citizen area near the slums, a black shadow overturned the trash can in a rage. Damn Li Er! He ruined my good thing again! Eric roared. Crow Derek stood on the eaves nearby, quietly watching Eric venting his anger. It seems that your ritual failed, and the mother body has been purified. Eric ignored Derek. He took a deep breath, and thought of Lear's last words. The villain died because of his talkativeness. If he hadn't said so much nonsense, I'm afraid the corruption epidemic would have already broken out in the noble district. Derek, what should we do next? The crow thought for a while. Let's prepare to let the mother body in the slums break out in advance. But if so, what about the plan for the noble district? Eric asked. The crow looked at Eric, and his tone became a little weird. I have other plans for the noble district. I won't put all my eggs in one basket. I let you cultivate the mother body just in case. Don't worry, no one can stop the arrival of the corrupt true spirit. You will see the last moment, and then you will definitely be able to step on Lear, the crow said, flapping its wings and flying to Eric's shoulder. Chapter 59. Steward Mansion, 3rd floor, Lear's bedroom. A man and a woman calmed down after a long and intense primitive movement. I heard that your father was taken away by the Golden Church. Eric also absconded. And you, as the daughter of the Duke of Norton, came to seduce the man of your enemy at this time. Enjoying Adele's subsequent service, Lear teased with a sly smile. Mr. Lear, Adele has long been yours. You know that your father only treats me as a tool, and Eric has never treated me as a sister, and I came with news. Adele leaned over and worked, answering vaguely. Oh! What news did you bring? Lear stroked Adele's exposed skin and asked softly. Father has reached an agreement with the High Priest of UR to atone for Eric's affairs, and help the High Priest of UR purify the slums. Is that so? Lear fell into deep thought. A few days had passed since the incident at the Duke of Norton's mansion, and the news that Eric had joined the heretical sect had spread among the nobles. Lear had also guessed how the Golden Church would deal with the Duke of Norton, and he was not surprised by the result. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Master, Mr. Irwin and Miss Tivany are here to visit. It was Eno's voice. Tivany sat on a chair in the living room, looking at the furnishings in the house, with a complicated expression. This was her first time at the Steward Mansion. When Lear was pursuing her, he had invited her to visit, but she had not agreed. The scene of Lear saving her from Eric flashed through her mind again, and at that time she really thought she was going to die. After being imprisoned by Eric for so many days, she lived in pain every day, and she hoped that a hero would come to save her. Finally, The hero appeared, but she felt a little ashamed when she saw the familiar face. There was a sound of footsteps outside the living room, and Lear walked slowly, and saw Erwin and Devine with a gentle smile on his face. "Welcome, Dean Erwin, and Devine as well," Lear greeted politely. "Lear, you look in good spirits." Erwin stood up, and Devine also stood up with her skirt lifted. "Not bad." Lear nodded. "Devine, come here." Erwin smiled when he heard it, then looked at Devine, and raised his eyebrows at her. Devine bit her lip. Today, she was wearing clothes that she would usually wear to banquets, and she looked particularly beautiful and charming. She walked up to Lear and bowed deeply. "Lear, thank you for saving me. It was my fault before. I shouldn't be so willful. Please forgive me." Lear blinked. He really didn't want to say anything more about Tiffany, nor did he want to have any more contact with her. Maybe after this kidnapping, Tiffany's personality would change, but it didn't make sense to Lear. He nodded with a gentle smile. "I don't care about the past. You don't have to apologize to me. Let the past go." Although he didn't like it, he still had to pretend to do it. Alvin was still watching. Listening to Lear's words, Tiffany showed joy, but Alvin sighed. He was not as naive as Devine. Lear forgave Devine on the surface, but he clearly felt the coldness in her words. Erwin brought Devine to Stewart Mansion to repay Lear, and also wanted to try to ease the relationship between Lear and Devine. He saw Lear's strength, and he had a deep understanding of the power of the dual law profession. He could imagine that Lear would become even stronger in the future. Originally, such a person had the opportunity to become his son-in-law. "Lear, you saved Devine. I said I would repay you. You are a dual law professional, and one day you will break through to the high level or even extraordinary. I have prepared some powerful spell books for you. You can choose one from them." Erwin took out 3 books from the storage props. Lee's eyes lit up immediately. What could a spell book taken out by a super wizard be? Super spell Frost Wind. Super spell Summon Fire Demon. High-level spell Blood Demon Homogenizer. The information of 3 spell books appeared in front of Lear. The first 2 were super spells, and they were also famous in the previous life. Frost Wind is a frost spell with a large range, which takes into account both control and damage. It is enough to destroy an army when released by a super wizard. Summon Fire Demon is a summoning spell that can summon powerful fire demon. Lear's eyes fell on the last high-level spell. Compared with the first 2 super spells, this high-level spell surprised him more. High-level spell, Blood Demon Homogenizer, status skill, introduction, a spell inherited from the Arcane Council. Only members of the Council are qualified to learn. Effect, when Blood Demon Homogenizer is activated, your skills can be released by consuming the same amount of health points. Learning requirements, Arcane Law Affinity 20%, Intelligence Attribute 40, Mystical Attribute 40. The magic consumption of skills can be released by consuming the same value of life points. Lear thought of his Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. The swordsmanship consumes 1% of the maximum magic value per second. If it can be replaced by consuming life points, his endurance will be improved again. I just don't know whether it consumes 1% of the maximum life value, or 1% of the maximum magic value, when the Blood Demon Origin is activated, and then the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship is activated. These are 2 completely different concepts. Dean Erwin, are you really going to give me such a precious spell? Lear pretended to be shocked and pondered. My daughter is more precious than these spells. Erwin shrugged. Then I thank you for your gift. Lear was no longer polite, and picked up the last Blood Demon Origin. He felt funny for some reason. He found Devine, because of the information given by the player. He only gave the player 2 gold coins, and a shop permission, but in exchange, he got a high-level spell. It felt like he was getting something for free. Seeing Lear's choice, Eldon raised his eyebrows, but didn't say much. After getting the spell book, Lear was in a good mood and invited Eldon and Devine to dinner until late at night. After seeing them off, Lear returned to the study and took out Blood Demon Origin again. Looking at the learning requirements, he sighed helplessly. His affinity for the arcane law was only 13.5%, so he couldn't learn it for the time being, so he had to put it aside for now. But then again, as a mage, he had an affinity of 80% for the blood law, 89.9% for the war law, 18.9% for the morning star law, and 16.7% for the golden law. The affinity of the arcane law is actually the lowest. What an incompetent mage. Lear complained to himself. It would be great if he could find the source of the arcane law. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Thinking in his mind, he shook his head in self-mockery. How could it be so easy to find someone? Chapter 60. The next day, the king convened another meeting. The protagonist of this meeting was Duke Norton. You should all have known about Eric's joining the heretical sect. King Rosser looked at the nobles with a serious face. As the Duke of the Kingdom, Vicente did not realize that his son had contact with heresy. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Duke Norton stood in the middle of the crowd, facing the different gazes around him, expressionless. This was indeed his dereliction of duty, and he had nothing to say. Duke Norton stood out from the crowd and said in a deep voice, I didn't discipline Eric well. In order to make up for my mistake, I am willing to lead the family's wizards to purify the slums. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the crowd. The matter of purifying the slums has not been finalized yet. Why would Duke Norton say this? The king was also stunned for a moment. He frowned and was about to say something. The high priest stepped forward. Since Duke Norton has such awareness, then the action of purifying the slums should be arranged. I will build a purification array in the slums and let Duke Norton implement it. I know that such an action is a bit cruel to those poor people, but rather than letting them die tragically under the pagan plague, it is a better choice to let gold purify them. King Rosser's face darkened. This is the palace of Brayfield. Even the high priest of the Golden Church cannot interfere with the internal affairs of the kingdom without his permission. You'll seem to feel Rosser's dissatisfaction. He turned his head and said to Rosser, King Rosser, you are also a believer of gold, you should not refuse, right? Rosser was silent. He knew that Wurst's decision was not nonsense. Those poor people infected with the corruption disease were beyond help. Purifying them earlier could prevent the royal city from becoming more chaotic. I will arrange for the knights of the royal city to assist. Rosser finally compromised. Lear stood among a group of nobles, without expressing his opinion, but left the meeting hall expressionlessly. When he returned home, it was dinner time. Eno had prepared the meal, and Milia was waiting for Lear. You seem to be in a bad mood? Milia noticed that Lear's mood was a little wrong. Nothing. Lear smiled. Milia frowned. Looking at Lear's calm appearance, she stood up, came to Lear, and said seriously, You can tell me if you have something. I am your fiancé, and I can listen. It's really nothing. Lear was a little amused and patted Milia's little hand. It's just that His Majesty the King intends to let the Golden Church purify the slums. What do you mean? Milia was a little puzzled. She had been staying in Stewart House, and didn't know much about what was happening in the outside world. Lear patiently explained everything. After listening to Lear's narration, Milia said in disbelief, You mean your father allowed the Golden Church to kill all the infected people in the slums? That's about it. Lear nodded. Is there no other way to save those poor people? Milia couldn't bear it. She was not a child, and knew that her father's decision was good from a long-term perspective, but she still felt that it was a bit cruel. Lear said nothing, and stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth. Thinking of the decision task that was triggered before, how could there be so many saviors in this world? Besides, he was just a mid-level professional. Dinner ended in a somewhat heavy atmosphere. Lear took the food left for Saint Ophelina, and went to the underground secret room alone. In the secret room, Ophelina was still tied to the chair. The bright red shackles were absorbing her physical strength all the time, and the magic power in her body would also be swallowed by Lear regularly. She was a little desperate. Was she going to be Lear's blood servant for the rest of her life? The door of the secret room was opened, and Ophelina felt a little better. During the period of imprisonment, the only place she felt some comfort was when she ate every day. The maid Eno would feed her and comfort her, but she would often say some good things about Lear, which made her a little annoyed. What's so good about that perverted heretic? She felt that such a good maid must have been deceived. Often Eno looked at the door, and her expression froze instantly. It was not Eno who came, but Lear, the man she hated so much. Seeing Ophelina's dull eyes, Lear stepped forward. What's wrong? Don't you welcome me? Didn't you suck my blood this morning? Ophelina said subconsciously. Can't you come after sucking? Lear raised his eyebrows, and put the dinner on the table beside him. Hearing this, Ophelina became a little flustered. In the past, Lear would suck blood in the morning and then disappear. What does he want to do now that he comes at night? A man and a woman were alone in the same room, and she was tied up in an extremely shameful way. Ophelina didn't dare to think about it any further. What do you want to do? Ophelia asked vigilantly. What's your attitude? It's really sad. I see that you are suffering from my blood sucking every day, so I am willing to feed you and comfort you. Shouldn't you be more enthusiastic? Lear smiled. I don't believe you, you pagan are very bad. Ophelia gritted her teeth. If there were no red shackles, she would have pounced on Lear and bit him to death. Forget it, I'm not kidding you. Lear shrugged and sat on the chair on the other side. Do you remember the high priest of UR whom I mentioned to you last time? He plans to set up a purification ceremony to purify the entire slums to lure out the corrupt believers in the royal city, he said slowly. Ophelia thought Lear was going to say something sarcastic, but when she heard about UR, her brows frowned instantly. Do you agree with Wuer's decision? Lear asked, or do you have a way to save those infected people in the slums? If anyone can save those poor people and become the savior, Lear thinks that only Ophelia may have such ability. The saint of the Golden Church has always been mysterious. It is said that she is a woman blessed by the gods. If she has any special abilities, it is not impossible. Ophelia fell silent, nodded, and shook her head. If I can break through to the extraordinary realm, I may have a chance to save those infected people, but now, my magic power is not enough, she said with some regret. Listening to Ophelia's words, Lear didn't say anything. The saint couldn't do anything, so he could only watch the operation of the Golden Church. Quietly holding the plate, he fed Ophelia. After about 10 minutes, after feeding Ophelia, he leaned over and bit Ophelia's neck forcefully. Since he came here, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. The sweet and pure blood of the girl flowed into Lear's breath, and he sucked it greedily. Just as he was enjoying the wonderful taste of the saint, the system panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The skill bloodthirst effect is triggered. You get the holy skill. Hope him. Lee's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 61. Transcendent into Saint. Above the extraordinary is the saint level. That is an existence beyond level 100. Why does Ophelina, a high-level professional, have saint-level skills? Is this the daughter of the Golden Law? The high level has saint-level skills. The god of the Golden Law will not be watching Ophelina, right? Will the fact that he imprisoned Ophelina be discovered? For the first time, Lear felt a little panic, but on the surface he still looked calm. The system panel jumped again. This time it was a reminder of the increase in affinity with the Golden Law, and it was increased by 0.1%, which was better than nothing. As he absorbed Ophelina's blood more and more times, the increase in affinity with the Golden Law became much slower. Lear let go of Ophelina calmly. The saint's cheeks were ruddy, and she looked at Lear with resentment, but there were inexplicably some other emotions in her eyes. Not noticing Ophelina's abnormality, Lear clicked on the introduction of the Hymn of Hope. Holy Skill, Hymn of Hope. Introduction. A holy skill bestowed upon Saint Ophelina by the Golden Law. Effect. Chanting the Hymn of Hope, the power of the Golden Law continuously heals and purifies all friendly targets within a range of 100 meters, recovers all injuries, and clears and reverses all abnormal states. The healed targets will not be affected by the same abnormal state again within 30 days. Activating the skill consumes a fixed 5,000 mana points, and consumes an additional 100 mana points for every 1 second it lasts, and consumes an additional 1,000 mana points for every 100 meter range increase, with a cooldown of 3 days. Usage requirements: Golden Law affinity 30%, Intelligence 60, Mystery 60. Current Golden Law affinity is insufficient, and cannot be used. Looking at the skill introduction of the Hymn of Hope, Lear widened his eyes. Isn't this the Pro-Max version of the group blessing of God? No wonder Ophelina nodded, and shook her head just now. With the Hope Hymn, she is indeed capable of curing those infected, but the consumption is too great. Ophelina is a high level, and with her own command template, her magic value is increased by 200%, which is about 4,000 at most. It is not much more than Lear, who is cheating, and it does not meet the minimum requirement for the opening of the Hope Hymn. Lear glanced at his own magic value, 3,200, which also does not meet the opening requirements of the Hope Hymn, but Lear is not panicked at all. He has a blue secret dewdrop bottle. All skills are free of consumption within 60 seconds. So is this the way to become a savior? Lear's eyes lit up slightly, and in an instant, he thought of many ways to use the Hope Hymn to maximize the benefits. Seeing Lear with an evil smile, Ophelia shuddered and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lear came back to his senses. "I thought of something happy." Ophelia wanted to ask what the happy thing was, but she swallowed her words after opening her mouth. She always felt that something bad was about to happen. Lear stared at Ophelia. He was indeed thinking of something bad. The requirement for using the Hymn of Hope is 30% affinity with the Golden Law, but he only has 16.8% now, which is not enough. It seems that I can only wrong this saint and increase the affinity of the Golden Law to 30% before UR completes the purification ceremony of the slums. He raised Ophelia's chin with his hand and said with a smile, "Your Highness, can you do me a favor?" "What do you want to do?" Ophelia struggled instinctively. Lear did not answer, but summoned the life-binding shackles again, one end of which was wrapped around the beam above his head, and then slowly picked up Ophelia. What are you going to do? Let me go! Ophelia struggled more violently, but Lear turned a blind eye. 5 minutes later. You bastard, put me down. Ophelia's face flushed. She was really a little scared. She was now hanging in the air, showing herself in front of Lear in an extremely shameful posture. A lot of clothes on her body were also taken off. A large area of snow-white skin and white thighs were exposed, and with the chains tied, the perfect figure was visible at a glance, which seemed particularly charming. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I did all this to save those people in disaster, and your efforts will definitely be worth it, Lear said seriously. In order to improve the affinity of the Golden Law as quickly as possible, he had to take some extreme measures. Ophelina almost went crazy after hearing this. What do you mean by saving the people? What does saving the people have to do with hanging her up and putting her in such a shameful manner? It's obviously your evil XP, you said it so high-soundingly. The Golden Law source material carrier shame, anger, humiliation emotional fluctuation value reached 97%. You gained 3% Golden Law affinity. The prompt of the system panel jumped in front of him, and it increased by 3% at once, one step closer to 30%. Lear smiled. He just hung Ophelina up and increased the affinity of the Golden Law so much at once. It seems that it should not be difficult to reach the requirement of 30%. Thinking in his heart, in the eyes of Ophelia who wanted to eat people, he took out a soft whip from somewhere, waved it, and whipped Ophelia's weak body. The force was not strong, and Ophelia only felt a slight pain and a tingling feeling. Ophelia's eyes widened immediately. What is this doing? Is it humiliating me? Or is it trying to discipline me? Ophelia had also peeked at those banned books when she was in the Holy See before, and she had only seen such experiences in those banned books. What are you doing? Ophelia's voice trembled a little. Lear did not respond, but just looked at the saint in the air in confusion. Why didn't the affinity of the Golden Law increase? He waved the soft whip again, this time adding some strength, and whipped Ophelia's waist and hips. Ophelia pursed her lips, feeling a little painful, but after the pain, Ophelia felt a sense of comfort inexplicably. Ah! She made a tempting gasp. Hearing this sound, Lear showed a strange expression on his face. Can you not make such a misleading sound? People who don't know would think you are doing something unspeakable. Well, although it is a bit unspeakable to hang Ophelia up and whip her now, it is for the people in the slums after all, Lear proved himself in his heart. Ophelia's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and forced down the strange feeling in her body. Your Highness, can you not make such a sound? I am a normal man, are you tempting me like this? Lear said jokingly. These words fell into Ophelia's ears. After a brief daze, she was furious. I, the saint of the Golden Church, would I seduce a heretic believer? Do you want to hear what you are saying? And why did I make such a sound? Don't you know it? Lear, you are a despicable, shameless, and obscene pagan. You will not die well. Ophelia's cheeks flushed. She had completely lost the appearance of a saint. With her hair loose, she cursed like a shrew. The emotional fluctuation value of shame, anger, and humiliation of the Golden Law source carrier reached 99%, and you gained 3% of the Golden Law affinity. Your Golden Law affinity reached 20%, and you gained 2 more strength, 2 more constitution, 2 more dexterity, 2 more intelligence, and 2 more mystery. Looking at the system prompts in front of him, Lear showed a smile of success on his face. Chapter 62. Training the Saint is not a matter of a day or two. After enduring Lear's many whippings, Ophelina's emotional fluctuations gradually eased, and she slowly got used to it. She just gritted her teeth when the soft whip hit her body. Lear was helpless. The affinity of the Golden Law, which had been rising rapidly, stagnated again. It is currently 24.3%, which is still a little short of the 30% of the Hymn of Hope. Let's stop here today. Lear sighed. In the murderous eyes of Ophelina, he left the basement. Walking out of the basement, Eno stood at the door with a strange expression. Lear did not explain anything, but just ordered, go and put Ophelina down, and then continue to lock her up. The next day, in a restaurant outside the slums of the royal city, Dahe looked at Li Huanhuan with a face full of resentment. Li Huanhuan, you promised to say something good about me to Li Er. You can't burn bridges after crossing the river. Li Huanhuan sat on a chair, sipping tea to hide her embarrassment. It was indeed Dahe's credit that she was able to complete the task assigned by Li Er, but she was so excited when she saw Li Er's store that she forgot Dahe's request. Do you know how I got here these days? I ran to the noble district to find you, but the soldier stopped me and said that poor people were not allowed to enter. How do I look like a poor person? I sent you a message but you didn't reply. Dahe cried about his experience. After dying several times, his novice clothes were all exposed. In the winter, he was left with only clothes that could cover his privacy. He was still wearing the novice clothes that Li Huanhuan had just given him. On the other hand, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao had already changed into exquisite civilian clothes, which looked very expensive. The first thing they did after getting the money from Li Er was to change their clothes. "I'm sorry, Dahe, Yao Yao, and I just saw the message you sent. We still have some money left. Let's change your clothes and take you to find Li Er. Yao Yao also plans to go to Li Er." Li Huanhuan replied with some guilt. Dahe felt much better. He looked at Yao Yao on the side. "You are going to go to Li Er? I remember that you and Li Huanhuan both accepted the recruitment of the Blood Apostle Munger? I like Mr. Li Er more. There are many spells taught in his shop. I plan to become a wizard like Mr. Li Er. Don't you think Mr. Li Er is handsome?" Yao Yao said with a face full of longing. Dahe's eyes twitched slightly, and he ignored the crazy woman and looked at Li Huanhuan. "What about you, Valkyrie?" "Me?" Li Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, "I still plan to follow Munger to join the blood cult." While the three were talking, a group of people wearing wizard robes came over not far away, about 50 people, led by a man in gorgeous clothes, holding a luxurious staff in his hand. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the three people, and Dahe's eyes lit up. He knew that people in the royal city, who were dressed gorgeously usually had a complicated identity, just like Li Er whom Li Huanhuan met before. He wanted to cast a detection spell immediately, but was stopped by Li Huanhuan's quick eyes and hands. "Are you crazy? Don't you know that NPCs in the game can sense detection spells? Do you still want to be arrested?" Dahe was stunned for a moment, then reacted and stopped his hand action with some resentment. Li Huanhuan glared at Dahe, then asked the restaurant owner next to him, "Boss, do you know who those people outside are?" The boss looked up and said, "That's Lord Duke Norton. He should be bringing people to maintain order in the slums, right? Recently, many nobles have taken turns to bring their family professionals to the slums to search for the whereabouts of pagans. You should also know about the plague spreading in the slums of the royal city, right?" The boss said with a hint of disgust in his words, "It's really a damn paganism. I really hope that the Golden Church and the kingdom can find those heretics as soon as possible. Now that the slums are blocked, fewer people come to eat here. Boss, your restaurant is so close to the slums, aren't you afraid of being infected with the plague?" Li Huanhuan asked again. "Scared? How could I not be? But even if I'm scared, what can I do? The restaurant owner was somewhat helpless. I used to be from the slums, and I was lucky enough to get some money, so I opened a restaurant here. My wife and son rely on the restaurant to make a living, so even if I'm scared, I can only bite the bullet and continue." Listening to the boss's complaints, the three looked at each other and didn't say anything. In the afternoon, at Stewart Mansion, Lear met with 3 players. "Do you want to work for me?" "Yes, Mr. Lear." Yao Yao and Dahe answered respectfully. Lear looked at Dahe. This was the first time he had seen him. "Mr. Lear, Dahe and Yao Yao are both my companions, and we are also extraordinary people. The clues to the corrupt believers last time were also provided by Dahe." Li Huanhuan stepped forward to prove for Dahe. Li Er pondered. He was very satisfied with Li Huanhuan and the other 2. They were all famous anchors, which was enough to provide some publicity for him to recruit players in the future. After a moment of silence, he spoke faintly. "Of course you can work for me. I am still very satisfied with your abilities as aliens. But you are aliens, and you are heretics in the eyes of the Golden Church. I can recruit you, but I can only do it in secret. You can't act outside under my name for the time being. Even so, are you still willing to work for me?" Yao Yao and Dahe said without hesitation, "We are willing." They didn't come for Li Er's noble status. They were more interested in Li Er as a person and the items in the store. "In that case, I welcome you to join." Li Er smiled and nodded. "Lear Stewart's favorability towards you has increased, and it is currently friendly." Yao Yao and Dahe were delighted. Dahe also found that the store icon appeared above Li Er's head. Li Huanhuan, who was standing by, looked at the reminder of the increase in favorability and felt a little embarrassed. She just came here with Yao Yao and Dahe, and she had no intention of working for Li Er, but now Li Er seemed to have included her. She was a little entangled whether to make it clear with Li Er. After a long silence, she still chose to give up. It was too rude to say it now. If Li Er had a bad impression of her, it would be more trouble than gain. Besides, she only worked for Li Er verbally, and she didn't say that she couldn't continue to follow the Blood Apostle. Li Er didn't know what Li Huanhuan was thinking. Recruiting these players was just the first step. He thought for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, You are now my men. I will give you a task now. Go to the slums to monitor the actions of Duke Norton and the Golden Church. Monitor? The three were stunned. Yes, the Golden Church and Duke Norton intend to purify the infected people in the entire slum. They will set up a purification ritual array in the slum. You go and watch. If there is anything abnormal or it is almost completed, tell me the progress. Purify the entire slum? Do you mean purify and cure those infected with the plague? Li Huanhuan asked. It's purification, not healing. Li Er shook his head, looked in the direction of the slum outside the window, and said meaningfully, they plan to kill everyone in the slum. Chapter 63. The actions of the Golden Church and Duke Norton were carried out in secret, and the purification of the slums was not known to the public. Although this cruel extermination action was based on justice, once it was exposed, the entire slum would riot. No one likes to let others forcefully decide their fate. On the roof of the simple house, two crows watched the wizard, who was constantly constructing patterns on the ground in the slums. Something is wrong, Delicky said in a solemn tone. What's wrong? Eric, who also turned into a crow on the other side, asked in confusion. They seem to be constructing a ritual array. Delicky ignored Eric's question, flapped his wings, and flew to the largest square in the slums. Duke Norton was placing magic stones that exuded a holy atmosphere in the circular array on the ground. The patterns of the array extended from the center to all directions and sank into various parts of the slums. Father? Eric, who followed him, also saw Duke Norton, and his eyes became a little cold. This is the purification array of the Golden Church. They actually plan to purify the entire slum. Delicky's tone was a little angry. Purify the entire slum? Eric was stunned. That's right. I didn't expect that the big man from the Golden Church would be so decisive. We must prepare. Delicky flapped his wings and looked at Duke Norton in the center, saying faintly, Lear has been at home these days, and has not gone out. He has been teasing Ophelia. The affinity of the Golden Law has increased to 28.1%, only one step away from 30%. The Golden Church and the Duke of Norton's plan to purify the entire slum was eventually exposed, and the Duke of Norton had to spare some manpower to seal off the slum and suppress the riots that occasionally occurred in the slum. Many people have died not at the hands of corruption, but at the hands of the Duke of Norton. However, these are not what Lear cares about. He has to increase the affinity of the Golden Law to 30% before the ceremony is completed. He came to the secret room again, and Ophelia was still locked in the secret room. These days, he has been trying to improve the affinity of the Golden Law, but the effect is getting weaker and weaker. Although Ophelia looked like she wanted to fight him to the death, Lear always felt something was wrong. Looking at Ophelia's closed eyes, and the look between her eyebrows, Lear was silent. It was getting more and more different from what he imagined. Don't you feel ashamed? Lear asked. Shame? Ophelia was stunned. She gritted her teeth, not knowing what was wrong with her. When she was whipped at first, she was very angry, and wanted to cut Lear into pieces. But as time went by, such emotion slowly disappeared. Under Lear's whipping, she became more and more accustomed to it, and even felt pleasant. Ophelia felt that she was guilty and a sinner. She must have been possessed by the devil, otherwise why would she feel this way? Your Highness, you don't have some strange fetish, do you? Lear leaned close to Ophelia's ear and whispered. You, what are you talking about? I am the saint of the Golden Church, how could I? With your recent attitude, such words are not convincing at all. Lear shook his head and said, The saint of the Golden Church is actually a pervert? No one would believe it if I told them this. The priests of the church are perverts, and the saint is also a pervert. Lear immediately changed his impression of the entire Golden Church. If there is any scandal in the Golden Church in the future, Lear will take it for granted. Ophenina's cheeks flushed, feeling ashamed and inferior. If people outside knew that your Highness the Saint had such a habit, I wonder if it would cause a commotion? The story collection of the heretic nun Ophenina that I wrote before was just a casual one. I didn't expect that your Highness the Saint was not a fictitious perverted nun in the book, but a real perverted saint? Lear continued to tease. Stop talking. Ophenina shouted in shame and anger. Golden Law source carrier shame, grief, inferiority emotional fluctuation value reached 98%. You gained 3% Golden Law affinity. Your Golden Law affinity reached 30%. You gained strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, dexterity plus 2, intelligence plus 2, mystery plus 2 with Ophelia's collapsed cry. Lear's system panel popped up in front of him, and the Golden Law affinity successfully reached 30%. Such a rapid increase in Law affinity exceeded Lear's expectations. Originally, In order to increase the golden law affinity to 30%, he had prepared a lot of things, but he didn't expect Ophelia to break the defense herself. The noble saint is actually a hidden pervert, which is a bit far-fetched. Actually, I think you are more attractive like this. Lear looked into Ophelia's eyes, and said with a smile, the saints in the past always had a sense of nobility and holiness, not as kind as you are now. You should face your true heart. Face your true heart? Ophelia bit her lip. Is her true heart a perverted woman? How could this be? She is obviously a saint of the church. She couldn't accept herself like this. She tilted her head, and forced herself not to see Lear's disgusting face. Lear didn't embarrass Ophelia anymore. It was still a bit difficult to make the noble saint understand that she was actually a perverted woman. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. He turned around and walked to the door of the secret room to leave, and deliberately paused. I will come back to torture you, he said with a chuckle. Chapter 64. Why should we be purified if we are not infected? I want to see His Majesty the King. He will not abandon us. We are also citizens of the kingdom. What is the Golden Church doing? Shouldn't they eliminate those damn heretics and save us? In the slums of the royal city, many poor people are attacking the guards' blockade. Since the news that the Golden Church and the kingdom intend to purify the slums leaked, people gather at the exits of the slums every day, trying to escape. Some of them have not been infected with the corruption disease, while others have been infected, and the personnel are complicated. The Norton family alone can no longer block the entire slum, and the Golden Church and the royal family have also sent a large number of people to garrison. My lord, I beg you, just take my child out. I have relatives outside. My child has not been infected. He is only 5 years old, and should not be purified. In the crowd, a woman pulled her young child, knelt in front of the professional guards on duty, and made a humble request. But the professional guards pushed the woman and the child back as if they had not seen anything. I can't stand it. How could they do this? Not far away, looking at the poor woman, Li Huanhuan said angrily. Don't be impulsive. This is just a game. Our mission is to monitor the Golden Church and Duke Norton. Don't act on impulse. Dahe hurriedly warned. Li Huanhuan snorted when she heard this. She was still very angry. After hearing from Li'er that the Golden Church and Duke Norton wanted to purify and kill everyone in the slums, she felt it was too cruel. Even though she knew it was just a game, she still felt uncomfortable. We are just game players, not even professionals, and we can't save those poor people at all. I think the Golden Church's approach is reasonable. Dahe also looked at the poor people kneeling on the ground. In fact, such things also happen in our real world. If the plague is not dealt with in time, it will not only die from these poor people when it spreads completely. Let's go. The ceremony for Duke Norton is almost ready, and we should tell Lear about the situation. Dahe stood up. At Stewart Mansion, Lear received the news brought by Li Huanhuan and the other two. He didn't say much. He saw the changes in Tianwang City. It was said that Duke Norton was blamed for purifying the slums, but in fact the Royal Golden Church and many nobles were involved. After the purification was leaked, the slums were so large that Duke Norton alone could not block it. Mr. Lear, are the poor people in the slums really hopeless? Li Huanhuan asked unwillingly. Lear pondered for a moment and said helplessly, I don't know. If there is really someone who can save those poor people, it should be the savior. Li Huanhuan was silent, and Dahe and Yao Yao also stood behind silently. Savior? Does this person really exist in this world? Maybe only the gods can save those poor people. Li Huanhuan was very disappointed and followed Dahe and the others out of the mansion. The next day, the Golden Church sent news. The purification ceremony is about to be held. The Golden Church invited many nobles, and even citizens of Wangcheng to watch. It was cruel, but it was also a way to show the power of the Golden Church. Although the ceremony was held by Duke Norton, everyone knew that Duke Norton was just a pawn, and the real decision was made by the Golden Church and the royal family. Uar had already broken the jar, and since the Golden Church's intention to purify the slums had been exposed, he simply showed the power of gold. The entire slum was shrouded in a layer of sacred halo, and the ritual gullies on the ground were emitting golden light. Some poor people thought about destroying the ritual array, but as ordinary people, poor people could not get close to those gullies. The evil corrupt heretics spread the plague in the royal city. They kidnapped the saint lady and the princess, and wanted to turn the royal city into hell. High Priest Uar stood in the middle of the crowd, and said solemnly, the Golden Church cannot tolerate such evil deeds. We will bring relief to the people infected with the corrupt disease. Let them enter the golden heaven without pain. The onlookers listened to Uar's words. Some were disdainful, some were angry, and some were happy. Not everyone is against purifying the slums. For some people, the poor in the slums are garbage. Isn't it a good thing to purify them? On the roof, two crows watched the scene, and Delic was very angry. The Golden Church always likes to say these high-sounding rhetoric, and they obviously just kidnapped Davini. What does the saint and the princess have to do with them? Since arriving in the royal city of Brayful, Delic felt that someone has been secretly discrediting his corrupt sect. After Wur gave his speech, he signaled Duke Norton to start the ceremony. Duke Norton reluctantly led the family's magicians to the ritual array node, and began to inject magic into the array. The poor people in the slums, who were shrouded in a halo, saw the scene and went crazy. You can't do this? Why do you decide our fate? I don't want to die yet, let me out. They desperately rushed towards the sacred halo, and suddenly two crows flapped their wings and flew up. Gold has abandoned you, it is not worthy of belief at all. The appearance of two suddenly talking crows immediately caused a commotion among the poor. Do you want to live? Delici said in a charming voice. Live. I want to live. The poor people around seemed to have lost their minds, and began to roar. Very good, then, welcome the evolution of corruption. Delici's tone suddenly became high. In the crowd, a pale girl slowly walked out, her footsteps slow, came to the middle of the crowd, and showed a pale smile. The dark mist suddenly spread from the girl, and then spread rapidly, soon blocking the sight. Then a terrifying explosion sounded. The girl was torn apart. Duke Norton, who was maintaining the purification array, felt a strong impact, and the sacred halo shrouding the slums became much dimmer. You also came to the node of the array at this time, and maintained the operation of the array. Hold on, those corrupt heretics have appeared. I will go in and catch them. You continue to maintain the array, he said, and was about to enter the array, but then another explosion sounded. In the node of the array not far away, a woman in a wizard's robe exploded directly, and the dark mist slowly spread. The crowd who saw this scene all changed their faces. This was not in the slums, this was outside the array. There were corrupt believers prepared even outside. After a brief moment of distraction, the ordinary citizens who were watching fled in panic, and King Rosser did not expect this situation. But this is not over yet. With the explosion and death of the female wizard, the node of the purification array was destroyed, and the structure of the entire array collapsed. The sacred halo broke open a hole, and the thick black fog in the slum surged out like a tide. Chapter 65. Two pairs of dark green pupils radiate light in the black fog. Derek looked at the fleeing crowd outside and smiled disdainfully. It's stupid to set up a purification array in such a big way to try to lure us out and invite so many ordinary people to visit. But since so many people are here, let's turn them all into sacrifices for the corrupt true spirit, he said, turning into a human form, wearing a dark robe. Let's go, Eric, destroy all the nodes of the internal array, and then the corruption will spread to the entire royal city. The two walked towards the position in the slums that radiated sacred light. The hidden internal nodes were revealed because the external nodes were destroyed. When the two walked away, a hideous demon came out of the dark alley next to them, and looked straight at their backs. Outside the slums, there was already chaos. At the gap in the magic circle, a large number of poor people were transformed into terrifying undead under the erosion of the corruption disease, and rushed towards the urban area. The corruption disease released by the complete corruption disease mother body was much stronger than the plague spread in the royal city before. Some beginner mages fell down in the plague. These mages with weak constitutions also found it difficult to resist this plague. Lier stood in an inconspicuous corner, looking at the scene that was like the zombie tsunami in his previous life. Such a disease was more terrible than he imagined. All professionals above the middle level, follow me into the magic circle, clear the undead, and search for the whereabouts of the corrupt believers. Focus on searching the magic circle nodes. They must want to destroy all the purification nodes. The rest of you stay outside to block the undead and maintain the magic circle. You must hold on until we have eliminated all the corrupt believers. King Rosser immediately issued an order. The situation was out of control. When the Golden Church and the royal family were constructing the purification magic circle, they were also on guard against the corrupt believers detonating the corruption plague in advance. Because once the purification magic circle was formed, even if the corrupt believers detonated the mother of the corruption disease, they would only be trapped in the slums. But the corrupt believers did not move at all, just quietly watching the magic circle completed. When the magic circle was completed, the Golden Church and the royal family breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the external magic circle nodes are not destroyed, the internal magic circle nodes are hidden and will not be discovered, and the magic circle will be impregnable. But no one expected that the wizards of the Norton family would be infiltrated by corrupt believers. The secret of the purification magic circle has obviously been known by the corrupt believers. So they destroyed an external magic circle node, and now the entire purification magic circle is no longer stable. Boom, another loud noise was heard, and the sacred halo of the purification array dimmed again, and the gap in the array became larger. These damn heretics. King Ross roared and rushed into the array first. The others followed him one after another. Lear watched this scene and followed carefully. There were not many professionals who could reach the intermediate level or above. Dozens of people poured into the purification array and dispersed to the hidden node position inside the array. The slums occupied a large part of the royal city, and Lear followed Adian. Originally, Lear wanted to act alone to facilitate the next plan, but he could not find a reason to get rid of Adian. Many poor people were crawling on the ground, howling in pain. Their bodies were decaying rapidly, and they would be transformed into undead in a short time. After pushing away the poor people who had already become undead, the three of them came to the inside of the magic circle. Which node should we go to? Adian looked at Lier. Lier pretended to think, pointed in a direction and walked over. Adian followed him without hesitation. Eric stood in the thick fog, and a large number of corrupt undead gathered around him. Every time a poor person was transformed into an undead, he could feel that he became stronger. At the same time, he could also manipulate the undead around him to fight for him. Delaki didn't lie to him. Plague warlocks can become stronger quickly, as long as there are enough undead. He has fallen in love with such power. What about heresy? Corruption is stronger than arcane law. Once all the poor people here are turned into undead, I can advance to a high level. I really look forward to the scene after I step on Lear. His expression must be very exciting, Eric said to himself excitedly. Beside him, 3 undead heard this, and showed strange expressions. Why is this villain so obsessed with revenge on Mr. Lear? When he imprisoned me before, he often expressed dissatisfaction with Lear. There must be some hatred. Don't talk about this. What should we do now? Can we just watch like this? Li Huanhuan and the other 2 were talking in the chat channel, and their character panels all showed a new status. Corruption and undead. Affected by the law of corruption, your body is transformed into an undead, and you lose control of your character. The 3 of them were speechless. They just wanted to join in the fun, and see what kind of disaster the corrupt believers could cause. Who knew that they would lose control of their characters in a few seconds after being shrouded in black fog, and they couldn't even commit suicide? Why does this game have so many settings that restrict players? It's fine that you can't commit suicide after being kidnapped, but you can't commit suicide after becoming a ghost, so you could only become an accomplice of heresy. Forget it, just treat it as a movie. The Golden Church and the nobles outside should be able to solve this disaster. Dahe typed helplessly in the chat bar. Just as the 3 of them were bored and watched Eric prepare to destroy the magic circle node, a figure slowly appeared in the mist not far away. The man was dressed in a black robe, with a hideous face and scarlet light flashing in his eyes, which looked extremely terrifying. Is it Mr. Munger? Li Huanhuan exclaimed in the chat channel. She hadn't seen this blood apostle for a long time. Since accepting the affinity of the blood law, the blood apostle has never come to her again. She once thought she was forgotten. She wanted to rush up and express her loyalty immediately, so that Mr. Munger would give him the profession of blood law, but now she is a ghost. Who? The sudden appearance of the demon scared Eric, and he reacted suddenly with a face full of vigilance. Blood apostle Munger, the demon said in a low voice. Eric was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to remember something. Are you the blood apostle who is rumored to appear at night? The demon did not speak, but raised his hand, which was a slender rapier. What do you want to do? Stop the actions of our corrupt sect? Eric sneered and said, it is rumored that you will help people in need at night. Many people say that you are a good person. Don't you think you are a savior? Didn't you look in the mirror? How ugly you look. You are a heretic. We are all heretics. Do you think that if you help these poor people, they will look at you squarely? You can't save those poor people. Even if you stop me, they will only die later. The Golden Church will not be grateful to you. Heretics can only be heretics forever. Chapter 66. Eric's words were full of sarcasm, and what he said was indeed true. But the character of the Blood Apostle was just a phantom created by Lear. The Blood Demon raised the slender rapier in his hand. The incarnation of blood possessed 50% of the power of the original body, excluding equipment. This was a mid-level rapier that Lear found and barely used. The demon raised his head and glanced behind Eric, where 2 figures were rushing over quickly. You are right, Heretics will always be heretics, but I, Munder, never care about other people's opinions when doing things, and I don't need the gratitude of the Golden Church. The demon let out a low roar, and the next second his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Eric. The amazing speed gave Eric a strong sense of déjà vu. Whether it was Lear defeating him in the arena or saving Divine in his hands, he used this weird speed. If it weren't for the blood apostle in front of him with a demon-like head, he almost thought that it was Lear who was fighting with him. The sharp rapier stabbed Eric accurately. Eric waved his hand quickly, and the surrounding undead blocked him. The rapier fell on the undead, and the terrifying force directly pierced the undead, just like a spear hanging the corpse in the air. The blood demon waved the sword, and the corpse of the undead was thrown directly to the ground, and then the head was crushed with one foot, and it completely lost its movement. Li Huanhuan looked at the scene in her perspective, where the black soul stepped on her face, and then crushed her head. Her expression was a little weird. What a domineering and tough power is this? She couldn't help licking her lips. Staying in the resurrection space, she couldn't wait to open Yao Yao's live broadcast room and continue to watch the heroic figure of the blood apostle. You killed a player, Li Huanhuan, and gained 100 experience points. The system prompt that suddenly appeared in front of her made the blood demon's body stagnate slightly, but it soon returned to normal. The demon waved a sharp rapier like an elegant dancer, and the undead around him were all killed while turning and moving. The people of blood should not be eroded by the power of corruption. I will not allow you to continue to turn these innocent people into undead. The demon whispered, and at this moment, two figures not far away finally arrived. Damn heretic! Surrender! Avian shouted softly, waving the long sword in her hand. The rhythm of war surrounded her body, and the next moment the speed soared, and she rushed directly to the blood demon. The long sword was swung down unceremoniously, and the demon raised the sword to block, and the collision of the two weapons made a crisp metallic buzzing sound. The blood demon felt a strong force coming from his arm, and then retreated violently. After repelling the blood demon with a sword, Avian carefully looked around. Eric stood on one side, and the demon that was repelled on the other side. She recognized the demon, the urban legend of the night in the royal city. The blood apostle. Sure enough, heretics are heretics. What kind of blood apostle? I think you have been mixed with corrupt believers for a long time. Avian showed a disgusted expression. That's not necessarily true, sister. Lier's voice appeared at the right time. He looked at the angry Avian, and his blood incarnation was directly beaten away by Avian. Didn't Avian hear what the incarnation said just now? Isn't it clear that the blood apostle and the corrupt believer are opposites? Although the intelligence of the war law professionals is not high, it is a bit outrageous to make a mistake in such an obvious situation. The corners of Lier's mouth twitched slightly. For the first time, he felt that his sister might be more stupid than he thought. What did you say? Avian tilted her head and asked doubtfully. I think this blood apostle should be the same as us. He is stopping Eric from destroying the magic circle node. Lier judged seriously. How is it possible? He obviously. Avian widened her eyes and stopped talking halfway. She suddenly remembered that the blood apostle and Eric seemed to be fighting each other just now. Beautiful lady, we are not enemies. I am a believer of blood. I will not watch corrupt believers pollute blood and deprive the lives flowing with blood. The blood demon, who was beaten away, stood up. Avian was a little suspicious, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she was indeed wrong. But no matter what, heresy is heresy. She still remains vigilant against the blood apostle. Lear. A roar full of resentment interrupted the conversation of the three. Eric looked at Lear with bloodshot eyes. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. The scene of being defeated by Lear countless times emerged in his mind, and the anger burned Eric's reason. He suddenly pulled open his robe, and black mist mixed with countless mosquitoes and flies flew out, then slowly wrapped him, and gradually his body became taller and turned into a giant. Carrion giant. This is not the first time Lear has seen it, but compared to the last time he saw it, this giant is only more than 3 meters tall, and the power it produces is not as strong as the previous carrion giant. The 3-meter-tall carrion giant swung its bloated arms and smashed directly at Lear, accompanied by a large number of filthy mosquitoes and flies. Seeing this, Avian's face was stern, and the long sword pierced into the ground. The roar of war gathered around her, and gradually formed a storm. As the roar of the law of war intensified, the roar of the storm also became violent. She suddenly pulled up the long sword on the ground and pointed it at the carrion giant. The howling storm swept with a strong shock wave and blasted out directly. War Knight's skill evoked the storm. The terrifying power lifted the wooden houses around, and the carrion giant that was originally rushing was defeated in the storm, and a large number of mosquitoes and flies were also blown away. Avian seized the opportunity, and a storm blade started, and the long sword was wrapped in the power of the storm, and it chopped straight at the carrion giant. Lear was not idle either. The power of Arcane gathered, and the arcane cannon blasted up. "I help you too." The blood demon also rushed up, flashing a rich red light. The flies that were blown away paused in the air one by one, and the filthy liquid flowed down, and then fell to the ground and turned into corpses. "Lear, do you dare to have a formal duel with me?" Being besieged by 3 people, Eric was furious. The consumption of the carrion giant was huge, and he couldn't last too long. Lear just smiled when he heard it. "Why do you want to fight alone when you can fight in a group? This is not an arena." "Lear!" Eric roared, becoming more and more manic. The carrion giant is very powerful, and ordinary slashing and stabbing can't cause effective damage at all, but it is too heavy. Avian also figured out the weakness of the carrion giant, and didn't fight hard. After only 3 minutes, Eric withdrew from the carrion giant state. His face was full of resentment, but he was not afraid at all. "Do you think you won? Lear, and the ridiculous blood apostle, you can't stop the coming of corruption." As soon as the voice fell, Lyre instantly felt a hint of danger, and a magic shield blocked himself and Avian. Eric in front of him exploded without warning, and rotten flesh flew everywhere. "You killed Eric's rotten flesh puppet." The system prompt appeared, and Lyre frowned. "Another rotten flesh puppet?" When Avian reacted, she was being held in Lyre's arms. She looked at the mess on the ground and knew that it was Lyre who protected her. She struggled to stand up from Lyre's arms. As a sister, being protected by her brother was really a shameful thing. She bit her lip and looked around. Eric was dead, the blood apostle was gone, and only Lyre looked thoughtful. She opened her mouth and was about to say something when a loud noise came from not far away. The halo of the magic circle in the sky was disappearing rapidly, and the dark fog was swirling violently. "What happened?" Avian asked in horror. Lier looked in the direction of the explosion, where a tall black shadow was looming in the black fog. Chapter 67. On the other side, the center of the slums. "Is this the high priest of the Golden Church? And the king of the kingdom of Briefville? If this is the level, then leave this royal city to our corruption sect." In the black fog, the rotten giant waved his arms, and countless poor people who turned into undead under the giant's feet provided him with magic power. After transforming so many poor people into undead, Darich has broken through to the extraordinary level and gained new abilities. As long as the undead in the slums are not dead, he can always maintain the state of the rotten giant, and as the number of undead increases, the rotten giant will become taller and more powerful. Darich laughed and suddenly looked in another direction. Eric's breath disappeared. What a useless waste, but it doesn't matter. The entire purification array has been destroyed by him, and the remaining array nodes will be eroded by the black fog of the corruption disease without his initiative. The sacred golden law dispelled the corrupt magic power around, but it still looked tiny compared to the rotten giant that was dozens of meters tall. Uar looked at the rotten giant in front of him, and he felt a little anxious. When he was in the Empire before, the God-chosen one of the corruption sect was also an extraordinary plague warlock, and the rotten giant fused by the God-chosen one was only more than 10 meters tall. It was that rotten giant of more than 10 meters that was defeated by the 3 high priests of the Golden Church. But the rotten giant in front of him has grown to a height of 30 meters, and it is still growing slowly. Many professionals around him showed timidity. Even the 2 extraordinary professionals, the king and the golden high priest, could not do anything to the rotten giant. What could they do? Golden fury. Light storm. A roar came. King Rosser held a sharp blade. He had not given up yet. The golden law around him trembled. The dazzling light instantly dispelled the black fog. Rosser rushed up to the arms of the rotten giant, and ran quickly on the giant's body. Countless golden law lights turned into storms, and tore the body of the rotten giant. In the light, the body of the rotten giant gradually turned into ashes, and some professionals seemed to see hope. But Uar's face was still gloomy. If the rotten giant was only this level, there would be no need for the 3 great priests to join forces. The undead on the ground slowly approached the rotten giant, stuck to the body of the rotten giant, and then slowly merged into it. The body of the rotten giant, which was originally purified by the light storm, grew again. Rosser also saw this scene. If all the undead were not eliminated, the rotten giant would be invincible. He glanced around. Almost all the poor were gathered here. Some had been transformed into undead, and some were struggling in pain. This scene is like hell. After a short silence, Rosser's eyes became deep, and he shouted, "Everyone, give up attacking the carrion giant, and do your best to clear the surrounding undead and poor people. Sir Yuar, it should be okay for us to hold back the carrion giant together. He looked at Yuar again. Of course it's okay. Yuar nodded immediately. I am a royal guard knight. Maybe I am not your opponent in terms of hurting me, but no one can resist better than me. After hearing Rosser's order, the professionals around hesitated for a while, but finally gritted their teeth and attacked the poor people around them. The poor people who were supposed to be purified by the magic circle now need to do it themselves. There are still people struggling among them. This is a massacre, but it is also the only way to defeat the carrion giant. Your Majesty, why do you want to kill us? Aren't we your people? Why does the Golden Church want to eliminate us? Doesn't the Golden Law favor every believer? The poor people who still have reason struggled and cried, and Rosser felt a little sad. As the king of the kingdom, he couldn't even save his own people, and could only send them to death with his own hands. The professionals around also gritted their teeth, but they didn't show any mercy, and killed the poor people with various abilities. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. It's really unbearable. Is the Golden Law so weak? It can't even protect its own believers. A low voice sounded, and everyone was attracted by the person who suddenly appeared. The bloody demon stood among the struggling poor, with a hideous face, but an elegant temperament. Who are you? Rosser was stunned. I am the Apostle of Blood, a believer of blood, and all creatures with blood flowing are the people of blood. The blood demon said word by word, and he looked at the poor people struggling around him. Do you want to survive? Survive. This word is like a light in the darkness, allowing the poor people who were already in despair to see the light. Can you save us? A girl with a decayed cheek asked the demon in front of her. As long as you are willing, the law of blood will save you. The demon stroked the girl's dry white hair. Can you really save us? Someone else asked. Of course. The devil said softly. A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the poor people who were struggling around. The Golden Church and the royal family abandoned them. They lived in fear and despair before the purification ceremony began, until the magic circle was opened and corruption broke out completely. Now no matter who it is, even if it is a devil, as long as they can save them, that is their light. We want to survive. Please save us. The noisy and weak shouts spread around, and the bloody devil stood in the center, like a savior. He took out a small bottle and drank the liquid in it. Either die in humiliation or live forever in blood. Gold will betray you, but as long as blood still flows in your body, you will always be the people of blood. The law of blood will eventually be revived in a new era. The demon's tone became high, like an apostle preaching. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the blood demon slowly rose into the air, and the sacred golden light suddenly burst out. The terrifying sacred light instantly broke through the diffuse black fog, and the golden light column rushed straight into the sky. Under the blessing of the blue secret dew drops, the blood incarnation desperately performed the hymn of hope, rapidly expanding the range. He only has 60 seconds, and in 60 seconds, he can do whatever he wants. The solemn singing spread in the air, and the black fog covering the entire slum quickly melted away. The poor people around returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the poor people who had been transformed into undead were reversed into adults under the holy light. Rose and Yuar, who were delaying the rotten giant, stared at this scene blankly. This familiar power belongs to the power of the Golden Law. The demon in front of him was full of the breath of the heretic law. But why could he exert such a powerful power of the Golden Law? Is the heretic in front of him still a believer of the Golden Law? Witness the miracle from the blood law. Another loud shout, and the black fog around him dissipated. Yuar's face flushed red. A heretic believer actually used such a powerful Golden Law skill. It's more powerful than him, an extraordinary golden high priest. Are you a golden believer, or am I? And, you clearly used the power of the Golden Law, but you said it was the blood law? This is a way of lying with the true eyes, which is really against the heaven. This is a heresy that blasphemes the Golden Law. It is absolutely unforgivable. Yuar shouted angrily. What greeted him was the huge fist of the carrion giant, which directly smashed Yuar into the ground with one punch. Chapter 68. Witness the miracle from the blood law. With the power of the hymn of hope, this voice spread throughout the royal city. Outside the slums, the citizens who were originally fleeing felt a warm light shining on themselves, and the undead, who were originally fighting frantically, also stopped. Under the unbelievable eyes of everyone, the originally terrifying and hideous undead were actually recovering quickly. In the sky, the glorious and majestic figure was engraved in everyone's mind. Some of them knelt down and worshipped, and some bowed their heads and prayed in their hearts. The three people who had just resurrected, Li Huanhuan, also saw the figure in the air. Li Huanhuan pointed at the blood apostle and said excitedly, "It's Mr. Munger. I knew that the blood sect was a sect of justice." Yao Yao and Dahe looked at each other after hearing this, feeling the warm holy light around them, and always felt a little strange. At the gate of the royal city, a team of people slowly walked into the royal city, and the guards around them all showed respectful eyes. The scarred and burly man also saw the holy light rising into the sky, and heard the solemn declaration. "Has anything happened in the royal city recently?" The man muttered to himself. "Uncle Albert, we should go in." The accompanying girl reminded him. "This is a girl with animal ears and a tail. She looks capable and cute." The soldiers around took a look, and then looked away. In the slums, the poor people who had recovered all around knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly to the blood apostle in the air. They who were saved have regarded the blood apostle as a god. Many professionals looked at the blood demon in the air, and were a little at a loss. This believer of the heretic law purified all the undead, and even cured the corruption, but this still cannot deny the fact that the other party is a heretic believer. Blood law, they remembered it in their hearts at this moment. In the alley on the side, Li'er and Avian finally arrived. Looking at the figure in the sky, Li'er showed a strange smile on his face. He bent down and picked up the blue bottle that was thrown on the ground at some point. This blood apostle is actually saving the poor. Avian's eyes flickered slightly, and this scene directly shattered her impression of heresy. Li'er did not comment. This was a plan he had made at the beginning. I hope that the skill of the hymn can only be released by the blood apostle anyway. If he releases it with his own body, it is impossible to explain why he can use the power of the golden law. Could it be said that he has become a professional of the three laws? It's a bit far-fetched. Therefore, it is the best choice to use the identity of the blood apostle. It can not only greatly improve the spread of the blood law, but also complete the mission of saving the poor. It kills two birds with one stone. Your behavior has caused the praise of the residents of the royal city, and the name of the blood law has been spread in the royal city area. The improvement of the system panel came late, and Lear watched with satisfaction. After the matter of the corrupt believers is resolved and fermented for a few days, the task should be completed. Just when he was in a good mood, the system panel in front of him suddenly shook, as if it was hit hard. The content on the panel changed rapidly. Your behavior has caused the anger of the goddess of the golden law, and your affinity for the golden law has decreased by 10%. Your affinity for the golden law has decreased to 20%, and you have gained strength 2, constitution 2, dexterity 2, intelligence 2, mystery 2. The holy skill Hope Hymn will be banned after use, and cannot be used. The smile on Lear's face solidified instantly, but it was not over yet. Your actions have been favored by the Lord of Blood, and your affinity for the blood law has increased by 10%. Your affinity for the blood law has reached 90%, and you have gained 5 more physical strength and 5 more mystical strength. You have gained 5% of the blood law essence, and the current blood law essence is 10%. You have obtained the title, Blood King. The blood law career tree has been opened, and you can learn other blood law career skills. Title, Blood King. Introduction. Each god can only have one king. The king is the spokesperson of the god, and the king is also the sustenance of the god. This is an eternal oath that cannot be betrayed. You have been favored by the Lord of Blood and are the King of Blood. A series of system prompts dazzled Lear. Is the Golden Law Goddess angry? Favored by the Lord of Blood? Lear did not understand the thoughts of these secret gods at all, but he could confirm one thing. He was being watched by the gods, but not just the Lord of Blood. At least the goddess of the Golden Law was watching him. Otherwise, how could the affinity of the Golden Law be reduced? After playing games for so long in his previous life, this was the first time he knew that the affinity of the law could be reduced. But it was only reduced by 10%. If you torture your saint again, it will go up easily, Lear thought to himself, and found it a little funny. He thought about it, and thought of another question. Since the goddess of the Golden Law was watching him, she should also know that Saint Ophelia was imprisoned by him. Why didn't the Golden Church react at all? While Lear was thinking, the high priest Uar, who was smashed into the ground, crawled out. He completely forgot about the rotten giant beside him, and said sternly, "Everyone, eliminate the believers of the blood cult." This order stunned everyone present. Eliminate the heretics of blood. If it was normal, there would be no problem, but now they are purifying the slums. Judging from the scope, the entire royal city has been taken over. You are going to eliminate them now. Before the professionals around them could take action, the poor who had recovered became angry. They had already become undead, and it was the law of blood that saved them. Now the Golden Church is planning to eliminate the apostles of the law of blood? Why does the Golden Church say that Lord Blood is a heretic? You can't save us, it was Lord Blood who saved us. The Golden Church is the heretic. Angry voices came one after another. When Muir heard the last sentence, that the Golden Church was the heretic, he couldn't help it. The Golden Church is a heresy? It is the power of the Golden Law that saved you. These damned untouchables who were deceived by pagans. Uar was furious, but before he could do anything to the Blood Apostle in the air, the carrion giant beside him did it. Damn Blood Apostle, what have you done? The carrion giant's body has now shrunk significantly, and is only about 10 meters high. It has shrunk by more than half compared to the previous 30 or 40 meters. The undead around him have all been purified, and without the supply of magic power, his power is disappearing rapidly. Darich tried to spread the corruption plague again, but those purified poor people seem to have been blessed by some power, and the corruption plague could not penetrate at all. The shrunken but still huge carrion giant stretched out his hand, and hit the Blood Apostle in the air. Everyone was a little entangled when they saw this. On one side was the order of High Priest Uar, and on the other side was the heresy that could purify the royal city. Before everyone could react, Lear had already rushed forward. How could he let others ruin his good deeds? Although the matter was almost over, he still had to maintain the status of a Blood Apostle. The arms of the knight rose, and the carrion giant collided with each other. Shockingly, Lear actually resisted. Lear. King Rosser looked at this scene, and was somewhat moved. A mid-level profession could do this, so why was he still hesitating? Stuart's boy. Do you want to disobey the will of the Golden Law and collude with heretics? Wu-Er shouted angrily. You are under the pressure of the extraordinary level, and the effect of all the damage you cause is halved. Lear panted, and it was too difficult to fight against the extraordinary with the strength of the intermediate level. He carried a huge arm and pretended to be disdainful and said, Your Excellency the High Priest, I have said it before, I am Liar Stuart. Our Stuart family has never believed in gold. Well said. Immediately after Liar's words, a deep voice came from not far away. A burly man carrying a huge sword, followed by a beast-eared girl, walked slowly over. Chapter 69. The burly man held a huge sword as tall as a person, but he held it in his hand as if it were a toy. All the professionals looked over, and some recognized the man's identity and showed awe. Albert. King Rosser whispered the man's name. Albert Stuart, the current Duke of Stuart. Lear was also stunned for a moment, and a memory in his mind emerged. He hadn't seen this father for a long time. As early as when he was 7 years old, he ran away from home and followed Divine to the royal city, and changed his job to a mage. Now more than 10 years have passed, he has not returned home, and Albert has not come to see him. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Lear's eyes were a little deep. He had not taken care of his father for so many years, and now he came. Why? Long time no see, Rosser. Albert inserted the huge sword into the ground, and the ground trembled because of it. Calling the king by his name, Rosser was not angry at all, and the professionals around him were also suppressed by Albert's powerful aura, and were terrified. This is Duke Stuart, who was already an extraordinary professional 20 years ago, and was called the Legend of the Kingdom. The line of Stuart is in existence that can defeat thousands of troops by himself. Almost all the slightly older professionals present grew up listening to the legend of Albert, especially the ward law professionals, who regarded Albert as an idol. Albert, we haven't seen each other for a long time, but I'm sorry that I can't greet you now. You can see that the royal city is suffering from a disaster. Rosser sighed helplessly. As a king, he talked to Albert like a friend. Of course I saw it. Albert nodded. How could I turn a blind eye to someone bullying my son? Albert, even if it's you, if you want to shield heretics, you will definitely be punished by the Golden Church. Uar looked at Albert with fear. Uar, our Stuart family will not harbor heretics. We only believe what we see, and my son has also said. Albert suddenly raised the giant sword. Stuart has never believed in gold. Bugs over there. You can't bully my son Albert. He roared, and a lion shadow appeared behind him, and the whole person jumped high. Lion heart slash. The tall giant sword was like thunder, and the lion rushed straight to the carrion giant. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the giant sword chopped the carrion giant's body like a broken bamboo, and an arm with half of the body was directly chopped off. Even Lear showed a shocked expression. Even if he used the Aslan royal swordsmanship to add all the attribute points to strength, he could only barely withstand the heavy blow of the carrion giant. And his father just split the carrion giant in half with a sword? It's worthy of being the Lion of Stuart. The ward law professional on the side showed a fanatical expression. Lear escaped from the blow of the carrion giant. The blood apostle in the sky was about to reach the time limit of the blood incarnation. He controlled the blood incarnation and shouted, "Blood lasts forever." This voice also spread throughout the entire royal city. After the voice fell, the blood apostle turned into a blood mist and disappeared out of thin air. "What kind of monster are you? How can you have such a strong power?" The rotten giant was split in half, revealing the body of Dritch inside, and he showed an unbelievable expression. Albert didn't waste any words, glanced at Dritch, and rushed to Dritch. Slashing down with a giant sword, he smashed Dritch's body directly. What is the meaning of flying bricks with great strength? The rotten giant, that so many people plus 2 extraordinary professionals, you are and King Rosser, could not hold out was solved in 2 moves by Albert. In the crowd, Duke Norton swallowed his saliva. He had only heard of the legend of Duke Stewart, and this was the first time he saw the real strength of Duke Stewart. Has he been discrediting such a strong man all the time? He was sweating all over. The rotten giant was solved just like that, and the blood apostle disappeared out of thin air. Everyone present felt like they were dreaming. "Father!" Avian threw himself into Albert's arms with eyes full of admiration. Lear also walked silently to Albert's side and said with a smile, "Father? I'm glad you still want to call me father." Albert looked at Lear and nodded. He patted Lear on the shoulder. "Some things are not convenient to talk about now. Let's talk about it when we are alone." "Father, what do you want to say?" Avian asked with some doubt. "It's nothing." Albert laughed, then turned around and walked towards King Rosser. After Albert turned around, Lear's expression became a little ugly. He couldn't understand his father's thoughts. Was his possession exposed? "Are you Uncle Albert's son?" A voice suddenly sounded when Lear was thinking. The girl with animal ears and tail walked up to Lear. She looked at Lear curiously, slowly approached Lear, and sniffed the smell on Lear. "Well, you have a strong smell of war law on you. It seems that the rumors are true. You have indeed been favored by war," she said seriously. Lear was a little confused. He looked up at the girl with animal ears and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Greta Cardenas." The girl with animal ears replied. "Greta?" Lear looked up and down at the girl in front of him. This kind of girl with animal ears and tail features is rare in the game. This reminded him of a family power in the game. Cardenas, the Lionheart family, one of the 3 Archon families of the Church of War, who led the Knights of War. Discover the carrier of the source of war law. Make the carrier of the source of law produce a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations, and obtain the corresponding law affinity. The prompt panel of the system suddenly popped up. Lear widened his eyes, and his eyes towards Greta changed directly. "What's wrong?" Greta frowned, and Lear's eyes made her feel like the eyes of a hunter looking at prey. "Nothing, Miss Greta. I don't know what your relationship with your father is." Lear waved his hand quickly. "Don't you know?" Greta was a little surprised. "Should I know?" Lear answered innocently. Greta shrugged her nose, feeling a little strange, but did not explain, just whispered, "It seems that you really don't care about the affairs of the Stewart family as the rumors say." After she finished speaking, she stopped talking and turned to Albert in front. Chapter 70. In a corner of the slum, Li Huanhuan and the other 2 who had just resurrected saw Li Er blocking the blow of the carrion giant, and then Albert appeared and split the carrion giant with a sword. This is the battle scene that a new era virtual online game should have. What did we play before? Criticize those games that can only roll and jump in close combat. It's a virtual online game, but in some games, only the ranged mage can use skills, and close combat is a mess. Can you learn this? The audience in the live broadcast room, who saw the battle scene of the carrion giant, were all excited. The virtual online games they played in the past all attracted players with spell effects, and they were just barely playable in terms of combat actions, but judging from the performance of the game law just now, it killed most games on the market in seconds. Li Huanhuan and the other 2 were as excited as the audience in the live broadcast room. Whether it was the Blood Apostle or Li Er, they had connections, and the big man who split the carrion giant with a sword, they also knew from the communication that the other party was Li Er's father. What is this? A heretic who can save the slums. A dual law professional who knows that the alien has obtained the oracle. And an awesome father. Isn't this an important character in the game? He may even be the protagonist of the game. Li Huanhuan and the other 2 looked at each other. They are on the same page. Albert, how can you kill this heretic directly? On the other side, Yul looked at Darich, who was beaten into a pulp by Albert. His expression was extremely gloomy. Albert was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the golden high priest in front of him was crazy about. "You said this is a heresy. Why can't I kill him? Do you know that they kidnapped the saint and the princess? If you kill him, how can we interrogate the saint and the princess?" Wu Er was furious. Albert's appearance just now reminded him of some bad memories, and he completely forgot that he purified the slums to lure out the corrupt believers and then find out the whereabouts of the saint. By the time he reacted, the corrupt believers were already dead. How could he find out the whereabouts of the saint? The professionals looked at Wu Er with different expressions. They didn't have any idea about the whereabouts of the saint. Anyway, they were not believers of the Golden Church. As long as the matter in the slums was resolved, it would be fine. So you made such a big fuss in the slums mainly to find out the whereabouts of the saint? Albert understood what Wu Er meant, and he glanced at the poor people around him. The poor people around him also reacted. Judging from Wu Er's attitude, purifying the slums seemed to be just a side job, and luring out the corrupt believers and finding out the whereabouts of the saint was the main reason. If the Golden Church purified them for the safety of the entire royal city, they could understand it, but if it was just for the saint, they purified them just to lure out the pagans, and then search for the whereabouts of the saint, the poor were angry. What were they? Their fate could be decided casually. Are they just tools in the eyes of the Golden Church? Yuar's face changed when he noticed the change in the atmosphere around him. He was indeed for the whereabouts of the saint, but speaking out about this would cause public outrage. He didn't care about these poor people, but if it affected the reputation of the Golden Church, it would be a big deal. Haha, so the Golden Church wants to know the whereabouts of the saint? A crazy voice suddenly sounded. Delic, who was smashed into a pulp, slowly recovered a little. He looked at the people in front of him and felt a little ridiculous. What saint, princess, he had no idea. He only kidnapped the daughter of the dean of the Arcane Academy and was rescued. Who has been making them take the blame? You are not dead yet? Seeing Delic come back to life, Wu was happy. You want to know the whereabouts of the saint? Delic said grimly. You dirty heretic. Where did you hide the saint? Wu shouted. You won't know? Delic spit at Wu. The people of the Golden Church are disgusting. He planned to take the blame for kidnapping the saint, just to disgust the royal guard in front of him. You will never find the saint forever. After saying the last sentence, Delic's body swelled rapidly, then exploded with a loud bang, and completely died. The dirty rotten meat splashed on Wu's face, and the stench made his anger reach its peak. Heretical! He let out a deafening roar. Lear looked at the scene of Delic's explosion, showing a thoughtful expression, which was exactly the same as the scene when Eric died before. Could it be that the corrupt believer in front of him was also a rotten meat puppet? He suddenly remembered the introduction of the previous corruption erosion mission. Task Option 2. Prevent the Golden Church from purifying the slums and assist the corrupt sect in awakening the corrupt true spirit. What the corrupt sect wants to do is to awaken the corrupt true spirit, which is their real purpose. The rotten giant in the slums is just a supernatural level corrupt believer skill. Everything is not over yet. Even if Yuar was furious after being fooled by the corrupt believers, he could not show it in front of everyone. He left with a gloomy face and took everyone from the Golden Church. Albert, I'm sorry I can't host a banquet for you. The matter in the slums still needs to be dealt with. King Rosser looked at Albert. It's okay, Rosser. Wait until you finish dealing with the matter in the slums, and then we have a good drink. Albert laughed. Rosser nodded and called the royal professionals to leave. The next thing made him distressed. The Blood Apostle cured the corruption in the slums, but no one knew whether this cure was permanent or would recur. It was also necessary to appease the emotions of the poor and rebuild the order in the slums. These were all problems. Watching Rosser leave, Albert set his eyes on his son and daughter. My dear son and daughter, it's time for us to go home. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. It's time for us to have a good chat. Avian nodded happily. She always admired her powerful father. Lear was sweating profusely. Milia lived in the mansion, and the saint was imprisoned in the basement. What was going on? By the way, there is Greta. You probably haven't seen her yet. I will introduce you to her. Albert looked at the girl with animal ears on the side. Avian walked to Greta curiously, looked at her animal ears, and couldn't help but reached out to touch them. Ah! Greta was startled. Her cheeks turned red instantly, and she dodged directly. Avian stopped stroking, looking at the frightened Greta, a little embarrassed. Avian, don't touch Greta's ears casually. Their customs are different from ours. Albert shook his head helplessly, and took Lear and the other two out of the slums. Chapter 71. You have completed the mission Blood Revival 3rd Ring. You have gained 200,000 experience points, Blood Vortex. Blood Revival 4th Ring. Killed a corrupted spirit that is about to descend. Mission Reward, ? Failure penalty, none. Due to your behavior, the mission Corruption Corrosion forced to select Mission 3. You have completed the mission Corruption Corrosion A level. You have gained 1 million experience points. Blood King's long coat back at Stuart's mansion. Lear received a prompt that the mission was completed. The mission of the third ring of blood revival is to increase the spread of the blood law. If the mission cannot be completed by the manifestation in front of the people of the whole city, Lear will suspect that the Lord of Blood is targeting him. As for the Corruption Corrosion mission, the people in the slums have been purified by the Hymn of Hope, so they have naturally completed the mission. He looked at the item information of the two newly acquired items. Name, Blood Vortex. Category, Law Relic. Introduction, a powerful relic that gathers the essence of the blood law. Effect, Blood Vortex can be added to any weapon to strengthen the weapon's attributes, improve the quality of a class of weapons, and add the power of the blood law, with the highest upper limit. Legend, this is a spiral ruby pendant. It looks ordinary, but the effect is eye-opening for Lear. It can upgrade the grade of weapons to the highest level of legend. He has never even heard of it. So as long as there is an epic weapon, it can be upgraded to the legendary level through Blood Vortex. His Night Rose can also be upgraded to the Holy Weapon level through Blood Vortex. A holy weapon can be said to be a bug in the early stage of the game. Even the defense of a super-level professional is useless in front of the holy weapon. Name, Blood King's Long Robe. Category, Law Relic. Introduction, the long robe is only used by the king chosen by the blood. Getting it means that you have been recognized by the blood. Effect, wearing the Blood King's long robe, you can ignore any class and status suppression. The Blood King's long robe can be transformed into any clothing style. Your skill Blood Incarnation is strengthened. The Blood Incarnation can exist permanently, with 100% of the strength of the original body, and can simultaneously obtain the item effect of the Blood Law Relic. You can recall the Blood Incarnation at any time, or teleport to the location of the Blood Incarnation, with a cooling time of 24 hours. When your real body dies, you can be resurrected in the Blood Incarnation, and the resurrection effect has a cooling time of 30 days. The Blood Incarnation cannot use the skill Blood Incarnation. The item is bound, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, and cannot be destroyed. If the effect of the Blood Vortex opened Lear's eyes, then the Blood King's long robe made Lear feel incredible. This Blood King's long robe is mainly black silk with red ribbons, and it is gorgeous enough just from the appearance. The long list of effects made Lear dazzled. Ignoring class suppression, this is a setting in the game. When the player breaks through level 80 and reaches the Extraordinary Realm, he will undergo an extraordinary transformation. There may not be much improvement in the panel attributes, but the effect of each attribute point will far exceed that of the professionals below the Extraordinary. At the same time, it will also produce class suppression against lower-level professionals. When high-level professionals fight against extraordinary professionals, all damage and skill effects will be ignored by 50%. Similarly, extraordinary professionals will also be suppressed by holy professionals. So there is almost no cross-level challenge in the game. The Blood King's long robe can allow Lear to ignore this class suppression. Even if he faces a legendary strongman with mid-level strength, there will be no class suppression. As for the other effects of the Blood King's long robe, they are all centered on the skill Blood Incarnation, and even give Lear the ability to resurrect from the dead. This has always been Lear's pain. After becoming an NPC, he only had one life left, and now he has the ability to resurrect from the dead. Although it only happens once every 30 days, it is enough. The two Blood Law relics made Lear satisfied. For the first time, he felt that it was not unacceptable to be tied to the Lord of Blood's source. Such a powerful law relic, even if he had never seen it in his previous life, the effect is stronger than many legendary props. After returning to the mansion, he went to the bathroom first, put on his equipment, and the Blood King's long robe became the same style as the clothes on his body. Then he summoned the Blood Incarnation and released it. Just in case, if Albert knew that he was a possessed time traveler, he would run away with the bucket. He couldn't fight, so he could only hide and give up his identity as the Duke's son to become a proper pagan leader. Anyway, he has now obtained the title of Blood King, and it would be unworthy of this name if he didn't set up a blood dynasty. By the way, secretly bring Eno and the little princess with you. As for the saint, you can only wish for the best. When Lear came out of the bathroom, Eno had already prepared lunch. Albert sat in the main seat, and the other sat on both sides. Lear saw this, and walked over and sat next to Albert naturally. Lunch was conducted in a peaceful atmosphere. It was a little different from what Lear imagined. Albert just chatted with everyone like chatting about family matters, and did not say anything heavy. In Lear's impression, he only remembered that his father had always been very strict. He had been like this since he was a child, until he met Erwin and Divine, who visited the fortress of Pharaoh when he was 7 years old. He was fascinated by Divine. At the age of 7, he was played around by Divine. In the end, he chose to secretly leave the fortress of Pharaoh and followed Erwin to the royal city, and changed his job to become a mage. After that, he never returned to the fortress of Pharaoh. Even if Avian wanted to take him home every holiday, he did not agree. At that time, all his thoughts were on Divine. Thinking about it now, Lear finds it ridiculous. This is Greta Cardenas. Let me introduce her to you. She is from the War Church. Albert introduced her to Lear and others. Cardenas? Is she from the Lionheart family, the Archon of the War Church? Hearing this surname, Avian was slightly surprised. Unlike Lear, she knew some things about the family. Avian, you know, Greta is from the Lionheart family. Our Stewart family has always been very close to Cardenas, but I have never told you the real reason. Albert nodded. Let me tell you, Uncle Albert. Greta stood up and her eyes fell on Lear. I hope you could become my war knight, she said quietly. Her tone was flat, but the meaning of her words made Lear feel very strange. Become your war knight? Am I not a mage on the surface? And why do I feel like I am being proposed to? Chapter 72. Greta, have you really decided? Albert was a little surprised by the choice of the beasted girl. I have decided. He has a strong smell of war law, which meets the requirements of the Lionheart Knight. Greta nodded. Lionheart Knight. Lear was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of a rumor he knew in his previous life. The Cardenas of the Lionheart family have the bloodline of the legendary War Lion. The Cardenas people with the bloodline of the War Lion are born with a strong physique and strength far beyond ordinary humans, but their talent for understanding the law of war is correspondingly weakened. So when they come of age, they will choose an excellent war knight to conclude a contract. They will become friends of life and death with the selected war knight, and understand the power of the war law from each other, so as to make up for the disadvantages brought by the War Lion bloodline. The selected war knight is also called the Lionheart Knight. While providing the Cardenas family with the understanding of the war law, they can also obtain part of the power of the War Lion, and both sides will make progress together. Lear remembered the shadow of the mad lion behind Albert in the slums. His expression gradually became a little subtle. If it was in his previous life, he would have become Greta's Lionheart Knight without hesitation, but now, he is not even a war knight, just a wizard and a pagan leader. What are you talking about? What Lionheart Knight? And I am a wizard, not a war knight. Lear asked, pretending to know nothing. I haven't told you what a Lionheart Knight is, but I feel the concentration of war law from you that I have never seen before. You can definitely become my Lionheart Knight. Greta smiled and answered, and then she told him about the Lionheart Knight in detail, which was similar to what Lear had heard in his previous life. So, even if I am a mage, as long as I have a strong affinity for the law of war, I can become a Lionheart Knight. Lear thought thoughtfully. Yes. Greta nodded, and suddenly felt a little nervous. She really felt a very strong affinity for the law of war from Lear, and even the blood of the war lion in her body was longing for it. If Lear could become her Lionheart Knight, her strength would definitely increase rapidly. But then again, the relationship between Cardenas and her Lionheart Knight is extremely close. If they are of the same sex, they must be the best friends. If they are of the opposite sex, almost all the Lionheart Knights of the opposite sex have become partners with their own Cardenas. Originally, when she came to Stewart, she planned to conclude a contract with Albert's daughter Avian, but now she has changed her mind. I went out and brought back a man. I wonder if my father would be angry if he knew. Lear didn't know what Greta was thinking. He was silent for a few seconds and said, Can I consider it? Greta was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled reluctantly. Of course, whether you want to become my Lionheart Knight depends on your opinion. Then I will give you an answer in 3 days. Lear nodded. The reason why he didn't agree immediately was because he didn't know what Albert thought of him. If he agreed, he would be hunted down by Albert. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Smelly boy. Do you know how many people want to become the Lionheart Knight of Cardenas? Do you still need to consider it? Come here, I want to talk to you. Albert, who was standing by, glared, grabbed Lear's shoulder, and was about to go out. He turned his head and glanced at Greta. Niece Greta, don't worry, I will make Lear promise you. After that, he took Lear out of the restaurant, leaving Greta and Avian looking at each other. Outside, Albert took Lear all the way to the empty train ground before stopping. He let go of Lear and looked at him with deep eyes. Father. Lear was awed in his heart, but on the surface, he was still calm. I'm glad you're still willing to call me father. Albert nodded. Since you left the Pharaoh fortress more than 10 years ago, you haven't come back to see me. I thought you forgot about me as your father. How could it be? Lear smiled embarrassedly. You have changed, Lear. I remember that you were fascinated by that little girl named Divine. Now you have become mature. Albert sighed. Do you know? Although you haven't been home for so many years, I actually take time to come to the royal city to see you every year, but I just didn't let you know. Are you still hating me for not protecting your sister? Albert suddenly raised his head. Lear was silent. In his memory, he did have a sister. They were twins, but they encountered pagans when they went out for fun a long time ago. When Albert arrived, his sister had died, and only he survived. The reason why he left Pharaoh Fortress with Divine was also largely because he hated himself for being too weak and unable to protect his sister. Compared to the War Knight, the wizard's abilities were so outstanding. He was attracted and wanted to become powerful, so he followed Divine left. In fact, he didn't hate his father as Albert said, but he hated himself. These were very old memories. If Albert hadn't mentioned them, Lear wouldn't even remember them. Lear felt awkward. These memories didn't belong to him. You're not the Lear before. A voice broke Lear's fantasy. Lear raised his head suddenly and stared at Albert. Father, what are you talking about? If I'm not Lear, who am I? Lear said calmly. Really? Albert shook his head. The former Lear was obsessed with arcane and even wanted to revive Karina. But you are different. You are more mature, not keen on arcane, and don't care about Karina. You are stronger than Lear. Listening to Albert's words quietly, Lear's expression finally changed. Albert visits his son every year to understand his son's behavior. He has been exposed, but he did not leave immediately. He had to take Eno and Milia with him in advance. He would not give up on his women. As for the saint, the target was too obvious. Let's talk about it when there is a chance. It seems that I was right. Let me see your strength. Albert did not attack and hurt people, but took out a long sword from the storage space. It was just an ordinary long sword, but it was full of threats in Lear's eyes. Fight with me. If I am satisfied, I can tell you a secret. Albert raised his sword and pointed it at Lear, making a standard duel posture. Lear raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Albert's behavior was different from what he imagined, but it was just what he wanted. In short, it was to delay time. Chapter 73. Two figures collided in the empty training ground, and the roar of the law of war made everything around them buzz. Lear held the knight rose in his hand, and every collision with Albert made him feel like he was hitting a mountain. Albert's strength was stronger than many extraordinary professionals he had seen, and the opponent was just playing, and he didn't even release the class pressure of the extraordinary professionals. Cat and mouse, that's what it means. The violent battle fluctuations attracted the attention of Avian and Greta in the house. When they came to the training ground, they saw Lear and Albert fighting together. Is this all you can do? Albert stared at Lear. Lear took a deep breath, and the knight rose and his hand flashed with a rising glow. The next moment, he opened the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. His figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come to Albert, and the knight rose was like a poisonous snake that bit people, and stabbed the other party's long sword with a sword. How could an ordinary long sword resist the extraordinary rapier? Moreover, Lear had transformed all his attributes into strength. Now his strength was no less than that of an ordinary strength professional, who had undergone extraordinary transformation. The sudden change was obviously beyond Albert's expectations. The terrifying force pierced the long sword, and Albert had to retreat violently. He retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. He showed a shocked expression. Lear was just a mid-level professional, but he could actually repel an extraordinary professional like him head-on. Avian and Greta, who were not far away, also saw this scene and were stunned. Especially Greta, the war law fluctuations around Lear now made her make a decision in her heart. No matter what, she wanted Lear to be her Lionheart Knight. Everyone was shocked by Lear. Lear maintained the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, but was ready to run away. The Blood Incarnation has found Eno, and will leave directly after finding Milia. Haha, good, you are worthy of being the child of destiny. Albert suddenly laughed after a brief silence. He looked at Avian and Greta on the side. Avian, you take Greta away first. I will talk to Lear alone. Avian and the two girls looked at each other, a little confused, but also left the training ground obediently. Until the two girls left, Albert looked at Lear. You don't have to be so nervous. I won't do anything to you. Lear listened to Albert's words, and did not answer. Seeing that Lear was still very vigilant, Albert shook his head helplessly. Okay, it seems that you don't trust me, but I hope you can listen to me, and then consider whether to leave. Lear raised his eyebrows. Albert already knew that he was going to run away. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to say. Let's start from the time you were born. Albert began to narrate. You may not know that you were different from others when Sophia was pregnant with you. Lear listened quietly. The name Sophia was the mother of the original body. Your soul is born with a strong breath of war law, which is strong enough to affect Sophia's body. Albert continued, if Sophia gave birth to you normally, Sophia would probably die in childbirth. At that time, I was very entangled and didn't know whether I should give birth to you. Albert paused here, and Lear's expression was a little strange. He had never heard of Sophia's difficult birth. In his impression, the original mother Sophia had always lived well. Albert didn't care about Lear's expression. After a few seconds, he continued to say, I was very hesitant, but Sophia insisted on giving birth to you. We were deadlocked. At that time, I got the oracle. Albert turned his head and looked at Lear deeply. The gods told me that the son of destiny was reincarnated as my son, so he had such a strong breath of war law before he was born. You don't want to say that I am the reincarnated son of destiny? Lear said. He understood Albert's meaning, but he thought it was a bit absurd. The other party wanted to say that he had a strong affinity for war laws since he was born. Considering his own 89.9% affinity for war laws, Albert meant that he had been reincarnated into this world when he was born 20 years ago. He was also called the son of destiny by some gods. But in fact, he had just traveled through time not long ago. Yes, you are very smart, and you are the child of destiny. Albert nodded. Seeing Lear's suspicious look, he knew what Lear was thinking and said, I know what you are suspicious about. You should have just awakened your memory from the seal not long ago. You think you are an outsider who has occupied my son's body, so you were so vigilant and shocked when I said you were not Lear. Lear was stunned for a moment. Albert said so calmly and straightforwardly that his son's body was occupied, which made him feel a little weird, but he soon realized the key in the other party's words. You mean seal? He asked with a frown. Yes, that is the will of the gods. Your soul is too strong. The bodies of the baby and Sophia cannot bear it. In order to allow you to be born safely, most of your soul can only be sealed. Albert explained patiently. In the end, a small part was left, which is the previous Lear. In fact, whether it is the previous Lear or the current you are actually the same person. Lear opened his mouth and was shocked. Albert's words seemed to be true, and he didn't know how to refute for a while. He knew nothing about the gods. He remembered that when he first crossed over, he didn't know how he crossed over, but he suddenly woke up. It seemed that he really woke up from the seal, not crossing over, because he didn't have a clear memory of what he was doing before crossing over. He only remembered the game law and his experience in the game in his previous life. The more he thought about Lear, the more he felt something was wrong. Could it be that he was really reincarnated as a baby, and then sealed for 20 years? You think you occupied Lear's body, but in fact, from the beginning, the owner of this body was you, and the former Lear was just a part of your soul. Albert looked at his son deeply and added, this is his biggest secret, and no one else knows it except his wife and the god. So you don't have to be vigilant at all. Whether it is the former Lear or the awakened you are my son from beginning to end. Albert continued, I fought with you just to see how powerful the person who was praised by the gods as the son of destiny is. Lear was silent. His subconscious told him that what Albert said was true, but it was a huge shock to him. The gods sealed him, so how did he reincarnate? Was it related to the gods who sealed him? All this confused him. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Albert, his eyes deep. Why did the god you mentioned say that I am the child of destiny? Albert was stunned for a moment. He hadn't thought about this question. If the god said so, could it be false? He thought for a few seconds and then said, I don't know why, but the gods must have their reasons for saying so. Lear took a deep breath, and the whole person was a little uncomfortable, feeling that a pair of big hands were controlling his fate. The god who sealed him must be related to his reincarnation, and it might be the other party's work. The other party brought him to the game world, but he didn't feel happy, but a little angry. He hated this feeling. After waking up his memory, he thought he was the protagonist, but it turned out that he was just a chess piece controlled by the gods. He stood up and was about to leave to wake up, but Albert stopped him. I know it's hard to accept being sealed for 20 years, but you are my son, there is no doubt about that. Lear stopped and looked at Albert. What the other party said was right. If he was really a reincarnated person, Albert was his father in this life, no doubt about it. I know, my father. Thank you for telling me these things. He smiled and seemed very calm, then changed the subject and asked, Then father, do you know which god of law sealed me? Albert thought for a moment and said hesitantly, It should be the law of war. After all, I am a believer in the law of war, and the aura on you also belongs to the law of war. Should it be? Lear caught the uncertainty in Albert's words. Well, it should be the law of war. Although it has not shown the power of the law, who else but the law of war will issue an oracle to the believers of war? Albert nodded. I know. Lear also nodded. I know you may find it difficult to accept it for a while, but you have always been my son. Although you are a reincarnated person, you have also been favored by war. As long as you recognize Stuart, no matter what you do, as long as it does not violate morality, Stuart will be your solid backing. Albert said seriously. Lear smiled without comment, and did not say anything more to Albert. He turned and left, and his eyes became sharp when he left the training ground. The god who called him the son of destiny should not be the god of the law of war that Albert said, maybe something else. His affinity for the law of war is as high as 89.9%. If he is really the god of the law of war, he has paid attention to him. Even if he is optimistic about him, temporarily seals him and helps him reincarnate successfully, he will never watch him change his position and become a mage, wasting his talent. There was a conspiracy behind this, and Lear's eyes flashed slightly. After a long time he laughed. The feeling of being manipulated was really uncomfortable. He hated it very much, but it also gave him a sense of motivation. Pull out the god and beat it up. Chapter 74. The night in the royal city was brightly lit. But there was one place that was different. The cemetery of the lords in the noble district. It was pitch black here, and no one was on duty. Most of the royal guards were sent to maintain order in the royal city, leaving it empty. Deep in the cemetery, 2 men in black dug out the entrance to the underground cemetery. Derek looked at the long tomb passage, where the powerful lords and nobles of the Brayful kingdom of all generations were buried, and each of them was a professional. Although they had been dead for a long time, the magic power they contained was more than one level stronger than the vitality of the more than 100,000 poor people in the slums. These undead souls alone were enough to bring down the corrupt true spirit, which was also his original plan. He wanted to revive the dead in the Lord Cemetery from the beginning. The matter in the slums was just a bait to attract all the strong men of the royal family and the Golden Church, and then the door would be wide open. Now the entire Lord Cemetery has been laid with a secret ritual array. As long as there is a fully cultivated corruption mother body, all the dead can be awakened to welcome the coming of corruption. Haha, those stupid gold believers must not have thought that our real purpose is to awaken the dead in the Lord Cemetery. Eric laughed crazily. They are all attracted to the slums. When we let corruption come, all of them will become the nutrients of corruption. Whether it is Lear or that ridiculous blood apostle. They all have to die. Derek on the side listened to Eric's scolding expressionlessly, without expressing any opinions. By the way, Derek, you said that you need a corruption mother body to awaken the dead in the Lord Cemetery. Davini has been rescued. Do you have any other preparations? Eric looked at Derek and asked. Of course I'm prepared. Derek nodded with a smile. What about the Matrix? Eric said excitedly. He couldn't wait for the corruption spirit to come and take revenge. The Matrix. Derek looked at Eric, and after a long pause, he suddenly smiled evilly. Isn't it right in front of you? What? Eric was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but the next moment, he found that he couldn't move at all. I said, isn't the Matrix right in front of you? Derek walked to Eric and gently stroked Eric's cheek. The cemetery fell into silence. Eric was stunned for a long time, and finally reacted. He said in disbelief, Derek, what are you talking about? I am a believer of corruption. How can I be the Matrix of corruption? And the Matrix of corruption doesn't need a pure girl. That's a lie. Derek's fingers crossed Eric's ugly cheek and interrupted him. The mother of the corruption disease does not need to be a pure girl, it can also be a man, but it makes me feel happy to defile a pure girl, so I told you this. He said quietly, then turned around. Originally, the mother I prepared was Colin, but he was killed by the people of the Golden Church not long after, so I came to you. Using a corrupt law professional as a mother, the effect will be stronger than that of an ordinary person. Eric was completely silent. Like an abandoned puppy, he trembled and said, Derek, you must be kidding me. Of course. Not. Derek came back to Eric. I said, no one can stop the arrival of the corrupt true spirit. You will see the last moment, and then you will definitely be able to step on Lear. I always keep my promises. After saying the last sentence, he lifted Eric's body and slowly walked into the crypt. What happened in the slums continued to ferment throughout the royal city. The figure of the blood apostle was engraved in the minds of many people, and the reputation of the Golden Church was also hit. Even though the Golden Church claimed that the blood apostle used the power of the Golden Law to save the poor, ordinary citizens did not believe it. The Golden Church and heretics are like fire and water, which has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Now you say that a pagan has obtained the power of the Golden Law and saved everyone. Is it the pagans who have problems, or is the Golden Church corrupt? Many people died in the slums this time. Although most of them were cured by the blood apostles, those who were swallowed by the carrion giants will never come back. A large number of poor people protested in the streets, expressing their dissatisfaction with the Golden Church. Major newspapers also printed crazy, and various rumors about the blood apostles were everywhere. There are even many poor people who regard the blood apostles as new objects of faith. Another important thing was also published in the newspaper. The line of Stuart, the current Duke of Stuart, came to the royal city, and many people saw the scene of the mad lion splitting the carrion giant in half. For a time, the reverence for Stuart reached its peak. The Golden Church became anxious and miserable, and many poor people even came to the door of the Golden Cathedral to throw feces, making the Golden Cathedral full of smoke. But this was not the most troublesome thing. What really troubled Wer was that the disappearance of the saint was completely exposed, and was also known by the Golden Church headquarters. The Pope has issued an order. Soon, one of the 3 golden high priests, the Prayer Sylvia Adrian, will arrive. That was a crazy woman, the previous saint, and also the mother of Ophelia. Stuart House. Since knowing that he was reincarnated instead of forcibly crossing over to occupy this body, Lear has been in a good mood these days. The psychological barrier disappeared. Although he knew that there was an unknown God watching him secretly, this external pressure would only make Lear more motivated. But his good mood ended today. What's wrong? Milia came over from behind, hugged Lear, and asked. She was always able to keenly perceive Lear's emotional changes. The Golden Church has sent a new golden high priest to investigate the whereabouts of Ophelina. Lear did not hide the news he had received. It was Ophelina's mother, the previous saint. Milia was stunned for a moment. She knew that Ophelina was locked up in a secret room underground by Lear. She had also visited her, but Ophelina gave her a very abnormal feeling. Is it dangerous? Milia asked worriedly. It shouldn't be dangerous. Lear shook his head. Only he, Milia, and Eno knew about Ophelina's situation with him. And before in the slums, the corrupt believers almost admitted that they kidnapped Ophelina. Although they didn't know why, the blame had been placed on the corrupt believers. Don't worry, I promise it will be fine. Lear patted Milia's little head soothingly. Recently, because Albert and Greta moved in, Milia had to stay in the bedroom, and had not left the room for several days. The little princess was enduring, and he could not let Milia worry too much. Go to bed early. Lear picked up Milia directly, and put her on the bed in the shy eyes of the girl. Chapter 75. Milia opened her eyes dazedly, and in front of her was a banquet, with nobles walking back and forth in exquisite costumes. In the middle of the crowd, she saw her father and mother, the Golden Saint, Duke Norton, Eric, and a woman who looked very similar to the saint, but was a little older. Milia, let me introduce you. These two are the Golden Church Saint, and the Golden High Priest Sylvia. Rose pulled Milia to the crowd, and introduced the 2 ladies on the side. Milia smiled subconsciously, and lifted her skirt to express her courtesy. But she soon reacted, and was a little confused. Wasn't she resting with Lear? How could she come to the banquet? And she was missing on the surface, but the people around her didn't care about her appearance. Father, is Lear not here? Milia couldn't help asking. Lear? Rosser was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned cold. What do you want to do with the heretic Lear? He imprisoned you, and even communicated the heresy law. He is now wanted by the Golden Church. If Albert hadn't forcibly taken Lear away, he would probably have been hanged by the Golden Church now. Milia opened her mouth, and listened to her father's words, with disbelief on her face. She looked at her mother. Obviously, her father and mother knew that she was imprisoned by Lear. How could such a change happen? She began to panic. Don't worry, Milia. Lear communicated the heresy law, became a heretic, and even kidnapped you. I will definitely capture Lear back. The Golden Church will also judge Lear. If Albert insists on his own way, the entire Stuart family will suffer. Rosser said little by little, and Milia became more and more panicked. No, Lear is not a heretic. You must have made a mistake. She shouted, and the scene in front of her suddenly changed in the next second. The surroundings were in a mess, and large areas of houses collapsed. Many soldiers' bodies were lying on the ground, and the air was filled with a foul smell. Above, a giant nearly 100 meters tall stood. His body was full of rotten meat, and he had a terrifying face. Milia was familiar with those faces, as if they were portraits of ancestors in the palace. King Rosser attacked the giant in the air frantically, and Saint Ophanina assisted him. Milia looked at the giant above in horror, waving his huge fist and smashing down, bringing with him a swarm of mosquitoes and flies like a black cloud. The golden high priest I had seen before could only barely open the golden shelter to resist, but the range of the shelter was not large and could only cover a part of the people. In the desperate eyes of everyone, her mother stood up, and the dreamy morning star radiance shone down, covering everyone around. The beautiful protective shield blocked the giant's fist, and everyone was attracted by this dreamy scene. The expressions of the golden saint and the golden high priest changed. Sylvia looked at Queen Philia and said coldly, "You are also a believer of heresy." Rose, who was not far away, also saw this scene and showed an ugly expression. The scene turned again and appeared in a dark cell. Queen Philia sat on the ground in a dirty state, no longer as elegant as before. King Rose stood outside the prison, and the two looked at each other. "I don't hate you, Rose. I'm grateful that you kept it a secret from me for so long. I just hope you can agree to my last request. Don't hand Milia over to the Golden Church. We are heretics, but she is also your daughter. Let Milia follow Erwin to leave Briefil and go to Kalia. She will survive there," Queen Philia said with some sadness. Rose had no expression on her face, but finally nodded. The picture went dark, raindrops fell from the sky, and dark clouds gathered. Queen Philia was placed on the cross, with straw and branches sprinkled with kerosene below. All heretics will eventually be eliminated. The golden high priest Sylvia gave an order. The golden believers on the side took torches, and threw them on the straw and branches, and the flames rose. Milia stared at this scene blankly, and finally cried out of control, "No, how can you treat my mother like this?" The queen in the flames raised her head, as if she saw Milia, and said in a hoarse voice, "Live well, Milia." "No!" In the bedroom, a wail sounded, and Milia suddenly opened her eyes. It was late at night, and Lear was sleeping with Milia's soft body in his arms. Hearing this scream, Lear woke up from his sleep, and he looked at Milia in his arms with a look of astonishment. The girl curled up, her whole body was trembling, and there were scattered stars around, looking particularly beautiful. Lear didn't think about what these stars were. He hugged Milia and asked with concern, "Milia, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this voice, Milia's body trembled obviously. She raised her head and looked at Lear with red eyes. "Lear!" she cried, and her voice was hoarse. Lear had to cast a soundproofing magic around her. Lear patted Milia's back, but didn't say anything. He just waited quietly for Milia to vent her emotions. When Milia calmed down, he asked softly, "Did you have a nightmare?" Milia sniffed her nose and hugged Lear tightly. "I dreamed that our affairs were discovered by the Golden Church, and you were wanted." Lear raised his eyebrows. "Just these?" If it was just these, Milia shouldn't be so scared. "I also dreamed that a giant was wreaking havoc in the royal city, and my mother used the power of the law of the Morning Star, and was imprisoned by the Golden Church," Milia continued. "Anything else?" Lear continued to ask. "I saw my mother being abandoned by my father, and finally burned to death by the Golden Church." Milia remembered the last scene she saw, and tears flowed from her eyes again. Lear was silent, watching the dim starlight gradually dissipating around him. After a brief thought, he had some guesses in his mind. What Milia saw might be the future, and the power of the Morning Star Law might have begun to awaken. After all, the Morning Star Law has the ability to predict the future. But are the contents of those dreams really the future? He always felt that something was wrong. He took a deep breath and hugged Milia tightly. "Okay, don't cry, it's just some nightmares, it won't become true." "Really?" Milia raised her head and thought of the dream just now, which was as real as reality. Of course, how can a dream become reality? Lear smiled and comforted Milia's emotions, but he was very serious in his heart. He learned about the news that Ophelia's mother was coming during the day, and Milia had such a nightmare at night. It's hard to imagine that this is just a coincidence. Chapter 76. The next day, Lear got up from the bed, and Miria curled up in the quilt, still sleeping. After having a nightmare last night, Miria had been unable to calm down, and she didn't fall asleep until dawn. Seeing Miria frowning even though she had fallen asleep, Lear didn't disturb her, carefully dressed, and finally left the room. Walking on the path in the mansion, Lear kept thinking. He asked Miria about her dream in detail last night, and after learning the full content of the dream, he felt more and more strange. At the banquet, Miria saw the Duke of Norton and Eric, but this shouldn't have happened. In the timeline of the banquet, Miria had been rescued, and Lear was wanted for this. If this is the case, Eric shouldn't appear, because Eric has now become a corrupt believer, and no one knows where he is hiding, so it is impossible for him to appear at the king's banquet openly. So Miria's dream may not be the predicted future, at least not the future of Lear's current timeline. What did Milia dream about? Lear looked at the frozen pond in front of him and thought of a possibility. Milia's dream might be the future according to the original plot of the game. That is, the plot that the players in the previous life were exposed to, but Lear was not a player of Briefil in the previous life and did not know about this plot. But now, through Milia's dream, he has a general understanding. These dreams are not the future of the timeline he traveled through. Many things have been changed, so they are not accurate, but they are enough to give Lear some warnings. After all, no one knows what direction the future will develop in. He shook his head and brushed off the snowflakes on his clothes. Albert and Greta were not at home today. According to Albert, they went out to meet old friends. It has been several days, and Lear had to sigh that his father had so many old friends. There was just one thing that made him feel very strange. Every time Albert came back, there would be some faint lip prints on his neck or behind his ears. Greta followed Avian to temporarily join the Royal Knights to maintain the order of the royal city. The matter about the Lionheart Knight was temporarily put on hold because he had to go to the Cardenas family with Greta. Everyone was away, and Lear came to the underground secret room alone. He had not communicated with the saint for several days. Every day he sucked blood and left. The door of the secret room was opened, and Affinina sat on a small bed, which was bought by Eno for her, perhaps because he felt sorry for Affinina staying in the dark secret room every day. Affinina, who was resting with her eyes closed, heard the door open and opened her eyes. When she saw Lear, her expression changed. She was a little annoyed, and seemed to be mixed with some other emotions. Looking at the saint in front of him, Lear recalled the hymn of hope that was banned by the goddess of the Golden Law. The affinity of the Golden Law also dropped by 10%, and the improved attribute value was also deducted. Really stingy, as a god, shouldn't you be more generous? Since you deduct my affinity, I will get it back from your saint. You should have a good life these days? Lear walked forward and sat on the chair. Ophelia's eyes widened. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Being imprisoned in such a cramped secret room every day, you call this not bad? Seeing Ophelia staring at him, Lear just smiled. He stood up and walked to Ophelia, grabbed Ophelia's hands, and then bit her fair neck. The magic flowed into her body with the blood, and Ophelia could only let Lear manipulate her. When the magic was exhausted, the feeling of emptiness surged into her heart again. You know what? Lear opened his mouth and lowered his head to look at Affinina in his arms. I got a message. The news of your disappearance has been reported to the headquarters of the Holy See. The Pope has issued an order to send a new golden high priest. Guess who it is? Affinina panted. She didn't care about these things. No one has found her for so many days. Even if the Pope sent more people, what's the use? Who would have known that the pagan who kidnapped the saint was actually the heir of the Stuart family? Everyone thought it was done by corrupt believers. Sylvia Adrian. Lear said a name. Affinina finally responded. You know, that's your mother, the previous saint. Lear continued. Affinina gritted her teeth, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. If it's the mother, maybe. Lear felt the change in Ophelia's mood, and he asked in surprise, Do you think your mother can find you and rescue you? Ophelia turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to Lear. Forcibly turning Ophelia's face to face him, Lear smiled and said, Tell me about your mother, I'm very interested. Ophelina struggled, and when she heard what Lear said, she was furious. You are shameless. The anger emotion fluctuation value of the Golden Law source carrier reached 98%, and you gained 1% of the Golden Law affinity. It's not enough for you to capture me, but you also want to attack my mother? Ophelina was furious. She knew that some nobles lived a decadent life and had unethical habits. She had been imprisoned by Lear for so long, and except for not being defiled, she was almost humiliated by Lear. But she didn't want such a thing to happen to her mother anyway. Looking at the emotional Ophelina, Lear was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, What are you thinking about? I just whipped your body. It shouldn't damage your brain, right? I just want to ask what kind of ability your mother has. Whether she has the same power to perceive the heretical law as you do. Ophelina blinked, and the anger in her heart seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. I'm not interested in old women. I prefer pure girls like you. Lear lifted Ophelina's chin with a playful tone. Ophelina came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed red, and after a while, she bit Lear's arm out of anger. Lear was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. Are you a puppy? Blood oozed from his arm, only a little bit, and it didn't hurt. You bite me every day, you are a puppy. Afanina was furious. Okay, stop talking nonsense, tell me, can your mother sense the laws of heresy? Lear pressed Afanina on the bed. You'd better think about whether to say it or not, he threatened. Feeling the strong masculine breath oppressing her, Afanina gritted her teeth and finally said, Mother can detect heresy, but she needs to take the initiative to detect it. She still said it. This little information would not affect her mother. After receiving Afanina's reply, Lear let go of her hand. As expected, as a saint of the previous generation, Afanina's mother also has the ability to sense heresy, so he has to be careful. The other party's daughter is missing. If he goes crazy and investigates casually, he may not be caught. After all, there is the shielding effect of the blood prisoner mask. But Queen Philia is different. Chapter 77. More than half of the internal test has passed. In a restaurant box in the noble district, Li Huanhuan and the other two were having a meeting. After experiencing the events in the slums, they toured the royal city and almost truly understood the world of the game law. Have you investigated any information about the legal profession? Dahe looked at Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao in front of him. In order to avoid detours in the future public beta, they went to the royal city to explore the information about professionals. I found out that the orthodox legal professions in the game come from gold, arcane and war. Li Huanhuan nodded. You can change your job to a mage in the Arcane Academy in the royal city. As she said this, she looked at Yao Yao beside her. Yao Yao was holding an apprentice staff in her hand, and wearing the uniform of the Arcane Academy. You have changed your job to a mage? Dahe said with some surprise. Yes, I think the mage is very good. Yao Yao nodded. Mr. Li'er is also a mage. He has many mage skills. Since I work for Mr. Li'er, it is also convenient to switch to a mage to learn skills. The profession will be inherited to the public beta. Maybe there will be other stronger professions. Dahe did not agree with Yao Yao's choice, but he was not qualified to control the other party. He shook his head slightly and looked at Li Huanhuan. According to his understanding, this Valkyrie wanted to switch to the profession of the heretical law blood sect. It should be a hidden profession. As we all know, the hidden professions in the game are almost never weak. Generally speaking, hidden professions are stronger than orthodox professions. Just look at the Blood Apostles and the followers of the corrupt sect. Let's not talk about the Blood Apostles for now. The ability of the corrupt followers to transform into a giant of rotten flesh is much stronger than that of ordinary professionals. Although it looks a bit disgusting, except for those players who are particularly concerned about appearance, ordinary players will choose whichever one is stronger. Dahe sighed slightly. He also wanted to switch to the hidden heretic law profession. Whether it was blood or corruption, it was quite attractive to him. But since they met the Blood Apostle in the slums last time, they have never seen each other again, nor heard of each other. As for the corrupt followers, they should have been eliminated. It doesn't matter. I think the mage is pretty good. Just stand at a distance and cast some spells. Let Sister Huanhuan protect me in the future. Yao Yao said, hugging Li Huanhuan's waist and rubbing against Li Huanhuan's arms. What about you? Didn't you go to the Golden Church to investigate? What information did you get? Li Huanhuan pushed Yao Yao away helplessly and asked Dahe. I went to the Golden Church. It is now heavily guarded, but I still found out about the professions of the Golden Law. Dahe pretended to be deep and said, if you want to switch to the profession of the Golden Law, you must first join the Golden Church and swear allegiance. Before Dahe could continue, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao frowned. Join the Golden Church and swear allegiance. After experiencing the things in the slums, their impression of the Golden Church dropped to an extremely low level. Well, there are 3 professions under the Golden Law, namely the prayer that tends to assist, the guard knight that tends to protect, and the judge of the combat system. Nurse, tank warrior? Li Huanhuan, who had played many games, understood instantly. Almost. Dahe nodded. Looking at Li Huanhuan, who was thinking, he suddenly thought of a question. What about war? Have you found a way to change your job to the law of war? I heard this from my mentor in the academy. Li Huanhuan raised his hand. It seems that the war church has moved out of the royal city a few years ago. Now if you want to change your job to the law of war, you can only go to Stuart's territory or go directly to the headquarters of the war church, the Kingdom of Nox. That means the only orthodox jobs that can be changed in the royal city are the 3 jobs of the mage and the Golden Church? Dahe nodded. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten that Mr. Li'er and his father, Duke Stuart, are also in the royal city now? If you want to change your job to the law of war, you should also find them? Li Huanhuan thought of the man who split the rotten giant with a sword that day. Very attractive, but still not as good as the Blood Apostle Munger. She thought to herself, feeling a little depressed. Why hasn't Mr. Munger come to see her yet? You will lose me like this. Dahe and Yao Yao didn't know what Li Huanhuan was thinking, and the meeting ended in silence. The three of them left the restaurant, and the road was full of nobles in gorgeous clothes. They seemed out of place, and under all kinds of strange looks, they could only bite the bullet and walk to a remote path. The three of them were a little emotional. If it weren't for Lear giving them the Stewart family emblem, it would be difficult for them to even enter the noble area, let alone come to the restaurant for dinner, and the money was also paid by Lear. It must be said that the air of the Duke is still generous, but a little cold. They hadn't looked for them for so many days, and they also understood that as a noble with a distinguished status and powerful strength, they would not be too enthusiastic towards ordinary people like them. Even if they were the strange people in the oracle, it was the same. The three walked for a distance, said goodbye to each other, and planned to leave. Just as they were about to leave, Dahe saw a crow standing on the locust tree in the Lord's cemetery not far away. A pair of green eyes looked around, and when it saw Dahe and the other two, a trace of viciousness flashed in the crow's eyes. Damn it! Run! Dahe wanted to run to the other side without saying a word. Li Huanhuan and the other two girls hadn't reacted yet. What's wrong? The crow on the tree over there is the plague warlock who kidnapped me before. Corrupted believers. Dahe explained hurriedly. Li Huanhuan and the other two girls looked at the crow behind them and were stunned for a moment. Shouldn't the corrupt believers have been eliminated? Don't talk so much nonsense. Run quickly if you don't want to be caught. Dahe ran wildly without looking back. Seeing this, Li Huanhuan and the other two girls did not dare to be careless and ran along. But the three of them did not run too far before they found that the crow had come to them. Long time no see, the miracle worker who came back from the dead. Delicky looked at the person in front of him. He was very interested in a person who could come back from the dead, but he had to abandon this person last time he was discovered by the extraordinary wizard. Now they meet again. Maybe this is fate? Dahe's face was a little ugly. It was really a narrow road for enemies. He could meet pagans just by eating. His luck was so bad. Don't come over. If you come over again, I call someone. Dahe thought of the days when he was tied up and imprisoned and used as a test subject, and he was sweating all over. Who can you call? Delicky was amused by Dahe. The Lord's cemetery was very remote. Few people came here, and it was far from the main road of the noble district. Hearing what Delic said, Dahe was ruthless. Do you think you can still imprison me? Delic was stunned for a moment, and just when he was curious about what Dahe wanted to do, he saw Dahe take out a dagger from his trouser pocket and stabbed it directly into his heart. Fatal blow. The blood bar was emptied instantly, and Dahe fell straight to the ground with a smug smile. Delic's eyes widened. What the hell is committing suicide right away? Even if you can come back from the dead, you don't have to be so extravagant, right? Chapter 78. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao looked at each other. Seeing Dahe commit suicide so decisively, the two women were also shocked. What happened when Dahe was imprisoned before? Could this corrupt believer be a pervert with special fetishes? Li Huanhuan gritted her teeth and stabbed her chest with the long sword she bought, and fell down under the shocked eyes of Delicky. It was Yao Yao's turn. She looked at the staff in her hand and wanted to cry. She had just sold the iron sword a few days ago, and now she only had this staff. How about trying to see if the staff can knock someone to death? She was about to try with the staff, but Delicky had already taken the initiative and had already run away. If he let this one run away, wouldn't he have any face? A magic shock fell on Yao Yao's body and knocked Yao Yao unconscious directly. You are in a state of fainting. The physical judgment failed, and you lost control of the character. A system prompt appeared in front of Yao Yao, and then there was only darkness. At the secret resurrection point on the other side, Dahe and Li Huanhuan walked out of the resurrection point. You committed suicide too? Dahe laughed at Li Huanhuan beside him. Isn't it because you committed suicide so decisively? Isn't that corrupt believer so scary? Li Huanhuan said unhappily. Not really, but if you are caught by him, you will probably be locked up for the rest of the internal test. Dahe shrugged. Wait, where is Yao Yao? He suddenly found that Yao Yao was not resurrected at the resurrection point. Li Huanhuan was also stunned for a moment, and her message bar began to flash continuously. Opening the message bar, there was a text message from Yao Yao asking for help. Sister Huanhuan, come and save me. I've been caught. Lyre didn't know what happened to the players, and he didn't go to find the players these days. During the internal test, there were only a few players in each city, big and small cats and 2 or 3, which didn't mean much to him. As long as you show your strength and attract players, it's enough. When it comes to the public beta, it's time to really start recruiting players. In the game law, powerful NPCs are always stronger than players. The template of the player is always ordinary, even if it is upgraded to the legendary level. NPC is different. The template of NPC includes Elite, Commander, Hero, Master. The improvement of the template will greatly improve the life and magic attributes of the NPC, and will also gain special template talents. It is equivalent to boss. If players want to attack powerful NPCs, they need to fill them with a large number of people. The real horror of the fourth disaster, in addition to resurrection from the dead, is more important to the number. This is not reflected at all in the internal test stage. After putting on his formal dress, Lear was ready to attend the banquet. He just received the news that Ophanina's mother had finally arrived at the royal city of Brayful. The king did not make a big fuss this time, but only summoned some nobles who participated in the slum cleanup. Let's go when we are ready. Albert stood behind Lear, looked at Lear's appearance in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Lear and Avian both inherited their mother's beauty, and they were both extremely outstanding among the nobles. I heard that the one who came this time was the previous saint. Lear asked as he walked. Yes, Sylvia, a crazy woman. Albert nodded, as if he knew the other party. Lear's eyes flickered slightly, and without saying anything more, he followed Albert into the carriage. Golden Cathedral. A beautiful woman with a cold look looked at Wur, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Wur, you are so kind. Ophalina is missing, and you actually helped Mori conceal it. If His Holiness the Pope hadn't informed me, I wouldn't even know it. Sylvia, you'd better pray that Ophalina is still alive, otherwise you and your son will be ready to be tried by the Inquisition. Without giving Wur a chance to explain, Sylvia interrupted him directly. Wur's face was livid, but he didn't dare to say anything more. In the Golden Church, the status of the saint is extremely high, equal to that of the Pope. Although Sylvia and he are both golden high priests, Sylvia was once a saint. There is still a big gap between their status. Archpriest Sylvia, the carriage is ready. Bishop Gas came to Sylvia and said tremblingly. Sylvia nodded. Rosser should have informed those nobles. Yes, I have told His Majesty the King about your request. I heard that Albert is also in the royal city now. Yes, he just arrived in the royal city not long ago. The rotten giant in the slums was also solved by Duke Stewart. Bishop Gas responded. Oh, is that so? With his strength, it's normal. Sylvia chuckled and glanced at Wur while speaking. As both are extraordinary professionals, the gap is huge. At least with Wur's ability, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of the rotten giant. She shook her head, not hiding her disdain for Uar. Let's go meet the Lion of Stewart and his son. Dual law professionals, it's really rare. Said, Sylvia turned and left. The palace hall. Liar, Albert and others arrived at the banquet on time. Compared to the previous banquet, there were fewer people, but those present were all truly powerful nobles of the kingdom. As soon as he and Albert arrived, the originally noisy banquet hall became quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on them. This is the influence of Stewart. Even if he has not intervened in the affairs of the royal city for many years, he is still awe-inspiring. Long time no see, Albert. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. A hearty voice broke the silence. It was the Dean of the Arcane Academy, Erwin. Are you? Erwin? Albert glanced at the man in front of him and remembered a name. It seems you haven't forgotten me. Erwin smiled and glanced at his daughter behind him. Tivany, come meet your Uncle Albert. Tivany walked forward nervously. Uncle Albert. Albert also looked at the girl in front of him, and he had some impression of her. It was this girl who tricked his son into the royal city. She was a little girl before, but now she has grown into a beautiful lady. Your name is Tivany. I remember you. You came to the Fallet Fortress when you were a child. Albert nodded. He didn't like the girl who kidnapped his son, but he still had to give her face. Just as the two were talking, someone else walked into the banquet hall. As soon as the person walked into the hall, he saw Albert not far away, and then quickly stopped. Albert turned his head at this time, and happened to see the person who stopped. When he saw the man's appearance clearly, his eyes became sharp, and he said to the person in front of him, Are you Vicente Norton? Chapter 79. Everyone's eyes fell on Albert and Duke Norton. Everyone knew how Vicente Norton became the current Duke Norton step by step. No one paid attention to Duke Norton before when Albert was not in the royal city, but it was different now. The Lion of Stewart is back. Duke Norton took a deep breath, then smiled calmly. I am Vicente Norton, Duke Albert Stewart. This should be the first time we meet. It is indeed the first time we meet, but I have heard your name more than once. Albert said lightly. It is my honor, Duke Stewart. Duke Norton still smiled, but in the blink of an eye, he showed a slightly apologetic expression. I know that I have done something that affected the reputation of Stuart before. It was my fault, and I will not deny it. I now solemnly apologize to you and the Stuart family. Duke Norton lowered his head and bowed slightly. He had to bow his head. The Norton family was now hit hard. The Mage Corps he was proud of suffered a lot of losses in the previous battle in the slums. Because he performed the purification ritual, the reputation of the Norton family in the royal city was also much worse. And after seeing Albert's strength, Duke Norton had no doubt that Albert alone could destroy him and all the remaining Mage Corps. If Albert really wanted to settle accounts with him, he would not be able to resist and could only be the first to surrender. You are smarter than I thought. Albert was a little surprised at Duke Norton's decisiveness. Eldon, who was watching the scene, had reminded the Duke of Norton that Stuart was not easy to provoke when he and the Duke of Norton first came to the kingdom of Brayfield. Once the sleeping lion wakes up, it will bring destruction. But the Duke of Norton did not listen, and the current result was his own fault. The Duke of Norton laughed at himself and raised his head. In order to make up for the mistakes of the Norton family over the years, I am willing to offer 500,000 gold coins as compensation. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the banquet hall. 500,000 gold coins? What kind of concept is this? Many of the nobles present may not be able to come up with so much money even if they emptied their family coffers. The Duke of Norton also felt a little pain in his heart. This was almost half of the wealth accumulated by the Norton family in the kingdom of Brayfield for so many years. Lear was also slightly shocked when he heard it. It was worthy of the Norton family, which was called a nouveau riche, that they were rich. He remembered that the Norton family's biggest industry was the spell scrolls of mages, which were sold all over the kingdom. This kind of mages' spells that other professionals, and even ordinary people could use were very popular with adventurers and mercenaries. Although most of them were elementary or even apprentice-level spells, the profit was still considerable. Of course, I also prepared a gift for your son. Duke Norton looked at Lear, clapped his hands, and Adele came out from behind with red cheeks. The girl wore a very gorgeous dress today, which made her look particularly beautiful. From now on, Adele belongs to your son. No matter what your son wants to do to her, he can do it. This is Adele's indenture. Duke Norton took out a contract from the storage props, handed it to Adele, and signaled Adele to give the indenture to Lear. The nobles around showed strange expressions. Not only did they give money, but they also gave away their daughters. There was a contract of sale, which meant that Adele would no longer be the Duke's daughter, but would become Lear's slave. Tiffany looked at this scene, and her pretty face turned angry. How could someone be so shameless? Even giving away his daughter? Lear wouldn't accept it, would he? She looked at Lear. Adele walked slowly towards Lear, and everyone looked at Lear's choice. Lear simply took the contract of sale from Adele, then put his arm around Adele's waist and smiled at the Duke of Norton. Thank you for the gift, Your Excellency the Duke. Lear's choice was beyond everyone's expectations, but soon these nobles thought of something. It was rumored that Adele was Lear's lover, but this might not be just a rumor. Seeing that Lear accepted the contract of sale, the Duke of Norton breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Albert. Albert was also a little surprised by Lear's choice and sighed. It seems that Lear not only inherited his mother's beauty, but also inherited some of his advantages. It seems a bit lively? A voice sounded from the other side of the hall. King Rosser and the Queen came over with the people of the Golden Church. Duke Norton restrained his expression. Giving money and daughters away was embarrassing after all. He said to Albert on the side, Duke Stuart, I will send 500,000 gold coins to Stuart Mansion as soon as possible. Albert glanced at Duke Norton, said nothing, and just nodded. You should all know the purpose of inviting you to the banquet today. Rosser didn't care about what happened before, and said straight to the point. Thanks to Albert's help, we solved the problem in the slums, but the corrupt believers were not eliminated. His tone became a little serious. Your Majesty, we all saw Duke Stuart kill the corrupt believers with our own eyes. Are there other corrupt believers in the royal city? A noble asked in surprise. You killed just a rotten meat doll. Before Rosser could speak, the beautiful woman next to him spoke. Many nobles cast their eyes. They noticed this woman when she followed the king. They also guessed the identity of the woman, the previous saint, Ophanina's mother, Sylvia Adrian. Are you the high priest of Sylvia? Someone asked. It's me. Sylvia nodded. The corrupt law is not as simple as you think. Their ability to control the corpses is far beyond your imagination. You mean, what we killed before was just a controlled corpse? Yes, this is their usual trick, and the purpose of the corrupt believers is to let the true spirit of the corrupt law come to the world. The rotten giant in the slums is not the true spirit of the corrupt law, Sylvia explained. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and Lear touched his nose indifferently. He knew all this a long time ago, and was not surprised. He looked at Sylvia, who was talking eloquently. I have to say that although the other party is an old woman, she also has a unique charm. So, during this period of time, I will lead the staff of the Golden Church to continue to investigate the whereabouts of the corrupt believers. I hope you can pay attention to it. Sylvia looked around. Well, of course, if someone can provide clues about the corrupt believers, the Golden Church will reward them. If anyone can find my daughter, I can reward him with an extraordinary item. Chapter 80. Listening to Sylvia's words, the nobles became excited. An extraordinary item, this can be said to be a very generous reward. There are not many extraordinary professionals in the entire kingdom, and extraordinary items are even rarer. You triggered the task corrupted believers and saints traces be-level. The Golden Church wants to find corrupt believers, and Sylvia also wants to find her daughter. Task Goal 1. Help the Golden Church find the hidden corrupt believers. Task Reward 300,000 experience points, 10% affinity with the Golden Law. Task Goal 2. Find Saint Ophelina and tell Sylvia her whereabouts. Task Reward 300,000 experience points, 10% affinity with the Golden Law, and an extraordinary item. The task panel popped up in front of Lear, and he raised his eyebrows when he looked at the content on it. It must be said that this former saint is better at doing things than Moore. Unlike you are, who directly asked the nobles in the name of the Golden Church High Priest, he offered a reward. You won't find it. A voice suddenly sounded in the banquet hall. In the crowd, an old man slowly walked out. His face was haggard and pale, not like a living person. The nobles around him dispersed, leaving only the old man standing in the middle. Father! Duke Norton was stunned when he saw this. It was his father-in-law, Rory Hadji, the Marquis of the Kingdom. Marquis Hadji ignored Duke Norton and just stared at Sylvia. You will never find your daughter. The corrupt believers have already turned your daughter into the mother of the corrupt disease. Your daughter will become a sacrifice for the coming of the true spirit of the corrupt law. The old man roared. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of Marquis Hadji. Sylvia frowned. She didn't know the old man in front of her, but she felt the heretical law breath from him. Father! What are you talking about? Duke Norton was frightened. He finally calmed down the anger of the Stuart family, and now his father-in-law has offended the high priest of the Golden Church? Get out! Vicente! You don't deserve to call me father. Marquis Hadji glared at Duke Norton. You can't even protect Eric. That's my grandson, and what did you do? Duke Norton's face became ugly. He forced himself to suppress the emotions in his heart, and wanted Marquis Hadji to calm down. At this time, Sylvia came over. What did you say just now? Marquis Hadji looked straight at Sylvia, fearless. I said you will never find your daughter. Your daughter will be sacrificed. Before Marquis Hadji finished speaking, the sacred golden law pressed Marquis Hadji to the ground. High Priest Sylvia. Duke Norton was shocked. He was eroded by the corrupt law. Sylvia said lightly. At this time, everyone reacted. Marquis Hadji on the ground exuded black mist, which was constantly purified by the magic of the golden law around him. Take him away, he has contacted corrupt believers, and he must know the whereabouts of those corrupt believers. Sylvia said coldly. Ha, you won't find it. The corrupt true spirit will eventually come. Marquis Hadji laughed wildly. The black mist became thicker and thicker, and finally with a crisp sound, Marquis Hadji's body exploded directly, and turned into mincemeat on the ground. The banquet hall became silent. The corrupt believers actually manipulated a marquis, and waited for Sylvia to come and provoke? This was completely disregarding the royal family, and the Golden Church. Sylvia's face became ugly, and a little irritable. Thinking of what Marquis Hadji said just now, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. After learning that her daughter was missing, she asked the Golden Law for a response, and wanted to know her daughter's whereabouts. After all, Ophelina was the current saint, and had been blessed by gold. She believed that the Golden Law must know where Ophelina was. But the response she got was very vague. It just said that Ophelina was not in danger of life. Instead, it said something to let her teach the heir of the Stuart family a lesson. Sylvia was very confused, but she didn't get any other useful information. She looked at Lear, who was eating melons not far away. Why did the goddess of the Golden Law ask her to teach the heir of Stuart a lesson? Clean up the things here. Sylvia waved her hand, and said to the golden cultist beside her. King Rosser also reacted at this time and said angrily, Damn corrupt believers, dare to despise the majesty of the royal family so much. The nobles around were talking about it, and were also shocked by the behavior of the corrupt believers. Not all the nobles were powerful professionals. The corrupt believers could control Marquis Haji, so there was a chance to control them. Your Majesty, I think the corrupt heretics must be removed from the royal city as soon as possible. We can't let them be so arrogant anymore. Someone stood up righteously. Many nobles also echoed. Sylvia sighed, shook her head, and walked to Lear and Albert. She looked at Lear and said, "Can we talk alone?" Lear was stunned and alert. He remembered that he had no intersection with the high priest. Why did the other party come to talk to him? Sylvia? Just tell me what you want to say. Albert stood in front of Lear. Albert, I just want to ask your son something alone. I won't hurt him. Sylvia explained. My son has never met you. What do you have to ask? Albert did not give in. He seemed to think of something, and suddenly widened his eyes. You are not interested in Lear, are you? Although your husband has passed away for many years, you are more than 20 years older than Lear. Albert's voice was not small, and the noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked in the direction of Sylvia, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Sylvia was stunned for a moment, and felt the gazes from all around, and her face flushed instantly. Albert, what are you talking about? I just want to ask Lear if he knows some information about Ophanina. Who would like your son? Sylvia was filled with shame and anger. Sure enough, the believers of the law of war were not very smart. No matter what she said, she could not find a child who was more than 20 years younger than herself. She was a saint. How could she do such a shameless thing? Okay, father, I believe the high priest is not such a person. Lear shrugged and looked at Sylvia. Your Excellency the high priest, I don't have much useful information about Her Highness the saint. Her Highness and I have only met a few times, and are not familiar with each other, he said with a harmless expression. Chapter 81. Before the banquet was over, Sylvia left under the strange gazes of the nobles. Although she said she was not interested in Lear, how many nobles believed that was another matter. Chatting with a handsome young noble for no reason would indeed arouse people's imagination, and Sylvia, who was in her 40s, still looked charming and attractive to many nobles, whether in appearance or status. A beautiful widow who was once a saint, it sounds quite exciting. Lear tasted the royal delicacies boredly. Only important nobles were invited to this banquet, and no noble's offspring were invited. The young nobles who came here were only Lear, Divine and Adele. Those old nobles all found Albert, and left Lear's young offspring aside. Divine looked at Lear, who looked absent-minded, and hesitated to say something, but didn't know how to start. Adele, on the other hand, seemed to have become a real servant, pouring wine for Lear, and occasionally glancing at Divine with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Divine frowned, a little annoyed, and glared back, and the two women secretly competed with each other. Lear ignored the fight between the two women, and looked at the nobles in the banquet hall, and finally fell on Queen Philia. After a round of communication, the ladies around the queen walked away one by one, and finally only the queen was left. Lear thought for a moment, put down the wine glass in his hand, and walked straight towards the queen. Your Highness, can we chat? Lear asked politely when he came to the queen. Philia was stunned for a moment, and blinked her beautiful blue eyes. What do you want? About Miria, Lear whispered. The queen's expression changed slightly, and she looked around inconspicuously, then said, I go to the compartment where we talked before, you come back later, don't let anyone see you. Then, the queen smiled at Lear, pretended to go to the bathroom, and left the hall. Seeing this, Lear took a bite of the dessert beside him, and after about a few minutes, he also walked out. Knocked on the door of the compartment, and Lear walked in. Queen Philia had been waiting for a long time, and when she saw Lear come in, she looked at Lear closely. Tell me, what happened to Miria? Lear pondered for a moment, and told the queen about Miria's dream. Do you mean that Miria saw what happened in the future? The queen frowned. Probably like this, Miria's morning star law should be awakening soon. Lear nodded. The queen was silent for a while, and said, You don't have to worry about this matter, just hide Milia. Your Majesty, I remember that you can also see the future. You should be able to see what Milia dreamed of. Lear asked in a deep voice. I can't see it. The queen shook her head and sighed. Astrologists can see the future, but they can't see their own destiny. Sure enough, the queen is an astrologer of the star law. Lear was sure in his heart, but he didn't know what level of astrologer the queen was. Then now that you know the future, what are you going to do next? Lear asked again. Let it go. Since I know the future, I will be more careful. Thank you for telling me this news. The queen smiled. The queen left, leaving Lear alone. Lear found it strange that when the queen heard that she was abandoned by the king and burned as a heretic, Her face did not show any emotion. The king and the queen seemed to love each other, but Lear was confused. When Lear returned to the hall again, the queen had come to the king, and Albert was there too. The three of them felt quite happy talking, and Lear did not disturb them, but just quietly waited for the end of the banquet. On the way home in the carriage, Lear looked at Albert sitting opposite and asked, "Father, are you familiar with the queen? Did you see that?" Albert glanced at Lear, and then said with some sigh, "We used to be good friends. Rosser could become king because of me and Philia. Philia's ability to predict the future helped a lot. Did you know that the queen has the ability to predict the future?" Lear was a little surprised. "Of course. Then you also know that the queen is a professional in the heresy law?" "Yes." Albert nodded, then looked at Lear with amusement. "I not only know that the queen is a professional in the heresy law, but also know that you hid the princess and colluded with the queen to fool those nobles." Lear showed an embarrassed expression. It seemed that the queen had told Albert about Milia. "When I go back, Greta and I will move out and not disturb your life, so as not to be discovered by Greta." Albert smiled. Lear shrugged and asked another question. "Father, since you know that the queen is a believer of heresy and the king is a believer of the Golden Church, aren't you afraid that the queen's affairs will be exposed?" "Rosser will protect Philia." Albert shook his head. "What if the queen's affairs are finally discovered by the Golden Church?" Lear continued, questioning his soul. "Will His Majesty the King protect His Majesty the Queen at that time?" Albert was stunned. He had never thought about such a question. The Golden Church has always hated heresy. As a believer of gold, Rosser's shielding of the Queen is already a great disrespect to the Golden Law. If the Queen's affairs are really discovered by the Golden Church, will Rosser stand up for the Queen? Albert was silent. He remembered the tone of the other party when he handed Philia to Rosser. "I believe in Rosser," he said quietly. Lear raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. Compared with the feeling that Albert and Rosser had not seen each other for more than 10 years, he believed in his own judgment more. Time will change a person. The carriage slowly returned to Stuart's mansion. Albert went back to his room to rest, while Lear came to the hall. When he walked in, Lear saw Li Huanhuan and Dahe sitting on the chairs waiting anxiously. He was a little surprised that the player actually came to his door on his own initiative. Before Lear could speak, Li Huanhuan stood up. "Mr. Lear, we have something important to report." Raising his eyebrows and putting the top hat on the shelf beside him, Lear asked with a smile, "What happened?" "We found the whereabouts of the corrupt believers." Li Huanhuan said something shocking. Chapter 82. "You mean you saw corrupt believers in the Lord's cemetery?" After listening to the two people's story, Lear said in surprise, "This luck is too good. It was Dahe who found Davini before, and now he encountered a hidden corrupt believer. During the public beta in the previous life, due to the increase in the number of players, it was not uncommon to find heretical believers, but now it is a closed beta, and it seems that there are only Li Huanhuan and 3 people in the entire Brayful royal city. In this situation, you can also meet corrupt believers one after another, which feels like being struck by lightning." "Yes, Yao Yao has been arrested. Can you please save Yao Yao?" Li Huanhuan said nervously. "Her message board has been blown up by Yao Yao's chat, and she will send a message for help in a while." Liar pondered for a few seconds and nodded. "I know, the news you brought me is very important. I can save your companions, but I still need to confirm the authenticity of the matter. Can you take me to the place where you saw the corrupt believers?" "Of course," Li Huanhuan agreed. "If the authenticity of the news is confirmed, I will give you a reward," Lear said seriously. "You triggered the task, Traces of Corrupted Believers Sea Level. You found traces of corrupt believers, which made Lear very interested. Task goal: take Lear to find the hidden corrupt believers. Task reward: 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins. Lear Stewart's favorability: any elementary spell or swordsmanship skill Lear sent a task to the player. Giving players some benefits appropriately can improve the enthusiasm of the players." Li Huanhuan and Dahe's eyes lit up. They didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Although the reward was only the basic spells and swordsmanship skills, they were still very happy. Now it's the basic level. What about in the future? There will always be opportunities to get high-level, extraordinary, or even higher skills. If there is no problem, let's go now. Lear put on his coat again. It was already approaching night, and it would not be too conspicuous to go out. Lear didn't want the player's secret to be known to other forces too early. Li Huanhuan and Dahe did not hesitate. The sooner the task was completed, the sooner the reward could be obtained. Half an hour later, the 3 came to the location of the Lord's cemetery. It was pitch black here, and no one could be seen. The entire cemetery was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, which looked like a layer of gauze. Lear keenly noticed a strange feeling. There was a little rotten smell in the air. It might be normal in an ordinary cemetery, but this was the Lord's cemetery. The nobles would not allow their cemeteries to become smelly. Let's go in and take a look. Lear didn't think too long and walked into the cemetery. Li Huanhuan followed behind, but Dahe looked nervous. It's not good to enter the cemetery at night, right? He said tremblingly. When he turned around, Lear and Li Huanhuan had already walked away. He gritted his teeth and finally followed. Entering the cemetery, everything looked very neat, but the cold feeling always enveloped everyone. The deeper into the cemetery, the stronger this feeling became. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, Lear stopped. Auntie! I'd better leave quickly. If I sneak into the Lord's cemetery, I will be caught. A faint voice came from not far away. What are you afraid of? There's no one here, and no one will know. I can feel that there must be treasures here. The nose of a treasure hunter will never be wrong. Another crisp voice sounding a little childish. Lear stood still, his expression became a little strange. Through the towering tombstone, he saw 2 people not far away. One looked like a girl of 15 or 16, carrying a backpack and wearing round-framed glasses. The other was an acquaintance. Jim. Lear almost forgot about this person. He took out a gold coin and asked him to find the whereabouts of an NPC, but then he disappeared, and even the blood mark he hung on the other person disappeared. Is there anyone? Li Huanhuan also heard the discussion not far away. Lear made a hushing gesture. Don't make a sound. Mr. Lear, are they also corrupt believers? Li Huanhuan looked at the 2 figures not far away and asked. No. Lear shook his head. Just 2 tomb robbers. Tomb robbers? Li Huanhuan opened his eyes wide. Lear nodded. It can indeed be said to be tomb robbers. He already knew the other party's identity from the girl's words just now. Treasure hunters are professionals under the law of treasure, and are also heretical law professionals. They are rare, keen on exploring various treasures, and do not have strong attack capabilities, but their ability to escape and search for treasures is first class. Lear had only heard of these treasure hunters in his previous life. The traces of these treasure hunters are too mysterious, but once you meet them, if you are lucky, you will meet a treasure hunter with a good personality, and you can buy something from them. They only accept gold or barter. If you are unlucky and the other party has a bad character, your things may be taken away by the other party. Are they here to steal the treasures in the Lord's cemetery? Asked Dahe, who finally caught up. Maybe. Lear shrugged his shoulders, and didn't say anything more, but followed the 2 people in front. He remembered that when he came to the royal city of Brayful on a mission in his previous life, there was no Lord's cemetery in the noble district, and it became a wasteland. He had never heard of any good things here. The 2 people in front kept going deeper into the cemetery, and the 3 people behind kept a distance and followed, and soon came to the deepest part. There are all kinds of tall tombstones erected here, which are taller and more exquisitely carved than the places they passed before. There is also a fountain statue in the center, which is carved with the founding king of Brayful. Walking to the side of the fountain, the treasure hunter girl walked directly into the fountain, and fiddled with it for a while. The flowing spring water stopped, the statue also rotated, and then slowly sank. A deep tomb passage appeared in front of us. Is there a secret passage here? Jim said in surprise. He was about to go forward to check, but was stopped by the girl. This underground cemetery looks quite large, and there are signs of it being opened. We have to be careful. The girl's tone was a little excited. She smelled a strong smell of treasures after the cemetery was opened. There must be a big treasure here. No matter who it is, even if you go 1 step ahead of me, the treasure must be mine. The girl said viciously, and kicked Jim into the tomb, and then she walked in. Chapter 83. Jim was very depressed and scared to death. Ever since Lear asked him to find someone named Aina, he began a miserable life. He found the person, but he was also dragged into it. Who knew that the petite girl had incredible power? Jim was tied up when they first met. The other party said that he had the power of heresy law and asked him where he got infected with heresy. Jim thought that except for occasionally cheating some money, he had always been a good citizen. How could he be a heretic? But the girl named Aina was relentless and directly imprisoned Jim and imposed a restraint contract, making Jim a prisoner. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, Aina urged. Jim resigned himself to walking forward, looking like he had no desire to live. Outside the tomb, after a while, Lear came out and walked into the tomb without hesitation. The underground tomb was bigger than Lear had imagined. It was more like an underground palace than a tomb. The walls were inlaid with crystals for lighting, which would light up automatically when people passed by. Lear followed the two people in front of him, keeping a safe distance until they turned the corner, so as not to be discovered. Li Huanhuan and Dahe also followed Lear closely. This kind of stalking and tracking in the tomb was particularly exciting. When approaching Jim, Lear found that he had regained the perception of the blood mark on Jim's body. Can you contact Yao Yao, who was captured? Where is she? Lear turned his head and asked Li Huanhuan carefully. Li Huanhuan looked at the location and frowned. It's not far, but it seems to be further down. Further down? Lear was stunned for a moment, a little confused, but soon he understood what Li Huanhuan meant by further down. When he turned a corner, his vision suddenly became wider, and a spiral staircase came into view. Below he could see that the staircase connected many levels, and each level was built like a palace, exquisite and luxurious. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lear was shocked. You call this an underground cemetery? Ina and Jim in front were obviously shocked by the scene in front of them. There is such a huge palace underground in the royal city? Jim couldn't believe it. He was just a liar before. He finally wanted to get close to the Stewart family, but he died before he could succeed, and was caught directly. He didn't know the secrets of the royal nobles. Don't be stunned. I can already feel where the treasure is. Ina quickly recovered from the shock and rushed down the stairs after smelling the smell. She kept looking around at each level. There were various funerary objects in the palace, but most of them had decayed. Those that had not decayed were just ordinary royal utensils, which could be considered antiques. But such things were worthless to treasure hunters. Soon she came to the bottom floor and pushed open the door of the palace. The hall was covered with dust. In the center was a tall sculpture. The eyes of the sculpture were shining with a faint blue light. A person whose whole body was decayed was hung in front of the sculpture, and his body exuded a foul smell. On the body of the hung person, you can see dense maggots constantly wriggling. Aina was shocked by the scene in front of her. What kind of disgusting thing is this? She felt the power of the heretical law from the other party, which was similar to the corruption disease that was rampant in the royal city before. The person hung in the air was still alive. After seeing the person who broke into the palace, he raised his head, and a glimmer of hope rose in his eyes. Not far away, Lear, Li Huanhuan and the other two also came to the outside of the palace. Through the open door, they saw the situation inside, and the person hung in the air. Even though the man's face was rotten beyond recognition, Lear still recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Eric, the former son of the Duke, turned out to be like a ghost. Seeing the corrupt believers, he just regarded Eric as a chess piece. Li Huanhuan and Dahe also saw Yao Yao tied to a chair on the other side. At this time, Yao Yao had a sad and angry expression on her face, with many wounds on her body and maggots crawling on them. It can be seen that the corrupt believers were very careful, and did not cut Yao Yao into pieces directly. If they killed him and resurrected him somewhere else, such a good test subject would be gone. Oh, a guest has come. A gloomy voice sounded from the depths of the palace. Deliki slowly walked out of the darkness, and the corrupt black mist on his body became thicker and thicker. Since entering the underground tomb, his strength has increased rapidly. Even he himself did not expect that the underground tomb of the kingdom of Brayful would be so spectacular, and the bodies of kings of all generations were neatly placed in the rooms everywhere. Those are all excellent materials. By corrupting those bodies into undead, Deliki's strength has been improved again. He was confident that if he returned to the slums and condensed a giant of rotten flesh with his true body, he would be able to fight the Lion of Stewart head-on. Corrupted believer. You are still alive. Ina looked at the black-robed man in front of her, who was emitting a foul smell, and covered her nose with some disgust. Jim on the side was already scared to death. Corrupted believer? The corrupt believer who almost destroyed the entire slum? He wanted to turn around and run, but found that his legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up, and sat down on the ground. Deliki frowned and looked at the two people in front of him. A little girl and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was an ordinary person, and although he couldn't tell who the little girl was, from the breath she exuded, she was at most a mid-level professional. Why did a mid-level professional talk to him so confidently? He was a super-level plague warlock. Since you know that I am a corrupt believer, aren't you afraid of being turned into a dead spirit by me? Deliki narrowed his eyes. Aina curled her lips. It was not like she had never seen a superhuman strongman before. Although she could not beat him, he could not stop her from running away. She ignored what Delik said, and looked around the palace. The treasure, she sensed, was here. Delik saw that the little girl in front of him ignored him, and a wave of anger rose in his heart. He was actually ignored. Little girl, I don't know who you are, but your attitude makes me very dissatisfied. I will turn you into my most exquisite doll, Delic said angrily. Aina still did not look at Delic. Her eyes fell on the tall statue. Seeing the statue's eyes flashing with a faint blue light, her eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 84. Aina became a little excited. She felt a bit of repressive power when she first entered the palace, suppressing the power of law in her body. This repressive power suppressed the sacrifice hanging in the sky, so the smell of corruption could not be completely spread out, but there was a slight stench in the cemetery outside. There is no doubt that something that has the ability to suppress the power of law must be a good treasure. She glanced at the corrupt believer, who was still threatening her. What a stupid fool, he had such a good treasure, but didn't know it at all. Shaking her head, she showed a disdainful expression, then jumped onto the statue, and reached out to grab the statue's eyes. Delic was angered by Aina's attitude. Little girl, you completely angered me. He waved his hand, and a roar came from the shadows behind. A majestic momentum came from behind, and heavy footsteps sounded in the darkness. A figure wearing gray armor slowly walked out. His face was pale, and the long sword in his hand was already rotten, but he still held the long sword tightly, like a glorious knight. Lear looked at the figure that appeared. His eyes slowly widened. The face of the person in front of him was exactly the same as the sculpture on the fountain in the cemetery outside. The founding king of Briefil. Rochelle Briefil. The legendary war saint. The saint is immortal. Even after hundreds of years, the body of this founding king has not decayed, and retains the posture of the past. Aina, who was riding on the head of the sculpture, was also startled by the sudden appearance of the founding king, and her heart became a little nervous. She pressed the eyes of the sculpture hard, but the gems embedded in the eyes did not loosen at all. Rochelle, go and catch the girl who desecrated the royal tomb. Darich gave the order. Rochelle raised his head, and looked at the girl sitting on the top of the statue. He raised his long sword and rushed up with one step. The speed was incredible. The former saint was now incarnated as a ghost, and he still had extraordinary strength. Lear could see that this founding king was a war knight. In fact, the original lineage of the Brayful kingdom was a believer of war like Stuart, but with the spread of the faith of the Golden Church, the royal family has now transformed into a believer of gold. I wonder what this founding king would think if he knew about this? Aina showed an angry expression. Who was the one who desecrated the royal tomb? She wanted to call the other party shameless, but Rochelle had already come to her. The long sword was swung down swiftly. Boom! A roar sounded. The whole statue was split into pieces, and the treasure embedded in the eyes of the statue also flew out with the pieces. The long sword in Rochelle's hand also had cracks due to the violent impact. Aina had already dodged Rochelle's attack with a flash. Treasure hunters are not good at other things, but they are good at saving their lives. She saw the flying treasure in the air and rushed directly towards it. After getting the treasure, she will take Jim and teleport away from here. Her eyes turned, and she had already thought of a plan, but at the moment when she was about to get the treasure, a white hand got the gem before her. Aina's eyes widened. Lear's figure jumped down from the air neatly, holding the gem of the statue's eye in his hand. Name: Starlight Sealing Stone. Category: Law Relic. Introduction: the light of the stars will make all the power return to silence. Effect: passive placement can continuously suppress all the surrounding law abilities, and active activation of the power of the Starlight Sealing Stone can seal the surrounding law abilities, including the holder itself, for 10 minutes and a cooldown of 24 hours. It's really a piece of cake. Lear originally asked Jim to find Aina for this seal stone. Originally, he planned to capture Ophelia after getting the seal stone, but later Ophelia took the initiative to find him and gave Lear a chance, so this seal stone was no longer a necessity. I didn't expect that I would get the seal stone under such circumstances. Who are you? Aina was angry. When did someone snatch things from her treasure hunter? Just a passerby. Lear smiled. Delic and the half-dead Eric in the air also saw Lear. The former's expression became a little ugly, while the latter seemed to have recovered some spirit, and his body trembled. Stuart's heir. Delic called out Lear's identity. His affairs in the royal crypt should be secret, but now the nobles of the kingdom know about it. Lear can't be allowed to leave. He made a decision in an instant. If the Golden Church and other nobles knew his whereabouts, it would be a big deal. Delic raised his head suddenly, and Rocher, who was not far away, flashed a faint green light in his eyes, and rushed towards Lear again. Lear and Aina did not dare to be careless when seeing this, and hurriedly dodged. Aina looked at the man who robbed her treasure not far away, and her teeth itched with anger. Jim on the ground also saw Lear at this time, and became excited. In addition to Rohel, there were shadows in the depths of the palace slowly walking towards this side. Darich has awakened all the undead. Ina gritted her teeth. She had to leave. The treasure had been taken away, and it seemed that she could not get it back. You robber. Just wait for me. If you dare to take my things, I will make you spit them out one day, Ina said angrily. As she said that, she came to Jim, and a silver light emanated from her body. This is the space transmission of the treasure hunter. Jim has seen it more than once. Ina is going to take him away. Jim was a little entangled, thinking about whether to say hello to Lear, but the next moment a void of power fluctuated, and he and Ina disappeared. Seeing Ina disappear, Delic's face became more and more gloomy. Two people had already run away, and he must not let Lear run away too. Just when he was about to take action, he saw the blue gem in Lear's hand emitting light. Delic's outstretched hand stopped in place, and he felt that the power in his body was sealed. Not far away, Rohel also fell straight down. Without the power of the corrupt law, the body of the founding king turned into a dead body again. Lear also felt that the power in his body was completely sealed, but his own attributes were still there. He took out the Night Rose and stabbed Yao Yao, who was tied to a chair, and killed Yao Yao directly. Then he turned around and ran away. The Starlight Sealing Stone is very powerful. It can seal the law ability of the surrounding targets, and only retain the physical attributes of the professionals. If Delic is a high-level professional, Lear has the confidence to rely on physical attributes to kill the opponent during the sealing time, but Delic is an extraordinary professional. The attributes of a professional who has undergone extraordinary transformation are far beyond the reach of ordinary professionals. If he could use Oslin's royal swordsmanship, Lear could fight, but all his abilities were blocked. By the time Darich reacted, Lear had already run far away. Seeing this, Li Huanhuan and Dahe outside also ran for their lives and soon disappeared in the tomb passage. Chapter 85. The group ran away. Mr. Lier, how did you kill Yao Yao? Li Huanhuan asked as he ran. Can't you aliens be resurrected? Lier asked back. Li Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and Dahe was also stunned for a moment, but they soon reacted. Aliens can be resurrected, and killing and resurrecting them is equivalent to saving them. NPCs are so smart now. The two were a little speechless. Mr. Lier, what should we do now? You should leave here first. I have to inform the Golden Church and the royal family of the news of the corrupt believers as soon as possible. Lear said, taking out 20 gold coins and handing them to the two people respectively. As for the spells and swordsmanship that will be rewarded to you, you can come to Stewart House when you have time. Spells need to be transferred to a mage to learn, and swordsmanship requires constant practice. After saying this quickly, Lear rushed out of the tomb first, and Delici did not catch up. Li Huanhuan and Dahe looked at each other, and they had a hunch that something big would happen soon. Returning to the Stewart mansion, Lear opened his character panel. Now that the whereabouts of the corrupt believers are known, he needs to prepare well. The fourth ring of the blood revival requires killing the true spirit of the corrupt law. In the previous life, the Golden Church was able to deal with the corrupt true spirit, which means that the class of the corrupt true spirit should not exceed the holy level. But even so, the other party is also a real god, and it is not easy for Lear to get ahead from the Golden Church. He took a look at the accumulated experience points on his panel, which has reached 1.4 million, enough for him to reach level 60 and advance to a higher level. Lear did not hesitate, and chose to upgrade directly. Experience points were consumed rapidly, and soon Lear's level was raised to level 60. Your level has been raised to level 60, and you have gained 1700 health points, 170 mana points, and 17 free attribute points. Your level has reached the current class limit and cannot be upgraded. According to your profession and law affinity, you have triggered the Blood Apostle Profession High-Level Advancement Task. Task: Blood Apostle's Professional Trial. Task Goal: Kill a law professional who is not lower than the high level. Task Reward: Blood Apostle Professional Class Upgrade, High-Level Blood Apostle Professional Skills. A series of system prompts came, and Lear's level reached the upper limit of the mid-level professional, and there was still a little experience left. The law professional needs to meet the corresponding law affinity to break through the class. His arcane law affinity is far from reaching the level of breaking through the high level, so he can only upgrade the class through the Blood Apostle profession. Kill a legal professional who is not lower than high level. Looking at the professional advancement task, Lear frowned. High-level legal professionals are not easy to find. Duke Norton, a duke, is only high level. Should I find a chance to kill Duke Norton? But the other party just sent 500,000 gold coins and his daughter. He sighed and closed the character panel. Originally, he planned to see if he could get some new skills by breaking through the high level, but now, he can only take one step at a time. He didn't choose to add the 17 free attribute points now. He still had to consider whether to add them to strength, constitution, dexterity, or intelligence and mystery. With Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, his strength, physique and dexterity can be converted to each other, and adding 17 points is just icing on the cake. As for intelligence and mystery, he has very few spell skills. To be honest, it seems that only life-binding shackles and blood resonance can benefit from the mysterious attribute bonus. The next day, when Lear was about to go out, he saw Albert and Greta, who had packed their luggage. "Uncle Albert, why are we moving out?" Greta was a little puzzled. After returning from the banquet yesterday, Albert said that he wanted to move out of Stuart House, but how could he move out of his own home? "I have already agreed with Avian that I will guide the Royal Knights for a while, so I have to live with the Knights." Albert said the reason he had thought of long ago. "But why do I have to move out too?" Greta still felt very strange. Albert glanced at Greta, and at this time Lear also came over. Of course, the purpose of moving away was to prevent Greta from knowing that the princess was here. "You are a girl, living alone in a man's house. Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about? I can't let your reputation be ruined in the Stuart family." Albert had a serious expression on his face. Greta was stunned for a moment, glanced at Lear, and said nonchalantly, "Who dares to say anything? Besides, Lear will definitely become my Lionheart Knight. What does it matter if I live here?" "Well, whether Lear can become your Lionheart Knight will have to be discussed later. Duval asked me to take good care of you before he left. Don't be willful. Come with me to the Kingdom Knights." Albert did not give Greta a chance to choose, and made a decision directly. Greta pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, but could only obey. Lear stepped forward, helped the two pack their luggage, and said gently, "Greta, it's really not good for a girl like you to live alone with me, but even if you move out, you are always welcome to come to see me." Looking at the sunny and gentle Lear, Greta finally nodded. Soon, the luggage was packed, and Lear sent the two out. When he walked out of the gate, he was about to put the luggage on the carriage. Not far away, several carriages drove over. They drove to the door of Stuart's mansion and stopped. In the eyes of the three people, Duke Norton got off the carriage, followed by Adele. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw Lear and Albert and smiled. "Duke Stuart, I have brought the compensation I mentioned before," Duke Norton said, clapping his hands, and the servants in the carriage lifted a large box off the carriage. "There are 50,000 gold coins in the box, a total of 10 boxes, 500,000 gold coins, all on the carriage." Duke Norton opened the box that was taken down, and a golden scene was revealed. Albert glanced at it lightly. 500,000 gold coins were indeed not a small amount, but for Stuart, it was nothing. He did not attach importance to Duke Norton's apology at the banquet. In his opinion, Duke Norton and the family behind him were just a worm. This worm offended Stuart's majesty, and should be trampled to death. But this worm was very smart, and knelt down and begged for mercy directly. More importantly, Lear accepted the other party's daughter. Duke Norton had a flattering smile on his face, and Adele beside him walked carefully to Lear. Albert looked at this scene. His son inherited Stuart's tradition of fraternity, but it was nothing. It was natural for men to love beauty. He nodded gently. "Leave the things, you can go." Chapter 86. Lear didn't know Albert's thoughts, otherwise he would have cried out for injustice. He didn't mind Albert's attack on Duke Norton at all. He even had some thoughts about Duke Norton after receiving the professional advancement task. Seeing Albert accept his compensation, Duke Norton breathed a sigh of relief, carried 10 boxes of gold coins into Stuart House, and found a reason to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Adele. After Duke Norton left, Albert also left with Greta, leaving only Lear and Adele. "Duke Norton should not just send you to me when he sent you here." Lear put his arm around Adele's waist, and pulled the girl into the house. "Father asked me to monitor you." Adele did not hide anything. Lear smiled when he heard this. It seems that Duke Norton still has evil intentions, or is he unwilling to accept it? But Lear didn't care. "You will stay with me in the future, and be a maid with Eno first," Lear said to Adele. Adele nodded. She was sold to Lier by her father. Strictly speaking, she was already a slave. No matter what Lier wanted her to do, she had no right to refuse. In the afternoon, Li Huanhuan and the other two found Lier again to learn skills. Li Huanhuan and Dahe both chose swordsmanship, which was indeed a wise choice. Elementary spells can be learned at the Arcane Academy for a little money, but swordsmanship, even at the elementary level, can only be learned by truly experienced warriors. In the end, Lear chose a general swordsmanship that did not require affinity for the law, and taught the White Crow swordsmanship to Li Huanhuan and Dahe. Only Yao Yao looked at them with a pitiful look. After learning the sword skills, the two practiced for a while. To fully exert the effect of sword skills, they must fully master the sword skills. When they just learned it, the blessing they could get was less than 50%. But this did not bother Li Huanhuan and others. Instead, they felt that the game was more real. If they completely mastered this sword skill, they should be able to use it in reality. Although there should be no skill effect, it is also a skill. Both of them were a little surprised, put down the long swords in their hands, and came to Lear. "What's wrong?" Lear asked. The two looked at each other, and then each took out the coins on their bodies. "Mr. Lear, can you please keep these money for us?" Lear was stunned for a moment, looking at the coins taken out by the three people, which were basically given by him. "It's like this, Mr. Lear, you know we are aliens from another world. We have a limited time to come to this world this time. We will be back soon. We don't know how long it will take for us to come back next time. We can't take this money back to our world. Can you keep it for us temporarily?" Li Huanhuan explained. Lear showed a strange expression on his face. Did he treat him as a bank? The props in the internal test will be cleared during the public test. It is indeed a smart choice to give him the money now, and take it back after the public test. Of course. Lear agreed happily. Li Huanhuan and Dahe were happy. After playing the game for so long, they also knew the importance of money. These more than 20 gold coins may not be a big deal for Lear, but for the early players, it is a huge sum of money. Yao Yao looked at Li Huanhuan and Dahe's money, feeling heartbroken and unable to breathe. She did not receive the task of finding the corrupt believers, nor did she get the reward of 10 gold coins. She had already spent all the money on her, and now she was a real pauper. The three did not stay in Stuart's mansion for too long. They gave the money to Lear and left. After the three left, Lear also went out, intending to go to the Lord's cemetery again and tell the Golden Church about the traces of the corrupt believers if possible. The whereabouts of Ophelia could not be told, but the traces of the corrupt believers would also be rewarded with 300,000 experience points. He walked out of the door, and walked towards the Lord's cemetery for a short time before he saw the believers of the Golden Church surrounding a villa. Lear frowned, walked forward and asked, "What happened?" The golden cultist beside him turned his head and saw Lear's face, and then said enthusiastically, "Mr. Lear, Viscount Conchita Gavin has been infected with corruption." "Corruption?" Lear raised his eyebrows. "Can I go in and take a look?" The golden cultist hesitated for a moment, looked at Lear's serious expression, and finally nodded. When entering the villa, Lear felt a foul smell. "Bishop Gas, please save my father." A young man stood in the middle of the crowd and said excitedly, "Don't worry, your father has not been infected for a long time, and he will recover soon," Bishop Gas said, and then he raised the scepter, and the blessing of heaven began to brew. Beside Bishop Gas, Sylvia was also there, looking at Viscount Gavin who was infected with corruption, frowning. The believers of the Golden Church patrol every day, and no abnormalities were found in the noble district. How did Viscount Gavin get the corruption disease? She felt it necessary to interrogate him. She was waiting for Bishop Gas to cure Viscount Gavin, and suddenly found that there was another person beside her. "Your Excellency the High Priest, I heard that the corruption disease broke out here?" Lear smiled at Sylvia. Sylvia was stunned for a moment, and it took a while for her to react. "Lear Stuart? Who asked you to come in?" "I just heard that the corruption disease broke out here, so I came in to take a look." Lear waved his hand. "Your Excellency the High Priest, do you think the corruption disease in Viscount Gavin is related to the corrupt believers?" Lear asked again. As soon as Lear said this, Viscount Gavin's son, who was watching his father slowly recover, suddenly changed his face. "Lear, what do you mean? Do you want to say that my father communicated with corrupt heretics?" Viscount Gavin's son was a little nervous. Communicating with corrupt believers, thinking about Marquis Hadji who provoked him face to face at the banquet, he heard that the entire family was blocked by the Golden Church and was under investigation. "No, that's not what I mean, Ryan. I just want to say that maybe Viscount Gavin went to the place where the corrupt believers were hiding without knowing it." Lear shook his head. Sylvia's eyes lit up. What Lear said was absolutely right. It was indeed possible. Looking at Sylvia's moving expression, Lear smiled in his heart. He was worrying about how to tell the Golden Church about the traces of corrupt believers. It was a bit suspicious to say it directly, and Viscount Gavin's infection gave him an opportunity. This way, he can not only complete the task, but also will not arouse suspicion. "So Ryan, do you know where your father has been recently?" Lear asked. Chapter 87. Viscount Gavin's son was stunned by what Lear said, and he began to think seriously under two pairs of serious eyes. I remember that my father went to the arena the day before yesterday, went to the opera house yesterday, and went to the cemetery to sweep the graves this morning. He recalled slowly. It's here, Lear suddenly said. Everyone was shocked by Lear. It's the cemetery, Lear said seriously. Corrupted believers can control the dead. There are so many noble professionals buried in the Lord's cemetery, as well as kings of the royal family. Wouldn't they be tempted? Lear continued. Sylvia's eyes gradually lit up as Lear spoke. Have you sent people to patrol the Lord's cemetery? Sylvia turned her head and asked the golden believer beside her. Your Excellency the High Priest, that is the area under the control of the royal family, and the Golden Church cannot interfere. The golden believer shook his head awkwardly. Sylvia felt that what Lear said was correct. Send someone to the Lord's cemetery immediately. Yes. The golden believer nodded in response, then turned and left quickly. Forget it, I go with you. Sylvia was already impatient. Gas, I leave this to you. She instructed Bishop Gas, who was still healing Viscount Gavin. Then she looked at Lear on the side. Lear, if the corrupt believers are really in the Lord's cemetery, the Golden Church will reward you. After saying that, she did not stay any longer and turned and left in a hurry. Lear smiled and nodded, while Viscount Gavin's son on the side was a little depressed. Wasn't this information provided by me? Why was Lear the one rewarded? He remembered that Sylvia had invited Lear alone at the banquet before. There must be an affair. He was angry in his heart, but on the surface, he could only pretend that nothing had happened. Lear didn't notice Ryan's emotions. Since he had told the Golden Church about the whereabouts of the corrupt believers, he just had to wait for the two sides to go to war. Lord's Cemetery, the fog in the cemetery became thicker at this time, with a faint black color. Since someone broke into the crypt last night, Derek found that the crypt's ability to suppress the corrupt law aura on Eric's body had disappeared. Now the corrupt aura has spread out, and there is not much time left for him. Almost all the corpses in the Lord's Cemetery have been transformed into undead by him. Even though the founding Emperor Rohel has been dead for many years, he has extraordinary strength when he is revived as an undead. There are also several other kings who have high-level strength. These undead should be able to help him stop the Golden Church. He failed last time in the Rhodes Empire, but this time he will let the corrupted true spirit come no matter what. He looked up at Eric, who was hanging in the air. At this moment, Eric's belly was bulging high, and he had completely lost his human shape. Derek admired the perfect artwork in front of him, and suddenly his eyes changed. He looked in the direction outside the tomb. Someone is coming. Outside the Lord's Cemetery, Sylvia looked at the mist and the stench in the air, and was sure that she had found the right place. Notify Rosser, and you are immediately to seal off the Lord's Cemetery. She immediately issued an order. This time she would not let the corrupt believers have a chance to escape. Everyone was mobilized. King Rosser, who got the news, immediately sent the royal knights to the scene, and many nobles also came. Not only the ancestors of the royal family of past generations were buried in the Lord's Cemetery, but also their ancestors. Looking at the black fog shrouding the sky above the cemetery, everyone's expression was ugly. The corrupt believers were hiding under their noses, but they didn't know it at all. Damn corrupt believers, dare to blaspheme the ancestors of my Cain family. Someone was furious. With this roar, emotions were mobilized. I know you are very angry, so I called you here to eliminate the corrupt believers. Sylvia looked around. Professionals above the high level follow me in, the rest of the people guard outside, and never let any heretics run away. Sylvia said. She wanted to give a few more instructions, and someone else's voice came from the side. What is that? Sylvia frowned and looked up. In the mist, under the tombstone, arms broke out of the ground, then slowly crawled out from the ground, twisted and stood up, staring at the people outside with pairs of green eyes. Father? Someone looked at the figure in the mist with an expression of disbelief. Is that grandfather? The nobles outside were in a turmoil. The ancestors who were once respected now reappeared in front of them, but in this posture. The muscles on the body were almost rotten, only the bones were intact, and the identity could be barely recognized by the clothes. This is a complete blasphemy. Sylvia looked at the bones that kept crawling out of the grave, and his expression became extremely ugly. These corpses all exude the power of law, and they are all professionals. The weakest ones are all beginner professionals. She even saw professionals with high-level energy fluctuations. What kind of disaster would such a large number of professional undeads cause if they rushed out of the cemetery? This is different from the poor in the slums before. Even if those poor people were transformed into undead, they were just ordinary soldiers. They were like paper in front of professionals. But now it's different. What did those damn pagans do? King Rosser's face was livid. His eyes swept over the many undead in the mist, and finally, he was attracted by a figure. The figure slowly walked out from the depths of the cemetery, and the undead around him knelt down wherever he passed. The figure was wearing tattered armor, and holding a long sword in his hand. Unlike the undead around him, this figure just looked a little vicissitudes. His skin was pale, his hair was gray, and his body showed no signs of decay at all. Instead, he exuded an indescribable majesty. King Rosser looked at the man who kept walking, and slowly opened his mouth. Rocher. Ancestor? He said the man's name. Some nobles around who knew history were shocked when they heard this name. Rocher? Could it be the founding king? The founding king? I remember King Rocher was a saint-level ward law professional, right? Even His Majesty Rocher was transformed into a spirit. Such a powerful aura. Is this a transcendent level spirit? While the nobles were shocked, Rocher had already walked to the front of the cemetery, and behind him, other powerful figures also walked out. Rosser looked at those figures who slowly walked out, and his anger reached its peak. These were all ancestors of the royal family. Chapter 88. The undead nobles roared at the nobles outside the cemetery, but did not leave the cemetery, as if they were guarding something. On the ground of the cemetery, a faint fluorescent light slowly lit up, with an indescribable feeling, and soon enveloped the entire cemetery. Sylvia's face turned ugly. She knew she couldn't wait any longer, and immediately ordered to remove the undead nobles. The nobles around looked at their ancestors, who had resurrected from the dead, hesitated for a moment, and rushed forward directly. The scene suddenly became chaotic. I'm sorry, my dear father, you are dead, and you should not wake up again. I will keep the foundation of the Kane family for you, and the pagan who turned you into a dead soul will definitely be purified. A noble in gorgeous clothes said righteously, taking out a staff from the storage props. The light of the arcane shone. King Rosser also came to the front of many former kings. The ancestor Rohel, who turned into an undead, was a professional of extraordinary level like him, and the other kings of the past were also high level. Feeling the same breath from Rosser, the founding King Rohel, who was originally controlled by the corrupt law, had some strange colors in his eyes. You are the descendant of Briefil. He stuttered, and King Rosser opened his eyes wide. The former king was still conscious, but before Rosser was shocked for long, the former King Rohel's eyes were corroded by the dark green corrupt law again, and the decayed long sword was raised high. The noble district became chaotic, just like the slums before. The fog continued to spread from the Lord's cemetery, and many noble families on the street had received the notice and fled towards the direction of the citizen district. Lear stood in a remote alley, and the Blood Incarnation stood in front of him. The Blood Incarnation copied his Blood King's long robe and other relics of the Blood Law, but there was no good weapon. Lear thought for a moment, and handed the Night Rose to the Blood Incarnation. The extraordinary Night Rose plus the Blood Vortex can reach the level of a holy weapon, which Lear has not used yet. After fully arming the Blood Incarnation, Lear nodded with satisfaction. Next, he had to face the undead nobles in the cemetery, and the corrupt law spirit that was about to come. He wanted to steal the chicken in the middle. It was better to leave this dangerous thing to the Incarnation. Anyway, the strength of the Incarnation was no different from his original body. Although he could also play in his original body, and be resurrected in the Blood Incarnation after death, a gentleman would not stand on a dangerous wall. It was safer to stand behind the scenes. The Blood Avatar, who had transformed into a Blood Apostle, put on the devil-like prisoner mask again, controlled the Blood Avatar to turn around and walk out of the alley, heading towards the direction of the Lord's Cemetery. There are many professionals who have become undead in the Lord's Cemetery, and there should be high-level undead professionals. I wonder if killing these undead professionals can be considered as completing the Blood Apostle's advanced professional mission? Lear suddenly thought of a question. While he was thinking, he turned a corner, and suddenly 3 people came in front of him. Albert, Avian and Greta. Lear was stunned for a moment, and the 3 people in front of him were also startled by this sudden appearance of the demon. Blood Apostle? Avian directly said Lear's identity. Lear did not answer Avian's words. The more he spoke, the more likely he would reveal his flaws. He raised the invisible Night Rose in his hand, with a strange red light in his eyes. Are you here to help clear the corrupt believers in the noble district again? Avian did not become wary of the actions of the Blood Apostle, but asked seriously. Lear was stunned for a moment. This was a little different from what he imagined. Albert, who was standing aside, also stepped forward and looked at the devil in front of him with interest. I know you. The corrupt plague in the slums was purified by you. You said you were an apostle of blood, but you used the power of the golden law to purify the slums. It's really interesting. Heretic believers can actually get the gift of gold. You played the people of the golden church around. Lear listened to Albert's words. What he did in the slums could only deceive ordinary citizens and poor people, and could not deceive the truly powerful professionals at all. After all, it was a bit of a reversal of the heavens to say that the sacred holy light was the power of blood. Even the goddess of the golden law couldn't stand it, and directly sealed his skills, and the affinity of the golden law also dropped by 10%. Don't be too nervous. I am a believer of war, not the xenophobic guys in the golden church. Albert smiled, and suddenly thought of Lear. The heretical law that Lear had come into contact with before seemed to be blood. He tried to revive his dead sister with the power of blood, but failed in the end. Instead, he broke the seal and awakened the real Lear. Since you are different from the golden church, let's say goodbye. Lear answered in a disguised deep voice, and then jumped onto the eaves. Although Albert's attitude seemed to be not harsh on the believers of the heretic law, Lear still didn't want to expose his identity. Watching the blood apostle go away, Albert didn't stop him. Let's go, we should go to the Lord's cemetery. He waved to Avian and Greta. Lord's cemetery, underground tomb. Darich looked at Eric, who was hanging in the air. Eric was no longer human now. His whole body swelled into a huge meatball, with a large number of mosquito and fly larvae constantly wriggling on it. Only a vaguely visible human face could prove that he was once a human. From the meatball, countless spider web-like silk structures spread in the underground tomb, connecting to the ritual array nodes above the tomb that covered the entire surface cemetery. It's almost done. When all the nodes are connected, the undead in the entire cemetery, along with the nobles above, can be sacrificed, and corruption will come. He raised his head and looked at the dome that had become dirty. It seemed that his sight could see through the dome, and see the undead and nobles fighting on the surface. Rose, you are? You hold these undead. The power of the heretic law here is getting stronger and stronger. I must find the true location of the corrupt believers. Sylvia sent out a holy light to repel the undead in front of her. An uneasy mood spread in her heart, and she didn't have much time left. She was once a golden saint, and she knew better than anyone what kind of impact it would have if a true spirit of the heretic law came to the world. That was a god, even if it was weak and had no power, but a god was a god after all, and it was a creature from two different dimensions from humans. Chapter 89. Sylvia turned and ran deep into the cemetery, leaving Rosser in a state of misery. The former King Rohel was once a saint, and now he has become a resurrected undead. Although his strength has dropped a lot, the pressure of the saint on him has not disappeared. The majesty of the saint class makes Rosser feel under great pressure. You seem to need help. A hearty voice sounded, and Albert joined the war with a giant sword in hand. As soon as he entered the cemetery, he felt the pressure of the saint falling on him, but he was not afraid at all. Albert. Rosser showed a look of joy. It seems that I still have to take action, Rosser. Albert laughed loudly, and rushed to the side of the former King Rohel, slashing with a giant sword in his hand. The undead Rohel instinctively swung his sword to block, but the next second, the giant sword directly shattered the long sword in Rohel's hand. The fragments of the long sword flew out directly, and landed on the grass in the cemetery not far away. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, the undead Rohel was abnormally stunned. This sword had accompanied him for hundreds of years, but now it was completely destroyed. He seemed to have regained some willpower at this moment, but was soon eroded by the corrupt law. Rosser breathed a sigh of relief. Albert always made him feel at ease, just like when he was not yet king. No matter what kind of enemy, they could only fall under Albert's heavy sword. After destroying the undead Rohel's sword with one blow, Albert did not relax his vigilance and continued to attack Rohel. Rohel, who lost his weapon, was like a tiger without teeth and claws, and could only retreat step by step in Albert's hands. All the nobles showed excited expressions, but no one noticed that in the thick black fog, a pair of scarlet eyes were watching everything in front of him. The blood demon was hidden in the black fog, and he raised the invisible night rose in his hand. The blood vortex of the law relic seemed to have really turned into blood, entwined around the night rose in Lear's hand. Gradually, the invisible night rose revealed the sword body, and gradually changed under the interweaving of blood. The blood was entwined around the sword body like a spiral, making the whole rapier heavier. When the blood vortex was completely integrated into the night rose, the rapier in Lear's hand had changed greatly. It turned into a spiral blood-colored heavy stabbing sword. It is about 4 meters long, more like a lance than a stabbing sword. Blessed by the blood vortex, your weapon night rose has undergone a blood transformation, and the weapon effect has changed name, Blood Rose. Category: Heavy Stabbing Sword. Grade: Holy Weapon. Attributes: Attack Strength increased by 400, Attack Speed increased by 10%. Feature 1. Thorn, attack with blood erosion, can easily pierce the target's defense, and cause difficult to heal bleeding effect on the target. Feature 2. Blood-sucking Thorn. Any damage caused by the blood-colored rose will make the opponent feel pain to a great extent, and the attack will also devour the target's health to restore its own blood-sucking effect. Special 1. Dead Thorn Piercing. Consumes 5% of the health value, charges, and throws the blood-colored rose, and sends a destructive blow. No matter where the target is, as long as it is locked, it will hit. After hitting, the blood-colored rose can be recalled freely, and the cooling time is 10 minutes. Special Skill 2. Dynasty Sword Skills. Elegantly dodge the target's attack, enter an untargetable state for 1 second, and gain the effect of Burning Blood Thorn in the next attack. The attack causes the target to enter a burning blood state, and cannot actively restore health points. The duration is 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Requirements: Ward Law Affinity 30%, Blood Law Affinity 50%. Looking at the attributes of the new weapon in his hand, Lear was silent. It's not that he had never seen a holy weapon before, but this was the first time he had seen such a powerful holy weapon. It was already comparable to many epic equipment that Lear had seen in his previous life. He looked back at the former King Rohel, who was beaten back by Albert. At this time, Rohel's health bar was already very low. Without a weapon, he could only be slowly worn down by many professionals. Lear watched quietly, and slowly raised the heavy piercing sword in his hand. The dark red light flowed on his body, and his life was passing away. Then it merged into the bloody rose, wrapping the entire bloody rose, as if it had become a real spear. Raising the spear high, Lear converted all the attributes into power, and threw the bloody rose out in an instant. Buzz! A sharp buzzing sound was heard, and Albert in the center was the first to react. He felt a breath of death, and retreated instantly. Before the other professionals could react, they felt a powerful shock wave sweeping over them, and they were thrown to the ground one by one. The black fog around them was dispersed, and a spear flashing with a hideous red light pointed directly at the former King Rohel. Rohel only had time to raise his head, and then he felt a huge force coming from his chest and heart, and then the whole person was carried away. The pale body knocked down one tombstone after another, and was finally nailed to the Rohel fountain statue in the deepest part. This sudden scene made the scene fall into a dead silence. Sylvia, who was still looking for the whereabouts of the corrupt believers, was also blown away by the strong shock wave and finally stood firm. Albert looked at the former king, who was knocked away, and his eyelids twitched. Even if he wanted to hit the former King Rohel like this, he would have to use all his strength. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the spear came from. The black fog around him had been dispersed by the speed of breaking through the air, revealing a figure in the black fog. He was tall, wearing a long robe, with a ferocious face, and a strange red light flashing in his eyes. Albert opened his mouth, a little unbelievable. This attack was actually launched by the Blood Apostle. When he saw the Blood Apostle just now, he clearly felt that the other party was only a mid-level professional, and had not yet broken through to the high level, but now he actually defeated the former King Rohel, who had the pressure of a saint with one blow. Could it be that this Blood Apostle has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? After a brief silence, the others also reacted and looked in the direction of Lear. When they saw Lear's appearance, they fell silent one by one. Another Blood Apostle? The Blood Apostle had settled the matter in the slums before. Although the other party shamelessly said that the power of the Golden Law was the Blood Law, the achievements of the Blood Apostle were obvious to all. Now they come out to help them deal with the corrupted undead? Do the Blood Apostles and the corrupt believers have a grudge? Or is there some other conspiracy? Lear didn't care about the reactions of the nobles around him. Under the blood prisoner, Lear stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and the blood-colored rose nailed to the heart of the former King Rohel turned into a bloody light, and returned to his hand. You kill the undead of the former King Rohel, supernormal, you gain 200,000 experience points. Chapter 90. In front of the fountain statue of the late King Rohel, Sylvia stared at the Blood Apostle in the distance. She had heard a little about this hero, who saved the slums. He was a pagan, but he could use the power of the Golden Law. Although she had not seen the beam of light in the slums with her own eyes, she knew that it was the sacred skill of the Golden Law, the Hymn of Hope. In the entire Golden Church, only she, the Pope, and her daughter Ophanina could use it. At first, Sylvia wondered if the goddess of the Golden Law and the gods of the Blood Law had reached some kind of deal, so that her daughter Ophanina could disguise herself as an apostle of blood to spread the popularity of blood. But then she thought it was unlikely. First of all, with Ophanina's previous strength, she couldn't use the Hymn of Hope, and how could the Golden Law be related to heresy? She fell into deep thought, and after a while, she suddenly raised her head. Wait, if we look at it from another angle, it was the blood apostle who kidnapped Ophelia, and then used some kind of power to get the Hope Hymn skill from Ophelia. Isn't this more reasonable? Sylvia seemed to have seen through the truth. She looked at the blood apostle in the distance again, but the black fog had covered it again, and the blood apostle's figure disappeared. In the dark, Lier sighed. He killed the former King Rohel, but did not get the prompt that the high-level professional trial was completed. Sure enough, the resurrected undead was not considered a mission target. But he was not particularly disappointed. After all, he tried out the new power, the power that could compete with the extraordinary professional. Looking at the blood apostle, who had disappeared in the black fog, Sylvia was very angry. Ophanina had been missing for a long time, although the oracle of the Golden Law goddess told her that Ophanina was still alive and well, and was not in danger of life. But as a mother, although there was no change on the surface, she was still very worried in her heart. She gritted her teeth and felt the increasingly strong atmosphere of heretical laws around her. In the end, Sylvia chose to solve the current troubles first. She looked at the former King Rohel, who was nailed to her statue. Under Rohel's body, the secret passage of the tomb had been opened. At this time, the other noble undead around were also wiped out. King Rosser looked at the entrance of the underground tomb with an ugly expression. The entrance of the tomb continued to emit dark fog, and even the dark mesh structure could be seen spreading toward the outside. Obviously, the corrupt believers were among them. Rosser remembered what his father had told him, that something extremely terrible was sealed in the underground cemetery of the royal city, and that thing must not be allowed to come out no matter what. He didn't know what that thing was, but he just hoped that the corrupt believers would not release it. Rosser, although I don't want to disturb the mausoleum of the royal family of Briefil, the corrupt believers must be eliminated. Sylvia looked at Rosser and said seriously, the royal mausoleum is generally prohibited for non-royal members to enter, and other people entering will be regarded as blasphemy against the royal family. But now I can't care so much. Rosser was silent for a long time, and could only smile and nodded. It doesn't matter, as long as we can eliminate the corrupt believers, I believe the ancestors will forgive us. Excuse me. Sylvia nodded. You go in first. I can't watch the remains of the former king hanging outside like this. Rose glanced at the remains of the former King Rohel, still hanging on the sculpture. It was a bit ironic to be hung on his own sculpture. Sylvia understood Rose's feelings and didn't say much. The nobles around him also expressed their willingness to sort out the remains of their ancestors. They were not fools. There were extraordinary-level former kings' undead spirits blocking the way outside. There might be something terrible inside. They didn't want to work for the Golden Church. If the Golden Church couldn't solve the things below, it would be useless for them to follow. In the end, only Albert and the believers of the Golden Church chose to follow Sylvia. Avi and Greta, you stay up there too, Albert said to the two girls on the side. Why? I can help my father too, Avian immediately retorted. No. Albert didn't waste time talking to Avian, and his attitude was very tough. The blood apostle just now made him feel threatened. Even the rotten giant in the slums before didn't give Albert such a feeling. The blood apostle killed the undead of the previous king. I'm afraid he has some grudges with the corrupt believers. If the blood apostle also intends to enter the underground tomb, Albert has no absolute confidence that he can protect Avian and Greta. After getting ready, Sylvia walked down the stairs of the tomb with Albert and others. Avian and Greta watched, and could only helplessly help other nobles pick up the bodies. After waiting for Sylvia and the others to go down for a few minutes, a figure slowly emerged from the black fog. The blood apostle appeared at the entrance of the tomb, and the nobles who saw the blood apostle screamed. This scream attracted the attention of many people. King Rosser also looked over, and his expression became a little solemn after seeing the blood apostle. The royal mausoleum is in front, you can't go in. Rosser blocked the blood apostle. You want to stop me? The blood apostle stared at Rosser quietly, and said in a flat tone. Rosser was silent. He was a little entangled. The scene of the blood apostle piercing the former king with a spear, just now, was still lingering in his mind. If the blood apostle did the same to him, Rosser felt that he might end up like the former king. You should know that it was me who saved the slums. You should thank me, not stop me. The blood apostle said lightly, I entered the royal mausoleum only to kill corrupt believers. You can trust me. Rosser took a deep breath, irritable. Having been a king for so long, He felt more and more that the king was just a little better than an ordinary noble in recent days. Neither the blood apostle in front of him nor the two high priests of the Golden Church took his identity as a king seriously. Even Albert did not respect him too much. Although they used to be brothers, Albert is now his subject, but he still calls him by his name. After all, this world still depends on strength. Rosser sighed, "You can go in, but I hope you can do what you say. Only to kill corrupt believers." "Of course, I always keep my promises." The blood apostle chuckled, then walked past Rosser and walked into the tomb. Chapter 91. Sylvia and the others walked towards the depths of the underground tomb. They were shocked by the magnificence of the underground tomb. How could someone build an underground tomb like a palace? However, the underground tomb, which looked like a palace, was surrounded by a disgusting black mesh structure. These black threads like spider webs were moving like they were alive, and more like blood vessels, densely packed. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts, but they could only move forward. When they came to the downward stairs, the black mesh structure not only did not decrease, but became more and more dense. The ground was also covered with these black substances. They could only move forward by picking up the gaps between the threads. They kept going down, and finally, they came to the palace at the bottom. The strong stench was unbearable. The palace was in a mess, and the black mesh threads were denser. Above the palace, a huge meat ball was hanging high. Dense threads were wrapped around the meat ball, and continued to extend to the outside world. Sylvia's eyes were stern. She could feel that the strong heretic law power around her was gathered by the meat ball in the sky. "You are here." A low voice suddenly sounded. At the back of the palace, Delaki, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked out and stared at the people in front of him. "Former saint of the Golden Church, do you still remember me?" Delaki took off his hood and revealed his hideous face. A large area of the cheek was burned, and there was almost no intact skin. Sylvia was stunned for a moment, looking at the pagan in front of her, and a figure flashed in her mind. She had seen Delic in the Rhodes Empire. Before that, Delic was a subordinate of the corrupt law god chosen, and was just a high-level professional. Unexpectedly, he has now been promoted to the extraordinary level. "My perfect face was destroyed by the dirty golden law." Delic gritted his teeth and said. Sylvia's eyes twitched slightly when she heard it. She remembered that Delic's appearance was extremely ugly, and it was not much better than the burned appearance now. How can he have the nerve to say such a thing? Oh, by the way, Delic has no face now, so it doesn't matter if he says this. Sylvia curled her lips. "Stop talking nonsense, you escaped before, now you have no chance." She raised the scepter in her hand, and the battle was about to start. Looking at the Golden Church believers and Albert rushing towards her, Delici smiled grimly. "Don't you want to know where your daughter is? It must not be in your hands." Sylvia didn't want to talk to the pagan in front of her at all. If Offelina was here, Delici would have taken her out to anger her. But Delici didn't, and if she was caught by Delici, she didn't think Offelina could still be alive. But the oracle said that Offelina was not in danger of life. So Sylvia now feels more and more that it was the blood apostle who kidnapped Offelina before. Delici was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Sylvia was so sure that Offelina was not in his hands. His expression was a little unhappy, but it didn't matter. He could personally turn the woman in front of him into a sacrifice for the coming of corruption. Delic waved his hand, and the meatball in the air emitted black mist, and countless black threads wrapped around Sylvia like tentacles. "Purification fire!" Sylvia shouted, and golden flames rose up around her. The black threads were burned to ashes as soon as they touched the flames. Albert also rushed up at this time, and slashed at Delic with a giant sword like a door panel. Delic quickly dodged, and the giant sword fell to the ground, hitting a terrifying crack, and even the whole palace trembled. He swallowed his saliva. The extraordinary war knight in front of him was really a monster. Such power was much stronger than the berserker, who was known for his strength. No wonder he could split the rotten meat giant in the slums with one sword. Delic quickly controlled the black threads in the air to wrap around Albert. At the same time, the meatball in the air also fell down and slowly merged with Delic. The dark threads kept intertwining and entwining. Under the blessing of the corrupt law, Darich gradually turned into a hideous monster. Not a corrupt giant, but more like a maggot, with dark threads all over its body. It also had slender limbs and a bloody mouth, like a snake. This twisted creature made the Golden Church scalp numb when looking at it. Albert had no reaction. He had seen a lot. A truly powerful war knight must have a steely will no matter what he faced. He raised the giant's sword, and the shadow of a mad lion appeared on his body, and the whole person jumped high again. Lion hard slash. Thunder struck the monster, splitting it into two. The golden cultists around were relieved when they saw this scene, and even Sylvia was delighted. Albert's strength was beyond their imagination, but soon, the smiles on their faces froze. The monster that was cut into two pieces did not die, but quickly gathered under the black silk thread and turned back to its original appearance. "Haha, I admit that you are strong, but under the true power of the corrupt law, any brute force is useless." A crazy laugh came from the monster's body, and countless silk threads attacked everyone. The monster also twisted its body and rushed over. Albert raised the giant sword and barely blocked the monster's impact. The monster after fusion was not much worse than him in terms of strength. Sylvia released the sacred fire of the golden law and struggled to resist the monster's attack. Everyone fell into a bitter battle. Not far away, Lear, who had entered the tomb long ago and was hiding on the side, saw the scene. Looking at the twisted and hideous corrupt monster, he frowned. This kind of fused monster can usually be defeated by killing the controller. Just now, Albert split the monster, and then the monster was resurrected. He did not see the body of Darich in the split monster's body. Albert obviously thought that as long as he killed Darich, he could defeat the monster in front of him. He waved the heavy sword and began to split the monster's body continuously, but no matter how he searched, he did not see any trace of the fused Darich. Lear watched silently. It seems that Darich has learned his lesson this time. The rotten meat giant in the slums was split open before, resulting in the killing of the rotten meat puppet inside. He learned his lesson. The long stalemate allowed Darich to gain the upper hand, and everyone retreated step by step. At this time, in the shadow, Lear took out the Starlight Seal stone he had obtained before. At the critical moment, he had to take action himself. He raised the Starlight Sealing stone, activated it directly, and threw it towards the monster in front. The gem-emitting blue starlight instantly sealed all the power of the law. Everyone also found that their power disappeared in an instant. Delic, who had transformed into a corrupt monster, also showed his original form in shock. But this is not over yet. Lear, who was standing outside the range of the Starlight Sealing stone, raised the bloody rose, and the bright red light gathered. The rapier turned into a spear and shot at Delic without hesitation. The undead Rohel was not considered an advanced target for high-level professions, and Lear did not believe that Delic, a corrupt believer of the extraordinary class, was not considered one either. The spear pierced into Delic's head with a sound of breaking through the air, piercing Delic and sending him flying backwards and piercing the wall. Although the power of the blood law on the spear was sealed when it passed through the Starlight Sealing stone, Lear's real throwing power was not sealed. Chapter 92. Delic, who was pierced directly by the bloody rose, received a fatal blow, and only a little blood was left on his health bar. If he had not been knocked out by the bloody rose and left the range of the Starlight Sealing stone, and recovered some power of the corrupt law, he would have been killed directly. At this time, Lear moved. He quickly bypassed the restricted range of the Starlight Sealing stone and rushed towards Darich. The bloody rose turned into a stream of light and returned to his hand. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him. Before Darich could react, he stabbed the remaining half of his head with a sword, then pulled out the rapier and added a sword to Darich's heart. Darich, who had just recovered, was stabbed beyond recognition. His protruding eyeballs trembled, and he looked at Lear before he died. "No one can stop the coming of corruption," he said his last words. "You killed Plague Warlock Delic, superb. You gained 300,000 experience points. You completed the high-level Blood Apostle professional advancement task. Your level cap has been lifted, and you have obtained high-level Blood Apostle skills." 2 system prompts appeared in front of Lear, and the corrupt believers, who had been stirring up trouble in the royal city, were killed so easily. Albert and Sylvia looked at the fallen corrupt believers. Both of them felt a little unreal. "Blood Apostle." Sylvia shouted out Lear's identity in a deep voice. Lear turned around, glanced at Sylvia, and walked over in front of everyone and picked up the Starlight Seal stone on the ground. The brilliance of the forbidden law power slowly dimmed, and everyone's law power returned to normal. "You don't have to thank me," the bloody demon said lightly, and he glanced at the surrounding environment, "and now is not the time to be happy." The surrounding corrupt law aura did not disappear, and there were signs of continuous improvement. The power of corruption has not disappeared. I am afraid that the corrupt true spirit is about to descend. Lear took the Starlight Seal stone back into the storage ring. "If you have a way to destroy the descending ceremony, do it as soon as possible. If not, then leave here as soon as possible." He shook his head. The black silk threads in the palace were agitated, and the green light on the dome flickered, gradually outlining a huge ritual array. The meatball on the ground that had originally merged with Delic also emitted a dark mist at this moment, slowly rising and then sinking into the dome. This series of scenes all indicate that a disaster is about to come. I go first, Lier said softly, and then the incarnation of blood turned directly into a blood mist and disappeared. Albert and Sylvia were silent for a few seconds, looking at the increasingly bright ritual array above their heads, and finally had no choice but to evacuate. Everyone, evacuate the crypt immediately. Above the Lord's tomb, King Rosser, who had already arranged the remains of the former king, was about to enter the crypt to check the situation, but before he walked to the entrance of the tomb, he felt the entire ground trembling. Dense green light flashed on the ground, accompanied by mysterious array patterns, covering the entire surface of the Lord's tomb. What happened? What's going on with this array? The nobles around felt the breath of danger. At this moment, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the tomb. Everyone, leave the Lord's cemetery immediately, Albert shouted. Rosser was stunned for a moment, and then saw the people of the Golden Church rushing out. What happened? Haven't the corrupt believers been eliminated? The corrupt believers were killed by the blood apostles, but the magic circle of corruption has been set up long ago, and it can't be stopped now, Sylvia hurriedly explained. Leave here immediately. If the corrupt true spirit descends, all the people in the magic circle will be used as sacrifices, she added, and everyone finally understood the seriousness of the matter. Is it impossible to destroy the magic circle of corruption? Ross stared at Sylvia and said unwillingly. There is no time. Sylvia shook her head. In an alley somewhere in the noble district, Lear and his blood incarnation stood together, looking up to see the rolling black fog in the direction of the Lord's cemetery, like the end of the world. It seems that Delici was well prepared. Even if he died, the true spirit of the corrupt law would still descend. Originally, Lier thought that he had destroyed the other party's plan by killing Delici, and the true spirit of corruption could not descend. Then his fourth ring of blood revival mission could not be completed. He had already accepted the failure of the mission and regarded it as saving the people of the royal city. Anyway, there was no mission punishment. But now it seems that the mission is not over yet. In other parts of the royal city, working citizens also felt the vibration from the noble district. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and the black fog reminded them of the miserable situation in the slums before. What is that? Another pagan? Some people even knelt down in panic, praying for the blessing of the gods. Some people were reciting the golden law, and some were chanting the blood apostle. In the crowd, Li Huan and the other two also saw the image of the noble district. Instead of panicking, they showed an excited expression. Is something big going to happen again? Li Huan's eyes were full of light. Let's go and see. Dahe made a decision immediately. Wait, aren't you afraid of being arrested again? Yao was a little timid. Since she was caught by the corrupt believers last time, she even had a psychological shadow. What are you afraid of? Our internal test time is only a few days away. If there is a situation, we can just die in time. Yao, buy a dagger and take it with you. Don't always hold your staff. Dahe waved his hand nonchalantly. In the Lord's cemetery, the black fog in the sky became thicker and thicker, submerging the corpses that the nobles had arranged on the ground, and swallowed them up without a trace in the green ritual light. King Rosser and the nobles had not yet reacted. They were furious, but also very horrified. Led by Sylvia, they quickly left the cemetery. In the eyes of everyone, the ritual array that swallowed all the corpses of the Lord and the former king stimulated a dark green light column that shot up into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky rolled, and the sky seemed to be torn open. A slender and strange hand grabbed out of the crack and tore the crack in the air wider. The next moment, the owner of the hand climbed out of the crack and then fell to the ground in the Lord's cemetery. This is a slender humanoid monster with a pair of hands that are also slender and unusual, and can directly touch the ground. The body was naked, the skin was gray-green, covered with cracks and sores, and black mist and pus were constantly oozing out of it. His face was twisted and had no fixed shape. Like a piece of sewn meat, his eyes were dark green, and his cheeks were covered with tentacles, each covered with rotten meat and pus. When he stood up from the ground, an invisible spiritual pollution instantly swept across the entire royal city. Chapter 93. You have been mentally polluted by the corrupt law spirit. You are forced to make a will judgment. The judgment is successful. You are exempt from this mental pollution. Looking at the tall corrupt spirit, the system prompt appeared in front of Lear. He only felt a sharp pain in his head, but soon the pain disappeared. The mental pollution of mythical creatures, every law spirit that descends to the world will carry such pollution. Those who look directly at the true body of the spirit will be affected by the pollution. Only those with strong will and good luck can resist the erosion of pollution. Don't look directly at God, that's what it means. The body of the corrupt spirit is extremely tall, even more than the rotten giant in the slums before. All the people who witnessed the true body of the corrupt spirit had distorted expressions, and then their minds became confused, twisting and dancing. This kind of mental pollution will not be eliminated until the corrupt spirit disappears completely. Lear saw some people crawling on the ground like worms, and some people hugging street lamps and kissing them madly. The nobles in the noble area, who had not had time to remove them, were now exposed. In the Lord's cemetery, the tentacles of the corrupted spirit danced wantonly after it descended, and it seemed particularly excited. Is this the new world? I finally escaped from that damn old dream. An illusory voice passed through everyone's heart like a tide. Albert and Sylvia were the first to wake up from the mental pollution, but others were not so lucky. Greta also woke up, and as soon as she woke up, she saw Avian rushing towards her with red eyes. Brother, can't you care more about your sister? Do you know how worried I have been about you these years? Avian hugged Greta, as if she was someone else. Greta was very upset and pushed Avian, but couldn't get away. Many nobles around her also became crazy and confused, twisting their bodies and intertwining with each other. Greta, take Avian away immediately. Albert's face was extremely solemn, and he directly ordered Greta, who was awake beside him. The corrupt true spirit in front of him had incredible power. Although from the perspective of power class, it was only the peak of the extraordinary, and had not broken through the Saint class, the momentum it exuded was the most powerful Albert had ever seen in his life. Greta looked at Albert's serious expression and felt a chill in her heart. It was the first time she saw her Uncle Albert so serious. Without hesitation, she couldn't care too much at the moment. Greta let Avian rub against her body, hugging her and kissing her from time to time, and then she picked up Avian by the waist and ran directly outside. Stinky brother, how can you hug your sister like this? Avian was still talking nonsense, and Greta could only run wildly with her head down and her face red. You are the ones who want to stop me from coming? In the sky, the corruption true spirit also lowered his head and looked at the few professionals who remained rational below. When he saw the professionals of the Golden Church, he showed a disgusted expression on his face. You are the believers of the bitch of the Golden Law. The Golden Law again. The corruption true spirit was angry. The tentacles on his body directly wrapped around Sylvia below. I can feel the strongest breath of the Golden Law on you. You must be someone favored by the Golden Law. I will let you fall into corruption. Sylvia's heart tightened when he saw this, and he quickly dodged the attack of the corruption spirit. Albert rushed forward, and the giant sword slashed on the tentacles of the corruption spirit, and the powerful force directly cut off the tentacles. But soon, under the power of the corruption law, the tentacles grew again. Purification fire. Sylvia also waved the scepter, and the sacred light of the Golden Law burned into flames, burning the tentacles around to ashes. Damn Golden Law. The corruption spirit roared, and more tentacles swept over. Everyone struggled to resist the attack of the corruption spirit. Albert took a deep breath. The opponent's strength was not worse than his, and even stronger. There is no doubt that this is the most powerful creature he has ever encountered, but he is not afraid. Instead, he starts to get excited. How long has it been since he really fought with all his strength? His expression became excited, and the shadow of the mad lion appeared behind Albert. Roar! A deafening roar of a lion. Albert's golden hair spread out, and the shadow of the mad lion merged into his body, as if he had turned into a lion man, and the giant sword in his hand also took on a deep red halo. He exerted force on his feet, and cracks appeared on the ground instantly. Then he jumped high, and the giant sword with a deep red light slashed at the corrupt true spirit in the sky. A trace of caution appeared in the eyes of the corrupt true spirit. He raised his hand, and the tentacles formed a rotten meat shield in his hand, blocking Albert. Albert didn't care, and smashed the giant sword directly. Boom! With a roar, the whole corruption spirit was knocked back a distance, and the rotten shield in his hand was split in half. The giant sword slashed on the slender arm of the corruption spirit, cutting the arm in two. The severed arm fell to the ground, and black mist and liquid continued to scatter from the broken part of the arm. The scene fell into silence, and many professionals smiled. Albert's strength gave them hope of defeating the corruption spirit. But such hope was soon broken by a cold voice. Human, I admit that you are very powerful, but mortals are mortals after all, and I am a god. The broken arm on the ground trembled, and then exploded, and countless black pus splashed out, falling on the professionals who were obviously crazy and confused around, and also on some professionals who didn't have time to dodge. The bodies of the professionals stained by the dark pus quickly decayed, and their eyes were gradually eroded by the dark green power of the law of corruption. They no longer twisted their bodies frantically, but slowly stood up, staring at Albert and others in the center with gloomy eyes. That should be your strongest power. You cut off my arm, but it doesn't matter at all, just like your human hair. The corruption spirit said contemptuously, I am the corruption spirit, the incarnation of the law of corruption. As long as there is the power of corruption, I am invincible. As he said, thick black mist rolled, and in the desperate eyes of everyone, the mist gathered at the broken arm of the corruption spirit, and soon, a new arm grew out again. In the distance, Lear watched all this. The power of the corruption spirit was beyond his expectations. The players had also experienced several crusades against the lost spirits, but they had never been as weird as the corruption spirit. In Lear's sight, the health bar of the corrupted spirit that was originally cut down by Albert was restored to full in an instant. It was totally unreasonable. Chapter 94. Albert silently watched the restored corruption spirit. The damage caused by his full-strength attack was restored so easily. Sylvia was also silent, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in her heart. The advent of the corruption spirit was beyond her ability to deal with. Such an existence might have to be surrounded and suppressed by the Golden Pope and the Golden Church's army to have a chance of defeating it. Should we just give up? Escape like a stray dog, Sylvia was confident that she could escape from the hands of the corruption spirit, but after escaping, this city would definitely become hell. The depressed mood spread in everyone's hearts, and Lear, who was not far away, also frowned. He had just been promoted to a high level, and the two skills he obtained were very powerful, but they didn't have much effect on the corruption spirit. Is he going to lose? This is different from the internal test plot in the previous life. Lear thought that he had not changed the plot too much. At most, he just imprisoned Ophelia. Could it be that the last corrupt spirit was solved by Ophelia, but Ophelia is only at a high level now? How can she defeat the corrupt spirit? Lear was puzzled. Just when Lear was confused, a dazzling light shone between the eyebrows of Sylvia in the center. A sacred emblem appeared on Sylvia's forehead. It was a symbol of her being a saint and a proof that she was blessed by the golden law. The believers of gold will not succumb to heresy. A sacred voice sounded from the air. In the light, a shadow slowly emerged. With dazzling golden hair, golden eyes, and a white gauze dress, the whole person exuded a noble and holy aura. Everyone was attracted by the sudden appearance of the phantom. Lear also widened his eyes. The phantom in front of him was the goddess of the golden law, exactly the same as the statue of the golden church. He seemed to understand how Ophanina defeated the corrupt spirit in the previous life's internal test. It was a god descending after all this time. Lear was a little amused, but his heart was also settled. Since the goddess of the golden law descended to take action, it was time for him to prepare to steal the chicken. He controlled the incarnation of blood to approach quietly, and came to the vicinity of the Lord's tomb. Everyone was attracted by the goddess of the golden law, and no one noticed him. Except for one person, or a god. The goddess of the golden law glanced at the place where Lear was hiding without a trace. When she saw Lear, who looked like a blood apostle, her pair of golden beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely. Feeling the gaze of the goddess of the golden law, Lear's body stiffened in place, and he was a little sweaty. What's going on? Didn't you goddess come here to deal with the corruption spirit? What do you mean by looking at him? Fortunately, the golden law goddess's gaze only stayed for a short while before shifting to the corruption spirit. Lil breathed a sigh of relief. Golden law. The corruption spirit made an extremely resentful sound. Like a dog who is deceived by a scumbag. You shouldn't leave the old dreamland without permission. The golden law goddess looked at the corruption spirit and said lightly, If I don't leave, will I be kept there forever by you? The corruption spirit said angrily. This is the rule, and the gods should not end. The golden law goddess said seriously. If your believers can survive to the end, you can naturally spread your faith, but before the blockade is lifted, you can only stay in the old dreamland obediently. She continued. The voices of the two talking did not escape the professionals present. The professionals seemed to have heard some secrets, and were a little confused. Only Lear showed a thoughtful expression. Old dream, this is another setting in the game. To put it simply, it is a game copy. That was something that appeared a long time after the game was publicly tested. It is very difficult for players to upgrade in the game. There is almost no other way to gain experience points except to do tasks. You can kill monsters to upgrade, but there are not many monsters to spawn, and monsters will not refresh. So there is a thing called Old Dream, which is full of twisted and strange monsters, and can be infinitely refreshed after death. As soon as the old dream appeared, it became a fixed place for players to upgrade. After hearing the conversation between the goddess of the golden law and the corrupted true spirit, Lier had an idea. Could it be that there is actually a god in those old dreams? I'm tired of the rules you set. The corrupted true spirit didn't want to talk nonsense with the goddess of the golden law at all, and the thick black fog also churned because of anger. Those who don't follow the rules will be purified. The golden goddess of law did not indulge the corrupted true spirit at all. She pointed to Sylvia behind her. My believers, eliminate the heretical gods. The sacred golden light enveloped Sylvia, and the magic energy in Sylvia's body rose rapidly, and soon reached a terrifying level. Haha, you expect your believers to kill me? The corrupted true spirit laughed. You made the rules and restricted yourselves. You can't kill me directly, and it's impossible to kill me with your believers. The goddess of the golden law did not respond to the words of the corrupted true spirit. She just glanced at the place where Lier was hiding, and then her figure slowly disappeared. Sylvia came back to her senses, and felt that her body was full of power, just like the blessing that the goddess of the golden law had given her before, but now the power was even stronger. Holy sword judgment! Sylvia shouted, and the scepter in her hand emitted a dazzling light. In the sky, holy swords burning with purifying flames fell from the clouds, and continuously pierced into the body of the corrupted true spirit. The surrounding black fog was also purified a lot, and the body of the corrupted true spirit was obviously shrunk a little, but it did not fall down. I said, you can't kill me. The corrupted true spirit roared, and the tentacles rolled towards the professionals who had been corroded on the ground. The tentacles wrapped around these professionals, and pulled them in front of the corrupted true spirit little by little. The dark green energy was transferred from these professionals to the corrupted true spirit through the tentacles. Gradually, the damage caused by the holy sword judgment was smoothed out, and the blood bar above the head of the corrupted true spirit was slowly recovering. How long can the power given to you by the golden law last? There are countless humans in this city, and I can squander the lives of these humans at will. When the power in you disappears, this city will still be shrouded in the power of corruption. The corrupted true spirit laughed. The hidden Lier watched this scene quietly. Sylvia now has the power to kill the corrupted true spirit, but the corrupted true spirit's recovery ability is too strong. And he just has the ability to stop the blood from returning. In this case, it's time for him to perform. He took out the blood rose, and at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged into his body. You have received the attention of the Lord of Blood Source, and gained the power of the Lord of Blood Source. Your class is temporarily upgraded to extraordinary, your attributes have undergone extraordinary transformation, and the attribute point effect has been greatly improved. The fourth ring task of the revival of blood has been changed. Completely kill the corrupted true spirit, and sacrifice it to the Lord of Blood Source. Chapter 95. You have acquired the Blood Apostle skill, Blood Source liberated. A series of system prompts popped up in front of Lier, and a thick blood mist enveloped Lier's whole body. He ushered in an extraordinary transformation. Lier only felt an extremely violent force eroding his body, his flesh and his blood. After experiencing extraordinary transformation, different law professionals will undergo a certain degree of physical changes that conform to the law. Under the blood prisoner, his hair gradually turned pale, and his pupils turned scarlet. The violent power directly dispelled the black mist around him. The power of the heretical law attracted everyone's attention. Sylvia, the corrupted true spirit, and Albert all looked at the blood apostle shrouded in blood mist. Only a pair of bright red eyes rose in the blood mist. Who are you? The corrupted true spirit asked in surprise. Sylvia looked at the suddenly appeared blood apostle nervously. She didn't know what this apostle of the blood law wanted to do. The previous delegate was killed by the blood apostle, so he shouldn't be an enemy, right? Lier ignored everyone's reaction. He twisted his neck. The power he gained after the extraordinary transformation made him feel extremely satisfied. There is also a new skill. Skill name, Blood Source Liberation. Introduction. This ability can only be used by the apostles chosen by the Lord of Blood Source. You can pursue the true meaning of power from blood. Effect. Fusion of the blood and blood of any creature above the extraordinary level, you can release the original power of blood from it. Different blood and blood will obtain different skill effects. Using this skill will continue to consume magic points. Current blood quality, none. Learning requirements, blood law affinity 80%, mysterious attribute 50. The extraordinary class has only one blood apostle skill, and the effect description is also vague. Lier stared at the skill information on the panel, and raised his head after a moment of silence. Since I don't understand the effect of the skill, let's try it out. I am the apostle of blood, the oracle of invisible blood, and I kill the alien god who blasphemed blood." Lyre stepped forward, and the blood turned into a vortex entwined on the invisible night rose, turning into a hideous blood rose. The bright red blood law rippled around his body, completely wrapping his body up. You activated the skill blood source release. Since you failed to fuse other blood qualities and stimulate your own blood power, your full attributes have been greatly improved. The magic of blood wrapped the air up, and his body slowly expanded. Under the transformation of the blood magic, he became taller and gradually grew to a height of about 3 meters. The blood magic became a physical entity, and Lear's body became hideous. The hand holding the blood rose turned into a real claw arm like a demon. Lear can no longer be called a human in appearance, and has become a complete demon, but even so, he still gives people a sense of nobility and elegance. The Blood King's long robe expanded adaptively, still wrapping Lear's body inside, like a noble among demons. Feeling the changes in his body, Lear took a deep breath. With the blessing of blood source liberation, he could feel the power in his body being raised again. He also understood the effect of this skill, a transformation skill. According to the skill description of blood source liberation, it should be possible to obtain different transformation effects by fusing different extraordinary blood. Now that there is no extraordinary blood fused, the effect of blood source liberation is simply to enhance all attributes of oneself. But this is also powerful enough. Lear can feel that his body, after extraordinary transformation, has improved by 50% on this basis. He glanced at his character name. Blood Source Liberation Blood King. It has changed. After the transformation, the momentum exuded by Lear made Sylvia and Albert change their faces, and even the corrupt true spirit showed a fearful look. You should be a law god who survived from an earlier era, right? There is no hatred between us. Why do you want to help that bitch of the Golden Law? The corrupted true spirit was a little indignant. All the gods of the old era were trapped in the old dream. Why would there be a god standing on the side of the Golden Law? Faced with the questioning of the corrupted true spirit, Lear did not respond. The Lord of Blood Source did not want to help the Golden Law, but to turn the corrupted true spirit into a sacrifice. He raised the blood rose, and appeared in front of the corrupted true spirit the next second. The heavy piercing sword with the power of the blood law stabbed the corrupted true spirit unceremoniously. Seeing that the blood apostle was unmoved, the corrupted true spirit became even more angry. Do you think I am afraid of you? The pitch-black tentacles wrapped around the corrupted true spirit with the roar of the corrupted true spirit, covering the sky with pitch-black mist. The tentacles blocked all of Lear's escape routes. After the tentacles touched the objects around him, they quickly turned them into decay and ruin. It was obvious that the corruption spirit was really angry. The power of the corrupt law carried by the tentacles could quickly turn everything into decay, but Lear remained calm. Holding the blood-colored rose, he turned his body in an elegant arc, and under the incredulous gaze of the corruption true spirit, he directly passed through the blockade of the tentacles. It was like a phantom. The Dynasty Sword skill attached to the blood-colored rose. This is an absolutely powerful skill. Untargetable for 1 second. This is a different concept from being invincible for 1 second. Compared with being invincible, it is stronger. After Lear escaped the fatal encirclement of the corruption true spirit, the night rose in his hand ignited a bright red flame, like blood burning. The next moment, Aslan's royal sword skill was activated, and Lear's body appeared above the head of the corruption true spirit, and a sword fiercely pierced into the eyeball of the corruption true spirit. The dirty black liquid burst out from the eyeball of the corruption true spirit, and Lear quickly dodged. He saw a negative state appearing on the head of the corruption true spirit. Burning blood thorn. The corrupt true spirit that was constantly devouring the surrounding humans has stopped recovering its health. How long do you plan to see? Lear, who was hit by a blow, dodged and retreated to the side, shouting to the shocked Sylvia and Albert. The two of them reacted at this moment. As a believer of gold and war, you want me, a believer of heretical laws, to be the savior? Lear did not hesitate to ridicule him. He is now the Blood King, so he must clarify the character of the Blood King. Powerful, noble, elegant, with the pride of the nobility, be an elegant demon. When the game is truly open to the public, such a demon will definitely attract the attention of players. What is a player? Pursuing power, mystery, and status. His current appearance is indeed very hideous, and he may not attract the favor of female players, but he wants the kind of players who truly pursue power and enjoy fighting. Only such a powerful player can help the Golden Church in its suppression of the heretic law. As for those players who like beautiful figures, just let his original body seduce them. He is very confident in the appearance of his original body. Sylvia reacted and looked a little ugly, but she did not refute anything. She was already very lucky that such a powerful heretic did not oppose the Golden Church. Thinking this way, Sylvia still felt unreal. Golden heresy. Fighting side by side, she raised the scepter in her hand and joined the battlefield. Albert also took a deep look at the blood apostle, raised the giant sword and rushed up. The holy light and the mad lion danced wildly in the black fog, and soon Sylvia and Albert found that the devouring recovery ability of the corrupt true spirit had disappeared. Is this also the ability of the blood apostle? The two glanced at the demon standing not far away and were shocked again. Under the bloody face, Lier watched quietly, not in a hurry to continue to attack. When no one noticed, a faint blood mist mixed with the black mist, spreading from around him to the surroundings. There seemed to be something in the faint blood mist, floating with the wind. The ground was also stained with a trace of blood. Neither Sylvia nor Albert noticed Lier's small movements. Somewhere in the royal city, Li Huanhuan and the other two were lying on the ground, their bodies crawling like maggots. You are mentally polluted by the corrupt true spirit, your will judgment failed, and you fell into a state of madness. You lost control of the character again. Fortunately, perhaps because they were far away from the black fog, the three of them just went crazy, and did not turn into undead like last time. Li Huanhuan was speechless. After such a long internal test, she lost control of the character every time she reached a big scene. Is this how to play this game? Even if the things that happen are beyond the player's current ability, you can show me a CG, right? But there was no CG. She just took a glimpse of the towering monster and went crazy. Is this reasonable? The key is that she can't commit suicide yet. The game experience is extremely poor. Li Huanhuan was indignant. Just as she was complaining about the game's mechanism, a twisted person walked out of the alley not far away. The person walked crookedly, and when he saw Li Huanhuan and the other two lying on the ground, he let out a terrifying roar. Li Huanhuan looked at the person walking towards her in horror. There was no good skin on the person's face, and it became rotten. This was a female noble who had turned into an undead. Li Huanhuan could only watch the undead wandering in front of her, then pounce directly on her, and then bit her. The rotten smell and the biting feeling made Li Huanhuan feel creepy. Am I playing a horror game? Sometimes the game is too real, which is also annoying. Li Huanhuan suppressed the nausea in her heart, and could only watch herself being bitten, but was powerless. The blood bar above her head was declining little by little. Finally, after dozens of seconds, the blood bar was emptied, her consciousness disappeared instantly, and the whole person returned to the resurrection point. Li Huanhuan, who had resurrected, took a deep breath and became a little gloomy. After a while, Yao Yao and Dahe also resurrected, and they also looked frightened. Sister Huanhuan. Yao Yao threw herself into Li Huanhuan's arms. Being eaten to death by the undead, but unable to resist, such a situation was indeed very terrifying for a girl. It's okay, it's just a game. Li Huanhuan comforted her. As she said that, she looked at the sky not far away. The indescribable figure could still be seen in the black fog. Li Huanhuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. She couldn't see the whole appearance of the creature in the first glimpse, but there was no doubt that it was the kind of alien monster she liked. Sister Huanhuan, let's find a place to hide. Yao Yao grabbed Li Huanhuan's hand in panic. Li Huanhuan said reflexively, no. Well, I mean, the monster over there is obviously an important boss in the game. Shouldn't we go and take a look? The time for the internal test is running out, and we haven't seen the truly powerful boss in its entirety yet. Don't you feel sorry? She said righteously. So we must go and take a look. Lord Cemetery. At this time, the corrupted true spirit had been beaten extremely miserably, with both hands and legs cut off by Albert, and could only crawl on the ground like a bug. The holy sword in the sky was still falling, carrying the deadly purifying fire. What on earth did you do to me? The corrupted true spirit roared. Since every attack of the blood apostle hit him, he found that he could no longer devour the eroded humans to restore his life. The power of the corrupt law was restricted. As a heretic law, the apostle of blood could actually seal his power. He was one of the most powerful gods in the last era. When destruction came, he was also one of the few law gods who survived. He had never heard of the blood law, but they were all poor people living in the old dream. Why could the power of blood suppress him? Only 1/10 of the blood bar on the head of the corrupt true spirit was left. Sylvia and Albert did not relax at all, and Lear was constantly walking in the black fog. Compared to the fighting posture of Sylvia and Albert, Lear was much more elegant. This second, he was still on the head of the corrupt true spirit, and the next second, he appeared on the back of the corrupt true spirit. Every blow could reduce the blood bar of the corrupt true spirit by a small amount, and the pain it brought was also more intense than that of Sylvia and Albert. Every time the sword fell, the body of the corrupt true spirit would tremble. The Blood Rose's inherent characteristics can amplify the target's pain to the extreme. Another attack hit, and Lear fell to the ground. The corrupted true spirit only had a little blood left, but he stopped. The Lord of Blood source required the complete killing of the corrupted true spirit and its sacrifice, and that was enough. He moved again, this time no longer attacking the corrupted true spirit, but the target was Sylvia. Sylvia was attacking seriously, and before she could react, she saw the blood demon coming in front of her and punching her in the face. Sylvia flew out immediately, and the scepter in her hand also flew out of her hand. The holy swords that kept falling in the air disappeared in an instant. Everyone was shocked by Lear's actions, and under the unbelievable eyes of everyone, the blood demon raised his hand. Chapter 96. What are you doing? Albert shouted. The blood demon stood quietly in place, completely ignoring Albert's scolding, and an invisible blood wave swept the whole place. Before the professionals, who were still alive, could react, branches emerged from their skin, and blood roses with thorns grew from the branches. In an instant, everyone felt that their bodies had lost control. Even Albert felt that an extremely evil power in his body was eroding his body. He wanted to mobilize the power of the law of war to resist, but the long-term battle with the corrupt true spirit had consumed a lot of his magic power. The remaining magic power alone could not reach the heretical power growing in his body. Lear had no expression on his face. This was the blood seed he had released long ago. Accompanied by a faint blood mist, it had already invaded the bodies of everyone present. High-level blood apostle skill, Bloody Bloom. By releasing blood seeds silently, invading the target's body, slowly gathering strength, and finally growing out. People eroded by blood seeds will lose control of their bodies, and be constantly devoured by magic power, becoming puppets controlled by Lear. Lear can also choose to detonate, and let the blood seeds bloom completely, causing real damage that ignores all defenses. Unless it is a creature without flesh and blood, even a strong man like Albert will be seriously disabled if Lear detonates and lets the blood seeds bloom. This power is similar to the operation of the corrupt true spirit transforming the undead. The difference is that as long as Lear does not let the blood seeds bloom, the controlled person will not be in danger of life. The branches of the bloody rose entangled Sylvia and hung her up. The thorns on the branches cut open Sylvia's sacrificial robe, revealing some of her beauty. She gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry. Sure enough, heretics are heretics. How could they stand with the Golden Church? She actually believed in them. Sylvia gritted her teeth. Don't show such an expression. I just want you to be quiet for a while. The bloody demon walked to Sylvia and lifted the chin of the former saint, who still had charm. The corrupt true spirit on the side saw this scene and showed a look of joy. So you are an undercover? I knew it. We are all heretics. How could we be in cahoots with the golden law? The corrupt true spirit kept talking, but before he finished, he felt a surge of evil power in his body. The dense bloody roses surged out in an instant, entangled the corrupt true spirit, and constantly devoured the magic power in his body. Rose flowers covered the body of the corrupted true spirit, as if it was used as a flower pot. You talk too much nonsense. The blood demon turned his head. As long as it is a creature made of flesh and blood, even rotten flesh, it will be corroded. When it is not activated, the blood seed flows in the body of the living being like normal blood. Once activated, it will grow into a blood rose, silently. This is the power of blood. The corrupt believers took great pains to make the corrupted true spirit come, but now it has completely made wedding clothes for the blood apostle. The golden church was also used as a tool. Everyone looked at the blood apostle standing in the center, and the scene suddenly became stiff. Not far away, 3 people who were transformed into undead were watching the scene intently. They were Li Huanhuan and the other 2 who came to the Lord's cemetery without caring about their lives. They were transformed into undead again. Li Huanhuan only wanted to enter the black fog to see the alien monster, but forgot that the black fog would transform them into undead. By the time she realized it, it was too late. However, fortunately, they were lucky. Relying on the instinct of the undead, the 3 of them still came to the range of the Lord's cemetery. They just saw the scene of the blood demon binding everyone. The elegant demon stood in the center, just waved his hand, and countless gorgeous blood roses bloomed from everyone's body. It was like a gorgeous performance. As for the corrupt true spirit, whose limbs were cut off, Li Huanhuan had completely forgotten about it, and just stared at the blood demon in the center. She recognized the other person as the blood apostle Munder, whom she had seen before, but he became more charming, and the black robe on his body also gave Munder a more noble temperament. I actually felt the ultimate elegance on a monster. A bit handsome, this boss. can you learn this trick of growing roses? If you learn this trick, will you still be afraid of not finding a girlfriend? This must be an important NPC? This boss also intervened to solve the slums before. There was a lot of discussion in Li Huanhuan's live broadcast room. After a series of operations in the slums, and now in the cemetery, the NPC Blood Apostle has been engraved in their minds. Lier didn't know that his heroic appearance was all seen by the players. He just stared at the corruption true spirit. What are you doing? The corrupted true spirit had no idea what the Blood Apostle was thinking. Me? The blood demon laughed. Of course, I am judging the alien god who blasphemed the blood. As he said that, the demon stepped on his feet and jumped high. The blood demon came to the control, and the blood rose turned into a bright red spear. His eyes were stern, and he stabbed directly at the head of the corrupted true spirit. He is now at temporary extraordinary level, and is in the state of blood source liberation. Under the effect of Aslan royal swordsmanship, the attributes are completely transformed into power. The horror of this attack reached the peak, and it was completely different from the previous attack that Lier used to kill Darich. The corrupted true spirit felt the breath of death, and the spear in the air kept approaching. The irresistible force directly pierced into the head of the corrupted true spirit, and nailed the skull of the corrupted true spirit directly to the ground. The blood bar on the head of the corrupted true spirit, which was originally not much, disappeared directly, leaving only a trace of barely visible blood skin. After delivering this blow, Lier fell from the air, and stood on top of the corrupted true spirit. What are you going to do? What good will it do you to kill me? The corrupted true spirit said in extreme anger, but his tone was very weak. Lier stretched out his hand, and grasped the hilt of the bloody rose that pierced the head of the corrupted true spirit. He did not speak, but a strong bloody light emanated from his body. With the bloody rose as the center, a magical array appeared at Lier's feet, and soon completely enveloped the body of the corrupted true spirit. This was the sacrificial array taught to him by the Lord of Blood Source, which was similar to the array that Lier used to communicate with the Lord of Blood Source for sacrifice at the beginning, but it was much larger. You want to sacrifice me? Feeling the terrifying power on his body, the corrupted true spirit finally realized what Lier was doing. It turned out that the words about blaspheming blood were all lies, and the real purpose was to devour him. The Lord of the Blood Source wanted to devour him to restore his strength. The anger in the corrupted true spirit reached its peak. There were gods who were more evil than him, and they even wanted to devour gods. Even he just wanted to descend to this city and devour the humans in the city to restore his strength. You can't do this. The corrupted true spirit screamed. He could accept being purified by the golden law, but he could not accept being devoured anyway. The blood demon ignored the accusations of the corrupted true spirit, and the magic circle under his feet became brighter and brighter. Sylvia, not far away, also saw the blood demon's intentions. Devouring the god. This god who holds the blood law is more dangerous than corruption. Stop! The corruption spirit was completely panicked. What kind of reward did the blood law give you? I can give you double. No, I can give you everything. I can make you my king. Become my spokesperson, and I will give you the source of the corruption law. The corruption spirit shouted, as if he had bet everything. Lier was stunned for a moment. The source of the corruption law. So far, he only has the source of blood. Although he has met other people who have the source, he has not figured out what the source is. Is it related to the so-called king? He thought about it, but before he could think too long, the Blood King's long robe on his body emitted light. A figure with white hair and red eyes appeared behind Lier, staring at the corruption spirit on the ground, and slapped it hard. How dare you snatch someone from me? A crisp voice sounded. The sudden appearance of the figure stunned everyone, especially Lier. He stared at the red-dressed girl beside him in a daze. She was small, delicate, and had a fierce aura. What is this? Lier was confused. You want to agree to him too? The girl turned her head and stared at Lier with a pair of bright red eyes, with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. What? Did you hesitate when he said he wanted you to be the king? The girl asked viciously. No, I just... Lier subconsciously wanted to refute. He was just a little curious, so he thought about it. He never thought about becoming the king of the corrupt true spirit. You bastard. You are obviously my king, but you are still looking at the guy outside. The girl suddenly felt wronged. The tone was particularly pitiful, like a poor girl who was abandoned by a scumbag. The corners of Lier's eyes twitched slightly. After listening to the girl's words, he almost understood the other party's identity. Are you the Lord of Blood Source? You are wearing my clothes and using my power. Don't you know who I am? The girl widened her eyes. The atmosphere became awkward again. The people around looked like they were eating melons. There seemed to be some story between the blood apostle and the god of blood source. A bloody soap opera is being staged in which a poor god is worried about his believers, but in the end, his believers don't recognize him, and even want to change jobs. Lier sighed helplessly. What is going on? Usually, they just send tasks, and the two have never really met. How can he know her? This Lord of Blood Source is a bit too unreliable. Although the tasks issued by the Lord of Blood Source before made Lier feel that the Lord of Blood Source is unreliable. I definitely don't want to agree to the corrupt true spirit, he explained. Chapter 97. The Lord of Blood Origin snorted lightly, still a little angry. For the law god, the chosen king is unique, and can also be said to be a partner. Originally, she planned to hide on the long robe of the Blood King, but the corruption true spirit wanted to steal her king, and she immediately couldn't help it, and came out and slapped the corruption true spirit. You'd better think so. The Lord of Blood Origin glared at Lier fiercely, and then looked at the corruption true spirit on the ground. Hurry up and sacrifice this disgusting guy for me. Lier nodded helplessly, holding the blood rose in his hand, and increased his strength. Not far away, Dahe and the other two who had been watching the situation on the Blood Apostle were also surprised by the sudden appearance of the Lord of Blood Origin. Brothers, I feel like I'm in love. Dahe stared at the white-haired and red-eyed girl floating beside the Blood Apostle, and said to the live broadcast room, "What kind of beauty is this? And white hair and red eyes. Chinese special attack. I declare that she will be my wife in the future. Who is peeing yellow? Wake him up. He is dreaming in broad daylight. Fuck, this is a person growing on my XP. This game can pinch the face. It is absolutely impossible for someone to look like this in real life." The men in the live broadcast room were boiling. Dahe's eyes were also straight, but he could not control the body of the undead, so he could only follow the chaotic movement of the undead, and soon move the figure of the girl out of the camera, and only a little white feet could be seen. "Lao He, don't shake the camera, I can't see anyone." Immediately, someone expressed dissatisfaction. "This foot is so white, I like it so much." There are also perverts, who made perverted remarks. Dahe was a little angry when he couldn't see the white-haired girl. He couldn't control the live camera. Liar didn't know that the appearance of the Lord of Blood Source once again made the players excited. He also thought that the Lord of Blood Source was very beautiful, about the same level as Miria. He continued the sacrifice ceremony. The corrupted true spirit was completely desperate. He fell silent, like the last calm before madness. "Haha, you want to devour me?" The corrupted true spirit suddenly laughed. "I finally survived the destruction, and broke free from the cage of the old dream. You also want to devour me?" The corrupted true spirit became crazy, and the corrupt laws around it also became crazy. The thick black fog began to gather towards the corrupted true spirit, and continued to merge into the body of the corrupted true spirit. "Let the king you chose be buried with me," he roared wildly. The black fog around became more and more manic, and Liar clearly felt a terrifying force trembling. The Blood Lord's expression also changed. "Do you want to detonate the law of corruption? Haha, so what? You can't stop me." The corruption true spirit laughed wildly. "The power of corruption will be completely liberated, and this city will be shrouded in the power of corruption. I will die, but your king will be buried with me. Give up the sacrifice ceremony, and leave here immediately." The Blood Lord gritted his teeth, and immediately said to Lier. Lier was stunned for a moment, not understanding what detonating the law of corruption meant, but he could also feel the seriousness of the matter. The unreliable Blood Lord even asked him to give up the mission just to escape. He can't leave. The dark tentacles extended from the black fog and directly bound Lier. Lier tried to break free, but the tentacles were now more than twice as strong as before. However, none of this frightened Lier. This body was just the incarnation of his blood, and he could teleport to the location of his original body at will. What will happen if the law of corruption is detonated? Lier looked at the Lord of Blood Source, which was what he really cared about. Corruption will be liberated. The Lord of Blood Source said in a deep voice. Originally, corruption was controlled by the true spirit of corruption, but once it is liberated, corruption will completely occupy the city. Law is a rule, the essence of the power of the gods, and this place will become a hell of corruption. Listening to the words of the Lord of Blood Source, Lier was silent. Being called hell by a god, you can imagine how terrible the law of corruption will be after it is detonated. The royal city turned into hell, and everyone would die, and even live a life worse than death. He could escape, but what about others? "Can you stop him?" Lier asked. "I'm sorry. It's my current limit to let you temporarily ascend to the extraordinary level." What you see is just an illusion of me. The Lord of Blood Sword shook his head helplessly. The turmoil in the noble district did not affect the citizen district and the slums. Most of the people in the royal city just looked at the raging black fog in the noble district and prayed that the heretics could be cleared as soon as possible. They had no idea that a catastrophe was about to come. In the palace, Queen Philia held a scepter in her hand. The scepter was made of silver metal, and a huge dark blue gem was inlaid on the top of the scepter. It was the size of 2 fists and exuded a mysterious brilliance. The only flaw was that there was a gap in the gem on the scepter, which was regrettable. On the mirror of the gem, Philia saw everything that happened in the Lord's cemetery. The Apostle of Blood was bound by the corrupted true spirit, and the Lord of Blood was floating in the air. The believers of the Golden Law, Albert, and her husband were all bound by the thorns of the rose. The situation has become a stalemate. Looking at the picture in the mirror, Philia's expression was a little struggling. Suddenly, the gem emitted a faint blue light. The pictures in the mirror disappeared, replaced by Philia's face. Are you still hesitating? Philia in the mirror whispered. Queen Philia looked at herself in the mirror and fell into silence. You know the mission you are carrying. Philia in the mirror continued, that is your destiny, you can't disobey. The awakening of Qinqing requires your sacrifice. You are a believer of Qinqing, and you should give everything for Qinqing. Queen Philia showed a more struggling expression. She remembered the dream of Milia that Lear told her about, and thought of Milia who was imprisoned in Stewart House. Her daughter, or Qinqing, can't be buried in the shadows forever. Philia raised her head, and the self in the mirror disappeared, and turned into the picture of the Lord's cemetery again. Go to meet your destiny. A low voice sounded in Philia's heart. She closed her eyes silently, and when she opened her eyes again, her eyes became deep. Philia turned around, took the scepter, and walked out of the palace door. Lord's cemetery. Lear was in a choice. The vibrations of the corrupt laws around him became more and more violent. He could not stop the detonation of the corrupt laws. If he wanted to survive, he could only flee like a stray dog. Lear thought of Eno and Milia in the mansion, and Avian and Greta who left. He glanced at Albert, and many professionals, who were bound by him. Not only them, but also the people of the entire royal city. He had no time to save Milia, nor did he have time to find Avian. At most, he could only save his father. Everyone would die, and he would just escape and live in shame. This was not the result he wanted. Is there really no way? Lear felt powerless for the first time. But at this moment, a dazzling starlight illuminated the darkness. Under the already dim sky, a figure slowly walked over. Queen Philia held the scepter in her hand, and her whole body was wrapped in starlight. Philia. Rose's pupils suddenly shrank, and he glanced at the scepter in Philia's hand, and his expression became extremely ugly. Albert also frowned, and he looked at the believers of the Golden Church. Sylvia and you are both looked at the Queen, who appeared with astonishment. This is the law of heresy, Sylvia said in disbelief. What is going on? Forget about the corrupt law. It was someone who fled from the Rhodes Empire to Briefhill. But what about the blood? She had never heard of it before, but now, as the queen of a country, Philia actually showed the law of heresy. This is the queen of a country. Her husband is even a believer of gold. A superclass professional of the Golden Law. A professional of the Golden Law actually married a heretic. Sylvia felt blasphemy. She looked at Rosser, who had a gloomy expression at this time. Lear also looked at the queen in shock. He had clearly told her about Miria's dream. Why did the queen still show up? Even directly exposed his identity as a professional of Qinqing law. The queen ignored the reactions of the crowd and walked straight to Lear. The tentacles around her actually scattered under the shining of the starlight, like a mouse seeing a cat. Queen Philia looked at the devil in front of her with a peaceful look. She knew the true identity of the devil, but did not reminisce with Lear. Please make way, the king of blood, she said with a smile. The tentacles on his body were all untied, and Lear subconsciously walked to the side. Queen Philia raised the scepter, and the starlight seal stone in Lear's storage ring lit up. The starlight seal stone directly broke through the space of the storage ring and appeared in the outside world. In Lear's shocked eyes, the starlight seal stone fell on the gap of the gem on the scepter and merged into it. Lear was stunned. Can this still steal people's equipment? The scepter with the gem filled gave off a dazzling light. Philia placed the scepter on her chest and suspended it in the air. Whose believer are you? The corrupted true spirit reacted at this time, and his corrupt law was actually trembling. Queen Philia ignored the words of corruption. The next second, a huge magic circle enveloped the body of the corrupted true spirit, and the chains flashing with starlight completely bound the corrupted true spirit. The surrounding corrupt law magic was completely sealed in the magic circle. No, how could you possibly seal my law? The corrupted true spirit went completely crazy. Chinching sealing technique? The Lord of Blood Source looked at this scene and subconsciously said the name of the magic circle. Quick, kill him! The queen hurriedly said to Li'er. Li'er also reacted and held the blood-colored rose inserted on the head of the corrupted true spirit again. Chinching believer, why are you helping me? The Lord of Blood Source asked. Respected God, I didn't help you, I just followed my mission. The queen shook her head. Is this your mission? Do you know what the followers of the Golden Law will do to you? The Lord of Blood Source shook his head. The queen was silent, and stopped the corruption true spirit from detonating the corruption law, but she was still a heretic, and the Golden Church would not have a second way to deal with heretics. She was greeted by the Golden Judgment. Chapter 98. What a ridiculous mission. The Lord of Blood showed a sneer. She stopped talking to the queen, and looked at Li'er, who was constantly maintaining the sacrificial array. Chinching is not trustworthy. Don't trust the girl next to you too much. The Lord of Blood reached out, and hugged Li'er's neck, whispering in Li'er's ear. Li'er was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what the Lord of Blood meant. The Lord of Blood didn't explain, just staring at Li'er. You are the king I chose, you just need to stay by my side forever. She hugged Li'er's neck tightly. It was just a phantom, but Li'er felt a little suffocated. After the Lord of Blood said the last sentence, he turned into a stream of light, and merged back into the long robe of the Blood King. When the Lord of Blood left, Li'er reacted and his expression became a little complicated. The Lord of Blood looked beautiful and petite, but in essence, he was still a god who had lived for who knows how many years. Although their actions seemed a little unreliable, no god was a naive fool. Everything they did had a purpose. At this time, the sacrificial array on the ground had been constructed. Under the queen's ban, the corrupted spirit could not move. In the sky, a red moon appeared at some point. The red moon split from the middle and turned into a hideous mouth, then it fell down suddenly. It swallowed the corrupted spirit in one bite. The corrupted spirit screamed miserably, and Li'er even heard the sound of something being chewed and crushed. Is this swallowing? So simple and crude. When the body of the corrupted spirit completely disappeared in the bright red array, a drop of gray-green liquid was suspended in the air. Take it, this is my reward for you. The voice of the Lord of Blood rang in Li'er's heart. You have completed the 4th ring of the mission Blood's revival. You have obtained the corrupted god Blood. The 5th ring of the Blood's revival. Follow the guidance of the Blood to find the dusty Blood dynasty in the old dream. Task reward, ? Failure penalty. None. The system panel popped up, and the gray-green liquid in the air floated in front of Li'er. Corrupted god Blood. Myth: the blood left by the gods, who hold the corrupt law after death, contains the power of the origin of the corrupt law. When you reach the extraordinary limit, use it to advance to the extraordinary. The Lord of Blood added another sentence in Li'er's heart. Li'er remembered the skills he gained after advancing to the extraordinary with the power of the Lord of Blood. Blood source liberation requires the fusion of biological blood above the extraordinary level to exert its power. Corrupted divine blood. This is divine blood from the gods. Mythical class items. Li'er had never even heard of this class. The most powerful item he had seen in his previous life was only at the legendary level. If he used divine blood to advance to the extraordinary level, what kind of powerful power would he gain? Li'er's mood was agitated. But before he could be happy for long, he felt the power in his body fading away like a flood. The power protection of the Lord of Blood was lifted. His body also quickly returned to its original appearance and became a normal human size. Then a feeling of emptiness from the heart surged up. This was the feeling brought about by the massive consumption of magic power. After the battle with the corrupt true spirit, Li'er had little magic power left in his body. Without the supply of magic power, the blood-colored roses wrapped around everyone quickly withered and turned into ashes. The bound Sylvia fell to the ground, and the magic power in her body was also exhausted by the blood-colored roses. She stood up tremblingly, and looked at the Blood Apostle and Queen Philia on the other side. It seems that only the Blood Apostle and the Queen still have the ability to fight, but these two people are heretics. If they want to kill people here, everyone will not even have a chance to resist. Sylvia gritted her teeth, and the humiliation in her heart continued to magnify. She was blessed by the Golden Law, but in the end, she was just used as a thug by the Blood Apostle. Even now, if she wants to survive, she can only pray for the mercy of the heretics. What a shame is this? The atmosphere became a little heavy, and Li'er looked at the other professionals who were on guard on the opposite side. Leave here, Blood King. A low voice sounded. Queen Philia looked at the devil in front of her. Leave here, your goal has been achieved. and there is no need to stay here anymore," the queen said again. Listening to the queen's words, Lear frowned. What does this mean? The queen asked him to leave, but she didn't mean to leave with him. Didn't she know that her identity as a heretic legal professional had been exposed? If you stay, you will only be judged by the golden law. What about you? Lear asked in a deep voice. Queen Philia did not answer Lear's words. Her expression was cold. She just walked to Lear and handed the scepter in her hand to Lear. Give it to Milia. After saying that, the queen turned around and walked towards King Rosser. Lear stood there blankly, with the scepter in his hand emitting a mysterious light. He didn't understand what the queen wanted to do. Why didn't she run away when the heresy law had been exposed, but instead fell into the trap? Then why didn't the queen disguise her identity, but directly exposed her star law? Lear felt that the queen was particularly strange now. The queen in front of him was not as amiable as when they met before, but became extremely indifferent, as if she had become a different person. Philia. Rosser looked at his wife walking towards him, not knowing what to say. The queen walked to Rosser and laughed. She gently stroked her husband's cheek. I'm sorry, Rosser, I have kept it from you for so long. I am actually a believer in the heresy law, she said. Rose was stunned. He knew about this from the beginning. Why did Philia say such a thing? After a long silence, Rose sighed and said, Philia, even if you are a heretic, you are still my wife. You should leave here directly. No one can stop you. If I leave, what about you? The queen said gently, the Golden Church will not forgive a believer who marries a heretic. Sylvia on the side was slightly moved. The queen volunteered to sacrifice herself to prevent Rose from being judged by the church? This is too selfless. Such feelings make her envious. Others were also touched by the queen's feelings for Rose. Only Lear, who was standing far away, narrowed his eyes. Under the bloody face, he stared at the queen. This is really abnormal. He did not doubt the queen's feelings for the king, but when the queen said that she was willing to accept the trial of the Golden Church for Rose, Lear always felt an indescribable stiffness. He did not feel touched, but a feeling of unreality came over him. The queen seemed to be seeking death on purpose, which was too artificial and completely unreasonable. The queen ignored everyone's reaction. She just slowly lowered her head and leaned on Rose's arms. From an angle that no one could see, the queen blinked, and her moving blue eyes suddenly lost their color, like a doll without a soul. The development of the situation was full of twists and turns. Originally, I was worried that the heretics would kill and silence them, but I didn't expect the queen to surrender. Only the blood apostle was still standing not far away. Sylvia still did not relax her vigilance. In her opinion, the blood apostle was the most dangerous. Lear stared at everyone for a long time, and finally turned around and disappeared into the night. Lear went back to Stewart Mansion directly. The queen's condition made him feel very strange, but he couldn't take the queen away by force when his magic power was almost consumed. The protection of the Lord of Blood had disappeared, and he returned to the high-level level. The blue secret dewdrop bottle was also used in the battle just now. Although so many professionals around him were also short of magic power like him, there were also a group of extraordinary professionals such as Albert. With their own attributes, it was difficult for him to resist. The queen's matter had to be considered for a long time. When everything calmed down, he could use Lear's identity to visit the queen before the Golden Church tried her. When he returned to Stewart Mansion, it was already late at night. Lear went straight in. Eno and Milia were sitting in the living room at this time, waiting anxiously. Something big happened outside, and they also felt it, but Lear had told them not to leave the Stewart Mansion no matter what. Seeing Lear appear, Milia threw herself into Lear's arms. The girl's eyes were red, and it seemed that she had been crying for a while. What happened? Lear was a little at a loss. I had a dream again. Milia lay in Lear's arms, and whispered softly. Lear frowned, and he felt that something was wrong with the queen. Milia had a dream again? Is it the previous dream? He held Milia and sat on a chair beside him, asking softly. Milia nodded, then shook her head. This time I dreamed that my mother took the initiative to be captured by the Golden Church. Why did my mother do this? Lear was a little surprised to hear this. Milia had already dreamed about what happened just now. You came back from outside. Do you know what happened? How is my mother now? Milia asked worriedly. Nothing, just corrupt believers were discovered, and now they have been completely cleared by the Golden Church, and there is nothing wrong. Lear replied. What about the queen? Have you seen her? Her Majesty the Queen is fine, there is no danger, you can rest assured. Lear told a white lie. He didn't know whether the queen really wanted to commit suicide or something happened. Now it's better not to tell Miria that the queen was caught by the Golden Church. He slapped his head, and suddenly remembered the scepter that the queen gave him before. By the way, Her Majesty the Queen also asked me to give you something. Lear took out the scepter that the queen gave him from the storage ring. He hadn't seen the attributes yet. The silver scepter looked particularly luxurious, and the huge gem on it also exuded a mysterious light. Chapter 99. Name: Morning Star Scepter. Category: Law Relic. Attributes: Spell Strength plus 2000, Casting Speed plus 100%, Mana Recovery Speed plus 100%. Feature 1. Star Realm. You can see the scene within a radius of 10 kilometers through the gemstone mirror of the Morning Star Scepter at night. Feature 2. Star Resonance. When casting a spell with the Morning Star Scepter, there is a 10% chance of triggering Star Resonance, which increases the power of the next spell by 100% and does not consume any magic. Special 1. Morning Star Sealing Technique. Release the power of the Morning Star Law, seal and invalidate all the law abilities of the target, lasting for 1 hour. When multiple targets are sealed, the duration is halved for each additional target, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Special 2. Illusory Star. Transform yourself into a star spirit body, enter the state of illusory star within 30 seconds, cannot be selected, and will exit the state of illusory star when attacking or casting spells. Requirements: 80% affinity with the law of the Morning Star. Description: a law relic from the law of the cold morning star, which can seal other laws, and seems to contain other mysteries. Looking at the properties of the scepter in his hand, Lear widened his eyes. It turned out to be a weapon and equipment of the law relic category. Generally speaking, law relics are all kinds of strange props, and the effects are also strange. There are very few weapons and equipment that are law relics. But once a law relic that is a weapon or equipment appears, it must be extremely powerful. Lear remembered that in his previous life, there was a law relic called the blasphemous Holy Sword, whose powerful properties and effects even exceeded many legendary equipment. The Morning Star Scepter in front of him is also a weapon of the law relic, and the effect is equally powerful. The spell strength is directly increased by 2000. You should know that the blood rose that Lear has advanced to the holy weapon level only adds 400 attack strength. There are also 4 powerful characteristics and special skills. Lear suddenly feels that his blood rose is rubbish. He is jealous, but this is a spell weapon, and it is bound to the law of Morning Star. It is obviously prepared for Milia, the princess of Morning Star. My mother gave it to me? Milia blinked her eyes, looking at the mysterious staff that Lear took out, and an extremely intimate feeling came to her heart. Yes, this is a gift from the queen, so don't worry, the queen will be fine. Lear nodded and handed the scepter to Milia. Milia took the scepter, and under the mysterious brilliance of the gem on the top of the scepter, her worries slowly calmed down. After calming Milia's emotions, Lear picked up the girl and went back to the room. There was no conversation all night. The next day, Albert found Lear. Where did you go yesterday? Albert frowned and looked at Lear. Such a big thing happened in the royal city yesterday, but he didn't even see Lear's shadow. Lear shrugged. I heard that the high priest Sylvia found the corrupt believers in the Lord's cemetery. When I saw the monster appear, I hid. That's the law god. I didn't expect the corrupt believers to be so crazy that they actually summoned the gods. He sighed. So you hid? Albert's mouth twitched slightly. What else? Lear said, as a matter of course, my dear father, although I am a reincarnated person, I am only a mid-level professional now. You don't expect me to fight with the gods, right? Albert opened his mouth. What Lear said made sense. When he saw Lear fighting against the carrion giant in the slums, he subconsciously thought that Lear would also help to eliminate the corrupt true spirit. Now think about it. If a mid-level professional had come yesterday, it would be very dangerous. Of all the nobles and professionals present yesterday, only a few mid-level professionals were lucky enough to survive, and more died. It can be said that the aristocracy of the entire royal city was seriously injured. Oh, by the way, father, it seems that you have eliminated that god. It's incredible, Lear exclaimed. Albert shook his head. It's not us who eliminated the corrupt true spirit. Who is that? Lear asked in confusion. It's the Apostle of Blood and Her Majesty the Queen, Albert replied. The Apostle of Blood and the Queen? Lear pretended to be surprised. Yes. Albert nodded, and then his expression became a little gloomy. I have something to tell you. You know that the Queen and Miria are both believers of the law of the Morning Star. This time, we were able to defeat the corrupt true spirit because the Queen exposed her own law of the Morning Star. Now the Queen has been arrested by the Golden Church. Albert's tone was a little low. He didn't quite understand why the Queen did this yesterday. There was obviously a better way. Even if she wore a black robe to cover it up, her identity would not be exposed. If she just left, nothing would happen. But the queen did not take any hiding measures, and directly exposed her power, and surrendered to the Golden Church. The queen was arrested? Lear pretended to be shocked. Yes, I came here today to tell you about this. The queen was arrested. Don't let Milia know about this, Albert warned. After a brief shock, Lear recovered, nodded, and then asked, how was Her Majesty the Queen arrested? You may not believe it, but the queen surrendered herself. Albert was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, surrendered herself? Yes, the queen took the initiative to accept the trial of the Golden Church. Where is the queen now? Lear asked. In the prison of the Golden Church. Albert answered. He looked at his son. What do you want to do? Why did the queen surrender herself? Lear did not answer Albert's question, but asked back. I don't know either. Albert shook his head. Both father and son fell into a strange silence. After a long while, Lear saw that he had almost finished pretending, so he raised his head and asked, Father, can I go to the Golden Church to visit the queen? If you want to go, then go, but if you want to save the queen from Milia, I hope you can tell me before you act. Albert nodded. Father, you don't object to me saving the queen? Lear raised his eyebrows. Why should I object? Philia has been my friend for many years, and I have no connection with the Golden Church. Even if Philia is a heretic, as long as she is still the kind Philia I know, I will not watch her being executed by the Golden Church. Albert answered seriously. For the first time, he felt that the Golden Church was so extreme that anyone who was a heretic would be purified. Even if Philia controlled the corrupt true spirit and saved the royal city, they would not have the slightest mercy. Lear nodded silently upon hearing this. A day passed in a flash. Everyone knew what happened in the Lord's cemetery, except for Milia, who was imprisoned in Stewart House. Lear specifically told Eno not to show Milia the latest newspaper. The newspaper had already reported that the Queen and the Blood Apostle had eliminated the heretics, but the Queen and the Blood Apostle were heretics themselves. This caused an uproar, and all kinds of opinions were spread. Some people praised the Blood Apostle and the Queen, while others believed that it was the Queen and the Blood Apostle who brought about the corrupt heretics. When Lear walked out of the house, the noble district was still in a mess, and there was still blood on the ground that had not been cleaned up in some places. Many people died in the noble district this time, most of whom were nobles, while the citizen district and the slum district were not affected too much. After experiencing the two disasters in the slums and the citizen district, the entire Brayful royal city seemed a little depressed. When Lear arrived at the Golden Cathedral, many golden cultists came and went in a hurry. Lear walked in directly, and the surrounding cultists looked at him and did not stop him. As soon as he entered the door, Lear saw Sylvia with a sad face. Your Excellency the High Priest. Lear walked up to greet him. Sylvia looked up and saw that Lear had no reaction. Albert had greeted her before, and Lear wanted to see Queen Philia. After all, they had fought side by side in the battle of the corrupt true spirit, so Sylvia agreed to Albert's request. I don't know what you want to do, but I hope you don't have unrealistic fantasies, otherwise even the Stewart family can't protect you. Sylvia warned. Lear smiled and said nothing. The Queen is in the innermost part of the prison. You only have 10 minutes. She turned her head and said to the golden cultist beside her, take him down. Lear nodded and followed the golden cultist down. At the deepest part of the prison, Lear saw Queen Philia. At this time, the Queen still revealed a noble temperament. It seemed that Sylvia did not make things difficult for the Queen. Can I talk to the Queen alone? Lear said to the golden cultist beside him. The golden cultist hesitated for a moment, and finally turned away. The Queen in the prison raised her head, and smiled bitterly when she saw Lear. It seems that your Majesty the Queen does not want to stay in the prison either. Lear looked at Philia. At this time, Philia no longer had the weird feeling she had in the Lord's cemetery before, and became the Queen Lear knew. Lear shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, I have reminded you before, why did you still show up, and took the initiative to expose your power, and even took the initiative to be captured by the Golden Church? Listening to Lear's words, the Queen showed an embarrassed expression. I don't know, I didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of corrupt believers, but I got an oracle from the Morning Star Scepter. Oracle? Lear frowned. Yes, the gods told me that if I want Milia to awaken, I must make a sacrifice. As long as I die, Milia's Morning Star Law will awaken in extreme grief. The oracle indicates that I will take the initiative to be captured by the Golden Church, and after being tried, Milia will awaken. I don't know whether I should believe this oracle. When I saw the scene of the Lord's cemetery in the mirror of the Morning Star Scepter, I originally planned to hide my identity to help you, but then I lost consciousness. Lost consciousness? Yes, I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was already in prison. The Queen sighed. Chapter 100. Your Highness, do you mean that you have no idea of your behavior in the Lord's cemetery? Lear said in a deep voice. It was exactly as he felt. He felt that the Queen at that time was not right. The Queen was not a fool. The act of surrendering to the Golden Church was too bizarre no matter how you looked at it. And that oracle, was it from the gods of the Morning Star Law? It is not impossible to let the Queen sacrifice herself to stimulate Miria to awaken. Lear felt more and more confused. These gods of heretical laws seemed unreliable. He thought about it, and suddenly thought of a question. Your Highness, you said that you got the oracle from the Morning Star Scepter? Yes, is there any problem? The Morning Star Scepter was originally a relic of the law passed down by the Morning Star Law, and originally belonged to the Morning Star. Queen Philia blinked. This is a big problem. Lear's face changed. At that time, the Control Queen clearly said that she would give the Morning Star Scepter to Milia. What was the Queen controlling? Why did she give the Morning Star Scepter to Milia? If it was the god of the Morning Star Law who gave his relics to Milia, then it would be a good thing. But what if the one who controlled the Queen was not the god of the Morning Star Law? Your Highness, since you did not surrender voluntarily, I will find a way to rescue you, but you will have to wait for a while. Lear took a deep breath. He just wanted to go back and see Milia's situation. I have something else to do, so I have to leave, he said at last, and left the prison quickly without waiting for the Queen's response. Queen Philia was puzzled as she watched Lear hurried away. In the steward mansion, Miria was sleeping on the bed, taking a nap. Most of the time in the steward mansion, she was resting. After all, she couldn't go out, and there was nothing to play with in the mansion. In the bedroom, the Morning Star Scepter was placed on the bedside, and suddenly the gem on the top of the scepter emitted a dark light. An illusory figure appeared in the room, looking almost exactly like Miria, but with long black hair and black eyes. She looked at Miria sleeping on the bed quietly, with a strange emotion in her eyes. She floated to Miria's side and said in a soft voice, My dear sister, you didn't expect me to survive. I spent endless silence in the dark cage, and you became a god. It's really unfair. As she said, she seemed to think of something unbearable to look back on. The bedroom was silent, with only the girl's murmurs to be heard. Milia was still asleep, her breath steady. The girl in the air stared at Milia for a long time. All the starlight shines on you. I can only be your shadow. But I won't always be your shadow. She said the last sentence. The star scepter beside her suddenly emitted a black light, like the darkness behind the stars. The girl came to Milia and slowly stretched out her hands. Just as she was about to attack Milia, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the house. The girl immediately stopped her movements and frowned. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer. Listening to the sound, she gritted her teeth and finally got back into the star scepter. Just as the girl returned to the star scepter, the door of the bedroom was pushed open. Milia. Lear went straight into the bedroom. The huge noise woke up Milia from her sleep. The girl opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Lear with a blank face. What's wrong? Milia asked with her head tilted. Lear stared at Milia and then glanced at the star scepter placed on the bedside. Milia, you. Nothing happened? Lear walked to Milia and sat directly on the bed. Me? Milia was stunned for a moment. I'm fine. What should I do? The girl was confused. Lear smiled awkwardly. Was he too sensitive? He shook his head and picked up the star scepter beside him. As soon as he took it in his hand, he felt a cool touch. He looked at the scepter in his hand, and the information of the Morning Star Scepter appeared in front of him again. His eyes fell on the last item description. It seems to contain other mysteries. Can you leave the Morning Star Scepter with me temporarily? I want to study it, Lear said immediately. He always felt that there was a secret on the Morning Star Scepter. Take it if you want it. I can't use it anyway. Milia nodded indifferently. She just felt that this scepter had a sense of familiarity. Apart from that, it could only be used as an ornament. If Lear took it away, and it could help Lear, it would be better. Then I take it to study it. Lear smiled, and picked up the Morning Star Scepter directly. Holding the Morning Star Scepter, Lear came to the study, and carefully looked at the gems on the scepter. Apart from looking very luxurious, he could not see any problem at all. Was it really that he was thinking too much? Lear sighed, and could only put the scepter in his storage ring. Put it aside for the time being. The most important thing now is the Queen's matter. It was evening, and Albert came to Stuart's mansion again. I heard that you went to see Philia. Did you gain anything? Albert asked straight to the point. The queen did not expose herself voluntarily. Lear did not hide it, and told the whole story. Do you mean that the queen was controlled by the gods? Albert's eyes widened. He could not have imagined such a result. Maybe, but these are not important. The important thing is that the queen was forced to voluntarily accept the trial of the Golden Church. I plan to rescue the queen. What do you think, father? Lear asked. I can support you. Do you have any plans? Albert nodded and asked. Lear fell into deep thought. He thought about it, and suddenly thought of Li Huanhuan and the 3 players. Anyway, players are not afraid of death. Now the internal test may not last for a few days, so it's a good time for these players to make use of their remaining energy. I need to think about it, father. Lear pretended to think. You'd better hurry up. The Golden Church is preparing to judge Philia. Albert shook his head. If it doesn't work, we can only take Philia away by force. Take away? Lear suddenly felt that his father was a little bold. He suddenly thought of a question. What is the attitude of His Majesty the King now? Rosser? Albert's tone suddenly became a little sarcastic. He dare not violate the golden law. Even if Philia is willing to sacrifice her life for him, it is not as important as the golden law. He remembered that Lear had asked him before, what would happen to Rose if the queen was discovered? He just felt that his trust in Rose was so ridiculous.